You are Yi Yuming, the invincible demon prince of the world, who once wiped out an eastern shrine with a mere wave of your hand and single-handedly guarded the domain gate, slaying 3,000 kings. Yet in Tang Wanqing's eyes, you are merely a hypocrite who fled from marriage. Little does she know she suffers from the 19 mystic constitution, unlikely to live past her third zodiac cycle, and you are forced to guard the domain gate for her in exchange for the divine phoenix elixir. Deep within the nether prison, you sit on a plush sofa, furiously tapping on your phone. Damn it, Lu Ban, stop feeding. Can the jungler even play? Come gank. Just as the game reaches its peak intensity, the warden scurries over. Lord Yuming, someone requests an audience. The woman stares at you in disbelief, utterly unable to reconcile the image of the man before her with the legendary Yi Yuming, the one who left millions of corpses in his wake, whose blood-stained robes heralded the nether. An elderly man strides into the room. Yi Yuming, long time no see, yet you act as if you didn't hear him, still engrossed in your game. Hey, Elder One is talking to you. The woman snaps coldly. Right now, you're just a prisoner. We have a task for you, an opportunity to get out. You'd better adjust your attitude. As she finishes speaking, your game ends in defeat. Suddenly, the room turns icy, and the woman feels as if she's plunged into a frozen abyss, her legs involuntarily tightening. Her name is Mu Ningyan, a prodigious 10-star female general of Great Xia, a true heroine among heroes. Ningyan, don't be reckless, Elder One quickly reprimands. The warden also casts a disdainful glance at Mu Ningyan. Lord Yuming is no prisoner, nor does he need anyone's opportunity. If Lord Yuming wished to leave, no prison in this world could hold him. Yi Yuming, just now Yenner misspoke, and I apologize to you on her behalf. Elder One paused before continuing. However, the reason I came this time is indeed to ask you to leave and marry a woman. I already have a fiancé, you replied with a frown. Don't rush to refuse. Why not take a look at this photo first? Elder One placed a photo in front of you. You stared at the photo, your expression freezing momentarily before you coldly asked, what do you mean by this? Elder One? Elder One calmly explained. Her name is Tang Wanqing. She is the CEO of Sheng Tang Group and also known as Jinling's most beautiful woman. I already know all that. Get to the point. You were naturally very familiar with Tang Wanqing because she was your fiancé. 3 months ago, Sheng Tang Group developed a genetic serum product, which led to many of its researchers being assassinated. Tang Wanqing is among the targets. This time, we want you to marry her so you can protect her around the clock. If you agree, neither the Yi family nor the state will restrict your freedom anymore, Elder One said slowly. Of course, if you refuse, we can find someone else. Her safety must be under my personal protection. With that, you stood up and walked out of the prison, respectfully sending off Lord Ming. The warden shouted, and all the prison guards bowed deeply toward your retreating figure. Only after you had walked far away did Mu Ningyan finally ask in confusion. Old One, what exactly is his background? Old Wen's eyes held a mix of nostalgia and reverence as he replied. When he was born, dark clouds gathered over the Yi family's estate, and ghosts and deities wailed in unison. Later, the Yi clan gathered 4 sacred artifacts to suppress and attempt to purge the demonic energy from him. But on the 9th day, with a single infant's cry, all 4 sacred artifacts shattered. Hearing this, Mu Ningyan was once again astounded. He is actually the Yi family's demon child from over 20 years ago? Old Wen nodded. From the Yi family's demon child, whom everyone avoided, to the Yi Yuming who could make the world tremble, his journey over these 20-some years is nothing short of legendary. In the early hours of the morning, in Jinling City, you lay on the hotel bed, lost in thought as you gazed at the photo of Tang Wanqing in your hand. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Frowning, you opened it, only for a woman to throw herself into your arms, her soft fragrance enveloping you. Save me, please save me, she pleaded breathlessly. You noticed her flushed face and dazed eyes. She seemed to have been drugged. At that very moment, hurried footsteps echoed as several tall men in black suits charged toward you with menacing intent. Close the door, quickly. The woman clung to you tightly, though her delicate frame trembled slightly, barely able to stand. Before you could even close the door, the men in suits rushed over and shouted at you. Kid, hand over Suing. You glanced at them and said calmly, if I just hand her over because you told me to, wouldn't that make me look weak? Kid, I suggest you stay out of this, or I'll teach you a lesson. The leader of the suited men said menacingly. You think a bunch of losers like you are worth my time? You sneered. Break this kid's legs and take the woman. With a cold snort, you dashed toward the men in suits. The next second, one of the suited men was sent flying. Then, with a crack, another's ribs were broken. In less than 3 seconds, all the suited men were howling on the ground. You picked up Suing and placed her on the bed. What are you trying to do? Though dazed, Suing still retained some clarity. Realizing she was now on the bed, she grew wary. Had this man saved her only to demand her body as thanks? Relax, I'm not interested in you. I just saw you were drugged and wanted to help you recover. At this moment, hearing these words, Suing immediately straightened her snow-white skin in anger. She was a senior executive of the Shangtang Group, and with her sexy figure and stunning looks, she had been pursued by countless men. No way. This guy must be playing hard to get. I won't fall for it. No need. I'll go to the hospital myself. Suing struggled to stand up and was about to walk out. However, she had barely taken 2 steps before she stumbled and fell into your arms. Hey, are you trying to scam me? Your hands didn't know where to place themselves. I'm so hot. Kiss me. Su Ying's eyes were completely dazed. No, if this continues, I'll be completely lost. You pushed Suing away and quickly tapped a few points on her body. After a thorough examination, your eyes narrow in shock. It's actually the spring night powder. If the drug's effects aren't neutralized in time, the victim will surely burn to death from overwhelming desire. This is quite troublesome. Left with no choice, you begin removing Su Ying's clothes while massaging and kneading her body, occasionally brushing against sensitive spots. Suing can't help but let out soft moans. Until a quarter of an hour later, the flush on Su Ying's body faded, and she fell into a satisfied slumber. You covered Suing with a blanket. If you hadn't used the Bagua hand technique to expel the toxins from her body, this woman named Suing would have surely died. Shaking your head, you lay on the sofa, pondering how to face Tang Wanqing the next day. Early the next morning, a sharp scream jolted you awake. Suing, upon waking up, immediately realized she was completely naked and let out an uncontrollable shriek. What are you screaming about so early in the morning? You grumbled, glaring at her irritably. Keep it up, and I'll throw you out. Why are you so mean? Last night, you had your fun, and now you're turning cold? Suing trembled under your gaze, nearly bursting into tears, as if deeply wronged. She had preserved her purity for over 20 years, only to lose it so carelessly to a stranger? The worst part is, such a precious first time, and she didn't even know how it felt. No way to savor the memory. Me, you rolled your eyes. If I had really done anything to you last night, you'd be swollen down there by now. Oh, huh? Suing froze, quickly checking herself. Indeed, there was no swelling, and her hymen was still intact. Realizing she had misunderstood him, Su Ying's face turned crimson as she lowered her head in embarrassment and said, I'm sorry, and thank you for last night. My name is Suing. And yours? Su Ying's cheeks still carried a faint blush. My name is Yi Yuming, but you can call me Yi Ming. You glanced at Suing, who was bundled up tightly, and couldn't help but ask, do you have a grudge against those people from last night? Suing hesitated before finally explaining, it's not exactly a grudge. Our company recently developed a highly valuable drug, and as the executive in charge of production safety, hearing this, you understood it was a matter of corporate competition. Though Suing made it sound simple, the situation was serious. What troubled her most was the company's need to hire skilled security personnel. The more Suing thought about it, the more frustrated she became. But when her gaze landed on you, her eyes gradually grew intense, especially drawn to your deep-set eyes and the exposed abs from your bare torso, making her cheeks burn. Hey, what's with that look? I'm a decent man. Meeting her stare, you suddenly felt a pang of unease. Is this woman thinking of devouring me? So flustered, you hurriedly pull on the t-shirt. Ugh, I'm a decent woman too. You know. Suing rolled her eyes, then glanced at the luggage by the bed and asked you, I see you just arrived in Jinling. Are you here for work? You're dressed very plainly, like a country bumpkin coming to the city for work. You could say that. You nodded. You came to Jinling to protect Tang Wanqing, and that mission could be considered work. Suing immediately beamed with joy upon hearing this. Perfect timing. Our company is currently hiring for a security supervisor position with excellent salary and benefits. You should come. You waved your hand dismissively. Thanks, but no need. Su Ying's expression froze. What's wrong? We're a major company. We can offer you 30,000 a month. Plus, if you work here, you'll get to see me every day. Su Ying was very confident in her figure and looks. She didn't believe you could resist the temptation of both wealth and beauty. A salary of 30,000 means nothing to me, and seeing you every day means even less. Yiming said, looked at the time, then picked up his own luggage and said, I'm checking out, go ahead. After saying that, Yiming directly opened the door and left. Su Ying's waves rose and fell dramatically, and her entire body was in disarray. She was actually rejected. You know that from elementary school to college and back, the men chasing her could line up 10 blocks. But today, he was so proactive, but Yiming even looked like he didn't have a problem with it. Su Ying was frustrated for the first time, and even suddenly doubted her own beauty. She lifted the covers and looked at her jade body. It was very white and smooth, and it wasn't fat. What went wrong? In the middle of his thoughts, suddenly his cell phone rang. Su Ying calmed her mind and answered the phone. Ing, I called you last night and didn't answer. What happened? The voice of her best friend's eagerness came from the other end of the phone. Wanqing, I'm fine, I'll talk to you when I go to the office. Why don't I pick you up, where are you? No, I'm already on my way. Are you kidding me? It would be too humiliating for her best friend to know that she slept with a strange man in a hotel last night. Although nothing had happened between her and Yiming, the other party had rubbed around on her body in order to help her remove the effects of the medicine, and this matter could not be known to A. That beautiful woman in a white OL suit, the bumpy figure outlined incomparably seductive, the waves in the white lining is very magnificent, with the two long straight white legs between the steps, the waves also slightly trembling. Yiming looked at the other party's stunning face, he suddenly had a stagnant expression, and then his. You disappeared without even saying hello at our engagement party, and everyone said you abandoned me and tricked me, but I didn't believe you. During that time, I looked for you every day, and at the first sign of movement at night I would run downstairs, even dreaming that you were back. Then the police said you purchased a plane ticket to go overseas, and I felt like the sky was falling and even tried to go overseas to find you. But where were you when I crouched and cried on a foreign street? And where were you when I waited day and night for you to call me? Now you suddenly come back and say you want to marry me? Yiming, what do you take me for? Tears continued to slide down Tang Wanqing's stunningly beautiful face. Yiming felt both guilty and heartbroken, he could imagine how much hurt and ridicule Tang Wanqing had suffered after his departure. Wanqing, You? Back then I transferred $5 million to you so that you could buy a wedding house to marry me with. What, now that the money is spent, you're ready to cheat me again? Tang Wan directly wrote $1 million check and flung it to Yiming. No need to cheat, I'll give it to you directly, but you and I are clear from now on, I don't want to see you again in the future. Wanqing, I had bitter feelings back then, but this time when I come back, I must make it up to you. And it's not up to you or me to decide about me marrying you. Yiming said with incomparable seriousness, whether you agree or not, I must stay by your side now, and when you are still resentful and fed up with me after a year, then at that time, I will leave on my own without you saying anything. Yiming knew Tang Wanqing's character, once something was decided, it would not change easily. But this time was different, even if Tang Wanqing resented him even more, he had to endure and suffer because he had to protect Tang Wanqing's safety. I don't believe whatever you're saying right now. Tang Wanqing once again turned her back, clearly not wanting to see Yiming again. Yiming sighed softly, picked up the check on the floor, and placed it on his desk. At this time, Secretary Wang Chen knocked on the door. Mr. Tang, the business meeting will start in half an hour, you should go over. Good. Tang Wanqing said with a cold face, you come in and take this man out. Okay, Mr. Tang. Until Yiming went out with Wang Qian, Tang Wanqing looked at the check on her desk with a complicated heart. Downstairs. Wang Qian glanced at Yiming. Humph, poor, our general manager Tang is the #1 beauty in Jilin, how can she have a dirtbag fiancé like you? Seeing as you don't have more than $200 all over you, you must be fresh from the country. I'm telling you, don't presume to hit on our Mr. Tang, you don't deserve it. At those words, Yiming frowned, if I don't deserve it, who does? Everyone chasing after our Mr. Tang is a rich and powerful man, who are you? Wang Qian said with a disdainful face. At this time, a Bentley Mulsanne parked in front of the company's door, and soon the back row will walk down a well-dressed handsome young man, a brand name logo, and wearing a piece of Vacheron Constantine on his hand. As soon as Wang Qian saw the other party, she hurriedly greeted him, Young Yang, you're here. Secretary Wang, I was just about to go find you. The handsome youth said, taking out a large and a small 2 exquisite Hermes gift boxes. The old rules, help me give this gift to your general manager Tang, the small one is for you, remember to help me say a few more good words. Aya, why do you need to be so polite, Young Yang? Just don't worry, for a rich and handsome man like you, our general manager Tang will say yes to you sooner or later. Wang Qian smiled with a fawning face. At this time, she glanced at Yiming again. Bumpkin, see, this is Yang Jiayang Deshao, you're just ashamed of yourself. Secretary Wang, he's a turd who just came down from the countryside, says he's our general manager Tang's fiancé. How can that be? Wang Qian skimmed her lips and said. Upon hearing this, Yang Jia immediately revealed a hint of a playful smile. He liked to step on others to emphasize his superiority, so he walked over and arrogantly extended his hand to Yiming. Hello, my name is Yang Jia, get to know each other? In Yang Jia's opinion, if he, a powerful young man, took the initiative to shake hands with a country bumpkin, the other party would definitely be flattered. However, Yiming did not take care of him at all, back arm ping. The expression on Yang Jia's face froze, somewhat unable to get off the ground. Wang Qian, who was on the side, said, "Hey, Bumpkin, Young Yang shook hands with you, do you know how to be polite?" "That's okay, it looks like this brother has a lot of character." Yang Jia retracted his hand, a touch of gloom flashed in his eyes, but on the surface he still smiled and said, "Brothers came from the countryside to Jinling, they are preparing to work, right? In that case, I, Yang Jia, can still talk in Jinling. What kind of job do you want, nanny? Cleaning? As long as you ask, I can find it for you." Yang Jia's words were filled with mockery. "Get lost, no time for you," Yi Ming said coldly. "You?" Yang Jia's face immediately turned ugly. He is a rich and powerful young man, even in the entire Jinling not many people dare to talk to him like this. What right does a country bumpkin have? In annoyance, Yang Jia raised his hand and was ready to teach Yi Ming a lesson. Wang Qian and those security guards froze and turned their heads to look, only to see Suing stepping on her high heels, striding her long legs, and walking quickly. Whether it was Yang Jia or those few security guards, they couldn't help but light up when they saw Suing. Unlike Tang Wanqing's cold and noble, Suing was a proper imperialist style, both of whom were famous as extreme beauties in Jinling. "Mr. Su." Wang Qian and those security guards nodded at Suing. And at this time, Suing also saw Yi Ming and couldn't help but be a little surprised. "What a coincidence, why are you here?" I'm here to find someone." Yi Ming had some surprises at the moment. How did he not expect Suing to be from Shangtang Group? "What happened just now?" Suing asked. "This dude said he wanted to get acquainted with me, and if I didn't agree, he was going to beat me up." Yi Ming said it plain and simple. "No, it was clearly you who hit Young Yang." Wang Qian was twisting her head and said to Suing, "Mr. Su, he..." "Shut up. I believe Yi Ming's character would never hit someone for no reason." Suing glanced at Yang Jia and then glanced at Wang Qian. "Moreover, Yi Ming was hired by me personally, he is now the security director of our Shangtang Group." "Huh?" Wang Qian froze. How could this happen? The few security guards also hurriedly shrank their necks and slipped away in a hurry. "The security director that Mr. Su personally hired, that's their top boss. This can't be offended." It was also at this time that Tang Wanqing came down the stairs in a hurry and went straight to the parking lot on the negative floor. She walked in a hurry and did not see Yi Ming, Suing and the others at the entrance of the building, and the Suing few did not notice her either. Instead, Yi Ming subconsciously looked over, and this time, he realized that Tang Wanqing's eyebrows actually had an additional flash of blood. Yi Ming's eyelids jumped. Is this an omen of blood and light? Chapter 5 Zhou Feng's Plan. "Mr. Su, this person is so unkempt, how is he qualified to be the head of security for the Shangtang Group?" Yang Jia was surprised, but he was not an employee of Shangtang Group, so he was naturally not afraid of Suing. There was even less need to be afraid of Yi Ming. "What I'm looking at is Mr. Ye's ability, not his appearance. If dressing like a man means he's capable, then there's no shortage of talent in this world." Su Ying's tone was flat. Not only did she not give face to Yang Jia, but she also had a slight hint of mockery. "This..." Yang Jia was choked, and for a moment he couldn't think of how to retort. As for Wang Qian, seeing that Suing was so optimistic about Yi Ming, she had long ago not dared to say anything else. At least, she didn't dare to taunt Yi Ming again in front of Suing. Although she was Tang Wanqing's secretary, in terms of closeness, it was still more intimate between Suing and Tang Wanqing. "Mr. Su, since I've become the head of security for the Shangtang Group, it should be reasonable for me to go and protect the group's old boss now, right?" Yi Ming didn't bother to pay any more attention to Yang Jia and Wang Qian and directly looked at Suing and asked. "Naturally, it makes perfect sense, let's go ahead and check in." As soon as Suing heard this, her heart burst with joy. "It's too late for that, we'll talk about the induction process later." Yi Ming waved his hand before turning around and walking away quickly. "Eh?" Suing was a bit confused, staring blankly at Yi Ming's distant back, completely unable to figure out what he actually meant. A minute later, Yi Ming stopped Tang Wanqing's car at the exit of the underground garage. White Maserati President, $1 million price tag. Relative to Tang Wanqing's status, this car can be considered very low-key. "I've got important business right now, I don't have time for your bull, get out of the way." Tang Wanqing lowered the car window, her eyebrows knitted slightly, and said with some displeasure. "I'll go with you." Yi Ming directly walked over, opened the car door, and got into the passenger seat. "How did you get in the car?" Tang Wanqing was shocked and stared at Yi Ming warily. She remembered well that the car door had been locked, and even with the greatest strength it was impossible to open it directly from the outside. "You forgot to lock the car door." Yi Ming revealed a smile as he gazed at Tang Wanqing and said without blushing. "No way." Tang Wanqing said decisively. Don't be skeptical, I'm now the head of security for the Shang Tang Group, and I'm obligated to ensure the safety of the group's boss. Yi Ning said. How come I don't know? Tang Wanqing's frown tightened. I just applied for the job, I haven't had a chance to go through the formalities of joining the company yet. Come on, don't you have to go and deal with something very important? Hurry up and drive, if there's no danger, I won't talk too much to cause trouble for you. Yi Ming changed the topic, not wanting to explain too much. The only thing he wanted to know now was what had happened to cause Tang Wanqing to have a bloodbath. Okay. Tang Wanqing was in a very complicated mood, but in order not to delay the main event, she had no choice but to leave Yi Ming alone for the time being. Of course, this was Yi Ming, if it was anyone else. Even if the matter was more important, she would have called the sheriff's department first and had a patrolman come and take the person away. By Yunshan Restaurant, one of the 3 major classical restaurants in Jinling City, those who could come here to eat were either rich or noble. The average person, even if they resist the urge to spend tens of thousands of dollars on a meal here, is not qualified to enter. Tang Wanqing, as the president of the Shang Tang Group, or the first lady of the Tang family, naturally had a membership card for the Biyun Tian restaurant. In a box on the 2nd floor, a table of sumptuous dishes, a slim youth sat at the table. There were also 6 bodyguards standing inside the box wearing black suits and sunglasses with a strong aura. Wanqing, you're finally here, it really makes me long for you. Upon seeing Tang Wanqing, the slim youth immediately got up with a smile on his face and greeted him. Zhou Feng, the relationship between you and I is not that close, you should still call me by my full name, or Miss Tang. Tang Wanqing also revealed a smile, only between her words, it was obvious that she wanted to keep her distance from the other party. Wanqing, you're embarrassing me with this attitude. Zhou Feng froze for a moment before revealing a smile once again, but his attitude was no longer so warm. We're meeting today to discuss matters of cooperation, it's not appropriate to mix in personal feelings. Tang Wanqing said. Makes sense, so sit down for now. Zhou Feng nodded briskly while sitting back in his chair. Mr. Zhou, you know my character, let's just negotiate the terms directly. After Tang Wanqing sat down, she opened the door. My conditions are simple, as long as you are willing to be my girlfriend, not to mention 800 million, even if it's 2 billion, 3 billion, I, Zhou Feng, am willing to give it to you. Zhou Feng smiled confidently and stated the conditions. I'm sorry, there's no way I can agree to this condition, and Mr. Zhou should stop joking around and get down to business. Tang Wanqing's eyebrows knitted slightly, her heart had obviously gotten angry, but she didn't show much displeasure. I'm not kidding. Zhou Feng shook his head, still smiling. Since Mr. Zhou is adamant about this, there's nothing more to talk about between us. Tang Wanqing's expression went ice cold. Tang Wanqing, without this $800 million, I'm afraid that Shang Tang Group's capital chain will be completely broken, right? Zhou Feng didn't panic in the slightest, which was why he knew full well that Tang Wanqing didn't like him. And yet, he still dared to open the door and say what the reason for making Tang Wanqing his girlfriend was. You think I'd be short of a measly $800 million? Tang Wanqing laughed as if she had heard a big joke. You don't have to bluff in front of me, if others don't know, can I not know? Zhou Feng said with a slight sense of mockery. Tang Wanqing was silent. Shang Tang Group's capital chain was indeed about to break, otherwise she wouldn't have hurried over as soon as she received the news and wanted to reach a cooperation with Zhou Feng. It's true that $800 million is not worth mentioning to the Tang family, and it's nothing to the previous Shang Tang Group, but times are different now, the Tang family won't be able to help you in this matter, and the Shang Tang Group has already burned through more than $5 billion in order to do the research, so do you really still have the funds on hand? Zhou Feng had an air of being victorious and superior. Did the Zhou family executives tell you all this? Tang Wanqing's beautiful eyes stared slightly. All of what Zhou Feng had said was true, but he was nothing more than a Zhou family sidekick. With his status and position, it was impossible for him to know so much about the affairs of the Shang Tang Group, as well as her affairs with the Tang family. Sort of, I'm not hiding anything, I'll tell you frankly, with this 800 million from me, you can get through the hard times and secure your inheritance in the Tang family, and I can also get more resources and hold more say in the Zhou family by virtue of being boyfriend and girlfriend with you. It's 100% beneficial and mutually beneficial good thing for both you and me. Zhou Feng spoke eloquently, as if he had already determined that Tang Wanqing would agree. I'm sorry, there's no way I'll agree to your proposal even if I lose the family succession. After hearing this, Tang Wanqing responded without hesitation. You. Be decent while I'm still angry, or that's a toast. Zhou Feng's face stiffened as he stared at Tang Wanqing with a deadpan expression. This plan was, arguably, the most satisfying he had ever plotted. In his opinion, this is a heavenly opportunity not to be missed and an important part of his rise to power. What's more, Tang Wanqing was the #1 beauty in Jiling. Either way, he won't lose money, he'll just win hemp all the way. Therefore, whether Tang Wanqing agreed or not, he would do whatever it took to ensure that this plan would go through. Chapter 6, Can't Wait for You to Be Beaten to Death. When Tang Wanqing heard these words from Zhou Feng, she no longer hid her emotions, and her complexion was instantly cold and abnormal. Back at that engagement party 6 years ago, after she was alone, looking over her shoulder and waiting. She had then secretly vowed that she would never have sex with any man again in this life. Only, before she could make a sound, Yi Ming, who was on the side, had already taken the first 2 steps forward. You don't take a piss and look at your face, with goods like you also have the guts to threaten Mr. Tang? Yi Ming was angry and restrained at the same time. If it was according to his mind, Zhou Feng would have no bone crumbs left by now. But what he wanted to do today was to protect Tang Wanqing and guard the Shangtang group, so he didn't want to kill someone in front of Tang Wanqing that would only make Tang Wanqing's attitude towards him counterproductive. What are you? Dare to talk to me like that? Zhou Feng was confused for 2 seconds, and after reacting, he slammed the table with force. He's angry. From the moment Tang Wanqing and the 2 of them entered the door, he hadn't looked at Yi Ming for more than half an eye. The reason was simple, except for Yi Ming's relatively handsome appearance, he looked like a bumpkin anyhow, and pressed no threat to him. But it never occurred to him that it was such a bumpkin that he didn't put in his eyes that actually dared to talk about him like that. Zhou Feng, you'd better speak politely, the only reason I'm here today is because of the face of the Zhou family's youngest. If I knew it was you yourself who wanted to talk to me about cooperation, I wouldn't even care about you. Tang Wanqing was furious, and with the same slap on the table, she got up and angrily looked at Zhou Feng and scolded. She didn't know what was wrong with her. When Zhou Feng was talking about her, even if she was angry, she could still hold back from having an attack. But as soon as Zhou Feng spoke of Yi Ming, she inexplicably felt a burning anger in her heart that she couldn't endure. Tang Wanqing, what do you mean? Just for such a country bumpkin, do you still want to turn your back on me? Zhou Feng stared at Tang Wanqing questioningly. If young Master Zhou learns that a dog under his hand is actually hiding from him to try to seek more say in the Zhou family, I wonder if he'll still be able to see tomorrow's sun? Tang Wanqing sneered, not the least bit intimidated. She was able to take the 100 million given by the Tang family and create the Shangtang group, which was valued at over $10 billion, in just 5 years. Naturally, it can't be a silly white girl, much less the kind of sufferer who can be taken advantage of. You! Zhou Feng's face changed as he heard this, and his aura weakened by a few points. He was just a sideline of the Zhou family, and if he wasn't highly valued by the Zhou family's Grand Duke, he definitely wouldn't have been able to make a name for himself in the upper circles of Jinling. If he really established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Tang Wanqing, he would be able to stop being afraid of the Zhou family's Grand Duke. But now, Tang Wanqing was simply unwilling to do so, so he naturally had no bottom in his heart. I thought you were so awesome, but it turns out you're just someone's dog. Yi Ming snorted. Kid, do you know how to spell death? Zhou Feng was murderous, with a look that he couldn't wait to eat Yi Ming alive. Zhou Feng, you've had enough, let's call it a day, don't fantasize about this kind of empty-glove good deed in the future, I'm not a cutie pie. Tang Wanqing snorted coldly. Chow, I even gave you face, you really think no one dares to touch you in Jiling, don't you? Zhou Feng was so furious that his face went a shade of green and purple. What do you want? Tang Wanqing instantly became alert, while quickly taking out her cell phone. Oh, don't waste your efforts, I blocked the signals in the neighborhood, even if you're using a satellite phone, there's no way you can contact anyone. Zhou Feng said with a cold smile. If you dare to mess around, I will definitely let you know what it means to be worse than death. Tang Wanqing was a little flustered in her heart, but she knew that she couldn't reveal any hint of panic at this moment. When I've slept with you and cooked you raw, let's see if you'll continue to talk tough. Zhou Feng didn't care at all, and his expression became eased, as if he was already in control of everything. No matter what happens today, you're dead. Tang Wanqing's heart sank as her complexion became increasingly icy. Oh, women. Zhou Feng smiled disinterestedly before leaving his seat and walking towards Tang Wanqing. In his opinion, although Tang Wanqing had a noble status and strong abilities. But in the end, it's just a woman, not much different from any other woman. No matter how much he puts his foot down before bedtime, he is absolutely obedient and at his mercy afterward. Pop! Just as Zhou Feng was about to walk up to Tang Wanqing, a loud slap suddenly rang out. Zhou Feng was confused. Tang Wanqing was also confused. The one who struck was no one else but Yi Ming, and it was not a light hand. Zhou Feng's teeth were knocked out twice. The face was also instantly swollen and there was blood spilling out. With a little more force, half of Zhou Feng's face would definitely be directly smashed. Damn, dare to hit Feng Xiao, you kid is tired of living. Something that doesn't know the sky and the earth, today I'll waste your arms and legs. Those 6 bodyguards of Zhou Feng finally reacted after a short period of being stunned. They were overwhelmed with emotion and anger. The employer was beaten in front of them, and if this didn't make the employer angry, they wouldn't be able to continue to eat this bowl of rice. However, in the face of the 6 bodyguards who came in a furious manner, Yi Ming not only did not dodge in the slightest. Instead, he even took the initiative to welcome them. Bang! Ka-ching! Put! The sound of flesh being struck, bones breaking, and heavy collapses rang out one after another. In less than 3 seconds, all 6 bodyguards with strong physiques and extraordinary auras were lying on the ground. They didn't let out too many screams because they had all, without exception, been knocked out. Who, exactly, are you? 4. Why are you targeting me? Zhou Feng was dumbfounded. He had just wanted his bodyguard to strike harder, but he didn't expect this jaw-dropping scene to happen. Even he felt that he had just blinked and the 6 bodyguards were already scrapped. He was now very nervous and uneasy in his heart, fearing that Yi Ming would break his arms and legs in the next moment as well. Yi. Zhou Feng, what else do you want to say now? Tang Wanqing was similarly astonished and wanted to ask Yi Ming how he had become so powerful. Because in her impression, although Yi Ming was the gangly handsome type, he didn't have much athletic talent to speak of. She even clearly remembered that Yi Ming had fainted more than once during the university's military training. Only after seeing Zhou Feng on the side, she suppressed the doubts in her heart. You, if you have the ability, let me call out to someone, absolutely let you lose this dirt. Bodyguard. Zhou Feng's color changed, unable to hide his panic. This was a very crude way of provoking him, and even he felt that it was absolutely impossible for Tang Wanqing to agree. However, okay, I'll give you that, make the call. Tang Wanqing said in a cool tone. That, you're not afraid I'll get really abused? Yi Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Tang Wanqing. In the beginning, no matter what happened, Tang Wanqing was not willing to let him worry more. When there is a risk of a fight, that is even more directly shaking people, a shout is dozens of bodyguards of the Tang family. Afraid that he would be half wronged or hurt. I can't wait for you to get killed. Tang Wanqing snorted coldly. Chapter 7, Your Turn. In this world, only you can kill me. Yi Ming heard this and knew that Tang Wanqing was deliberately trying to anger him, but he still could not help but feel a twinge in his heart. You. Tang Wanqing wanted to speak, as if she had remembered something. Yi Ming saw that she was silent, and after a little thought, he dismissed the idea of continuing the conversation. These 6 years have been a torment of days and years for him. For Tang Wanqing, how could it be otherwise? Moreover, he had a world-shattering cultivation, and as he gradually grew up, gradually no one dared to give him a look. Tang Wanqing was different. Although she was the eldest miss of the Tang family in Jinling, she was only an ordinary person in the end. When she was still in college, she insisted on marrying Yi Ming, who had nothing, to the point of falling out with the Tang family. But she was stood up at the engagement banquet, when many media in Jinling, circles from all walks of life, made her a laughingstock after tea. It's been 6 years now, but there are still people who bring up what happened back then from time to hype it up. Whenever the Shang Tang group made any progress or research breakthroughs, the competitors would make an issue out of what happened at the engagement party in the first place. All of this had already been investigated by Yi Ming before he returned. So, don't mean to know that Tang Wanqing was just deliberately pissing him off with that remark just now. Even if Tang Wanqing really wanted him to die, he wouldn't blame her. After all, this was all caused by him leaving without saying goodbye in the first place. Feng Xiao. 3 or 4 minutes later, the door to the box was pushed open and 2 middle-aged men walked in. The 2 of them weren't very strong, and looked thin compared to the 6 bodyguards who remained unconscious. However, Zhou Feng was instantly energized and regained his confidence after seeing the 2 of them. Scrap this little bastard for me. Zhou Feng pointed at Yi Ming, no longer half flustered. Can you handle it? Tang Wanqing looked at Yi Ming and asked. How about? You take a shot? Yi Ming didn't take those 2 people seriously and looked at Tang Wanqing to snicker. I can't fight. Tang Wanqing replied dryly. So you just had that guy on the phone? Yiming asked somewhat breathlessly. Never eaten pork, but seen a pig run. I know you've become a martial artist now. Tang Wanqing gazed at Yiming for 2 seconds before she slowly opened her mouth. You've got pretty white eyes for a cabbage. Yiming couldn't help but laugh. I don't know how to die, waste him for me and tie him up, I'll make him watch it live. Zhou Feng's face turned cold. Yes. Zhang Jianguo responded while waving his hand. He did not make a move himself, but Zhang Weiguo, who was on the side, directly rushed towards Yiming. Both of them are martial artists. It was the kind of martial artist who had cultivated true qi in martial arts novels, not the stuff that had been practiced for 2 days in a flowery manner. Even if a professional boxer was in front of them, he would only be seconded by a single move. The two brothers, too, hadn't combined their efforts for more than a decade. Phew! Without a word, Zhang Weiguo directly threw a punch, and a cracking sound rang out. The shape of the airflow could be clearly seen around his fist. Zhou Feng was very satisfied after seeing this scene. He knew better than anyone that after these 2 major bodyguards under his command struck out, no one would be able to stand up to them. This was also the fundamental reason why he had the backbone to compete for more say in the Zhou family. With 2 henchmen who could fight with 1 against 100, there were really not many people within the Zhou family who could make him genuinely fearful. Bang! A dull voice rang out. Zhou Feng subconsciously thought that Yiming had already been taken care of. But when looking squarely at it, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. Only Yiming raised his hand and held Zhang Weiguo's fist with his palm in a light-hearted manner. You! Zhang Weiguo changed his face and subconsciously tried to retract his fist. However, he was shocked to find that Yiming's palm, like an iron vise, had a death grip on his fist. Put! Yiming did not say anything. Instead, he exerted a slight force, and Zhang Weiguo's fist directly turned into a mist of blood. Ow! Zhang Weiguo was briefly lost in thought for 2 seconds before he felt the intense, sharp pain and couldn't stop himself from letting out a miserable scream. Bang! Yiming kicked out, sending Zhang Weiguo flying while also knocking him out. Then let him go? Yiming asked. Naturally, it's not possible to be that cheap, since he took the initiative to pick a fight and now wants to live, he naturally has to pay the price. Tang Wanqing glanced at Zhou Feng before saying in an indifferent tone. Understood. Yiming sniffed and nodded slightly before turning his gaze to Zhou Feng, who was kneeling on the ground. What do you want? Zhou Feng shivered and looked at Yiming with a face full of fear as he asked. I'll let you go if you break all 5 fingers of your right hand yourself. Yiming said. You! Zhou Feng's face stiffened. Don't think you can rest easy because we have concerns and won't kill you. If you don't break 5 fingers on your right hand in 1 minute, I'll personally manipulate the knife and make you a eunuch. Yiming pulled over a chair and sat down, crossing his legs and looking at Zhou Feng with a playful smile. You're so mean. Zhou Feng's heart tightened, and in this instant, he could clearly feel it. If he didn't do it himself, Yiming was really daring to castrate him. 30 seconds have passed. Yiming reminded. I hear you. Zhou Feng sniffed, took a deep breath, and gritted his teeth in response. He then squeezed his right thumb with his left hand and closed his eyes. With a heart of stone, he gave a strong push and heard a boom. Ow! The moment his right thumb was broken, Zhou Feng couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. He was already sweating profusely from the pain and the sweat, but he could only brace himself to continue. Time passed minute by minute, and within the time specified by Yiming, he finally managed to break all 5 fingers of his right hand. Can you let me go? Zhou Feng was already in so much pain that he was struggling to speak, and his entire body was about to collapse. Let's go. Tang Wanqing didn't pay any more attention to Zhou Feng, but looked at Yiming and said. Good. Yiming nodded his head, and then followed Tang Wanqing out of the box and out of the Biyun Tian restaurant. However, upon arriving at the parking lot and about to get on the car, Tang Wanqing directly gave Yiming a bank card. What do you mean? Yiming subconsciously took the bank card, and then was a bit bewildered. Although Zhou Feng is only a side kid of the Zhou family, his backer is the Grand Duke of the Zhou family. Even though you become a martial artist, you can't cope with the trouble that's coming next. There's $10 million in the card, the password is my birthday, so hurry up and leave Jinling. Tang Wanqing gazed at Yiming with a complex expression for a while before sighing. 6 years ago, I already let you face everything alone, and now there's no way I'm going to let you deal with trouble alone again. Yiming stuffed the bank card back into Tang Wanqing's hands and said with a very serious look and tone. I don't need it and I don't care for it. Tang Wanqing froze for a moment, but quickly chilled her face. Like I said before, give me a year, I'll protect you during that year, but if you still hate me after a year, I'll leave then. Yiming only felt his heart ache as he gazed at Tang Wanqing with a serious expression. He said this as if he were swearing and praying for a chance. If you die at the hands of the Zhou family, don't blame me for not reminding you. Tang Wanqing was silent for a while, and finally dropped this sentence. After she got into the car, she drove off directly and did not bring Yiming with her. Obviously, she's pissed. Yiming shook his head and laughed bitterly, but there was nothing he could do. It's not supposed to be easy to move someone's heart, let alone that person who has been hurt by him before. Although Yiming could understand Tang Wanqing's mood, his own heart still could not help but feel bitter and annoyed. Walking aimlessly down the street, I noticed a bar just ahead. It's been a long time since I've had a drink. Yiming muttered before walking into the bar. Whiskey and brandy, two of Yiming's favorite drinks. Instead of ordering a glass, he just took 6 bottles, 3 each of whiskey and brandy. Sitting alone, one glass after another. When he used to drink, he was bound to have an undercurrent, and not one glass after another. Right now, he's not so much drinking as he is drinking to drown his sorrows. Sir, if you have something bothering you, you can confide in us, and please stop drinking like that. As time passed, he saw that Yiming had already finished 3 whole bottles. The bartender and waiter at the bar were stunned. They've seen big drinkers, but the biggest drinkers hold out for 2 bottles and are drunk straight afterward. But now, Yiming had not only drank 3 bottles already, but had already opened the 4th bottle. I'm fine, just let me sleep here if I get drunk. Yiming waved his hand, he was still wide awake now. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, his powerful body was not so easily paralyzed by alcohol. Soon, he finished the 6 bottles and once again went over to the bar to get a drink. The bartender and waiter saw that he was fine, and while their hearts were shaken inexplicably, they didn't try to persuade anything more. In the beginning, from time to time, there were women who came over to hit on Yiming. But as time went on, it became known in the bar that there was a cowboy who drank brandy and whiskey like water. Almost everyone came over to take a look and confirmed that there was indeed such a bull like Yiming. This bar was a clear bar, so the atmosphere was great, and the crowd had no other thoughts except that Yiming could drink. When he finished the 13th bottle and was about to drink the 14th, Yiming finally slumped directly onto the table under the gaze of the crowd. Let's have someone from the bar come over and help contact the family, we'll take video to help you testify. Good, we can't just let him fall asleep like that, can we? Better contact the family to take him away. Onlookers were out in force, also taking out their cell phones to shoot video. A bartender came over and fished out 2 cell phones in Yiming's pocket. One is a smartphone of the latest model and the other is a well-preserved flip phone. The smartphone had a screen lock, so the bartender had to open the flipper. When I opened the address book, there was only one contact, and the note was the word Bao. The bartender saw this and, without delay, simply dialed the number. Meanwhile, on the other end, Tang Wanqing was in an irritable mood. This asshole, not to mention not hearing anything for 6 years, now after coming back, he doesn't even have a word of explanation. Tang Wanqing said, only feeling so angry that her teeth itching to directly pull Yiming over and bite him hard. But just as she was feeling indignant, her cell phone rang with an incoming call. When she saw the note on the caller ID, she only felt her heart tighten and was inexplicably nervous. Chapter 9, Becoming Flirtatious. The note was just a simple word he, but this note had a unique meaning for Tang Wanqing. Ever since Yiming left without saying goodbye and left her alone at the engagement party 6 years ago, she could be said to have broken her heart and hated Yiming. She had even thought more than once that after seeing Yiming again, she would make sure to make his life worse than death. However, when she saw Yiming again, she realized that she couldn't even have the slightest thought of retaliation in her heart. The only thing that was there was anger, or resentment. She had waited for this call for 6 years, even though she had already met Yiming. Now after seeing this note, but it is still difficult to control his emotions. Do what? Tang Wanqing tried to calm her mind and answered the phone, trying desperately to make her tone seem indifferent. Hello ma'am, your boyfriend is drunk in our bar, can you come over and take him home? On the other end of the line, the bartender froze. He felt very strange, clearly a male-female friendship, opposite this woman's attitude how so cold? Glancing at Yiming, who was asleep on the table, he couldn't help but wonder if this could be a diary of a love-struck dog licker, right? What was his note to me? Tang Wanqing couldn't help but feel worried in her heart when she heard this, but she still managed to stabilize herself. Just the word treasure. The bartender answered truthfully. I know, tell me the location of the bar and I'll be there now. Once Tang Wanqing heard this, she finally couldn't suppress her emotions. Yiming's note to her was still the same as it was at the beginning, without any change. She couldn't help but wonder if he'd had some compelling hardship during the 6 years he'd disappeared. After getting the address of the bar from the bartender, she hung up the phone and was out the door instantly. Meanwhile, Su-Ying, who had been busy all day, walked into the bar. When she usually felt too tired, she liked to come to this kind of clear bar and have a couple of drinks, then go home, take a shower and sleep until morning. Ordered a cocktail, only to drink 2 mouthfuls, inadvertently glanced, but saw Yiming lying on the table sleeping. Could it be him? Su-Ying's eyes lit up as she put down her wine glass and rushed over. After getting closer, even without seeing the face, she was sure that the person was Yiming. The hair and body type were the same, especially this outfit she remembered so well. Ma'am, do you know this gentleman? A waiter happened to pass by and saw Su-Ying staring at Yiming and couldn't help but ask curiously. Recognize, how much has he had to drink? Su-Ying nodded, and then asked. Brandy and whiskey, 13 bottles in all. The waiter replied with great emotion. That's really drinkable. By the way, what's the cost? I'll take him away after I settle the bill. Su-Ying couldn't help but be shocked, and after sighing, she looked at the waiter and asked. This gentleman paid for his drink when he ordered it, and there are still 4 bottles of wine left, so when you take him away, you can take those 4 bottles with you. The waiter said. Thanks a lot. Su-Ying gave a thank you and couldn't be bothered to continue drinking. With the help of the 2 waiters, Yiming was sent to the car with the 4 bottles of wine that were still undrinkable and returned to her place. Just as her side of the front foot left, Tang Wanqing walked into the bar. Tang Wanqing searched around the bar, but was unable to find any trace of Yiming. This couldn't help but make her heart start to worry anxiously. However, it was also at this time that she heard a somewhat familiar voice, and it was the same bartender who had previously called her on Yiming's cell phone. Wasn't it you who called me before? Yi. Where is my boyfriend? Tang Wanqing walked straight towards the bartender and asked right to the point. Wasn't it you who took that gentleman away earlier? The bartender froze, a puzzled look on his face. I just got here. Tang Wanqing's heart fluttered, and she only felt more and more anxious in her heart. Just a few minutes ago, a man came and said he knew the gentleman and had taken the gentleman away. The bartender scratched his head, just feeling like his brain wasn't working enough. If this bar he was in wasn't a clear bar, he would have to wonder if Yiming had been picked up by some little Teiyukai. What did the woman look like? Tang Wanqing furrowed her eyebrows, and her mind was a little messed up. I didn't see it, but I heard from those colleagues who were helping out that one was also a beautiful woman and was very caring and gentle with that gentleman. The bartender agonized for a few seconds before answering truthfully. I know. When Tang Wanqing heard this, the anxiety and worry in her heart instantly vanished, leaving only bitterness. She originally thought that after disappearing for 6 years, Yiming would not have any acquaintances on this side of Jinling. But reality always likes to punch her in the face so much, and it's only been less than half an hour since this big reversal. It seems that you've changed a lot in the last 6 years, becoming flirtatious. Tang Wanqing left the bar and got into the car, only feeling her heart ache. Su-Ying laboriously sent Yiming to the guest room. Her entire body was about to be exhausted and weak. Looking so thin, how can he be so heavy? I'm afraid it has to be 160 or 70 pounds, right? Su-Ying wiped the beads of crystalline sweat on her forehead, somewhat skeptical of life. She originally thought that Yiming should only weigh about 130 pounds. But I didn't think that after getting my hands on it personally, I would truly realize what it means to be a man without a face. If she hadn't grown up with exercise and replaced it with another woman, Yiming was afraid that he would have to spend the night in the car tonight. Whatever, let's take a shower first. Su-Ying said, leaving the guest room and heading to the master bedroom. Only, when she took a bath and wrapped in a towel, she walked out from the master bedroom, wanting to go see if Yiming had vomited. However, he found that Yiming, at some point, had actually woken up and was sitting in the living room drinking water. This is your house? Yiming looked at Su-Ying and was not surprised, but only asked calmly. He had already sensed Su-Ying's aura when he woke up. Naturally, he also understood that it was inevitably during his drunkenness that he was bumped into by Su-Ying and brought back. Well, this is my house, and by the way, how did you wake up so quickly after drinking so much? Su-ying calmed down the surprised emotion in her heart and walked over as she spoke. I'm in relatively good shape, and when I'm drunk, I can sleep for an hour or so before I'm completely sober. Yi Ming replied. In that case, it seems like it would be more appropriate to put you in the business department and specialize in drinking and socializing with clients. Su-ying couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It was true that the world was as big as it was strange. Stop it, I don't like drinking with strangers, and I don't like nodding my head and trying to impress people even more. Yi Ming smiled. Okay, then you can stay here tonight, and you'll be with me in the morning just in time to check in. Su-ying didn't say much either. In her opinion, as long as Yi Ming joined Shangtang Group, he was one of her own. In the future, if he does have a meal that he needs to help socialize for, odds are he won't stand by and do nothing about it. Chapter 10 Official Entry into Service. Why do I feel as if you're worried I'll run away? Yi Ming joked. Although we only met yesterday, I can be sure that you are a very reliable person, and what we, the Shangtang Group, need most today is a reliable security chief. Su-ying didn't feel embarrassed, but admitted it graciously. Understood, don't worry, I'll do my security. Yi Ming was quite emotional in his heart. Su-ying is a very competent manager, and at the very least has a good eye for people. He was happy that under Tang Wanqing's command, there was a talent like Su-ying. The guest room doesn't have a bathroom, so you can go over there if you want to take a shower. Su-ying pointed to the bathroom not far away. While saying goodnight, she returned to the master bedroom. Yi Ming did not rush to take a shower, but after making sure that Su-ying had closed the door to her room. Taking out his smartphone, he dialed a number, with Greedy Wolf in the memo. The title, Greedy Wolf, was resounding in underground circles all over the world. Together with legend, Xinghuan and Tianqing, they are known as the four godfathers of the East. Before meeting Yi Ming, Greedy Wolf had easily taken out the lair of a terrorist organization with his own strength. It has also been in a war-torn land, surrounded by nearly 10,000 of today's strongest armies, and carried a ton of gold in its entirety. Even more, under the pursuit of countless ninjas in the East, the circle of strange and unusual people in the East made a mess. Until he met Yi Ming, and after being slapped down, he became one of Yi Ming's most loyal followers from then on. Lord of the Underworld, please command. Greedy Wolf quickly answered the phone and respectfully waited for Yi Ming to give the order. Send someone to investigate the information on Zhou Feng, a collateral son of the Jin Lingzhou family. Yi Ming commanded. Yes, sir. Greedy Wolf responded respectfully. He didn't make Yi Ming wait too long, and only less than 20 minutes passed before the news came back. After Zhou Feng was taught a lesson by Yi Ming, he ran to the Zhou family's youngest son, Zhou Yang, to sell his misery. He tried to get Zhou Yang to stand up for him and teach Tang Wanqing and Yi Ming a hard lesson. Lord Underworld, Zhou Yang doesn't seem to be interested and doesn't have any intention of making a move against you and Miss Tang for the time being. Greedy Wolf said. I see. Yi Ming responded with a cry. What should we do with this Zhou Feng? Greedy Wolf inquired again. Kill it. Without any hesitation, Yi Ming directly ordered. He didn't want Zhou Feng to die easily, but after being interrogated by the personnel under Greedy Wolf's command, Zhou Feng was afraid that there was no more intact places on his body. Since he had already made Zhou Feng suffer, there was naturally no need to keep it. Who on earth wants to move the Shangtang Group? Yi Ming couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hanging up the phone. Before he returned to China, he had already arranged for manpower to investigate the threats against the Shangtang Group. But apart from a few shrimps, there was no investigation to find out the real mastermind behind the scene. In order to avoid scaring the snakes, he also didn't move those shrimp soldiers for the time being. The reason why he didn't directly announce his identity and didn't kill people directly in public was that one was afraid that Tang Wanqing would find him unfamiliar, and the second was also worried that the person behind the curtain would lay down after knowing that he was sheltering the Shangtang Group. As the saying goes, you don't have to be afraid of thieves stealing, but you do have to be afraid of thieves thinking about you. Although he was powerful, it was impossible for him to stay at Shangtang Group all the time, nor could he always pay full attention to Shangtang Group. In case the person behind the curtain seized the opportunity, it would be a small matter to make Shangtang Group lose a lot of money. If Tang Wanqing was hurt by this, it wouldn't be a consequence he could afford. To him, everything in this world was not as important as Tang Wanqing alone. Su-ying woke up half an hour earlier than usual, and she felt that she had gotten up early enough. After walking to the living room, he found that Yi Ming had already made breakfast. Did you make these breakfasts? Su-ying looked at the breakfast on the table and was surprised. Breakfast was not hearty, just a bowl of porridge and 2 plates of veggies. However, she could see that the porridge was not an ordinary porridge, but on the contrary, it was very much like a medicinal meal. In the kitchen, there were not all the ingredients to make this medicinal meal. So she felt that Yiming must have gone out to make purchases, and for that matter, he was still able to make breakfast before she woke up. It was hard for her to imagine what time Yiming actually got up. Or what? Yiming looked around while spreading his hands. Aren't you sleepy for getting up so early? Suing didn't have the courtesy to sit at the table, but still couldn't help but ask. It's not that early to get up. Yiming responded with an unimpressed sentence. It was true that he didn't get up much earlier, just about half an hour earlier than Suing. As for the other ingredients for making the medicinal meal, he had plenty of them in his spatial ring. Seeing that he was not willing to say too much, Suing stopped asking more questions and started eating. Yummy! Just after taking a bite, Su Ying's originally watery eyes instantly became brighter. I just returned to Jiling yesterday, I haven't found a place. What was certain was that the women had seen him. And it was only after seeing him that they started talking about him. The voice was still loud, obviously spoken to him on purpose. Turning her head, she saw that the women weren't too bad in shape or looks. It was just that the rouge and water powder on his face was too thick, and it was not Yiming's favorite type at all. Wang Qian, who had a conflict with Yiming yesterday, was clearly among them. Chapter 11, The Long-Tongued Woman. Have you guys heard? The new head of security just sacked 15 guards. Wang Qian took the initiative to pick up the conversation. Naturally, I've heard about it, it's just like a joke, dismissing people without any reason. Don't you know that it's a difficult thing for our Shangtang group to recruit security guards these days? A woman took over, her name was manhwa, and she was dressed exquisitely. It's no exaggeration to say that this makeup she's wearing is very much in line with the new age standards of femininity preached by those women online. She had a high education, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to enter the Shangtang group, and she wouldn't have been able to become friends with Wang Qian. But it was her boyfriend who provided the one designer label she was wearing, mostly. In these 2 months, not to mention recruiting new security guards, the previous security have resigned one by one. I'd like to see, turn around and fail to recruit people, this newly appointed head of security, how to explain to Mr. Tang. Another person picked up the conversation, her name was Sang Lingling and she had a pair of charming eyes. She was flirtatious, yet condescending. Her boyfriend is an executive at another listed company in Jiling, and she can get by even if she doesn't come out to work. So on weekdays in Shangtang group, apart from Tang Wanqing and Suing, she didn't give much face to anyone. The reason why he was able to play with Wang Qian and Meng Wan. In addition to the three people's three views are the same, mainly because Meng's boyfriend's family is rich at the same time, but also a public company executives. As for Wang Qian's boyfriend, he was directly the manager of Shangtang group, which was considered their top boss. You guys don't know about this, do you? That security supervisor Yiming has a very unusual relationship with General Manager Su, and his dismissal of 15 security guards and raising the recruitment salary were all agreed upon by General Manager Su. Wang Qian glanced at Yiming, and after the two of them stared at each other, she didn't show any restraint, but instead came on even more. There's more to this? Both Sang Lingling and Meng Wan couldn't help but stare with a very surprised look. More than that, let me tell you, yesterday that Yiming came to the company first to look for General Manager Tang. I vaguely heard some of the contents of the conversation and then remembered those previous reports. This Yiming seems to be the fiancé of General Manager Tang's from before. Wang Qian said with a smile. This news is too strong. If it's really that scum, where on earth did he get the guts to come to Shangtang to look for Mr. Tang? Dumped Mr. Tang back then, now still licking his face to come to Shangtang as a security supervisor, not to mention, actually still have an affair with Mr. Su. This dogman is too scummy, too not something, right? Both Sang Lingling and Meng Wan were shocked by Wang Qian's revelation. This matter, they really hadn't heard Wang Qian talk about it before this. Chewing behind your back is karmic. Yiming heard the three women speak with a nose, but did not get angry, and only felt funny in his heart. According to his nature, he was too lazy to talk to such a long-winded woman. But these three were all employees of the Shangtang group, subordinates of Tang Wanqing. In private, he dared to make up about Tang Wanqing, and even more so, he dared to be conspiratorial in front of him, the person in question. If they didn't rectify it, the ethos of the Shangtang group would sooner or later be led astray by these three. Agu, isn't this our newly appointed supervisor Yi? I'm really sorry, we didn't see you here or we wouldn't have dared to say these words. Wang Qian had a surprised look on her face, and her yin and yang meaning was strong and uncontrollable. You should be glad that you're an employee of the Shangtang Group, or else your death is not far off. Yi Ming's tone was flat. Hee, still threatening me here. If you're really capable, don't treat me as an employee of the Shangtang Group. I'd like to see just what you can do to me. When Wang Qian heard this, her expressions, but immediately afterward, she came. Cynthia, who messed with you guys? The man with the glasses walked over quickly and asked with great concern. Honey, it's this redneck who not only threatened to kill me, but also called us long-winded, so you're going to have to take it out on me. As soon as Wang Qian saw the spectacled man, she transformed into a pitiful look and snuggled into the spectacled man's arms. The man with glasses was no one else but Liang Chang, the marketing manager of Shangtang Group. I know you, the new head of security, Yi Ming, right? Liang Cheng frowned slightly and looked at Yi Ming, pushing up his glasses before asking indifferently. It's me. Yi Ming put down the cutlery and looked at Liang Chang and said. As the head of security of Shangtang Group, is this how you work? To actually threaten the company's female employees, before you joined the company, could it be that you were a gangster? Liang Cheng questioned in a cold voice. Who the hell are you? What qualifications does the marketing department have to control our security department? What's more, if I remember correctly, relationships are not allowed within the company, right? Yi Ming was amused. It's been 6 years of dealing with those at the top of the world's power for a long time. Haven't really experienced it again, being questioned so much and not taken so seriously. Oh, I'm sorry, the reason why I came to Shangtang Group is for Chanshan, and Mr. Tang also knows about this, so the rule of not allowing internal love affairs is not valid for me and Chanshan. Liang Chang sneered, confidently and condescendingly. You're pretty good, but you don't seem to have answered my first question. Yi Ming nodded, and then said. You. Liang Chang's face stiffened. He really didn't have the authority to meddle in the security department's affairs. If Yi Ming was just a small security guard, he could still manage, but the problem was that Yi Ming was the security chief. Chapter 12 Proof of Competence. It's true that I have no authority over you, but as the newly appointed head of security, don't you have to show us what you're really capable of? Liang Chang's face was ugly. Not bad, our Shangtang Group is already in a state of panic right now. It's hard to recruit security guards. If you don't have any real skills, how can we rest assured? Wang Qian immediately spoke out in agreement, very much like a husband and wife. That's right, you fired a dozen security guards just today. Aren't you making fun of our safety? Mr. Tang and Mr. Su have been in danger a few times before, although they were all safe and sound, but now that the security force has been weakened by 2/3 again, who knows if something will happen next time. I also agree with Manager Liang, if you don't have any real skills, you'd better resign yourself, don't joke about everyone's safety. Those employees who had come to watch the event resonated after hearing Liang Chang and Wang Qian's words. The Shangtang Group right now could be said to be in the middle of a storm. With both Tang Wancheng and Suing having been attacked, the employees of the Shangtang Group were in a situation where everyone was in danger. Tell me, how do you want me to prove that I'm capable of being the head of security for the Centurion Group? Yi Ming laughed coldly in his heart and looked at Liang Chang, asking in a flat tone. He wasn't stupid and naturally knew that since Liang Chang had said so, it couldn't be as simple as just letting him demonstrate his fisticuffs. After all, in the perception of ordinary people, anyone who can fight again can only handle 4 or 5 normal adults at the same time at best. It's very simple. Taihang Group's side owes us Shangtang Group 68 million in tail payments. As long as you can get this tail payment back, I think the entire Shangtang Group, there should be no one who will question your ability anymore. The corner of Liang Chang's mouth curved up. Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Taihang Group, that is not an ordinary company. It is said that the chairman Yuan Taihang has a strong underground background. There were even some rumors that Yuan Taixing was an underground big shot in Jinling in his early years. It was only some years ago that he washed his hands of the world and became a serious businessman, but he still acts in a very ruthless manner. Shangtang Group has gone to ask for the final payment more than once, but invariably failed. No problem. Yi Ming didn't have half a word of nonsense and directly agreed. If you don't get this final payment back, are you going to resign voluntarily? Liang Chang froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Yi Ming to agree so dryly. That's natural. Yi Ming nodded. Then, I won't bully you, I'll give you 10 days, or so that you can have enough time to investigate Taihang Group. Liang Cheng snorted. In his opinion, Yi Ming was no longer qualified to talk to him. 10 days later, even if Suing had returned from her business trip long ago, Yi Ming had to voluntarily resign as agreed. Although Su Ying's status in Shangtang Group was very high, but with so many employees present to witness it, she was not that thick-skinned to bail out Yiming. It's been too long, I only need 2 days, and I can have the money sent over by the Taihang Group tomorrow. Yiming shook his head and said with an air of calmness. Hiss. He couldn't be, not knowing what kind of company Taihang Group is, right? I think so. This guy is afraid that he thinks that Mr. Tang is a member of the Tang family, and by pulling the tiger skin of the Tang family, he can easily get the final payment back. Oh, I really don't know whether to say he is naive or advanced. If it is really that easy, this final payment can still be delayed until now? The crowd was stunned by Yiming's words. But invariably, no one felt that he could really get the final payment back in 2 days. TSK, really young and vigorous. Since you're so confident, then I'm here to wish you flagrant victory and a stable position as the head of security of our Shangtang Group. Liang Chung froze, but quickly reacted. Although his mouth was saying blessings, his face was full of looking at the little cutie. The demeanor of the thanks for the blessing. Yiming looked as if he had not heard Liang Cheng's mockery at all. Taking his cutlery, he walked over to an unoccupied table and ate to himself. This matter spread so fast that before the lunch break was over, it had already spread throughout the entire Shangtang Group building. Tang Wanqing naturally knew about it. Just as Yiming finished his meal and was about to go back to the security department to explain some things, he realized that Tang Wanqing had already waited in his office. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? As soon as Tang Wanqing saw Yiming, she only felt angry and could not hide her anger as she questioned. You mean the trip to Taihang Group for the final payment? Yiming was not angry. It was only in his heart that he felt strange, how Tang Wanqing's attitude towards himself today was even worse than yesterday. Or else. Do you know that Yuan Taixing is not a good person? Although I'm a member of the Tang family, once I use the Tang family's connections, I'll lose my inheritance, so Yuan Taixing isn't afraid that the Tang family will step in. When Tang Wanqing saw that Yiming still looked relaxed and indifferent, she only felt more angry in her heart. I don't know, but it doesn't matter, I can work it out. Yiming thought about it and didn't want to lie to Tang Wanqing, so he just told the truth. You. Very well, I'm waiting for you to hand in your resignation. Tang Wanqing instantly got up and raised her hand, extending her jade finger and pointing angrily at Yiming. If I can't even handle a little thing like this, I don't need anyone else to say anything, I don't even have the face to show up in front of you again myself. Yiming was silent for a few seconds and finally gazed at Tang Wanqing and said sincerely. You. Me. Tang Wanqing wanted to say something, but she instantly didn't know whether she should be angry or just happy. She only felt that her emotions were very complicated and she was no longer in the mood to argue with Yiming. Yiming wasn't in a good mood either, but didn't chase him out. Because he knew that if he chased out now, it would only make Tang Wanqing hate himself even more. Old Win, still alive, right? Yiming took out his cell phone and dialed Elder Win's number. Alive and well, are you calling with something to order? Elder Win's tone was calm, and he seemed to be genuinely not angry at all. Taihang Group Shangtang Group $68 million, I want to acquire Taihang Group, I'll go and receive it in 2 hours, you move fast. Yiming commanded. Good, it won't take 2 hours. Elder Wen responded, and then hung up the phone. Within 5 minutes, it was back on the phone. It's been taken care of, Yuan Taixing is away from the company and is now heading back at full speed to prepare for you. Wan Lao said. Good. Yiming directly hung up the phone while walking out of the office and out of the Shangtang mansion. Meanwhile, Zhang Lingling happened to see him go out and her eyes rolled. I don't know what came to his mind, but he directly sent a message to Liang Cheng that he had to go out into the field, and then he headed to the underground garage. Chapter 13. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Zhang Lingling drove straight to Taihang Group and also saw Yiming on the way. This made her more and more certain that Yiming, this guy, was really headstrong enough to run to Taihang Group for the final payment. What an insouciant fellow! Zhang Lingling snorted coldly, despising Yiming more and more in her heart. She couldn't help but wonder just how blind Tang Wanqing had been in the first place to look at this guy Yiming. If I let you embarrass Chanshan and don't let you lie in the hospital for a few months, I'll take your last name. Looking at Yiming, who was getting smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror, Zhang Lingling couldn't help but sneer. Of course she wouldn't do it herself, even though she despised Yiming no matter how much, she wasn't so high and mighty that she didn't have a brain. Knowing that she couldn't possibly be Yiming's opponent, she was going to go get her boyfriend's help. Her boyfriend's name is Qin Dong, who happens to be the marketing manager of Taihang Group. Ling Ling baby, why did you come over all of a sudden? The first time Qindong learned of Zhang Lingling's arrival, he ran to the lobby. I miss you, of course. There's also a trivial little thing that I need to ask Brother Tong for help. Zhang Lingling was not at all concerned about the gazes of the unexpected people and directly snuggled into Qindong's arms. Say, you little goblin, what bag or makeup are you looking at again? Qindong smiled and hooked Zhang Lingling's chin. No, it's just that there's a new head of security in our company today, and he's actually saying that he can get the final payment back from Taihang Group. Zhang Lingling blinked and then said in a glutinous voice. What's that kid's origin? He's not from the Tang family, is he? Qindong couldn't help but frown at his words. It's just a country bumpkin. I heard it's the same scumbag who dumped Tang Wanqing 6 years ago, and now he seems to have gotten together with our company's Su Ying. Zhang Lingling told what she knew, all of it. As long as he's not a member of the Tang family, he'll never want to get that $68 million tail back. Lingling baby, you've provided me with important information. I'll reward you well tonight. Qindong let out a sigh of relief and said, directly lowering his head to kiss on Zhang Lingling's red lips. It didn't take long for Yiming to arrive at Taihang Group. The security guard at the door didn't make a stop, only that he was soon surrounded by a group of people. The person in the lead was naturally Qindong. What are you doing here if you're not at the office? Is it hard to be in heat? Yiming glanced at Zhang Lingling and said with a playful smile. The moment his words came out, the eyes of the group of security guards from Taihang Group instantly became odd. Zhang Lingling was snuggled up in Qindong's arms from start to finish, and the two of them could be described as mushy to the extreme. Every now and then a passionate kiss was even for a while, and both hands were restless and kept groping each other's bodies. The crowd of security guards had long felt awkward, but no one dared to say anything. Now that they heard Yiming's words, they inexplicably felt that it was very fitting and the description was just too accurate. You country bumpkin really don't know how to live. This is Taihang Group, not Shangtang Group. Where did you get the nerve to talk to me like that? Zhang Lingling instantly exploded, glaring angrily at Yiming in chiding. What, are you still an old Buddha here? Yiming was unimpressed and once again spoke out to flirt. You. Zhang Lingling was so furious that her face turned red, and she was rarely so angry that she couldn't speak. Oh, boy, you're brave. Qindong sneered twice and stared at Yiming with a gloomy gaze. With this appearance, he had the look that, at any time, he would let Yiming die without a burial place. Marketing manager? You're not at a high enough level. Have Yuan Taixing come out to see me? Yiming glanced at the work tag on Qindong's chest and said in a bland tone. Chow. When Qindong heard this, his face turned green. This kid can't be out of his mind, right? With goods like him, how dare he ask the chairman to come out to see him? Originally I thought this guy had guts, but now it seems that he's just a brainless rash. Come on, not to mention seeing the chairman of the board of directors, Manager Chen will not let him lie in bed for a few months. It is considered that this kid's ancestors have smoked. The group of security guards from Taihang Group were also stunned by Yiming's words. They didn't have much access to Yuan Taixing, but they were still very clear about Qindong's character. For those who dared to provoke Taihang Group, or himself, Qindong had never been soft. Can't you understand human language? Yiming directly ignored the murmurs of the crowd of security guards. If it was a normal situation, his attitude would naturally not be so arrogant and so not giving face to Qindong. But ever since the moment Zhang Lingling followed him out the door, he knew that this woman didn't have any good intentions. Together with Qindong's attitude now, everything was obvious. He had never been able to give a good face to those who were hostile to him. He hadn't made a direct move yet. If the group of killing stars imprisoned in the underworld prison knew about it, he was afraid that they would all have to drop their jaws in shock. Damn it, I'll break your dog's legs right now. Let's see if you kids still dare to bark. Qindong was completely enraged, and immediately shouted angrily, about to let a group of security guards take action. Damn it, Qindong, you're tired of living, aren't you? An angry roar suddenly came from over the gate. The group of security guards who originally wanted to make a move were like sheep that had heard a tiger's whistle, and they stood still with apprehension. They were all too familiar with that voice. The crowd cast their gazes in the direction of the gate, only to see a middle-aged man in a suit, running quickly. This person is no other than Yuan Taihang, the chairman of Taihang Group. Behind Yuan Taixing, a dozen bodyguards in black suits with sunglasses followed and ran in. It was imposing and looked bluff. Directors? The anger on Qindong's face had disappeared and was replaced by a fawning smile. Only, Yuan Taixing directly ignored him and instead busied himself by running to Yiming. Yi Xiao, I've kept you waiting. Since some assholes in the company have spoiled your good mood, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. He definitely won't see tomorrow's sun. Yuan Taixing respectfully bowed 90 degrees to Yi Ming. This scene stunned the crowd, and even more so, Qindong. Put. Qindong directly kneeled on the ground. He did not know why Yuan Taixing was so pleasing to Yi Ming. But he knew that when Yuan Taixing said that he wouldn't be able to see tomorrow's sun, he was really able to do what he said. He didn't dare to raise his voice to beg for mercy because he was afraid that Yuan Taixing just wanted to kill him. Taihang Group can have $400 or $500 million of net profit each year, which in the listed companies also belongs to the first-class existence. After all, for many listed companies, it is hard enough to stay out of debt. This. Yi Xiao, that's more than 300 million. Yuan Taixing froze for a moment, a little heartbroken, but he couldn't help but give a reminder. You'll pay for the back taxes, and you'll also have to pay back this final payment from the Shengtang Group. Yi Ming lightly glanced at Yuan Taixing. Yes. Yi Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely make up the tax, and I won't evade tax in the future, and I will make up the interest as well as the compensation for the final payment on the side of the Shengtang Group, and I will definitely send $100 million over within 3 days. Yuan Taixing felt nothing but coldness in his body from Yi Ming's look and did not dare to object any further. He had already sent someone to investigate Yi Ming's identity on his way to the company. Knowing that Yi Ming was the one who almost married Tang Wanqing back then. Naturally, he also knew that Yi Ming was now the head of security for the Shengtang Group. Deliver it at noon tomorrow, and I want cash. Yi Ming said. Yes. Yuan Taixing hurriedly nodded his head. You're lucky I've been in a good mood lately. I don't want to go on a killing spree, and I don't want too many people to know who I am, or else you wouldn't be qualified to make me look at you more than half an eye with your abilities. Yi Ming got up and patted Yuan Taixing's shoulder. Thank you, Xiao Yi, for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely behave well in the future and do my best to work for Xiao Yi. Yuan Taixing's face stiffened and he didn't get angry. Instead, he quickly showed a flattered look. He wasn't acting. He felt from the bottom of his heart that he was about to get lucky. It was because he had investigated Yi Ming that he knew just how terrifying Yi Ming was. Yi Ming appeared as if out of nowhere 8 years ago, and 6 years ago it was as if he had suddenly evaporated. Now that he had suddenly run back and was unwilling to reveal his identity, he couldn't find out a single piece of information about Yi Ming elsewhere. The existence of a person who could make him, who was worth billions of dollars, unable to find out clues, that identity naturally spoke for itself. I'm afraid that even those people on the top of the Tower of Power in Jinling City may not be qualified to talk to Yi Ming as equals. Let's do tomorrow's business first. Yi Ming smiled, and then he left the office and walked out of the Taihang Group building. He didn't return to the Shengtang Group, but instead strolled outside before returning to Su Ying's house. Tang Mai was the second master of the Tang family and Tang Wanqing's own uncle. Early in the morning, he arrived at the Shengtang Group and directly convened a meeting of the group's senior management. Second uncle, Shengtang Group has nothing to do with the family. Aren't you extending your hand too far like this? Tang Wanqing walked into the conference room and looked at Tang Mai, who was sitting in the main seat, and couldn't help but frown and question. Mr. Tang, you're wrong. After all, the second master is your elder, and is also responsible for most of the Tang family's industries. Now that Shengtang is in trouble, for his old man to come and preside over the situation, that's caring and pampering you. Before Tang Mai could say anything, Liang Chang had already gotten up and said with a smile on his face. Wanqing, don't worry about it, second uncle doesn't have anything bad in mind, he just wants to help you get through it. After all, Shengtang Group has a market value of tens of billions nowadays. If something really goes wrong, it's also a major loss for our Tang family in the final analysis. Tang Mai said with a smile on his face, like a kindly elder, gazing at Tang Wanqing. Yes, Mr. Tang, with second master stepping in, that final payment that Taihang Group owes us at Shengtang will definitely be recovered very quickly. Wang Xian, who was following Tang Wanqing's side, also hastened to speak out. Second uncle, if you really want to step in, I won't stop you, but this isn't me asking for help from the family, it's you wanting to help, and even if you intervene, Shengtang will still have nothing to do with the family. Tang Wanqing looked at Liang Chang and then Wang Xian. Her heart was dissatisfied. These two were under her hand, but now they ran to flatter Tang Mai. She had wanted to fire these two for a long time, but nah, Tang Mai would get in the way every time. She is not a little cutie. Knowing that Liang Chang and Wang Xian had become Tang Mai's minions. As for the rest of the company, even if they didn't submit to Tang Mai, they definitely didn't dare to mess with him. Su Ying was the only one who would stand up to Tang Mai's unceremonious anger when he meddled in Shengtang Group's matters. Now that Suing wasn't there, and she was in the way of seniority, she couldn't directly argue with Tang Mai. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed in her mind. Supervisor Yi, you can't go in, Second Master Tang and General Manager Tang, they're having a meeting. Just as Tang Wanqing was getting tangled up, an anxious female voice came from outside the door. Immediately afterward, the door to the conference room was pushed open and Yi Ming walked in. Behind him was a flustered Miss Manners. It's you? Tang Mai's gaze sharpened the moment he saw Yi Ming. You who? Yi Ming had never met Tang Mai, but had read the other party's information. The reason why they pretended not to recognize each other now was purely because they wanted to help Tang Wanqing out. I'm Wanqing's second uncle. Tang Mai's face sank, his tone somewhat icy. So you're Wanqing's second uncle. If I didn't have an emergency back then and had to leave, and Wanqing and I had a smooth engagement in marriage, I should be addressing you as second uncle now. Yi Ming revealed an enthusiastic appearance, with a few hidden pleasing colors. Asshole. When Tang Wanqing heard this, especially when she saw the pleasing look on Yi Ming's face, her face instantly became a few points darker. But in her heart, anyone in the world can curry favor with Tang Mai, only Yi Ming can't. Hee, your words are not wrong, but it's not too late now. Wanqing, this child is affectionate and righteous, and has not looked for you in these 6 years. Tang Mai's gaze narrowed slightly, and after determining that Yi Ming wasn't being conspiratorial, his expression eased. Especially after seeing the gloomy look on Tang Wanqing's face, he felt even more comfortable in his heart. Really? If that's true, then Wait, what are you doing running to Sheng Tang Group for nothing? Although you are Wanqing's second uncle, the agreement between Wanqing and the Tang family is almost unknown in Jinling. As Wanqing's second uncle, is it possible that you are trying to design a frame-up to make her lose the Tang family inheritance? Yi Ming couldn't help but show a look of delight, but after subconsciously looking at Tang Wanqing, it was as if he only realized that she had an ugly face. Immediately afterward, he was in a daze, as if suddenly enlightened, pointing the finger at Tang Mai. Chapter 15, Kneeling and Conquering. I'm Wanqing's own uncle, how could I possibly frame her? Tang Mai didn't expect Yi Ming to suddenly change his tone of voice, and for a moment he was somewhat confused. Between the big families, it's very common for pro-brothers, pro-sisters to kill each other, not to mention between uncle and nephew. You know clearly about the agreement between Wanqing and the Tang family, and you still come to Sheng Tang Group in the open. Isn't it obvious that you want to make things difficult for her? Is there anyone in this world who is an uncle like you? Yi Ming stared at Tang Mai as if he was determined to die, saying word for word. Boy! Tang Mai was so infuriated that he slammed the table, wanting to scold and stink at Yi Ming. But after thinking about it, that would be too degrading, and I'm afraid that Tang Wanqing would seize the opportunity to make some reckless proclamations. If he let others know, he wanted to make things difficult for Tang Wanqing, and directly undermine the agreement back then through these small actions. In the future, even if someone from the Tang family had stepped in to help the Sheng Tang Group, it could also be excused by the fact that someone had deliberately framed Tang Wanqing. There were people in the Tang family who didn't want Tang Wanqing to feel better, but there were likewise people who wanted her to inherit the Tang family estate. How else would this well-known agreement have come about? It seems like I've really hit the nail on the head, Mr. Tang. The Sheng Tang Group doesn't welcome you at the moment, so please leave. Yi Ming snorted coldly and made a pleased gesture to Tang Mai. In what capacity are you asking me to leave? Tang Mai suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Yi Ming with a smile as he asked. I am the head of security of the Sheng Tang Group. I have the obligation to maintain the interests of the Sheng Tang Group and Wanqing. The current you will undoubtedly jeopardize the interests of the Sheng Tang Group and Wanqing. Yi Ming said very bluntly. Interesting, since I'm not welcome, I'll leave first. Tang Mai gazed at Yi Ming for a while, but in the end, he calmly got up. Second uncle, take care. Tang Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief and also forced a smile. Wanqing, this fiancé of yours, is indeed very good. Tang Mai stopped and said meaningfully. After saying that, he directly left the conference room and also left the Sheng Tang Group. Supervisor Yi, didn't you say yesterday that you would get back the outstanding balance owed by Taihang Group today? How come there's still no movement? Liang Chang looked at Yi Ming with a bad expression and asked. He didn't dare to interrupt when Tang Mai and Yi Ming confronted each other just now. But now that Tang Mai was gone, he naturally had no more worries. He is not a little cutie. Knowing that Tang Mai looked at Yi Ming with displeasure in his heart. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to ruthlessly humiliate Yi Ming, or even directly make Yi Ming leave his job, he would definitely be more highly regarded on Tang Mai's side. There's no rush on the tail payment owed by Taihang Group, I have a more important thing to give Yiming to do. Tang Wanqing spoke in a flat tone. Because of what had just happened, she had already seen that as long as she left Yiming behind. Then, in the future in the Shang Tang group, in addition to Su Ying, there was another person like Yiming, who dared to replace her in the Tang family to call the shots. Although the fact that Yiming had just returned to Jinling and started to womanize had still haunted her. But since Yiming said he wanted a year's worth of proof, she didn't think it was impossible to agree. Mr. Tang, Supervisor Yi made a military order yesterday, and the deadline is today, so if he really did it, he shouldn't delay anything else. Wang Qian spoke carefully. She is not a little cutie. Well aware of the time she helped Tang Mai speak up before. Although it was said in a rather cryptic manner, it also sounded like it was looking out for the Shang Tang group. But with Tang Wanqing's wisdom, she definitely knew that she was as much Tang Mai's person as Liang Chang. My words are useless, are they? Tang Wanqing's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Wang Qian and then Liang Chang. Both couldn't help but lower their heads sheepishly. Wanqing. Yiming opened his mouth, but was directly interrupted by Tang Wanqing. Call me Mr. Tang. Tang Wanqing looked at Yiming and said with some dissatisfaction. Mr. Tang, if you have something to explain directly, I'll just go and do it directly. As for that tail payment owed by Taihang Group, I've also asked for it back. Yiming smashed his mouth twice, and although he was reluctant, he changed his name. Bull, before the meeting, I also purposely went to the finance department to ask. There is no record of Taihang Group's transfer. As soon as Liang Cheng heard this, he immediately raised his head, without the half-hearted look. It's not 50 or 60 years ago, just transfer the money directly. Do you still want to tell us that the Taihang Group's people will come over with cash to pay back? Wang Qian also came to life. If there was no reason, she and Liang Cheng really didn't dare to go against Tang Wanqing. But once they had a reason to be, they didn't have to be half as afraid. This wasn't because they weren't really afraid of Tang Wanqing, but because they knew that Tang Wanqing was a reasonable person. You look like a pig. I didn't think you'd be smart once in a while. Taihang Group is indeed sending cash over. Yiming looked at Wang Qian and said with a playful smile. You. Wang Qian was instantly infuriated. Oh, a hick is a hick, being tricked by the Taihang Group and still thinking he's great. Liang Cheng sneered out. Right. If Taihang Group wanted to pay back the money, they would have done so long ago. Why would they need a country bumpkin like you to go and collect the money? Wang Qian also reacted. The rest of the executives also looked at Yiming with sympathetic gazes when they heard the two. They had all determined that Yiming had been tricked by the Taihang Group. Nowadays, hundreds of thousands of funds don't go to cash, but are transferred directly, firstly, for safety and secondly, for convenience. How brain-dead is Taihang Group that they would strain themselves to carry over $60 million in cash to repay the loan? Don't be in a hurry, it's going to be noon soon, and if Yuan Taixing doesn't send the money over by then, I'll just resign. Yiming looked indifferent. Although Yuan Taixing didn't know his real identity, he could be sure that Yuan Taixing definitely didn't dare to miss his appointment. Oh, if Taihang Group can really send cash to the company, I'll kneel down to you and shout at my grandfather. Liang Chang was already certain that Yuan Taixing couldn't possibly have someone send money over. Calling out grandpa is fine. If I had a grandson like you, I'd rather not have children, just kneel down and sing conquest. Yiming glanced at Liang Chang and said with disgust. You. Okay, if you win, I'll kneel down and sing a conquest. Liang Chang almost couldn't help but explode, but on second thought, Yiming couldn't possibly win. Since he was destined to win, he might as well let Yiming, the clown, fool around some more. Are you sure Taihang Group will really send the money? Tang Wanqing's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she gazed at Yiming. Okay. Yiming nodded. Well then, if Taihang Group really sends the cash over, I'll agree to your conditions. Tang Wanqing opened her mouth after a little thought. Get back together with me? Yiming's eyes immediately flashed with light. You have 1 year. Tang Wanqing's face stiffened slightly before it resumed its somberness. Chapter 16, Not a Penny Less. Time passed by, and it wasn't even noon yet, it was only a little after 11. Outside the Shangtang Group building, there came a luxury fleet of cars, and a group of black suits and sunglasses men got out of the car in unison. In the hands of several of them, each pulled a suitcase. The person at the head of the group was Yuan Taixing, who was considered a dignified person in Jinling City. Mr. Yuan. Yuan, what are you doing? The 4 security guards who were guarding at the entrance were shivering with fear upon seeing Yuan Taixing and his party. Come to pay it back. Yuan Taixing took off his sunglasses and spoke in a flat tone. Please come in. Those 4 security guards looked at each other, then at Yuan Taixing and the others, and in the end, they didn't dare to stop them. As Yuan Taixing and his party walked into the lobby, Tang Wanqing also received the news. In no time, Tang Wanqing led Yiming and Liang Chang and the others to the lobby by elevator. They're not really here to pay back the money, are they? Liang Chang was a bit nonplussed. He was now weak inside and inexplicably a little grateful at the same time. It was a good thing that Yiming couldn't see him, otherwise if he really lost and knelt down and shouted at his grandfather, then his face would be completely disgraced. As for losing and denying it, he wanted to, but didn't dare. After all, Tang Wanqing was also present at that time, and he and Wang Qian were ostensibly targeting Yiming, but in reality, they were trying to weaken Tang Wanqing's prestige. If he really lost, even if Yiming didn't bother with him, Tang Wanqing would make him honor the bet. I don't think so, Mr. Yuan has come in person, I'm afraid he's here to raise hell. Wang Qian was also panicking right now, fearing that Yiming would really be able to turn the tables. Therefore, she couldn't wait in her heart right now, it was Yiming who had offended Yuan Taixing. This was what caused Yuan Taixing to run to Shangtang Group with his men to get a statement from Tang Wanqing. How did you do that? Tang Wanqing couldn't help but look at Yiming and inquire in a low voice. Although the distance was still a bit far, she could already see those suitcases around Yuan Taixing and the others. She didn't think that Yuan Taixing would bring any dangerous goods over with such a large group of people. Together with Yiming's previous words, she could already be sure that what was contained in those suitcases must all be cash. Yuan Taixing thought I was very powerful, so he obediently agreed to my request. Yiming responded with a smile. Ha! Tang Wanqing didn't believe it at all, but she didn't pursue the matter. Not to mention that there were many barriers between her and Yiming now, even back when they were close. She also wouldn't try to get to the bottom of a matter when Yiming clearly didn't want to talk about it. Mr. Yi, Mr. Tang. Yuan Taixing, who was sitting and sipping tea, immediately got up to welcome Yiming and his party upon seeing them. He was very shrewd, even if Yiming did not explain in advance, he knew that it was not appropriate to shout Yi Xiao now. Got all the money? Yiming asked. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, 100 million, not a penny less. Yuan Taixing said solemnly. What? 100 million? Both Liang Chang and Wang Qian could not help but be shocked, their eyes widening. The rest of the Shangtang Group executives were also confused at the moment. They all knew very well that Taihang Group owed Shangtang Group $68 million in final payment. So they were puzzled as to why Yuan Taixing said he brought 100 million. Mr. Tang, if you're not confident, you can have someone from your company's finance department come over with a bill checker to do some counting. Yuan Taixing looked at Tang Wanqing and said sincerely. At the same time he uttered those words, the bodyguards behind him who were pulling the suitcases opened them with great eyesight. The boxes of big red bills can be very visually appealing. Mr. Yuan, if I remember correctly, the final payment owed by Taihang Group was only $68 million. Why did you send me $100 million? Tang Wanqing asked in disbelief. Back to Mr. Tang, the extra $32 million is interest and compensation. Yuan Taixing's posture was low. Tang Wanqing was tempted to reject the so-called interest and compensation. But when it came to mind, Shangtang Group now had a funding gap of $800 million. With that final payment, and the extra $32 million, and a reprieve, she was somewhat unable to say no. Wang Qian, go get the people from the finance department to come over and do an inventory. Yiming looked to Wang Qian and instructed. You. Good. Wang Qian subconsciously wanted to question Yiming on what qualifications he had to order himself. But after looking at the reactions of the people around her, she could only swallow her breath unwillingly. The count went smoothly, and it didn't take too long for the dozen or so bill checking machines to work together. Mr. Yi, General Manager Tang, if there are no other orders, I'll retire first? Yuan Taixing let out a long breath in his heart and looked at Yiming and Tang Wanqing and asked tentatively. Well, stand down. Yiming nodded. Yes. Yuan Taixing responded respectfully before leaving Shangtang Mansion with his men. Manager Liang, it's time to honor the bet. Yiming was calm one moment, but his gaze sharpened the next. Supervisor Yi, I admit, it was me who judged people by their appearance and was too self-righteous. There is no problem with singing conquests, but... Liang Chang looked complicated, saw Tang Wanqing mood is obviously very good, then wanted to discuss with Yiming to fold a middle. Kneel. Yiming directly interrupted Liang Cheng's words without any room for discussion. Supervisor Yi, do you really want to do this? Liang Cheng's face stiffened and he asked with a dark face. Supervisor Yi, it's true that Liang Cheng and I were wrong before, we shouldn't have targeted you at every turn, but as the saying goes, if you do something, you'll be able to meet each other in the future, we're all colleagues, so it's better to leave a little bit of room for maneuver. Wang Xian was very angry in her heart, but she had to speak out and plead for mercy. After all, Liang Cheng was her boyfriend. If Liang Cheng knelt down and sang conquests in front of Yiming, she would have to follow suit and lose face. Do you also know that being a man is a good thing? Yiming asked with a playful smile. The Shang Tang Group's people say one thing, and the bet was set by Liang Cheng himself, it's fine if you don't want to sing the conquest, change it to the conditions Liang Cheng said at the beginning. Tang Wanqing scanned the crowd before speaking. Her voice was pleasant and melodious, but to the ears of the crowd, it seemed a little scary. Those executives who had originally wanted to speak for Liang Cheng and Wang Qian had dismissed the idea. Okay, willing to bet, I'll kneel down and sing my conquest. Liang Cheng's face changed, itching to smack himself a few times. This farce ended quickly, with many employees around to witness everything. Originally, because of those recent events, it had already caused the crowd to question Tang Wanqing's ability. But after this incident, the entire Shang Tang group understood that Tang Wanqing was still the same Tang Wanqing as before. Time flew by, and when she got off work in the afternoon, Tang Wanqing approached Yiming. Mr. Tang, just explain anything. Yiming was not surprised, after all, Tang Wanqing had said before that there was something he needed to do. After work, you can stop calling me Mr. Tang. Tang Wanqing said. Wanqing. Yiming couldn't help but grin when he heard this. I'll buy you dinner, come with me to the garage. Tang Wanqing's expression didn't change, and after she finished speaking, she turned around and headed towards the elevator. Chapter 17, The Golden Tomb in the Southern Sky. Yiming knew that Tang Wanqing was thanking him for getting the final payment back from Tai Hang Group's side, which was why she specially invited him to dinner to show her appreciation. But he didn't mind because he hadn't eaten with Tang Wanqing in 6 years. Only, when the two arrived at the garage and had just gotten into the car, before they had the chance to start the car, Tang Wanqing's cell phone incoming call rang. Cousin, is something wrong? Tang Wanqing answered the phone, her tone cold, obviously not close to this cousin. Yiming slightly side-eyed, he already heard from the voice that this cousin who called Tang Wanqing was Gu Shuxian. His impression of Gu Shuxian was not good, and could even be said to be very bad. Wanqing, come to Nantian Jiling for dinner, my aunt and I are there. Gu Shuxian's tone was considered very gentle compared to Tang Wanqing. You and Mom eat, I'm just about to go out to dinner on my end too. Gu Shuxian was a bit incredulous and also full of confusion as she looked at Tang Wanqing and asked. I'm just a normal friend with him now, he did me a favor today so I'm going to treat him to dinner, cousin if you don't want to see him I can invite him to dine somewhere else. Tang Wanqing was silent for a moment before she said, almost word for word. This is fine, so if you're not worried about what your aunt says, bring him in. Gu Shuxian had some desire to speak, but in the end, he could only helplessly compromise. On the 4th floor, the box called Cloud Water Stream, the name of this box could be said to be true to its name. The box was decorated around it in the shape of a cliff, with thin streams flowing slowly, and if you didn't look at the ceiling, it did feel like you were sitting in the middle of a waterfall in a valley. The box was already occupied, a man and a woman. The woman was a beautiful woman, looking only in her early 30s, with a temperament that could be described as charming and seductive. She was Tang Wanqing's mother, Gu Qingyun. The other person was Yang Jia, who had had a conflict with Yiming the day before. Little Jia, Auntie is really relying on your blessing today, otherwise, I really don't know when I can come back to Nantian Jiling to have a meal again. Gu Qingyun wore a kind smile and was very satisfied with Yang Jia's arrangement. Although she was the wife of the contemporary head of the Tang family, she had to be able to eat a good medicinal meal in Nantian Jiling. The minimum standard for everyone, that would have to be $1 million to start with, to really eat and drink well. At their level, it was naturally impossible to just follow the minimum standard points. Otherwise, wouldn't spreading the word make others think that the Tang family had become so poor that even the head wife couldn't afford to eat the medicinal meals from the Southern Heavenly Gold Lodge? She, the wife of the Tang family's head, was just a superficial splendor, and she really didn't have the strength to come to the Southern Sky Golden Mausoleum every now and then to dine. Auntie, you're making fun of me with that, with your status and position, even if you're in Nantian Jiling 3 times a day, it's just a sprinkle. Janji kept his posture low. One reason was because Gu Qingyun was Tang Wanqing's mother, and he was treating her today so that she could help set up the match. Secondly, because, with Gu Qingyun's identity, he really didn't dare to be reckless. If he angered the Tang family, it wasn't a joke. "You child!" Gu Qingyun cried and laughed a little, even though she knew that Yang Jia was kissing ass. But, how many people in this world don't like to hear good things? Miss Gu and Wanqing are here. Yang Jia was just about to say something else when he heard the sound of the compartment door being pushed open. However, after turning his head with anticipation and seeing Yiming following the two women, he couldn't help but freeze. "Yiming, you little, how do you still have the face to appear in front of Wanqing?" Gu Qingyun also froze, but immediately after that, she slammed the table and got up to angrily point at Yiming to rebuke and question. "Mom, you watch your image." Tang Wanqing's mind reeled for a moment. Only, on the way here, she had already prepared herself to be angrily scolded and rebuked by Gu Qingyun. After all, Yiming's behavior of leaving without saying goodbye back then not only made her lose face, including her parents, and even the face of the entire Tang family, it could be said that all of them had been ruthlessly thrown onto a cloud of sludge. "Wanqing, are you stupid? This dumped you 6 years ago and left you at the engagement banquet without a word, and now you are still with him and helping him. Do you want to be angry with Mom?" Gu Qingyun looked at Tang Wanqing, her voice and attitude both moderated. However, that look of hatred was what made Tang Wanqing feel a pang of heartache and guilt. "Auntie, calm down, you should trust Wanqing. With her intelligence, how could she possibly fall in the same place twice?" Yang Jia stood up and spoke out to persuade Gu Qingyun. "Wanqing, say, are you with this kid again now?" Gu Qingyun smiled, her emotions smoothing out quite a bit as she looked at Tang Wanqing and asked. "No, he's the head of security at Shangtang now. He and I are up and down in the company, and we're just normal friends after work." Tang Wanqing shook her head and answered truthfully. "That's good." Gu Qingyun sniffed and let out a breath. However, when her eyes glanced at Yiming, she only felt angry again and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Chapter 18, Door to Door? "Auntie, calm down first, it's not advisable to get angry before eating the medicinal meal." Yang Jia couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment in his heart when he saw that Gu Qingyun had been persuaded by himself. In his opinion, even Gu Qingyun was willing to listen to him. If he wanted to take Tang Wanqing down again, it wouldn't be a handful. "Now that you're here, sit down." Gu Qingyun coldly glanced at Yiming before looking at Tang Wanqing and said, "Mom, if you don't want me to make the same mistakes again, the past should be left alone." After Tang Wanqing took her seat, she hesitated for a moment and looked up at Gu Qingyun and said, "What you mean? I get it." Gu Qingyun was stunned, but then she reacted. She still knew her daughter well, having said that. It meant that Tang Wanqing didn't want to revisit the old story and had also been disappointed in Yiming for a long time. "Brother Yi, what do you want to eat and order directly? If you can't read the menu, I can explain it to you properly." Yang Jia took the initiative to push the menu in front of Yiming. "The menu is described in detail, and I can still read the dragon script." Yiming nonchalantly picked up the menu and flipped through it. Each medicinal meal had detailed notes. It is very clearly labeled as to what it is good for the body, what it is not good for people with illnesses, or what it can alleviate or even cure. The price is also marked clearly. The effect of the most ordinary medicinal diet, a copy is 100,000. Those with significant results generally cost more than the $1 million mark, with the most expensive reaching $3.5 million. A bumpkin is a bumpkin, ordering a dish is a grind. I'm afraid you're not intimidated by the price, are you? Gu Shuxing coldly glanced at Yiming and said with contempt. "Brother Yi, just don't worry about ordering, this meal is my treat today." Young Jay said graciously. He had specially prepared $30 million for this meal today. And when he used to follow his parents to the Southern Sky Golden Mausoleum for dinner, the most sumptuous meal for a family of 3 only cost more than $12 million. Now carrying $30 million, he could be said to be confident. Even if Yiming ordered all the dishes, he was confident that he would be able to pay. "You can really order whatever you want?" Yiming looked at Yang Jia with a smile on his face. "That's natural, I'll do what I say, and I definitely won't renege on my word and go back on my word like some people." Yang Jia had the same smile on his face, but his words were clearly connoting Yiming. When Tang Wanqing heard this, her eyebrows knitted, clearly dissatisfied. However, Yiming acted as if he did not hear the mocking intent in Yang Jia's words at all, and really ordered his own food. "Stupid." Gu Qingyun snorted coldly, looking more and more at Yiming. But she didn't have the intention of ordering the dishes herself. She wanted to see Yiming, this bumpkin, actually dared to order those dishes. Point taken. Yiming ticked off a total of 10 dishes, and then handed the menu to Yang Jia. It's not that I'm saying, Brother Yi, you're being too polite, it adds up to less than $6 million, you don't need to be so frugal for me at all. Yang Jia looked at the menu while shaking his head in disbelief. Jia, since you've ordered, let the waiter come and get the menu. Gu Qingyun said. No hurry, today is the first time I invited Auntie to dinner, naturally I can't be so shabby, I'll add 2 more dishes, Auntie you guys also take a look, what do you want to eat, just order directly. Yang Jia said, directly ticking off 2 $3 million medicinal dishes before handing the menu to Gu Qingyun. Just add a random dish. Gu Qingyun hesitated slightly and symbolically ordered a dish with a price tag of $600,000. And then will be the menu, handed to the side of the Gu Shuxin. Gu Shuxin didn't be polite and directly hooked 2 dishes, one was $1,660,000 and the other was $2,888,000. Enough already, that's all. Tang Wanqing looked at the menu, adding up to 16 million already, and didn't continue ordering. Yang Jia sniffed and directly picked up a remote control-like device next to him and pressed a button. In a short while, 2 waiters, who had an unassuming demeanor, walked into the box. After confirming that the crowd would not change the menu again, the 2 waiters were ready to leave. But they had only turned around, but they were shouted at by Yang Jia again. Is there, today, anything rare that's not on the menu? Yang Jia asked. Yes. A waiter responded with a slight bow and a respectful attitude. Well then, 1 for each. Yang Jia said with great bravado. This. Sir, today's special medicinal meal is very expensive, are you sure? Both of the waiters could not help but stare at each other, and after looking at each other, they looked at Yang Jia with less certainty, wanting to make some introductions. No need to say more, just serve the food directly, I'm not a country bumpkin, are you guys worried that I can't afford to pay? Yang Jia waved his hand in a posture of sitting on a mountain and waving his hand. Yes. The 2 waiters sniffed and said nothing more. They did see Yang Jia often, and they also knew that Yang Jia's family was not ordinary, and he really wasn't the kind of person who couldn't afford to pay. Yiming, it's not that I look down on you, but the gap between people is really big, just like today's meal. If Wanqing didn't bring you here, you're afraid that you won't have a chance to eat it in your life. With Yiming such a bumpkin, where is the face of the pen to speak out here? Delusional enough to think that through so-called hard work, you'll be able to be a good match for the Tang family? Chapter 19 Insufficient Balance. Yiming saw through Yang Jia's small mind, but he didn't say anything. With his status and position, if it wasn't for Tang Wanqing, goods like Yang Jia wouldn't even be qualified to meet him. How could he be angry because of Yang Jia's smug sense of superiority and a few words of painless mockery? This tastes good, it's fragrant and sticky, it's lip-smacking, and it doesn't stick to your teeth. After the medicinal meal came up, Gu Qingyun tasted 2 mouthfuls and made a comment with great enjoyment. More than that, just smelling the aroma, there is inexplicably a feeling of physical and mental pleasure. After eating it, the whole body is soothed, and the fatigue of the whole body dissipates. This is the most significant effect and the best flavor of the medicinal meals I've ever eaten. Gu Shuxin also made a comment with great satisfaction after tasting it. Auntie, cousin Shuxin, eat more if you feel good, you can order more if you don't have enough. As soon as Yang Jia heard this, he felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart, and he did not forget to glance at Yiming in a condescending manner. Why don't you eat? Tang Wanqing took 2 bites and felt that this medicinal meal was truly different. But seeing that Yiming did not move his chopsticks, he could not help but ask suspiciously. It's good stuff, but it's not handled well and spoiled. Yiming looked at the bowl of medicinal food and said with some regret. This medicinal meal, which was not on the menu, was spiked with a number of rare herbs, 300 years worth of ginseng, and a variety of herbs of great value. The rice wasn't just any rice either, it had obviously been nourished by aura. Yiming knew at a glance that behind this Southern Sky Jinling restaurant, there must be martial arts forces as backers. It was only that the level of those chefs in Nantian Jinling, the supreme medicinal cuisine, was really too poor. Don't look for presents here, if the people of the Southern Heavenly Golden Mausoleum hear about this, we won't intercede for you. Gu Shuxin frowned and glanced at Yiming in a very unpleasant manner. Listening to Brother Ye's words, could it be that you still know how to make medicinal meals? Yang Jia, however, asked with great interest, vaguely carrying a few shades of anticipation. It'll be a little skinny. Yiming said in a flat tone. At his level, by spending 1 or 2,000 to grab a serving of herbs, he would be able to create a dish whose medicinal effects were no less than this medicinal meal in front of him. And that's exactly why he said that all these good things are spoiled. This is a bit surprising to me, since Brother Yi said that the chef of the Southern Heavenly Golden Mausoleum didn't handle these herbs well. Do you want me to introduce you to the chef of the Southern Heavenly Golden Mausoleum, so that you and the chef of the Southern Heavenly Golden Mausoleum can have a good exchange of insights? Yang Jia Qingshan instantly came to life. He did not expect that Ji Ming would actually fall for the trap so easily. Nantian Jinling has a very special position in Jinling City. Even the ones at the top of the Tower of Power in Jinling City didn't dare to play the bully in Nantian Jinling. If Yi Ming offended the chef of Nantian Jinling, he didn't need to think about it to know that it definitely wouldn't end well. Eat well, don't make trouble. Yi Ming is just a country bumpkin. What does he know about medicinal food? Gu Qin was a bit dissatisfied. She is not a little cutie. Could see that Yang Jia was digging a hole for Yi Ming. Although she likewise looked at Yi Ming with displeasure, she was not shameless enough, to the extent of digging a pit to bury Yi Ming. It was also because of this episode that made her reconsider Yang Jia. Originally, she had planned, when she was half full, to speak out and set up Tang. I naturally can't compare to Young Yang. Yi Ming was in a smooth state of mind and didn't take Gu Shuxin's taunts to heart at all. Eat well, it's better to talk less and have fewer mood swings when consuming medicinal meals. Tang Wanqing sighed and said somewhat helplessly. Wanqing is right, when consuming medicinal meals, it is indeed better to have a calmer mind. Younger echoed vocally. In his opinion, Yi Ming had already developed an inferiority complex and no longer needed to continue to fight. When the bill was settled later, just by hearing the total amount of the bill, Yi Ming was afraid that he would be directly ashamed of himself, and would not have the face to appear in front of Tang Wanqing again in the future. As time passed, the 5 people ate almost as much as they wanted, and Yang Jia called out to the waiter. Just swipe your card. Before the waiter could say the total amount of the bill, Yang Jia had already taken out his bank card with great bravado and handed it over. Okay. The waitress answered with a smile on her face. Only, with the swipe of the card, after the prompt of insufficient balance, the waiter's face could not help but stiffen. What's going on? I have over $34 million on my card, how can I have a low balance? Yang Jia was a bit confused, but quickly reacted and questioned out loud. Sir, this meal for you few has cost a total of $86.4 million. The waiter explained. What? Not only was Yang Jia dumbfounded, even Gu Qin and Gu Shuxin, as well as Tang Wanqing couldn't help but stare in disbelief. No way, I want to see the bill. Yang Jia was instantly enraged when he came back to his senses. In his opinion, Nantian Jinling was treating him like an ingrate. He'd had it in his mind when he'd eaten earlier that there must be enough money in his card. Otherwise, he would have gone out and called his parents to transfer the money to him quickly. How could he have waited until now? Chapter 20, Swipe my card. Sir, the bill remembers very well, you can check it carefully. Without the slightest hesitation, the waiter directly handed the bill to Yang Jia. I'd like to see what you guys have added to me that you can actually calculate the amount to over $80 million. Yang Jia angrily took the bill, and despite his anger, he read it seriously. Only when he saw the end of the bill, he was outright dumbfounded. Jai, what's wrong? Gu Qin got up and walked over to Yang Jia, looking at the bill suspiciously. It was this look that made her freeze. How is it possible that a bowl of medicinal porridge is actually priced at $12 million? Aren't you South Heavenly Golden Mausoleum robbing money? Yang Jia reacted and looked at the waiter, questioning angrily. Sir, these points of medicinal kanji are special medicinal meals that are not on the menu, and the price is set according to the ingredients used. The attendant still smiled and patiently explained. Nonsense, I'm not unaware of your Nantian Jinling, not on the menu of rare items, the highest price once in the past, but also only a copy of 3 million, this time how the price is so outrageous? Still say it's not treating me as an ingrate? When Yang Jia heard this, his anger increased instead of decreasing. Sir, you remembered wrong, the highest price for a special medicinal meal that is not on the menu of our Nantian Jinling is $26 million a serving. The waitress frowned slightly, but quickly stretched it out, keeping her smile somewhat far-fetched as she spoke up again to explain. Chow! You are really treating me like a little cutie. Right? Tell your manager to come and see me, I'd like to see if he dares to make me pay. Yang Jia had already lost his mind a bit. Originally, today was to leave a good impression in the hearts of Gu Qin and Tang Wanqing's mother and daughter, but I didn't expect to meet such a bad thing. Although a call to his mom and dad would have covered that expense. But, if he suffered a dumb loss and became an ingrate, he could think of it with his toes. An intelligent strong woman like Tang Wanqing would definitely brand him as a cutie. label, and in the future, he was afraid that he wouldn't even interact with him anymore. Therefore, even if he lost his temper, even if he made a big deal out of it, he couldn't bear to eat this dumb loss. Yes, just a moment. Without any hesitation, the waiter simply called the manager. Not long after, a man wearing a Chinese mountain suit with a strong aura, looking in his early 40s, walked into the box. Mr. Yang, our restaurant's waiters have made it clear that it's you who are not poor and don't listen to their introduction of the price of the special medicinal meal in front of you. If you really think that the special medicinal meal isn't worth $12 million, you can just leave. After the manager of the restaurant heard the waiter speak clearly about the cause and effect, he looked at Yang Jie and said in an indifferent tone, "Are you threatening me?" As soon as Yang Jie heard this, his face turned ugly. He was angry, but he hadn't lost his mind. It wasn't as if there hadn't been people who had come to eat overpriced meals since the opening of Nantian Jinling. But without exception, those who dared to come to Nantian Jinling to have a bully's dinner would end up with a broken family. I'm not threatening you. Our Nantian Golden Mausoleum has always been clearly marked. If customers don't agree with the price, we won't force them to buy or sell. Of course, if you eat but don't pay, that's slapping our Nantian Golden Mausoleum's face. If you think that the Young family has the qualifications and strength to slap the Nantian Golden Mausoleum's face, naturally, I won't force you to pay the bill either. The manager's face was expressionless and his tone was indifferent. You. Yang Jie opened his mouth, but nothing came out. The Yang family's strength wasn't bad, although it wasn't among the first-class families in Jinling, it wasn't much worse. Otherwise, Gu Qingyun wouldn't have had the intention to set him up with Tang Wanqing. But, even the family heads of first-class families didn't dare to cause trouble in the Southern Heavenly Golden Mausoleum. How could their Yang family have the strength to fight against the Southern Heavenly Halls of Gold? We still believe in Nantian Jinling's reputation. Just a moment, we'll make the payment. Gu Qingyun sighed and could only take out her bank card, ready to pay together. Auntie, I have over $6 million on me, how much do you have on your bank card? Gu Shuxin also took out the bank card, and looked at Gu Qingyun somewhat nervously and asked. I only have $23 million on me. Gu Qingyun replied. Although she was the wife of the Tang family's head, her husband did not control much of the family's industry despite being the head of the family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to take a year and a half before she could come to the Southern Heavenly Gold Ridge to have a good medicinal meal. Wanqing, how much money do you have on you? Gu Shuxin turned his gaze to Tang Wanqing. All my money is in the company account, and on my personal bank card, there's only $12 million. Tang Wanqing's beautiful brows were knitted, and she was in a bad mood. The company was already in dire need of money, and now it's going to spend tens of millions of dollars on a meal. Even if Yang Jie had more than $34 million there, the rest, without having to think about it, would need to be advanced by her and her mother. It's a couple million short, I'll call your dad. Gu Qingyun sniffed and frowned as she took out her cell phone. Mom, there's no need, I'll just have the company side transfer $50 million over, consider this meal as a treat for the two of us. Tang Wanqing raised her hand and rubbed her temples, helplessly. This. Gu Qingyun hesitated. Yang Jie opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. He was tempted to say he'd just have his parents transfer the money. But when he thought about it, he had only asked for $30 million in the morning, and if he went to ask for it again now, if it was a few $1,000,000, his parents would not hesitate to turn it over. But if it's over $50 million, odds are his parents are going to balk. Swipe my card. Yiming, who hadn't uttered a word, finally couldn't look on and took out a bank card and handed it to the restaurant manager. Chow, it's just an ordinary savings card, are you pretending your mom is pretending? When Yang Jie took a look, he only felt a nameless fire rise in his heart and couldn't help but make a mocking remark. Yiming, don't mess around, I'll just have the company transfer the money over. Tang Wanqing frowned slightly and said with some displeasure. If the restaurant manager thought that Yiming was provoking Nantian Jinling, the situation would be even more complicated and difficult to end at that time. Most of all, she didn't want to see Yiming being targeted for revenge by the Southern Heavenly Jinsling. Even the Tang and Yang families were unwilling to offend the Southern Heavenly Jindal, let alone an ordinary person like Yiming. It was no exaggeration to say that Nantian Jinling only needed to release one sentence to make Yiming have no foothold in Jinling City. Are you sure? The manager did not pay attention to the rest of the people, but looked directly at Yiming to confirm. Don't worry, the balance is enough, if I remember correctly, there's over $90 million on the card. Yiming said. Yes. The manager sniffed and personally took the bank card and swiped it on the POS machine. Chapter 21, Searching for the Zither Fairy on the Internet. Payment was successful. The two waiters standing beside the manager, almost in unison, spoke out in surprise. If it were normal, they wouldn't be so out of sorts at all. But today, having just had a falling out, it feels like it's going to be a pain in the ass to get the money back for this meal. However, he did not expect that Yiming, who was the most inconspicuous of the five and was dressed in cheap clothes, actually paid off more than $86 million directly. How is that possible? How did he get so much money? Yang Jie's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Like him, there were also Gu Qingyun and Gu Shuxian. The two women looked at Yiming with shocked faces. How did you get so much money? Tang Wanqing only felt her heart tighten, and subconsciously thought that Yiming had gone to do something illegal during the years he had disappeared. To her, even if Yiming had nothing, she didn't care. But if Yiming had done something illegal and made money against her conscience, then she had looked away. Deep down, she had always felt that Yiming really had a compelling reason for leaving in the first place. The reason why she didn't give Yiming a good face nowadays was because these 6 years of waiting, these 6 years of windy words, made her harbor a nameless fire in her heart. Plus she rushed to the bar at the first opportunity, only to learn that Yiming had been taken away by another woman. If she could still flirt with Yiming like before, then she wouldn't be Tang Wanqing. It was also impossible to start the Shangtang Group, which was valued at tens of billions of dollars, in 5 years with only $100 million of startup capital. Don't worry, the money is clean. How could Yiming not know what Tang Wanqing was thinking in her heart? I hope so. Tang Wanqing wanted to speak, she had a lot to say. But when it came to mind that, between her and Yiming now, it seemed that she could no longer be considered a couple, she instantly lost interest in inquiring. Ugh. Gu Qingyun looked complicated, sighed, did not say anything, and directly led Gu Shuxin to leave the box. Yang Jie left look, right look, in the end, still want a point face, gray face quickly step out of the box. Sir, thank you for patronizing Nantian Jinling, please keep your bank card and welcome to visit again. The manager was also surprised, but quickly adjusted his emotions, bowed slightly, and returned the bank card with both hands. Aha! Yiming received the bank card and nodded slightly, and then he also walked out of the box with Tang Wanqing. Arriving at the lobby on the first floor, Yiming however could not help but stop in his track. I'd like to play a song, can I borrow your violin? Yiming asked. Yes. The woman hesitated for a moment and eventually nodded slightly, only, what surprised them was that Yiming's face was very blurry within the video. No matter how much, without involving martial artists, the security force formed by these people was already considered top level. In addition to this, Yiming had deliberately recruited 2 top hacking talents. With the abilities of these 2 hackers, the salary package of the Shangtang Group's security department would naturally not attract them. The salaries of these 2 men are in addition to those of the security department of the Centurion Group. Yiming also paid out his own money and gave the 2 men a salary of $200,000 per month. A week has passed, those people behind the scenes, why haven't they made a move yet? On this day, after arranging everything, Yiming sat in his office and fell into deep thought. He didn't think that those behind the scenes had stopped. Only, until the end of his shift, he hadn't been able to figure out what kind of conspiracy the person behind the curtain was brewing. It seems that we can only wait for them to strike again. Yiming sighed, even Elder Wen had been on the stakeout for so long, but he hadn't been able to investigate who the person behind the scenes was. He had to keep a low profile again now, and there really was no better method than to wait for the other side to reveal their cracks. Leaving the company, he returned to his residence, only to find that Suing had already returned. Surprised? Suing asked with a smile when she saw Yiming. Quite a surprise, but you'd better cut back on the snacks. Yiming smiled and glanced at the various types of snacks placed on the table. Less snacking isn't out of the question, but you have to promise that you'll cook for me every day. Suing hesitated for a moment, and then she made her conditions. Yes, I'll cook for you as long as we live together. Yiming nodded slightly, and then he walked into the kitchen. 40 minutes or so later, the meal was served with a rich aroma, unlike the aroma of an unusual meal. These meals made by Yiming were essentially medicinal meals, and the aroma that permeated them gave people a feeling that their bodies were soothed and their hearts were relaxed. By the way, there's a sorority party tonight, so hang out with me. After finishing the meal, Suing looked at Yiming as she cleaned up the dishes and said, I have a favorite. Yiming replied, just going to make up the numbers, we have too many girls over here and a few less boys, so follow me around then and just eat and drink. Suing was slightly stunned. She didn't think that Yiming actually already had his heart in the right place. Could be. Yiming thought about it a little and felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he agreed. Get ready to leave later when it gets dark. Suing revealed a smile before carrying the dishes into the kitchen. After washing the dishes, Suing went to freshen up a bit, and by the time she was done, it was just about dusk. Yiming followed her out the door, got into the car, and headed straight to an estate in the suburbs. The estate is similar to a private club and is a membership program where only members can bring people in. The manor was built after the continental style and covered a large area, touching about 120 acres or so. Suing led Yiming and walked to a small foreign building where the fellowship party they were going to attend was held. Only, before he was about to enter the door, Yiming unintentionally noticed it. Not far away, in the flower bed, there seemed to be a few medicinal herbs that were relatively rare, yet only used by martial artists. I'll check over there and meet you inside later. Yiming stopped and looked at Suing and said. Good, you remember not to run around, although most of the guests of this manor are young people, but we can't rule out that there are a very few mentally challenged rich second-generation people. Being tainted is trouble. Suing didn't think much about it. After all, Yiming wasn't a child, it was impossible to get lost. Well, don't worry. Yiming nodded slightly and headed over to the flower bed. Suing, on the other hand, walked straight into the party. It wasn't a large crowd, only about 40 people, and it really was a situation where there were more women than men. Tang Wanqing was also there, except that she didn't talk to the males. This could not help but remind her, a week ago, of Yiming's reaction in the lobby of the first floor of Nantian Jiling. Hopefully, he really wasn't looking at the veiled woman, but simply wanted to play the zither? Chapter 23, Cha-Cha-Cha. This place in the video is indeed the lobby of the first floor of the Nantian Jiling, only, I really don't recognize this person. We can't even see the face clearly. Even if we know someone, we can't possibly recognize them. I also like him very much, it's just a pity that, with my ability, I am simply unable to inquire about him from the southern heavenly golden tomb. A few of the rich girls sitting together spoke out. Their families are not bad, not to say tens of billions of family property, but several hundred million, more than a billion is still there. However, it is still not enough to try to inquire about customers from Nantian Jiling with only a billionaire's bottom line. Ying, do you really like this guy in the video? Tang Wanqing's mood was now complicated. Yiming left without saying goodbye. No news of these 6 years, for her can be called a hell of a life. She originally thought that after 6 years, she had already died to Yiming. But as it turned out, when Yiming reappeared, there was no hatred in her heart other than anger. She herself couldn't say why she didn't hate Yiming, and couldn't even spare a few words to curse him out loud. Especially now that she had learned that Su Ying's sweetheart was actually Yiming, her heart inexplicably tugged. Of course, not to mention the extent to which his zither skills are actually superior. Just from the song he played, one can hear that he is a person who is sentimental and very responsible, and how can one not love a person who is talented and responsible? Suing nodded and said very seriously. His name is... Tang Wanqing agonized for a moment, and finally decided to tell Suing about Yiming's name and identity. After all, Yiming's entry procedures in Shangtang Group were all handled with the help of Suing, and the people were also recruited by Suing. Even if she didn't say anything, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for Suing herself to realize that the zither fairy in the video was actually Yiming. Only, before she could finish her sentence, she saw Yiming coming their way. This sudden situation could not help but make her freeze and forget to continue to tell Suing about Yiming's identity. Wanqing, why are you here too? Yiming asked with some doubt and some worry after he walked over to Su Ying's several people. He was genuinely worried that Tang Wanqing didn't care about him and her heart anymore and would be looking for a new boyfriend at any time. If you can come, why can't I? When Tang Wanqing heard this, she only felt a nameless fire rise in her heart. Yiming's words, to her, sounded like she was questioning why she wanted to participate in the sorority party. I didn't mean it like that, I was just a little surprised. Yiming also realized that his words had caused Tang Wanqing to misunderstand, and immediately spoke out to explain. Ha! Tang Wanqing held her tongue, but she was afraid of being seen as a joke, so she snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to Yiming. Yiming, come, sit here. Suing smiled and didn't mind, although she was away on a business trip, she had heard about some of Yiming's affairs within the company. On the first day on the job, most of the security staff was fired and the next day they wanted their final payment back that no one had been able to get back. This ability, it must be said, can be described as very counterintuitive, but when dealing with the work, there is fear that some friction has arisen between them and Tang Wanqing. Both are extremely capable people, no one is willing to be soft. Private meeting, naturally, no one will not let anyone, it is reasonable to mix a few words. Yi Ming? The few rich girls sitting together were stunned after hearing Yi Ming's name. I know what you guys are thinking, don't worry, this guy is not the dogman that Wanqing met at the beginning, he is very capable of fighting, and will be able to heal. When I met him, if it wasn't for him to come to my rescue, I would have definitely lost my innocence. The dogman who dumped Wanqing is not as capable as him, and his character is definitely not as good as this guy. Suing took a look and knew what the crowd was thinking in their hearts, and immediately happily spoke out to explain. Hearing her words, the few rich girls couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, both Yi Ming and Tang Wanqing could not help but look at Suing with an odd expression. This could not be blamed on Suing, after all, 6 years ago she and Tang Wanqing had not yet met, naturally she had not seen Yi Ming back then. During this period of time, she was away on business again, and those employees in the company who liked to pass on gossip didn't have anyone who had a brain fart and dared to call her specifically to tell her the content of Tang Wanqing's gossip. So, she really didn't know that Yi Ming, who she felt was very reliable, was the same dogman from 6 years ago. Mr. Yi, would it be convenient to have a dance? A rich girl wearing a long sky blue dress immediately extended an invitation to Yi Ming after hearing Su Ying's words. Her name was Deng Yuan and she was good friends with Tang Wanqing and Suing. Although Yi Ming was dressed in cheap clothing, she had never cared about gentrification. She just inexplicably felt that the more she looked at Yi Ming, the better she felt, and when she was with him, her mood seemed to inexplicably become better. Could be. Yi Ming first glanced at Tang Wanqing and saw that she looked calm and was talking to Suing, so he also agreed to Deng Yuan's invitation. In the center of the field, there were already a few pairs of men and women dancing the usual social dances. What kind of dancing do you do? Or rather, what kind of dancing do you like to do? Deng Yuan had a gentle tone and a smile on her face. I prefer the cha-cha, do you know it? Yi Ming was not polite and answered directly. Will. Deng Yuan was stunned, but then nodded. The two looked at each other, and then they began to dance the cha-cha to the rhythm of the music. Deng Yuan's dance skills are solid, and it's also clear that she has studied Latin dance in depth. It just seems like there is no specialized practice when it comes to the cha-cha. But even so, damn, how dare you do such a nasty thing in broad daylight, stop it for me. Xiao, what era is this? There are still people who are so bold, if I don't beat this bastard to death, it's hard for me to get rid of my anger. The dozen or so men attending the sorority party, after seeing the scene in front of them, instantly rose in anger. The crowd, without a second thought, rushed straight over and kicked the suited and booted the clothed man to the ground. Dare to hit me, you guys are tired of living, aren't you? After that clothed beast was kicked over, not only did he not collect himself, but he cursed loudly. I chow, still dare to bark, see me. One of the men closest to the clothed beast was about to go up and make up for it right away. Only. Before the words were finished, he got a good look at the clothed beast. As his voice came to an abrupt halt, the rest of the group sensed something was wrong and turned their gazes to the clothed man. Zhou Xiao, why are you? You here? When they saw the person's face clearly, everyone couldn't help but be shocked and stuttered in their speech. Why can't I be here? Damn it, which dog kicked me just now? Get the hell out. Zhou Xiao cursed and stood up, angrily scanning the crowd. No one spoke, and the dozen or so people all subconsciously took 2 steps back. Chow! You guys wait, I'll have someone go to the surveillance. Seeing this, Zhou Xiao was enraged and directly put down harsh words. Zhou Yang, you were at fault for this incident today. If you really want to disgrace the Zhou family, we don't mind accompanying you to make things worse. Tang Wanqing frowned and finally made the decision to step forward. Zhou Yang? Yi Ming raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this name. Wasn't this the eldest son of the Zhou family in Jilin? He had originally thought that Zhou Yang would be some kind of extraordinary character. Unexpectedly, in terms of character, it was a bit inferior to even Zhou Feng. This shows that the family style of the Zhou family in Jilin is not very good, and I am afraid that there are a lot of unseemly things in their hands. Tang Wanqing, that's a bit interesting. Your Tang family has some weight, but it's still far from enough if you want to level the field with our. So, even if they were on Tang Wanqing's side in their hearts. However, if they wanted them to take a stand against the Zhou family, they still didn't dare. Look, these people around you are nothing but a bunch of goons, it's you who actually dares to spoil this young man's pleasure. It's really hard to vent out the fire in my heart if this young man doesn't sleep with you today. Zhou Yang had a lewd smile on his lips as he looked Tang Wanqing up and down, as if he had already seen her naked. At the same time, a group of strong men in black ran over and stood behind him. Obviously, these black-clothed strong men were all his bodyguards. The crowd that was already fearful of Zhou Yang had become even more cowering at this moment. Except for one. Seek death. Yiming coldly shouted and directly rushed over, punching Zhou Yang on the bridge of his nose. Ka-ching! Crisp sounds of bones breaking rang out as Zhou Yang's nose was directly broken, nosebleeds bursting out. Zhou Yang's entire body, too, was directly on all fours, lying on the ground, and had directly fainted. Do it, get this kid. The group of black-clothed bodyguards who had just rushed over were all dumbfounded in that moment. When they came back to their senses, one by one, they were instantly anxious and directly moved to get Yiming killed. The reason was simple: in front of them, Zhou Yang had all had his nose broken and directly fainted to death. If they don't get the field back, let alone keep their jobs, the punishment from the Zhou family's side would not be something they could afford. Bang! Ka-ching! Boom! All 8 black-clothed bodyguards moved very swiftly, only that they broke their arms and legs and fell to the ground wailing even faster. In less than 5 seconds, all 8 black-clothed strongmen collapsed on the ground, and a few of them even fainted like Zhou Yang. Yiming, on the other hand, stood unharmed. Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, looking at the physically thin Yiming with a face full of shock and dismay. You're coming out with me. Tang Wanqing froze for a while before coming back to her senses, quickly stepping forward and pulling Yiming towards a distant, unoccupied place. Does it seem like I'm giving you a hard time? Yiming asked. A little, but I can still afford it, but you can't stay in Jinling anymore. Hurry up and take this bank card and leave, you know the password. Tang Wanqing said, taking out a bank card and stuffing it into Yiming's hand. She knew in her heart that Yiming had made his move because Zhou Yang had hit on her. Therefore, even if she felt that after beating Zhou Yang, the trouble was so big that she stabbed the sky, she did not blame Yiming. Chapter 25 Old Lady Tang. Just keep the money for yourself, I don't need it and I'm not leaving. Yiming held Tang Wanqing's hand and shoved the bank card back into her hand. Are you being silly? With the Zhou family's strength and position in Jinling, it's unlikely that the Tang family would be willing to offend them. If you stay, the Tang family will push you out. Tang Wanqing got angry and glared angrily at Yiming questioningly. I don't care about the Tang family, I only care about you. As long as you are on my side, even if we are enemies with the whole world, we will be safe and sound and free. No one in this world can do anything to me, let alone the district Zhou family. Yiming said and raised his hand, wanting to caress Tang Wanqing's cheek. Crazy. You're crazy. Tang Wanqing raised her hand to slap away Yiming's hand, already so angry that she didn't know what to say. But looking at Yiming's calm face, she knew that it was impossible for her to persuade her. After dwelling on it for a moment, she no longer paid attention to Yiming and directly turned around to go back to Suing and the others. First looked at the waitress's condition, just shocked, not injured, recuperate for a few days. Afterwards, she took Suing and personally went to see the estate administrator and asked for the surveillance video outside the small house. Wanqing, what exactly is your relationship with Yiming? He can't really be the dog man who abandoned you in the first place, right? After parting ways with the estate manager, Suing finally couldn't help but ask. Even though Yiming was the type of person who would fight, she could see the situation clearly just now. If Zhou Yang hadn't hit on Tang Wanqing's idea, Yiming would never have made a move. Adding to that, Tang Wanqing pulled Tang Wanqing and exclusively ran to the far end of the conversation, during which the two of them were still very intimate in their demeanor. This made her suspicious. Yes, he's the dog man you're talking about, the asshole, just crazy and pissed off. Tang Wanqing looked around before saying indignantly. What? I'm going to help you teach him a lesson. If I had known that he was that dog man, I would never have taken him on, let alone recruited him into the company, not to mention letting him stay at my place on loan. When Suing heard this, she was stunned for 2 seconds, and when she came back to her senses, she immediately went to find Yiming to settle the score. Never mind, it's all in the past, but I do wonder how you let him live with you. Tang Wanqing pulled Suing back while asking suspiciously. Not long ago, I was set upon by someone and happened to run into him. He was the one who saved me. I brought him to the company the next day, but when I went to the bar to drink that night, I saw that he was so drunk that I brought him back to my place first, and I learned that he hadn't found a place to live yet, and because I wanted to leave him behind to be the head of security, I let him stay at my place for the time being. Suing organized her language a little bit, and then went into great detail about the causes and consequences. You were the one who took him, a week ago, at the clearinghouse? Tang Wanqing froze for a moment and asked in surprise. Yeah, what's up? Suing nodded and asked suspiciously. I am fine. Tang Wanqing's mood was a bit complicated, she couldn't tell what was going on. After learning that the person who took Yiming from the bar in the first place was Suing, she was inexplicably relieved in her heart. Then what's next? Zhou Yang isn't a good person, and there aren't any good people on the Zhou family's side, especially Zhou Yang's father, Zhou Shintong, who was rumored to have a lot of lives on his hands. Seeing that Tang Wanqing didn't want to say more, Suing didn't pursue the matter. The most important thing at the moment was what to do about the trouble on the Zhou family's side. I told Yiming to leave, but he was dead set against it. You take him home first, the Tang family side should get the news soon. I'm afraid I'll be called over for questioning later. No matter what, I won't let him be the one in trouble. Tang Wanqing raised her hand and rubbed her temples, saying with a headache. Although he did the right thing in this matter and did nothing wrong, but Wanqing, why are you protecting him so much? Can it be that you still love him in your heart? Suing nodded, and at the same time raised a question. I can't tell. He told me that he was compelled to leave in the first place, and my reason told me that even if I was compelled to do so again, I shouldn't have disappeared without leaving a single word, but for some reason, I still want to believe in my heart that he did have a hard time. Tang Wanqing hesitated for a while before she said in a low mood. This. Fine, then leave him for a good observation first. If he can explain clearly and does have a hard time, then you can decide whether or not to forgive him depending on the situation. Suing made some attempts to speak, but in the end, she still dismissed the idea of making Tang Wanqing a little more sensible. After all, she didn't know much about what happened 6 years ago, and had only heard Tang Wanqing and others talk about it some. And she was very nice to Yiming's, plus Tang Wanqing clearly still had Yiming in her heart. If possible, she also hoped that what happened 6 years ago was just a misunderstanding. Tang family Villa Manor. After old lady Tang received the news that Tang Wanqing had had someone beat up Zhou Yang, she summoned all the people of the Tang family at the first opportunity. It was now 2 o'clock in the morning, and all the Tang family members who were in Jinling City, including Tang Wanqing, had all rushed over. Tang Wanqing's mother, Gu Qingyun, was currently standing with Tang Wanqing's father, Tang Mutian, and both of them looked very grave. You guys have understood the matter. It's that boy Zhou Yang who wanted to use force on a girl, and after being stopped by Wanqing and the others, he actually hit Wanqing with his idea. Tell us all, how should this matter be handled? Old lady Tang allowed the old butler to recount the matter, then she swept a glance at the crowd and slowly opened her mouth. The Tang clan had a large population, with the main and collateral lineages together numbering over 200. This matter today was about the fate of the family, so even the people from the sidelines were called over. Nearly 100 adults from the Tang family gathered together, and once they looked over, the scene was huge. Grandma, I just heard the news that Zhou Yang woke up, and he let out the word that if the Tang family doesn't want to make a big deal out of it, he'll let Sister Wanqing accompany him for a month. A youth spoke out. The youth's name was Tang Zizhou, a descendant of the Tang family's main vein and the son of Tang Mai. Nonsense. Wife, I also do not say the scene. I do have some preconceived notions of this child Wanqing, always feel that she is not very pleasing, but today this matter, Wanqing did not have the slightest place to do wrong. No one is allowed to say that take Wanqing's innocence to level the matter of the words, or else the family law to serve. Old lady Tang slammed the table, very dissatisfied. If she were to say which child among her grandchildren was her favorite, then there was no doubt that she loved Tang Zizhou the most. However, Tang Zizhou's words had touched her bottom line. Even if Tang Zizhou had only stated the news that Zhou Yang had released, it still made her feel very unhappy. After all, she is not a little cutie. As could be heard from Tang Zizhou's tone and demeanor. This grandson that she loved the most was clearly harboring the thought that she wanted Tang Wanqing to go and accompany Zhou Yang for a month. Chapter 26. Mother, the person who did it was Yiming. If we push him out, the Zhou family should be demoralized. Tang Mai, who had been silent since the beginning of the meeting, suddenly spoke out. Right, how did I forget about this? Grandma, Yiming, this little scumbag, back then he made our Tang family lose face, now he's inviting trouble for us again, just push him out directly to bear the wrath of the Zhou family. When Tang Zizhou heard this, he was instantly energized. He didn't like Tang Wanqing as a cousin because when the old man of the Tang family died, the will left behind was clearly written. The new generation of the Tang family's power will be contested from the grandchildren. Tang Mutian, the head of the family, was just an empty title to be in excess. And he happened to be very clear that this cousin of his loved Yiming miserably. So whether something happened to Tang Wanqing herself or Yiming was pushed out, it would serve the same purpose for him. Old madam, this method that the second master said is indeed the most prudent, not counting the loss of our Tang family's face, and without any loss, but also eliminating the Zhou family's anger. Yes, I also think that's how it should be done, Yiming, this country bumpkin. Back then he made our Tang family a joke in Jinling, and now that he's come back and caused so much trouble, he should be the one to bear the consequences of this. As Tang Mutian's father and son spoke out, many of the Tang family's children who were not from the first line, but were from the main vein, spoke out in agreement. As for the collateral lineage descendants, each and every one of them chose to remain silent. Although Tang Mutian's frame was a flowery one any way you looked at it, it was still very simple to clean up these side children of theirs. Grandma, no, even if we push Yiming out, there's no way the Zhou family will stop. Tang Wanqing, who originally didn't want to make any comments, couldn't sit still at once. Mom, you should know better than I do. The Zhou family has long been hitting on our Tang family. This time, they managed to find an excuse, so how could they stop continuing to look for trouble from our Tang family just because they pushed Yiming out? Gu Qingyun hesitated for a moment and finally sighed, looking at old lady Tang and said. She didn't like Yiming and could even be described as annoying. But more than anything, she hated to see her daughter sad. Sister-in-law, since you say this method won't work, name a feasible method. Tang Mai was smiling. All right. Old lady Tang pounded the ground with her walking stick, a majestic aura erupting from her body. Instantly, the father and son Tang Mai, who had originally wanted to see Gu Qingyun's joke, as well as a portion of the main vein's children, were all stunned into silence. It's true that the Zhou family has long wanted to make a move against our Tang family. Even if Yiming is pushed out, the Zhou family won't be able to stop, and instead, they'll ruin Wanqing's reputation because of it. Old Mrs. Tang slowly spoke after a few seconds of silence. Mother, so what the hell are we going to do? Tang Mai asked tentatively. Although he knew that old lady Tang favored their second house more, he was equally very clear. In matters concerning the fate of the Tang family, anyone who dared to mess up and drag their feet would be chastised by old lady Tang without mercy. Our Tang family is not a soft target either, although in the military as well as the political ministry, our connections are far inferior to the Zhou family, but in Jinling, our Tang family can still fight with the Zhou family when we do our best. Mrs. Tang said. The crowd listened in silence, and no one dared to interrupt old lady Tang's words out loud. They also heard and understood that old lady Tang was already prepared to get tough with the Zhou family. However, it's still necessary to try to make peace. Wifey, I'm here to promise that whoever is able to succeed in making peace before the war starts, whether it's a main lineage descendant or a side lineage descendant, will receive all the shares of the Tang clan group in Wifey's hands. Old lady Tang paused for a moment, scanning the crowd, and only then did this slowly open her mouth. Hiss. The crowd didn't help but change their faces at the words. Old Mrs. Tang had 25% of the shares in her hands, and was also the current number one shareholder of the Tang clan group. If one could obtain the shares in old lady Tang's hands, even if one didn't have half of the shares of the Tang clan group before, it will also instantly go from being an unrelated person to being the number one shareholder of Tang's group. Grandma! Tang Zizhou was excited at the sound of it, and was about to get up and take this matter on the spot. But he was pressed back into his seat by Tang Mai, who was sitting on the side. Grandma, the matter was caused by me. I want to try and see if I can redeem myself. If I succeed, Grandma doesn't have to give me the shares. If I fail, I'm willing to merge Shangtang group into the Tang clan group on the spot. Tang Wanqing dwelled on this for a while before she got up and said with a look of incomparable seriousness. Yes. Old lady Tang looked deeply at Tang Wanqing, her heart slightly touched. Hee, Sister Wanqing, you don't think you want to go and accompany Zhou Yan for a month, do you? Tang Zizhou said with great displeasure. Tang Wanqing just lightly glanced at Tang Zizhou and didn't say anything. You. Tang Zizhou only felt that he had been humiliated like never before, and was about to lose control of his emotions and storm off immediately. Alright, adjourn the meeting, I'll go back to rest, and from tomorrow morning, I'll get ready to fight the Zhou family. Old Mrs. Tang slapped the table and got up and walked out of the conference room after saying that. You punk, your daughter has suffered so much, you don't even let out a single fart. Marrying you is really the biggest misfortune of my life. My daughter having a father like you is also the biggest misfortune of her life. As the crowd left one after another, Gu Qingyun finally couldn't help herself and hammered Tang Mutian a few times, saying with hatred. Tang Mutian wanted to say something, but after looking at Gu Qingyun and then Tang Wanqing, he finally just lowered his head in shame. Okay, Mom, just stop talking about Dad. It's not like you don't know his personality, let's just go home. Tang Wanqing had a bit of a headache, but didn't blame Tang Mutian for not speaking up for her. Early the next morning, it was after working hours, and Suing still hadn't gotten up yet. Yiming probed out his divine sense and sensed Su Ying's condition, and after making sure it was fine, he ate breakfast alone. Only when he arrived at the Shangtang group, he instantly sensed that the atmosphere was off. The employees of Shangtang Group are usually very serious and responsible in their work. Today, however, there were quite a few employees gathered in the lobby, and each of them did not look very good. What happened? Yiming quickly walked over and asked out loud. Supervisor Yi, you're finally here, something big has happened. I heard that last night, Mr. Tang beat up a top-ranking rich second generation because he saw justice, and it's only been one night since then that many of our Shangtang Group's partners have unilaterally cut off their cooperation. As soon as those few employees saw Yiming, their eyes couldn't help but light up, and they began to recount what they knew. Chapter 27, The Dog's Legs. Yiming thought about yesterday's incident and worried about Tang Wanqing. He turned around and walked towards the elevator. At this moment, a conspiratorial voice came from behind him. Mr. Tang has made a big mess this time, she can't protect herself, she can't help you now. Yiming knew that it was Liang Chang as soon as he heard it, and it was obvious that he knew something about the situation and wanted to flaunt his power in front of Yiming. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at him curiously as well. Honey, does he have something to do with this too? Wang Qian, who was following behind Liang Chang, asked in confusion. As soon as Meng Wan and Zhang Lingling heard that Yiming was also involved, they immediately gossiped and came forward, perking up their ears. Liang Chang looked at Yiming smugly with a wicked smile on his face, reaching out and pointing at Yiming to the crowd. Because, he's the one who punched someone yesterday. The crowd was shocked, and all of them turned their gazes towards Yiming with dissatisfaction in their eyes. Do you guys know who he hit? Liang Chang didn't think the anger was strong enough and added another word. The Zhou family's eldest son, Zhou Shintong's son, Zhou Yang. Wang Qian was the first to exclaim, her face pale with fear. Zhou Daoxiao. Zhou Yang's name coupled with Zhou Shintong caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. To have offended the Zhou family. This is simply looking for death. What the hell is wrong with this kid? What a disaster. Mr. Tang, this is not being righteous, this is pushing the company into the fire pit. The people were talking, pointing the finger at Yiming, blaming him for dragging the company down. Liang Chang revealed a triumphant smile. He received Tang Mai's order last night. He wanted him to take this opportunity to weaken Tang's power and give Yiming a lesson in. Liang Chang looked at Yiming playfully, and the crowd understood what he meant. Yiming looked at Liang Chang, then Wang Qian, and let out a cold smile. You're a big man who loves to chew the cud, so it really stinks. Wang Qian's face turned red with anger as Yiming humiliated him and Liang Chang in public again. You. Liang Chang patted Wang Qian's shoulder and comforted her intimately. Don't get mad at me, darling, don't get upset with the bumpkin. Yiming didn't have time to bother with them and turned around once again with the intention of leaving. Liang Chang once again arrogantly shouted. This matter was caused by Supervisor Yi, and should be held responsible. Your initiative to leave is considered to give everyone an explanation. Liang Chang's proposal was immediately seconded by Wang Qian. That's right. Resignation. Right. Immediately, there were others who also stepped forward. Everyone did not want to be implicated by the Zhou family and wanted Yiming to be the scapegoat. Not only that, Zhou Shintong has always been a precious son, you also have to go to the Zhou family to make amends, don't harm everyone. Liang Chang wasn't enough and pushed Yiming to the center of public opinion. Hearing the name of Zhou Shintong, everyone in the company was in danger, and everyone had a sad expression on their faces. The Zhou family's strength is far above the Tang family, and Zhou Yang in particular has high hopes. Now that I'm actually getting beat up out there, it's definitely not going to end well. If the Zhou family's anger can't be calmed, I'm afraid we'll all suffer. Everyone felt that this matter was all because of Yiming's impulsiveness and blamed him for all the blame. Watching the company's atmosphere being brought down by Liang Chang, Yiming shot a cold aura and angrily rebuked. Liang Chang is an employee of the company. You are not resting on your laurels, you are here to incite people's hearts. What on earth are you playing at? In the face of Yiming's questioning, Liang Chang was momentarily speechless and his face turned red. Dare to demagogue here again, I'll make you look good. Yiming's tone was full of threats, and Liang Chang was very faceless. Yiming, don't be arrogant. Zhou Yang sent word that he wants General Manager Tang to accompany him for a month before giving up. Mr. Tang has already agreed to go talk to the Zhou family in order to give an explanation to the Tang family, and now there's no one to back you up. Liang Cheng pointed at Yiming and shouted with a very arrogant tone. What did you say? Yiming rushed to Liang Chang with an arrow step and grabbed his collar and questioned. What are you going to do? This is what the Zhou family said, not me. Liang Chang was so subdued by Yiming's aura that his speech turned stuttering in fear. Yiming's two eyes lit up with anger, only hating that he hadn't directly killed that bastard Zhou Yang yesterday. Watch your mouth. Yiming did not want to dirty Tang Wanqing's place, otherwise he would have already slapped Liang Chang to death. Liang Chang was too scared to speak and cowered, afraid that Yiming would strike at the drop of a hat. Yiming, quickly go to. Yiming turned to look, only to see Suing hurriedly running on her high heels. Suing ran to Yiming and pointed in the direction of the door, coming up for air. I didn't stop. Wanqing went to Zhou's group to look for Zhou Yang by herself. You brought people over, I worry about it. Upon hearing that, a gloating expression immediately appeared on the face of Liang Chang, who was lowering his head. Yiming frowned slightly, his face showing concern. He gave Liang Chang a disdainful glare as he pushed him away. Then, Yiming looked at Suing and nodded slightly. Don't worry, I'll bring her back safely and you keep an eye on the lapdogs at the office. Suing turned her head to look and immediately understood what he meant. Yiming beckoned, and several people from the security department immediately rushed out with him. Looking at Yiming's back as he left, Liang Chang was so angry that his teeth itched, but he could only temporarily hold back because of Su Ying's presence. Leaving the company, Yiming drove a car alone in front of him to open the road, with the rest of the security guards driving close behind. Old one, go warn Zhou Shintong for me, I don't mind helping him discipline his son if he can't watch him. Wen Lao heard a hint of anger in Yiming's tone at this moment and felt a chill at his back despite the phone call. The tiny Zhou family is not worthy at all, I will have him bring his son to make amends to you. Yiming did not reply and directly hung up the phone. Wanqing, I won't let you suffer anymore. Yiming's eyes were filled with guilt, and he stepped on the gas to the maximum to rush to Zhou's group. Chao's group. Tang Wanqing got out of the car and walked straight in. Zhou Yang had long explained that no one was stopping her, and she arrived at the top floor president's office unhindered all the way. Zhou Yang, I'm coming. Tang Wanqing's face was as cold as ice, standing at the door and not going in. Zhou Yang's feet were resting on the desk, half lying on the reclining chair, with gauze still attached to the bridge of his nose. Hearing the voice, a lecherous smile immediately appeared on his face as he got up and walked out. Wanqing, don't be polite, come on in. Zhou Yang revealed a look of triumph. He had expected that the Tang family would not go against him for Tang Wanqing. Zhou Yang thought that Tang Wanqing coming to the door was agreeing to his conditions and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and wanted to wrap his arms around Tang Wanqing's slender waist, but he didn't expect Tang Wanqing to directly reprimand him. Zhou Yang, please respect yourself. Zhou Yang showed dissatisfaction on his face, stroked his chin, and looked Tang Wanqing up and down. Tang Wanqing, what are you up to? You've come and you're still pretending to be noble. Tang Wanqing was so angry that the corners of her mouth twitched. For the sake of the Tang family, she still held back her anger. After letting out a deep breath, Tang Wanqing said expressionlessly, I came here today to make a deal with you. Chapter 28, Which Hand Touched It? Zhou Yan looked at Tang Wanqing with interest, and with both hands spread out, walked over to the sofa and sat down. How does Ms. Tang intend to talk to me? Zhou Yang wasn't in a hurry. Tang Wanqing was now the meat on his lips and couldn't run away. Tang Wanqing was inwardly relieved when she saw Zhou Yang sitting down. These years of exercise had also allowed her to develop a calm and steady mind, which was why she dared to come alone to face Zhou Yang. I'll give you 20% of Sheng Tang Group's annual profits, please spare the Tang family. A flash of reluctance surfaced on Tang Wanqing's lonely cheeks, a decision she had made after careful consideration. She didn't want to use the Tang family's underpinnings, and only Sheng Tang Group was the only one she could make full use of. However, Zhou Yang laughed out loud after hearing this. Tang Wanqing, you are too naive. Could it be that I, Zhou Deshao, would be attracted by this petty profit of $500 million? Ha ha. Zhou Yang's unbridled ridicule made Tang Wanqing a bit handicapped, as this was the biggest price she could pay. The Tang family is indeed worthless in front of the Zhou family, and the Sheng Tang Group is even more nothing. Tang Wanqing said in a nonchalant manner, but didn't give up, wanting to try her best again. I'm proposing more than just 1 year's profit, and that will be the case going forward. This sentence was obviously a temporary condition added by Tang Wanqing, who just wanted to resolve the matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only would her reputation be damaged, but those with ulterior motives in the Tang family would have an excuse to meddle in the Sheng Tang Group. Zhou Yang's gaze was stagnant, obviously thinking. $500 million a year? It's not just $500 million, according to Sheng Tang Group's current rate of development, profits will double in 3 years. Tang Wanqing took a few steps forward slightly, her eyes flashing with confidence. The heart and soul she poured into the Shang Tang group gave her this bottom line. Zhou Yang would have agreed at this point if he wasn't a spermatozoa. But Tang Wanqing, don't you dare try to fool me, whether you Shang Tang group can develop or not is not a word from my Zhou group. Zhou Yang had already made up his mind in his heart to take down Tang Wanqing, and Shang Tang group would naturally be his. You. Tang Wanqing was furious, both eyes closed in a desperate attempt to restrain her emotions. Anyway, I've made the offer, so think about it first. After saying that, Tang Wanqing intended to turn around and leave. Slow down. Zhou Yang suddenly shouted. Tang Wanqing, what kind of place do you think my Zhou group is? Come and go as you please? As soon as the words fell, a group of bodyguards suddenly rushed out and stopped Tang Wanqing. Zhou Yang, I'm warning you not to mess around, or else. Tang Wanqing was obviously a bit flustered, and one hand kept digging for inside her bag. Or what do you want? Zhou Yang was very arrogant and approached Tang Wanqing with a lecherous smile on his face. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, either hand over the Shang Tang group or stay with me for a month. Actually, it's not hard to stay with me, I'll be very gentle, huh? Zhou Yang laughed unscrupulously. He expected Tang Wanqing to absolutely not be able to part with the Shang Tang group. Dream on. Tang Wanqing's face changed, knowing that Zhou Yang hadn't even thought about accepting other conditions. Zhou Yang didn't care about Tang Wanqing's attitude in the slightest. His eyes slowly moved downward, staring at Tang Wanqing's chest scenery, revealing a greedy expression. This is you taking the initiative, let's see where you're going to hide. Zhou Yang pounced on Tang Wanqing, impatiently ripping open the buttons on her chest, revealing a snow-colored scenery that was plump to the extreme. Zhou Yang, you. Tang Wanqing struggled, her mouth shouting. Whether it's me or the Shang Tang group, you'll never get it. Zhou Yang pressed Tang Wanqing underneath him, not caring what she was shouting. Snap. Tang Wanqing fought to grab the ashtray on the coffee table and smashed it at Zhou Yang. Ah! How dare hit me? See if I don't. Zhou Yang covered his head and collapsed onto the sofa behind him, cursing as he got up and was about to clean up Tang Wanqing. You, where did you get that knife from? Put it down now. Zhou Yang's voice changed in fear when he saw the knife in Tang Wanqing's hand. Tang Wanqing had just touched the knife for a long time because she was nervous. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he gave the bodyguard another wink, but was spotted by Tang Wanqing. Stay back. Tang Wanqing cried out, cautiously turning her body toward the bodyguard. Zhou Yang signaled the bodyguard to step back and discouraged him while catching his breath. Tang Wanqing, you don't really think a small knife can hurt me, do you? No. Tang Wanqing's face was resolute as she pulled the knife back against the front of her neck, instantly cutting a bloody trail. Let me leave, or tomorrow there will be news of Miss Tang's tragic death at the Zhou group. Zhou Yang's face changed with some scorn. Could you, Tang Wanqing, how dare you shade me? Zhou Yang's angry face kept changing, the meat in his mouth, but bit himself. It was really bad. Let your men go. Facing Tang Wanqing's hissing, Zhou Yang's face showed his unwillingness. Tang Wanqing was already on the verge of breaking down, her hands shaking slightly. Bang! Several bodyguards suddenly flew in horizontally and fell heavily to the floor. Zhou Yang and Tang Wanqing immediately looked over. Yiming, why are you here? Tang Wanqing looked at Yiming in surprise, and tears instantly came to her eyes. Yiming was both heartbroken and angry as he watched Tang Wanqing fight for her life. He stepped forward to hug Tang Wanqing, and the security guards following behind him vigilantly surrounded the two. Seeing Yiming appear, Tang Wanqing completely relaxed her guard and fainted. Wanqing. Concerned, Yiming immediately examined her. After taking his pulse, Yiming found that Tang Wanqing was only in an emotional coma, which put him at ease. Get Mr. Tang home safely. Yiming gave the word and the security guards immediately complied. Because they had seen Yiming's sharp shot just now, and because Zhou Yang hadn't given any orders, the bodyguards didn't dare to stop them and immediately made way. Zhou Yang's face instantly turned livid when he saw Yiming left alone. Kid, if you have the guts to stay, you don't want to go. Someone come. Zhou Yang touched the bridge of his nose, thinking about Tang Wanqing, who had just left, and was furious as his eyes flared up. A moment later, more bodyguards arrived outside the door, blocking the entrance. Yiming suddenly turned around and glared angrily at Zhou Yang, his body full of qi instantly exploding. He did not say a word, but it made Zhou Yang feel an inexplicable chill, as terrifying as the underworld. Yiming took out his cell phone and dialed Xian Wu's number. Cut off all surveillance footage of the Zhou group. Immediately. Putting down the phone, Yiming took a step towards Zhou Yang, carrying a huge pressure. Zhou Yang looked at Yiming in horror. What do you want to do? 4. The bodyguards all sensed the thick murderous aura and immediately rushed forward to protect Zhou Yang. However, all of them did not even manage to touch Yiming before they were knocked down by the lingering aura of his body. The bodyguards were beaten to pieces, and the spacious office was full of fallen bodyguards. Yiming stepped on the bodyguard's body and walked to Zhou Yang, looking at Zhou Yang, who was like an ant in front of him, and coldly questioned. Which of your hands touched Wanqing just now? Zhou Yang had been stunned silly at this point, and he stammered for half a day, unable to speak. After a moment's hesitation, slightly raise your left hand a bit. Ah! Before Zhou Yang could raise his hand, it was directly twisted off by Yiming, causing him to let out a scream of pain. Chapter 29, Can't Afford to Be Offended. The screams attracted more bodyguards to arrive. Seeing their young master being bullied, they immediately stepped in and rushed forward. A bunch of rabble. Yiming looked at it with cold eyes and scoffed at the group of bodyguards who were aiding and abetting the enemy. Although the bodyguards knew that Yiming was powerful, they did not dare to slow down at all after taking the Zhou family's money, and wanted to exhaust Yiming's physical strength with a wheel battle. But they thought wrong. Would Ji Yume put these ants in his eyes? Get out! Yiming drank in boredom as a powerful force burst out, bouncing off the bodyguard who rushed forward. While the bodyguards entangled Yiming, Zhou Yang silently crawled towards the safe. His eyes were filled with panic as he kept turning back to check Yiming's position. Snap! As the sound of the safe being opened rang out, the crowd all looked over. Ha ha! Kid, I'll see if it's you who's powerful or my weapon. The bodyguards scattered, revealing Yiming in the very center. Zhou Yang pulled the safety off and aimed the blackened gun at Yiming's chest position, his expression once again becoming arrogant. Looking at Zhou Yang's arrogant appearance, Yiming disdained it. You can try. Seeing that he took out his weapon and Yiming still dared to call his bluff, Zhou Yang was also enraged. Zhou Yang's left hand hung feebly at his side, while his right hand held up his weapon towards Yiming with an emboldened look. You're really tough talking. Walking up to Yiming, Zhou Yang directly pressed the muzzle of his gun against his head. Kneel down immediately and beg for forgiveness, and I'll consider leaving your body intact. Zhou Yang furiously threatened Yiming. Yiming coldly glanced at Zhou Yang, his tone icy cold to the extreme. No one can threaten me. Zhou Yang provocatively pulled the trigger. He felt that Yiming was just showing off. Because he's got a gun in his hand now. However, in the next second, Zhou Yang was completely dumbfounded, and his pupils were filled with horror. How could Zhou Yang not expect Yiming to easily break the muzzle of? When he saw the scene in front of him, he immediately froze, his complexion constantly changing, and then he directly fell to his knees. Mr. Spare his life. My son's offense against Sir is unforgivable, please leave him a cheap life. Zhou Shintong's action shocked the crowd, and no one dared to make a sound. Yiming did not respond, the expression on his face was inscrutable. Dad, save me. At this moment, hearing Zhou Shintong's voice, Zhou Yang hurriedly let out a hoarse cry for help. Zhou Shintong immediately rushed over, and the crowd thought he was going to lash out. However, he slapped Zhou Yang hard and scolded fiercely. Adverse son. Shut up. Do you want to kill the Zhou family? Zhou Yang was puzzled and raised his head with difficulty to look at Zhou Shintong. The bodyguards were even more stunned. Zhou Shintong doted on Zhou Yang and had never said a heavy word to him, let alone making a move. In the crowd's shocked gazes, Zhou Shintong knelt in front of Yiming once again. The Zhou family will definitely give a satisfactory explanation for today's matter, and I beg you to give this rebellious son a dog's life. The Zhou family is grateful. Begging for mercy? More gratitude? Yiming looked at Zhou Shintong, who was sincerely begging for forgiveness and did not want to dirty his hands. I'm only going to give the Zhou family one chance. All of you go and apologize to Tang Wanqing on your knees. If she doesn't forgive me, I will never forgive her lightly. Zhou Yang was at a loss, and Zhou Shintong immediately pressed his head down on the ground and respectfully returned. Yes. Thanks for not killing me, sir. Zhou Shintong knelt on the ground like this and did not move until he heard Yiming walk away before he straightened up and let out a long breath. Dad, why? Zhou Yang questioned after him in doubt. He could not understand that his high and mighty father was so humble to Yiming. Zhou Shintong scornfully looked at the door and saw that Yiming did not fold back before he opened his mouth. Why do you think I rushed here? It was Mu Jianzhong who just called me specifically to warn me. This Yi Ming has mysterious forces behind him, definitely not an existence we can offend. Zhou Yang still wanted to argue, he felt that his father must have thought wrong. If I had come one step later, not to mention your life, even our entire Zhou family would have completely disappeared. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang immediately swallowed the words he was about to say and directly fainted in fear. Zhou Shintong didn't even bother with him and immediately stood up to give orders. Everyone listen to me, if I find out half a word of what just happened leaks out, it's death. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, not daring to murmur. Late afternoon. Tang Wanqing woke up leisurely, opened her eyes and saw her parents both sitting by the bed, and asked in confusion. Mom and Dad, what's going on with you guys? Gu Qingyun pulled Tang Wanqing's hand with some worry. We still want to ask you. The security guard brought you back and said you just fainted physically fine. Just as he was about to continue pursuing the question, Tang Mutian interjected and reminded. Honey, it's good that your daughter is okay, let's hurry over, Mom is still waiting. Gu Qingyun's face changed slightly and she was a bit nervous. Yes, daughter, Grandma sent word just now for you to come over and answer. Tang Wanqing didn't ask more questions and immediately got out of bed after a light sigh. Go. The family came to the Tang family villa estate helplessly. Before he even went in, he heard old lady Tang's voice coming from inside. Zhou, is there any news from the Zhou family? Grandma, it's strange to say that there hasn't been any news coming out since Sister Wanqing entered the Zhou group. Tang Wanqing let out a deep breath and stepped inside. Grandma. As soon as old lady Tang saw Tang Wanqing, she immediately asked after her, Wanqing, how was the result? Tang Wanqing shook her head, somewhat helpless. No deal. The corner of Tang Zizhou's mouth on the side showed a smirk of some triumph. Old lady Tang's face changed a little and waved her hand, saying, That's just it, it looks like our Tang family is bound to fight the Zhou family. Tang Zizhou, however, stepped forward and said loudly. Grandma, since Sister Wanqing has taken on this matter, she should do everything she can to make the Zhou family happy. Chapter 30, Kneeling for Cooperation. All of the people in the Tang family were afraid of the Zhou family, and when they heard Tang Zizhou's words, they all agreed. That's right, whoever causes trouble bears the burden, or else the family head can simply step aside as well. Tang Wanqing volunteered to help earlier, this Zhou family's anger still needs to be quelled by her. The crowd spoke in favor of Tang Zizhou's remarks. Tang Mutian's face was unsightly, and he immediately couldn't help himself when he heard someone bluntly say that they wanted to move his family head position. However, when he saw old lady Tang's expressionless face looking at the crowd, he immediately wimped out again. Gu Qingyun also noticed and muttered in a small voice. Looks like that's what Mom wants too, poor my Wanqing. Keep your voice down, ma'am, so no one hears you. Tang Mutian nervously pushed her, and Gu Qingyun was also worried about being heard by old lady Tang and immediately shut up. The more Gu Qingyun thought about it, the angrier she got, and was about to complain about Tang Mutian when the old housekeeper walked in from outside. Old madam, the Zhou family master has brought the Zhou family's Grand Duke here. The old butler's tone was a bit tense, and the faces of everyone present were all heavy. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw Zhou Shintong leading the way, followed by the injured Zhou Yang. Looking at this situation, I'm only afraid that it's a special trip to find trouble with Sister Wanqing. Tang Zizhou walked behind Tang Wanqing and whispered sarcastically. His tone made Tang Wanqing very angry, but she couldn't get angry because old lady Tang was present. Tang Zizhou saw Tang Wanqing holding her tongue and continued to taunt. Sister Wanqing, you'd better hurry up and think about how to make amends so that the Zhou family can take the heat off, but don't get everyone involved. You. Tang Wanqing clenched her fists in anger and glared back at Tang Zizhou. Before she could say anything, Zhou Shintong had already arrived in front of her. Family Master Zhou, Wanqing is just a junior, how can you still be alarmed to come personally? Gu Qingyun loved her daughter and immediately stood in front of Tang Wanqing. Though she was only a woman, because she was worried about her daughter at this point, she also gathered her courage. Tang Wanqing was also anxious, she was worried that Zhou Shintong would hurt her mother. Don't misunderstand Mrs. Tang, I wouldn't dare to find trouble with Miss Tang. Zhou Shintong hurriedly explained, fearing that Tang Wanqing would get angry and he wouldn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. The crowd all looked at Zhou Shintong in surprise, and Tang Wanqing was even more puzzled. She and Gu Qingyun both glanced at each other before looking at Zhou Shintong together again. Ms. Tang, today I've come specifically to talk to Shang Tang Group about cooperation. Please take a look. Zhou Shintong very respectfully handed out a project plan and looked at Tang Wanqing expectantly. Tang Wanqing froze and didn't reach out to pick it up. Instead, Gu Qingyun helped her to receive it and was surprised to see it and took it to Tang Wanqing. Wanqing, take a look. Tang Wanqing returned to her senses and looked down carefully. An $800 million contract? You're not mistaken, are you, Family Master Zhou? Tang Wanqing was stunned and looked at Zhou Shintong with disbelief. She couldn't understand Zhou Shintong's actions. How did it not make sense? The Tang family members had been paying attention since a moment ago, and when they heard Tang Wanqing's words, they were all incomparably shocked. For a time, the Tang family's lobby was silent, only the sound of breathing could be heard. It was a while before someone let out a long sigh of relief. This is good, heavenly good. It's an honor for our Tang family to work with the Zhou family. Old Lady Tang's face gradually regained its calmness at this time. But she didn't open her mouth and quietly looked. Kneel down and hurry to apologize and make amends to Miss Tang. This was Yi Ming's explanation, and Zhou Shintong didn't even dare to imagine what the consequences of not completing it would be. Zhou Yang looked at the room full of Tang family members with some hesitation. If he really apologized today, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to raise his head in Jinling in the future. Seeing that he didn't act, Zhou Shintong came to fire and kicked directly. Knock. Zhou Yang knelt straight in front of Tang Wanqing. Hurry up and apologize. Zhou Shintong loudly urged, his eyes burning with anxiety. The crowd was all taken aback and did not dare to make a sound. It was a scene that no one would have believed if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Zhou Shintong took the initiative to have his most precious son kneel down and apologize to Tang Wanqing. 2. Zhou Yang could see that his father was angry and opened his mouth ready to apologize. Seeing this, Mrs. Tang on the side immediately spoke up. A matter between juniors is not so serious, I think it's better to call it a day. Mrs. Tang calmed her inner shock and hurried to dissuade her. She was also worried that the Zhou family would retaliate with this matter later and turn on the Tang family. Old Lady Tang is generous, but the rebellious son must apologize for his mistake, otherwise it's really hard for me to explain. Zhou Shintong still insisted and did not go down the slope to let Zhou Yang get up. Everyone was very puzzled, especially Tang Wanqing. She was completely unable to see what exactly Zhou Shintong was up to and was very apprehensive inside. Old Lady Tang was no less than someone who had weathered great storms, and with a glance, she could tell that it was Tang Wanqing that Zhou Shintong was jealous of. She immediately glared at Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing happened to see it and immediately understood. Although she didn't want to forgive Zhou Yang, she couldn't refute Old Lady Tang's face. Family Master Zhou, Grandma has spoken, so let's leave this matter at that. As soon as Tang Wanqing opened her mouth, Zhou Shintong immediately pulled Zhou Yang up, and then stepped forward with a curt smile. Since Miss Tang forgives the Zhou family, please also accept the cooperation with the Zhou family. Tang Wanqing was still hesitant. Although $800 million of cooperation could solve the problems of the Shang Tang group, she didn't dare to agree easily. Family Master Zhou, it's better to forget about cooperation. Please, Miss Tang, say yes. Zhou Shintong was afraid of the forces behind Yi Ming, and in his haste he even knelt in front of Tang Wanqing in public. What are you doing, Family Master Zhou? Hurry up and get up. Chapter 31, Unwillingness. Tang Wanqing was a junior after all, especially at this time when it was still in full view of everyone. Zhou Shintong, however, did not get up, his expression so ugly that he was on the verge of crying. If Miss Tang doesn't agree, I won't be able to make it to that big shot. These are the instructions of that great man. If it is not done properly, the lives of both of us, father and son, are in danger. Forced to do so, Zhou Shintong could only sell out in the hope that Tang Wanqing would agree to cooperate. The crowd all looked at Tang Wanqing at this time, and Old Lady Tang's face changed slightly at this time. Wanqing, since Family Master Zhou said so, just say yes. This is. After hesitating, Tang Wanqing nodded in agreement. Great. Thank you, Miss Tang, for saving my father and son's lives. Zhou Shintong thanked gratefully, completely unlike a performance. However, Tang Wanqing became more and more puzzled. Zhou Shintong also got up at this time with a reassuring smile and asked Tang Wanqing. Miss Tang, take a closer look, do you want to add any more requirements? Looking at Zhou Shintong's face piled high with folds, Tang Wanqing was speechless for a moment in her heart. No need. Hearing Tang Wanqing's words, Zhou Shintong smiled. His understanding was that Tang Wanqing was satisfied with their apology, so the heart he was holding onto finally fell. Good, Zhou Group will arrange for the payment as soon as possible, and I will personally be responsible for the follow-up work. Farewell. After saying that, Zhou Shintong didn't stay any longer and left with Zhou Yang after greeting Tang Wanqing. When the Zhou family's people walked away, the Tang family's lobby instantly exploded. Wanqing is really great. She was able to make the Zhou family take the initiative to apologize and even offer a cooperation project. Worthy of being the pride of the Tang family, it's all Wanqing's fault that Shang Tang Group is where it is today. With Wanqing around, there's hope for the Tang clan too. Old Lady Tang also revealed a pleased smile, her gaze filled with approval as she looked at Tang Wanqing. Wanqing handled it well this time. Old Lady Tang usually didn't praise people easily, especially to Tang Wanqing. Wifey, I have always been clear in my rewards and punishments, and I will honor my word. Wanqing will take over all my shares. As the words fell, the faces of the crowd varied. Although they had only just praised Tang Wanqing, but Old Lady Tang had given all the shares to Tang Wanqing, and the people had begun to have different thoughts again. Only Gu Qin-yun was genuinely happy for her daughter and laughed excitedly. Mom, this is a big deal, doesn't it have to be announced solemnly? Old Lady Tang nodded her head in acquiescence, making Gu Qin-yun even happier. Tang Zizhou had an indignant look on his face and clasped his hands on his chest in a conspiratorial manner. Sister Wanqing is just lucky to have the favor of a big shot, I'm really envious. Hearing Tang Zizhou's sarcasm, Tang Wanqing's face turned red with anger. Gu Qin-yun cared the most about her daughter's reputation and simply couldn't endure it. Zizhou, how do you talk to your cousin? Don't you care about second brother too? Gu Qin-yun was enjoying the glory brought about by her daughter's raised eyebrows, but she heard Tang Zizhou chewing on her tongue, and was furious and cross-eyed. Tang Mai hadn't opened his mouth, and it was only then that he slowly stepped forward. Sister-in-law is right, Zizhou shall not be reckless. After that, he changed his tone and continued. You need to learn from your cousin that playing with your mind has to be done in the right places. Tang Zizhou immediately understood and glanced at Tang Wanqing and said, Dad, that's something I can't really learn, unless the big man is a woman. The two of them were clearly targeting Tang Wanqing as they sang together. Even though they saw Zhou Shintong's attitude just now, they went about slandering Tang Wanqing by conjecture. Tang Wanqing was very angry and questioned loudly. What gives you the right to talk nonsense here? See it with your own eyes? Tang Zizhou didn't respond and didn't intend to listen to Tang Wanqing's explanation. Zizhou, words can't go astray, apologize to your cousin. Old Lady Tang slowly opened her mouth at this time, her tone carrying no doubt. Although Tang Zizhou was unwilling, he didn't dare to disobey. I'm sorry. Although he apologized, he held a grudge against Tang Wanqing in his heart. Well, now that the matter has been settled, all disperse. Old Lady Tang didn't want the crowd to watch any more of the two's antics and sent them away. On the way home, Tang Mutian was in charge of driving and the two mothers and daughters sat in the back seat. Gu Qin-yun was in a good mood today, humming in the car. By the way, Wanqing, who exactly is that big shot? Bring it home sometime. Gu Qin-yun suddenly thought of today thanks to that big shot and looked at Tang Wanqing with great anticipation. I don't know. Tang Wanqing shook her head, she had absolutely no clue about this matter. Gu Qin-yun thought she was embarrassed and waved her hand. It's fine, you can bring it home whenever you want. Mom, I really don't know. Tang Wanqing looked at Gu Qin-yun seriously and said with certainty. Gu Qin-yun then believed it, she looked at her daughter, thought for a moment and smiled again. Looks like one of my daughter's mysterious suitors, so keep your eyes peeled. I didn't realize my future son-in-law was so powerful, how wonderful. Gu Qin-yun was a bit excited and hurriedly urged Tang Wanqing. You must keep your distance from that brat, don't jeopardize your good marriage. Saying that, she then pointed at Tang Mutian who was driving. You can't be like Mom, married to a loser and suffer everywhere. Tang Wanqing didn't bother, turning her head to look out of the car and muttering softly. If only it were him. Gu Qin-yun had been counting down Tang Mutian and hadn't heard him at all. As night fell, the Zhou family villa side had a heavy atmosphere. Zhou Yang and Zhou Shintong were sitting face to face on a large dining table filled with delicious food. But the two of them had no appetite, and Zhou Yang held the dinner knife in his hand, poking at the steak in front of him. He poked harder and harder, his eyes burning with anger. Clunk! The dinner knife fell to the ground, and Zhou Yang threw away the napkin in anger. Dad, why are we holding back? I'm not happy about it. Zhou Yang thought of everything that had happened in the Tang family today and was filled with anger that he had nowhere to vent. Zhou Shintong sighed and also put down the dinner knife in his hand. Alas! Son, the Mu family is too strong, not to mention our Jiangnan province, the entire Yangtze River Delta region, and even the magic capital Tianhai City, all have his forces. Our Zhou family's ability to stand firm in Jinling is all the more thanks to being able to work with the Mu family. Zhou Yang's face changed. He was also very clear about the Zhou group. Dad, we can't afford to offend the Mu family, but can't the Jiming be cleaned up as well? Zhou Shintong raised his head and looked at Zhou Yang suspiciously. I don't believe that this brat can be so capable. It must be that he's looking for connections to beg for the Mu family's blessing. But once is enough. There's no way the Mu family will strike again for this kid. Zhou Yang was clear about Tang Wanqing's 6-year kiss and decided that Jiming was not related to the Mu family. If this kid is really powerful, why would he still leave Tang Wanqing behind to escape? Zhou Shintong did not open his mouth, but only listened silently, but in his heart, he felt that his son's words were very reasonable. Seeing that his father was a bit shaken, Zhou Yang continued. Dad, although what happened at the company today won't get out, it may not be the case on the Tang family side. That kid knows our attitude, so I'm only afraid that he'll intensify his efforts in the future and continue to step on our heads. Dad, do you want my Zhou family to become the laughingstock of Jinling? Chapter 32. You guys are too loud. Zhou Shintong had always been the best at saving face, and valued the reputation of the Zhou family as especially important. Zhou Yang's words completely enraged him. Either way, you're dead, fight. The reason why Zhou Shintong feared Jiming was really because he was afraid of the Mu family. You're right, son, this kid really has a great background, back then he wouldn't have run away from the marriage. Zhou Shintong figured this out and also felt that the Mu family was only helping Yiming once. Zhou Yang's mouth revealed a touch of excitement as he hurriedly said, Dad, he's still better than your sworn brother? Naturally, it doesn't compare. As soon as Zhou Shintong's sworn brothers were mentioned, both of them were very arrogant. Your eldest uncle has been cultivating, and is rumored to already be a heaven-level martial artist, extraordinary. Zhou Yang also got excited upon hearing this and endured the pain in his body and immediately walked over to Zhou Shintong's side. Dad, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call Uncle Big and teach that kid a hard lesson. That's right, this way it doesn't offend the Mu family either. Zhou Shintong made up his mind and immediately took out his cell phone, preparing to make a call. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door. Looking for help? Zhou Shintong was so scared that he hurriedly dropped his cell phone and looked outside in panic. Zhou Yang also hid behind Zhou Shintong, shrinking as if he was afraid of being discovered. Bang! Yiming pushed open the door, followed by a poker-faced Tianxing. You, how did you get in here? Seeing Yiming appear like a ghost, without even alerting the bodyguards outside the door, Zhou Shintong was very shocked. Zhou Shintong stretched his neck toward the outside, and Yiming snapped his fingers and called out to him. Don't look, I've got your people well organized. Zhou Shintong immediately understood, gulped a mouthful of water and immediately lowered his head. Master Zhou, what a coincidence that I'm here, are you having dinner? Before Zhou Shintong could reply, Yiming directly sat on Zhou Yang's chair. It just so happens that I haven't eaten either. Yiming very naturally picked up his fork and took a taste, his brows wrinkling slightly. Hard to eat. Yiming put down his fork and said with disgust. Zhou Shintong's entire body kept shivering and immediately said, I'll have a new one made for the gentleman. With that, Zhou Shintong headed for the door. Stop. Tianxing immediately extended his hand to stop Zhou Shintong. No one is allowed to leave until the master gives the word. Tianxing's voice was cold as if it was like a machine, and there was no semblance of emotion in his eyes. Zhou Shintong immediately stepped back and waved his hand with a smile. No, I'm not leaving. But his smile was worse than bitter, and Tianxing turned her head aside, not wanting to look at him. Yiming picked up the dinner knife on the floor, got up and walked over to Zhou Shintong and pressed him into his seat. Family Master Zhou, you weren't going to call just now, go on. Yiming gestured to Zhou Shintong while playing with the table knife. Zhou Shintong watched the table knife roam around his body and was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and directly knelt down to the ground. Sir, have mercy, I'm not making any calls, ever. Please, sir, be merciful and spare us. Zhou Yang also hurriedly knelt down, his whole body trembling unceasingly. Although he had just spoken very arrogantly, he was gutless in the face of Yiming. Spare life. Zhou Yang was not even as good as Zhou Shintong, unable to speak a complete sentence. Yiming looked at the two men with disdain and sneered. Spare you what? For not doing the Don's job? Hearing Yiming mention the Tang family, Zhou Shintong immediately nodded his head like pounding garlic, then shook his head violently. Do it. Mr. Account dare not neglect. Where to do it? Yiming directly interrupted Zhou Shintong and coldly questioned. This. Zhou Shintong was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. Yiming pointed at Zhou Yang with his dinner knife and said carelessly. Did he apologize? No, but old lady Tang said there was no need. Zhou Shintong immediately explained, but at the end of his words his voice was so small that even he couldn't hear himself. That's a no. Yiming threw the dinner knife and plunged it straight into the floor, mere millimeters away from Zhou Shintong. Zhou Shintong collapsed to the ground in fear, his back drenched in cold sweat. Seeing that Yiming had moved to kill by coming at this moment, Zhou Shintong's face changed, revealing a hideous expression. Yiming, don't be too arrogant, my brother is a heaven-level martial artist. If he knew something had happened to me, he would have avenged me. When Zhou Yang saw Zhou Shintong harden up, he immediately helped out as well. That's right. My eldest uncle is no ordinary person, it's absolutely easy to clean you up. Zhou Yang's father and son looked at each other, intending to make a desperate attempt to shock Yiming. You guys are so loud on such a quiet night. Yiming was not afraid in the slightest and showed a hint of boredom as he gently scratched his ears. Tianxing, tell them to be quiet. Yes. Tianxing led the way and immediately struck out. A cold light flashed as the dinner knife flew out of his hand. Before Zhou Yang could even make a sound, his mouth felt empty. Snap. The two looked at the bloody thing that fell to the ground, their eyes dropping out. Zhou Shintong too watched with his own eyes as his son's tongue was cut out by Tianxing, his eyes filled with horror. Zhou Yang directly fainted in fear, while Zhou Shintong's eyes were filled with hatred, but he didn't dare to make a sound. It's quiet now. Yiming turned to look at the night outside the door, his tone very pleasant. Tianxing bowed to Yiming, who had his back turned to him. Master, what to do with these two? Yiming stepped out and gently waved his hand in a gesture. I'll make an exception for you today, just this once. Yes. Tianxing's eyes instantly flashed with the same light, and his face changed after he turned around, revealing a bloodthirsty and terrifying expression. Now I'll give you 3 counts to run, and don't let me catch you. Zhou Shintong immediately rushed out, he wanted to find someone to go out and report the news. Zhou Yang also stopped pretending to be dizzy and rushed out without looking back. However, when the two runway yard, they were completely stunned to see the scene in front of them. A room full of bodyguards lying on the floor, long out of breath. You're not even human, you're demons from hell. Even though Zhou Shintong had seen countless storms, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. Soon, he realized something and turned to Yiming to beg for mercy. Please spare us, I'll give you all of the Zhou family's fortune. Zhou Shintong was completely desperate and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. But the next second, he only felt some coldness in his neck, and instantly blood flowed out. Zhou Shintong looked at the heavenly star in front of him and collapsed straight forward. Zhou Yang then collapsed as well. Yiming slowly walked out of the Zhou family, with skyward flames burning behind him. A fire burned the Zhou family cleanly, leaving no trace. Yiming returned to Su Ying's house to sleep as if nothing had happened. Day 2. Su Ying drove Yiming along to the company. Just entered the company to see many people gathered together to discuss. Su Ying, worried about the company and what happened to the big event, rushed over. Is this another incident? Seeing Su Ying, the employees immediately stopped discussing, all of them wanting to speak. Yiming walked up and glanced at the subordinates of the security department, and one of them immediately replied. Supervisor, the Zhou family caught fire last night and everyone died. Chapter 33 Unexplained. How is that possible? Without waiting for Yiming to open his mouth, Su Ying jumped the gun and exclaimed. Looking at the stunned expression on Su Ying's face, the man who had just spoken immediately handed her his cell phone. Look, Mr. Su, this is today's front page headline, it's absolutely right. Yes, the whole of Jinling is talking about it, everyone thinks it's unbelievable. But it's fortunate that our Xingtang's crisis has finally been lifted. After Su Ying carefully determined it, a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. Great! Su Ying hugged Yiming beside her, obviously overexcited. Yiming, you don't have to go to the Zhou family to make amends, great. Due to her excitement, Su Ying exposed her inner emotions without any concealment. Looking at her actions, Yiming could also see that Su Ying had been worrying about herself and was somewhat touched in his heart. Yiming, who was being held, didn't move a muscle, and the security department was full of people who looked like they wanted to look but didn't dare to look. Suing reacted, immediately letting go of her hand and stepping back a few steps. I'm too excited. I'll go ahead and get busy. Without finishing her words, Suing turned around and ran away. The employees of the security department looked at Yiming at this time and also nodded their heads. Supervisor, Mr. Su is right, now you don't have to go apologize to the Zhou. Since it's a fancy gift store, the salesperson was still very qualified and didn't look the other way. Hearing the salesman address the woman, Yiming also knew that the other party should be an old customer of the store. He didn't rush to speak, just looked at the woman beside him. The woman was wearing a halter slimming dress, revealing her long white legs, and her figure was revealed. Yiming was a head taller than the woman, and the woman's body leaned forward slightly, just revealing the beautiful scenery in front of her chest. Moon Yintong's expression was a bit awkward after hearing the salesman's words. Not nice. Moon Yintong was about to say she was sorry when she turned her head to look over toward, but found that Yiming was staring at his own chest and could not help but frown slightly. Her face instantly changed and she hurriedly covered her chest and stepped back a bit. What are you looking at? Moon Yintong glared at Yiming very defensively. Yiming did not panic and averted his gaze, he did not mean to look just now. Miss, you're pressing into my medicinal wine. Yiming reached out and moved the medicinal wine that was sitting on the counter towards himself. It was then that Moon Yintong noticed that the medicinal wine box was all pressed out of her marks. However, she still felt that this was Yiming's excuse, that gaze just now was clearly looking at her chest. Yiming ignored her and directly reached out to take the bird's nest in the salesman's hand. I'm giving it away, can you guys wrap it? The salesman was a bit hesitant and immediately looked at Moon Yintong again. Moon Yintong held her long curved hair in front of her chest and also reached out to grab the bird's nest, glancing at Yiming. What a lack of manners, don't even know how to move over. Yiming was a bit helpless, he didn't really want to tangle with the other party and planned to go pick out some other gifts. However, as soon as he let go of his hand, Moon Yintong fell directly into his arms due to her unsteady center of gravity. Yiming subconsciously reached out, and then an extremely elastic feel came from his hand. Ah! Moon Yintong screamed and immediately stood up straight. You! Moon Yintong's face reddened with shame and anger, she glared at Yiming and turned around to rush out of the gift store. Yiming looked down at his hand and realized in the next moment. Just when he wanted to explain, Moon Yintong had long since disappeared. Yiming shook his head and walked out of the store even after selling the bird's nest. Arriving at the parking lot, Yiming carried the gifts in his two hands and was about to go pull out the keys when another exasperated voice came from behind him. Pervert, how dare you follow me? Yiming turned to look and realized that it was the woman who had just been in the store. Yiming looked around and realized that there was no one else. What are you looking at? Do you have an accomplice? Moon Yintong saw Yiming looking left and right and couldn't help but guard her body vigilantly. Yiming was helpless and admired this woman's imagination. Miss, I'm not following you, my car is parked right here. With that, he shook the key in his hand. Yiming intended to ring the car key to reassure the woman. However, there was no movement after several partial presses. Pervert, you can't pretend anymore, can you? I think you're just stalking me. Moon Yintong realizes that Yiming's lies have been exposed by herself and becomes even more convinced that she is being followed. Yiming did not feel the need to prove himself to a strange woman, he ignored the other party and turned to leave. Stop! Moon Yintong suddenly shouted and rushed to Yiming to block his way. Pervert, don't you dare run away, come with me to the sheriff's office. Yiming looked at the woman in front of him with some curiosity, deliberately scaring her. Miss, you're not afraid of me now? Moon Yintong immediately took a few steps back, looked around, and said boldly. We can't let you get away, or you'll go and plague the others again. Moon Yintong's appearance made Yiming feel a little funny, but he also found her quite interesting. My car is really parked here, just the keys are dead, I'll take you to. Yiming stretched out his hand and pointed, wanting Moon Yintong to follow him to the car. However, Moon Yintong was startled and ran away screaming. Yiming was very speechless and turned around wanting to take a taxi to Tang's house. At this time, a bodyguard-like man walked across the street and respectfully bowed to Yiming. Mr. Yi, my master wants to see you. Chapter 34. Yiming looked at the man in front of him with a very respectful attitude and did not feel any killing aura. Where is your master? The bodyguard immediately pointed to the entrance of the alley diagonally across the street, and the back seat window of the Maybach had been rolled down, revealing an unruffled face. Yi Ming walked with suspicion, already guessing the identity of the other party in his heart. When he saw Yi Ming coming, the middle-aged man immediately got out of the car and respectfully shouted. Mu Jianzhong pays his respects to young Yi. Mu Jianzhong didn't care about the strange gazes of the people around him, and was about to kneel down and salute. Even though Yi Ming stopped it, he said with a light gulp. Get in the car and talk. Yes. Mu Jianzhong did not hesitate and followed Yi Ming to the car. After sitting down, Yi Ming looked at Mu Jianzhong and didn't say anything. Mu Jianzhong slightly lowered his head, completely lacking his usual scolding appearance. Please redeem yourself, Xiao Yi, for the Mu family's failure to come and pay their respects in the first place. Mu Jianzhong was apprehensive. If it wasn't for this contact from Elder One, he wouldn't even know that Yi Ming was in Jinling. No harm done. Master Mu doesn't have to be polite. Yi Ming responded lightly. He had always disliked all this red tape, so he didn't care. However, these words fell on Mu Jianzhong's ears but made him feel shocked in his heart. Xiao Yi just call me Old Mu. Mu Jianzhong knew very well that even Elder One had extreme respect for Yi Ming. How could he dare to let Yi Ming call himself a senior? Yi Ming was casual about the matter of address and went along with it. Old Mu, what do you want to see me about? Mu Jianzhong was in a much more comfortable mood, and immediately explained his intentions. If Yi Xiao doesn't mind, Mu Mao has prepared a thin wine under the house and begs Yi Xiao to show his face. Mr. Mu learned that young Yi is now living in a colleague's house and is afraid of inconvenience, so he has prepared a villa for young Yi. Mu Jianzhong had been silently focusing on Yi Ming's as he spoke, fearing that any sentence that wasn't said well would draw thunderous wrath. It was unknown what Elder One had said to Mu Jianzhong, making him extra nervous in front of Yi Ming. If Yi Xiao doesn't like it, just go and pick a satisfactory property. Although Yi Ming was a bit dissatisfied with Mu Jianzhong for coming to see him without authorization, he didn't care as he could see that he was sincere and had done a good job with the Zhou family. Hearing Mu Jianzhong finish, Yi Ming thought back a little, but did not have much of an impression. However, he thought that with Mu Jianzhong's strength he could give Shangtang Group quite a lot of shelter, so he agreed to the request. Okay, let's go. Yi Ming's quick agreement made Mu Jianzhong very happy and immediately signaled the driver to drive. On the road, Mu Jianzhong recalled the past with some emotion. Time passes so quickly. If it wasn't for Ye's help back then, the Mu family wouldn't have gotten to where it is today. Yi Xiao came to Jinling. Please feel free to make any requests in the future, the Mu family will never refuse. Yi Ming, on the contrary, turned his head out of the car and did not respond. He didn't want to use Ye's favor. Yi Ming felt that he alone was enough to make Mu Jianzhong bow down. While talking, Cullinan drove into Royal Court Huading, the most upscale villa area in Jinling. There is no one. Yi Ming noticed that as soon as he entered the Royal Garden residence, the scenery outside the car instantly became very different. Various kinds of valuable trees, precious flowers, and plants are introduced to the eyes. Yi Ming slowly opened the car window and felt that the air was surprisingly filled with silk aura. Great place indeed. Yi Ming said faintly, and was heard by Mu Jianzhong in his ears. His heart was instantly happy. It's good that Yi Xiao likes it. The villa Mu arranged for you is Yi Xiao. The Royal Garden Huating was built up 3 years ago, and the site was purposely chosen to be on Jinling's Yunding Mountain. Mu Jianzhong pointed to the foot of the mountain he had just passed and introduced Yi Ming. It's full of single-family homes, with unit prices in the millions in the ground area. The semi-mountainous area we're in is $10 million per unit, and the king of the building is at the top of the mountain for hundreds of millions of dollars per unit. Speaking here, Mu Jianzhong hesitated for a moment, then his words changed. Young Yi, let's go inside first. Yi Ming could tell that he had something to say that he hadn't finished, but he didn't bother to pursue it and turned around to walk into the house. After going in, Yi Ming saw that the furnishings in Mu Jianzhong's home were not luxurious, ancient, and very meaningful. The design of old Mu's house is very thoughtful. Mu Jianzhong smiled very happily and with a hint of pride. It's good to be in young Ye's eyes. These are all my daughter's masterpieces. After hearing that, Yi Ming couldn't help but feel curious about this playmate who didn't have much of an impression. Mu Jianzhong led Yi Ming to the dining room. Looking at the table full of sumptuous dishes, Yi Ming could also see Mu Jianzhong's intention. Old Mu, you call this a slight preparation of wine? Yi Ming roughly took a look. At least also prepared dozens of dishes, and our rare ingredients, abalone ginseng fish maw, cannot be ranked. Please don't mind if Yi Xiao is too short on time to prepare. Mu Jianzhong was still apologizing in one way or another. Yi Ming shook his head breathlessly and did not respond to him. Just then, a silver bell-like voice came from outside the door. Dad, have the guests arrived? It's really unlucky today, I didn't buy any bird's nests, and I was. The voice ended abruptly, and the woman who had spoken appeared in front of Yiming with bare feet. It can't be that coincidental, can it? Yiming looked at the woman and remembered in his heart what Mu Jianzhong said about his daughter. Mu Niantong was also stunned at this time. Her eyes looked straight at Yiming, and she didn't say a word for a long time. Mu Jianzhong smiled and walked forward, pulling Mu Niantong to Yiming and taking the initiative to introduce him. Yi Xiao may not recognize it anymore. Niantong is indeed different from when she was a child. Now that she has opened a design company, she can help Yi Xiao properly design the house. Mu Jianzhong was all smiles as he watched the two men look more and more like they were right. Seeing that Mu Niantong was half silent, he hurriedly reminded. Niantong, hurry up and greet young Yi, you can't be rude. Mu Niantong seemed to come back to his senses, but the words that came to his mouth could not be braked and blurted out. Pervert. Chapter 35, Problems. Mu Jianzhong completely did not expect that Mu Niantong would greet Yiming like this and immediately rebuked. Unbridled. Don't be rude to young Yi, hurry up and apologize. Mu Niantong's face was full of surprise as she looked at Yiming and frowned. There was no way she could reunite the man in front of her with her childhood memories. When he was young, Yiming was clearly a gentle little boy next door, and very polite. And now it's... Seeing that she hadn't spoken yet, Mu Jianzhong immediately made amends to Yiming. Please atone for Yi Xiao, Mr. Mu doesn't know what's going on with my daughter. Although he didn't understand, Yiming was clear. Yiming smiled helplessly and waved his hand to look at Mu Niantong. So it's Ms. Mu. Mu Niantong was still looking straight at Yiming, not hiding it, and Yiming felt still a little uncomfortable. Looking at the dishes on the table, Yiming hurriedly proposed. Hurry up and eat, I have other plans later. Mu Jianzhong immediately opened up and busied himself to help Yiming lay out the dishes. Young Yi, try this medicinal meal. Mu Jianzhong pointed to the cup of stew in front of Yiming and introduced it. This is made with snow mountain ganoderma plus deep sea oyster, with various precious herbs, simmered and boiled over a gentle fire. Yiming leaned over slightly and smelled the tantalizing aroma emanating from the medicinal meal. Mu Jianzhong watched from the sidelines, and when he saw that Yiming seemed to be somewhat interested, he continued. This is also the medicinal meal that Mr. Mu usually uses to regulate his body. If Yi Xiao likes it, let Niantong go and make it for Yi Xiao. Niantong, a piece of filial piety, specially learned this medicinal dish and often made it for me to eat. Yiming could hear that Mu Jianzhong was not only praising his daughter, but also purposely saying it to Yiming. The implication is clear. He hoped that Mu Niantong would be favored by Yiming. Mu Niantong also understood and her cheeks instantly blushed. He was about to open his mouth, but he heard Yiming say in a cold tone. Pour it out, it's not good for your health. What do you mean by that? Mu Niantong suddenly came to fire and stood up excitedly. I don't care enough to make it for you. Mu Niantong felt that Yiming was holding a grudge against himself because of what had just happened, and that was why he was targeting himself after his father had finished speaking. Mu Jianzhong was very embarrassed at this time, he didn't know what to say. He was worried about the meal falling apart. Niantong, there must be a reason for Yi Xiao to say that. Mu Jianzhong interceded and immediately turned to face Yiming. Dare I ask Yi Xiao, this? However, before Mu Jianzhong finished his question, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, followed by some breathlessness. Dad! You take it easy. Mu Niantong worriedly squatted beside Mu Jianzhong and immediately shouted to the subordinates. Get my dad's medicine. A few moments later, the Mu family's subordinate ran over and handed Mu Niantong a bottle of spray. Mu Niantong skillfully opened it and sprayed a few times into Mu Jianzhong's mouth. Yiming frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the medicine bottle in Mu Niantong's hand. There are questions. Yiming could tell at a glance that something was wrong, but Mu Jianzhong had already slowed down by now, and was only still breathing heavily. Mu Jianzhong was the first to apologize to Yiming with an arch. Yi Xiao. Sorry. For being rude. No harm done. Yiming said indifferently, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he was interrupted again by Mu Niantong. Dad's apologizing to him after all this time. Saying that, she picked up the cup of medicinal food from earlier and carefully fed it to Mu Jianzhong. Here, hurry up and take a sip. Dr. Liao said that if you have a sudden attack you need to hurry up and drink. Mu Jianzhong looked at Yiming with a bitter smile on his face and was about to open his mouth but was stopped by Yiming. Can't drink. Mu Niantong couldn't hold back any longer this time. Just now Yiming had targeted her to pour out the medicinal meal, and now he wasn't letting his father drink it. What the hell do you want? Why can't you drink? This is the medicinal diet that Dr. Liao specially prepared for my father, a combination of Chinese and Western treatments you don't know, don't add to the mess. Although Mu Niantong had seen Yiming when he was a child, he was not clear about Yiming's identity, plus he was angry, so he was very rude to Yiming. Mu Jianzhong panicked, worried about angering Yiming, and hurriedly stood up. Niantong, no offense to Yi Xiao. Seeing that Mu Jianzhong was trying to protect Yiming even though he was bracing himself, Mu Niantong became even more angry. Dad, why are you so afraid of him? Mu Jianzhong was unable to answer and could only pretend to be powerless, and Mu Niantong rushed forward to help and did not pursue the question. For Mu Niantong's attitude, Yiming, however, was not angry, but focused on the matter of the medicinal meal. No wonder. Hearing Yiming's meaningful words, Mu Jianzhong asked suspiciously. Did Yi Xiao find anything? Mu Jianzhong was completely different from Mu Niantong. He didn't question Yiming, he was just puzzled. Yiming did not answer and walked over to Mu Jianzhong and said. Hold out your hand. What are you doing? Mu Niantong asked warily. But Mu Jian pulled her away, and without hesitation, placed his hand in front of. What's going on today? It's never like this. Mu Niantong was panicking at the moment. She looked at Mu Jianzhong's bloodless face, as if he was about to suffocate, and was on the verge of crying with anxiety. How is this? This not working? What worried Mu Niantong even more was that even the spray didn't work. She had already sprayed Mu Jianzhong several times to no avail. Looking at her father, whose face was already slightly green, Mu Niantong couldn't help but sob. Dad, don't scare me. At this time, Yiming walked forward and took Mu Jianzhong from Mu Niantong. Let me. Hearing Yiming's voice, Mu Niantong felt very relieved and subconsciously gave way. Yiming observed a glance at Mu Jianzhong and used his bagua hand to pummel a few acupoints on his chest. Put. Mu Jianzhong felt as if the blockage in his chest had been unblocked, and he could finally breathe. Thanks to Yi Xiao for stepping in, Mr. Mu can't thank you enough. Yiming waved his hand and said with a serious face. Don't be thankful, it's not ready yet. Chapter 36, Attitude Change. Mu Jianzhong looked at Yiming in surprise, and another heavy expression appeared on his face. Mu Niantong, who had just retreated behind him, immediately stepped forward at this time and asked with concern. Dad, what do you think? Although looking at Mu Jianzhong didn't just state much better, but Mu Niantong still have doubts about Yiming. Mu Jianzhong patted Mu Niantong's hand and nodded. Don't worry, fortunately Yi Xiao made a move, I feel much better now. Yiming looked at Mu Niantong and casually ordered. Go find some silverware that's pure enough to hold something. Mu Niantong pouted her lips and looked at Yiming with some anger. Yiming's voice clearly carried a tone of envoy, making her feel uncomfortable. However, even though she was angry inside, she did as she was told. Soon, Mu Niantong came with a silver bowl and handed it to Yiming. Here. Yiming didn't take it, and without looking at it he ordered again in a commanding tone. Put it on the table. Mu Niantong placed the silver bowl heavily on the table, venting the anger in his heart. Yiming didn't care and glanced at Mu Jianzhong to signal. Sit down. Mu Jianzhong didn't ask too many questions, and he could tell that he trusted Yiming very much. After sitting down, Yiming didn't say anything and immediately struck out. He used the 8 trigrams collection to force the poisonous blood out of Mu Jianzhong's body. Yiming applied his energy and injected an internal force into his palm, and with the help of the bagua hands, he slowly brought out the poisonous blood in Mu Jian's body. Mu Jianzhong first felt a warm gas traveling around in his body, followed by a surge in his chest. Whoa! He couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of dirty blood when he felt a bloody odor coming from his throat. The entire restaurant was instantly filled with a foul odor, and the underlings immediately covered their noses to open the windows to dissipate the smell. Mu Niantong frowned slightly, but didn't avoid it, hurrying forward to help his father smooth his back. Dad! Watching Mu Jianzhong spit out blood, Mu Niantong had an angry look on his face and turned his head to wait for Yiming. You? She was just about to open her mouth to question, but Yiming pointed to the tabletop and reminded. See for yourself. Mu Niantong and Mu Jianzhong looked over at the same time and realized that the silver bowl had turned pitch black and there were curls of black smoke coming out. Yiming pulled a hand on Mu Jianzhong. Stand back. Mu Jianzhong hurriedly got up, incidentally pulling away Mu Niantong, who was still standing stupidly still. The two just watched as the silver bowl was completely corroded in front of their eyes, eventually turning into a puddle of black water. Moon Yintong couldn't help but cover her nose, her face full of doubts. What is this? Mu Jianzhong was also stunned with fear, raising a somewhat trembling finger to point at the black water on the table and said, "It's highly toxic." Moon Yintong instantly woke up with a face full of incredulity. How come? Moon Yintong obviously couldn't accept it, but she already understood everything in her heart. A moment later, Moon Yintong regained his composure, turned to face Yiming, and respectfully owed his body. I'm sorry. Looking at Moon Yintong's sincere apology, Yiming smiled faintly and waved his hand. He hadn't even thought of bothering with Moon Yintong, a woman. Old Mu, the remaining poison in your body still needs some time to be completely removed. I'll give you a formula to take for a week. Yiming had just finished speaking. Moon Yintong immediately thoughtfully took out a pen and paper and handed it over. Yiming smiled at her and nodded slightly, and Moon Yintong's cheeks instantly blushed. After writing it, Yiming handed the prescription to Mu Jianzhong. I've also prepared a new remedy for you that will be good for your health. Mu Jianzhong respectfully received the fruit and bent down to thank him. Many thanks. Mr. Mu was very grateful that Yi Xiao has taken the trouble. Yiming waved his hand and pointed at the bottle of spray. Your asthma isn't serious enough to need medication at all, just take your usual rest. Moon Yintong revealed a puzzled look. Even though she no longer questioned Yiming, the thought of her father's repeated illnesses was very puzzling. Yiming could see her thoughts and continued. That Dr. Liao purposely made all these things happen in order to scare you guys. Moon Yintong instantly understood, her face filled with anger. This Liao Hai is truly detestable, in vain our Mu family treats him so well. Mu Jianzhong's eyes changed slightly, and he said in a cold tone. If you want to pin down our Mu family with underhanded tricks, you will surely die a miserable death. Yiming could see a hint of killing intent in his eyes, but he did not intend to intervene. Afterwards, the Mu family underlings quickly cleaned up the dining room. During the meeting, Mu Jianzhong kept saying thank you and his attitude became more respectful. After finishing the meal, seeing Yiming about to leave, Moon Yintong also got up and stood up. Dad, I'm going to send Yi Xiao. Mu Jianzhong nodded with great relief and looked at the two with a smile. It's good that you're bringing all that nourishment from home with you. Yiming immediately refused and pointed to the bird's nest and medicinal wine he had just bought and said, No, I'm prepared to have it. Although Yiming had never said what he was going to do just now, Mu Jianzhong had already guessed when he saw what he was carrying. That was why he had explained that Moon Yintong had brought nutrients to support Yiming. Yi Xiao, there are many manners. Yiming felt that it made sense, so he didn't refuse. Moon Yintong drove Yiming away, and on the way, both of them were very quiet. Yiming opened his mouth to break the silence. I'm going to Suweishi West Road. I know. Moon Yintong immediately said, but his eyes kept gazing ahead. Yiming sat in the passenger seat and looked at Moon Yintong beside him. Looking at her up close, Yiming realized that Moon Yintong not only had a good figure, she had a different temperament when driving. Moon Yintong wasn't like the average female driver, leaning her entire body on the steering wheel. She drove with one hand, and rested one arm on the door, a hint of a confident undercurrent on her pretty face. Do I look good? Moon Yintong suddenly turned her head to look at Yiming with a seductive smile on her face. Yiming turned his head to look ahead and said calmly. It's not bad, it's a classy drive. Hearing Yiming's praise, Moon Yintong's heart blossomed. I'm not just a classy driver, I'm pretty good at everything else too. Moon Yintong's tone was a bit ambiguous. Yiming instantly understood and did not answer. Yiming suddenly remembered the store and said casually. I apologize for being at the store today, I didn't mean to. I know you're not a pervert. Moon Yintong turned her head once again and winked at Yiming, revealing a quirky smile. You wouldn't be a pervert if you were Yiming. As if Moon Yintong was talking to himself, his tone was very certain. Yiming did not continue this topic, he turned his head to look out the window in silence. For some reason, he felt that Moon Yintong's attitude was a bit different once she knew he was Yiming. Moon Yintong spoke again, but his tone was somewhat lost. Actually, it's not like Tang Wanqing is the only woman in Jiling, didn't you just say that I'm good looking too? Yiming could hear her hints, it was just that he really couldn't fit any other woman in his heart. And, he still owed Tang Wanqing a debt. Before reaching the Tang family, Moon Yintong suddenly stopped the car. I'll just wait for you here, if you drive in again and the Tang family sees you, they'll misunderstand you. Moon Yintong smiled beautifully, revealing shallow pear swirls. Yiming instantly had some good feelings for Moon Yintong, feeling that she was very proper and thoughtful in her work. Yiming got out of the car and was about to leave, but Moon Yintong called out to him. Yi Xiao, are you forgetting something? Chapter 37, Fake, don't eat it. Yiming stopped and turned around to look in disbelief. Moon Yintong walked up and unceremoniously pulled him to the side of the trunk. Looking at the gifts placed in the carriage, Yiming shook his head. No, these are enough for me. Seeing Yiming's refusal, Moon Yintong clasped her hands in front of her chest, raised her proud capital and ranted. I can't deliver if you don't take the mission my dad gave me. Yiming looked at her and shook his head helplessly, putting down the items in his hand and preparing to pick two to take away. At this time, the back drove past a car, extremely fast. Moon Yintong frightened directly into the arms of Yiming. Both men froze as they watched the scene of déjà vu. Moon Yintong didn't get up immediately, a smile on his face. The fact that you just apologized to me means you saw it all, right? Moon Yintong suddenly laughed badly and raised her head with eyes as charming as silk as she looked at Yiming. Yiming was a bit overwhelmed by this goblin and had to answer truthfully. Right. Moon Yintong saw that Yiming was actually a bit shy. She smiled and stood up straight. So Yi Xiao would be embarrassed too. Yiming was helpless for a while and casually took out two nutritional products without even bothering to look at the names. Moon Yintong saw him in a hurry to cover his mouth and snicker, closed the car door and followed up with another question. How about compared to Tang Wanqing? Yiming eyed ahead, not bothering to look at Moon Yintong. Visual inspection is not allowed. After saying that, he quickly walked a few steps away, not wanting to talk to Moon Yintong in depth. You go back first, don't wait for me. Yiming gave an explanation and headed towards the Tang family. Moon Yintong, however, shouted behind him. I'll wait. Yiming was helpless and didn't answer, continuing to walk forward. Looking at Yiming's back as he flew away, Moon Yintong propped her chin with one hand, her eyes full of adoration. Yiming, I'll take you down sooner or later. Turning the corner, Yiming happened to meet Suing, who had just gotten off the bus. Suing? Yiming, you came to see Wanqing too? Suing looked at Yiming, who was carrying something in his hand, and immediately understood his intention. Just in time, go in together. After Suing finished speaking, Yiming also saw Wang Qian and several people following behind him. Wang Qian looked at Yiming and revealed an expression of disgust, standing still and not walking. Mr. Su, if he goes in as well, the Tang family will only be upset. Isn't this adding to the others? Suing understood what she meant and immediately glanced at Yiming and chided Wang Qian. Wang Qian, what are you talking about? We are all co-workers, go together to see where Mr. Tang is adding to the trouble? Although it is not in the company, but Suing after all, the position is higher than her, Wang Qian had to shut up. However, she was very angry in her heart and glared fiercely at Yiming. Suing walked up to Yiming and pulled him in with her. Go, ignore them. Yiming didn't take it to heart, he came to see Tang Wanqing. Upon entering the door, Gu Qinyan smiled as soon as she saw Suing and walked over. Ying, you're here to see Wanqing, aren't you? How thoughtful. But when she saw Yiming following behind her, her face instantly fell. Why are you here too? What a shady soul. Hearing Gu Qinyan scolding Yiming, Wang Qian's few people were afraid of missing out on a good show and hurried over. Brat, you don't want to plague our Wanqing again, there are big shots courting her now. You die before it's too late, don't try to hold us Wanqing up anymore. Although Yiming was the one who ended up paying for the last meal, Gu Qinyan felt that he was completely outclassed by that powerful big shot. Therefore, she was angry at the sight of Yiming and did not want to see her daughter repeat the same mistake. Yiming was a bit puzzled and wondered who Gu Qinyan was talking about. Seeing that he didn't say anything back, Suing hurriedly pulled Gu Qinyan to persuade him. Auntie, he's our colleague now, we all came together to see Wanqing today. Suing did not want Yiming to be embarrassed and immediately changed the topic. Auntie, is Wanqing in her room? Gu Qinyan saw Suing open his mouth, also not good to say more, smiled and pointed upstairs and said. There it is, you guys go up first, I'll get you some tea. Thank you, Auntie. Suing said sweetly and immediately pulled Yiming upstairs. Wang Qian and a few people did not see a good show some disappointment, also followed the stairs. Going into the room, Tang Wanqing was half lying on the bed and was a bit surprised to see several people. What brings you here? Suing sat beside her and asked with concern. It looks like the face is a little white, is something wrong? Tang Wanqing smiled and shook her head, I'm fine. It's my mom who's worried, so she's giving me a break. I'll be back at the office in a few days. Looking at the Wang Xian few people following behind her, Tang Wanqing said with a smile. You guys make such a big deal out of this. If you didn't know, you'd think I was bedridden. Blah 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 blah. What nonsense. Gu Qingyun walked in at this time and put down the fruit refreshments in her hand. You've been worrying us so much since you fainted and were brought back from your nap. More rest won't hurt? Suing also immediately nodded in agreement. Auntie is right, you've worked too hard all these years, and now that the company is fine, take a good rest. Suing was truly concerned about Tang Wanqing and heartbroken. Yiming stood at the back, his heart was a little bit unfavorable. He could imagine how much hardship Tang Wanqing had gone through in these years to hold up Shengtang Group alone. However, he knew there was no problem when he saw Tang Wanqing and was relieved. Wang Qian and the others also immediately opened their mouths and said some words of greeting in a false manner. Tang Wanqing responded perfunctorily and finally her gaze fell on Yiming. That? Yiming, thank you. Tang Wanqing felt that if it wasn't for Yiming's timely arrival that day, she definitely wouldn't have been able to get out in one piece. She didn't dare to say anything about this matter because it would be detrimental to her reputation. Yiming knew it in his heart and only nodded slightly. No, you're fine. The unspoken exchange between the two aroused Su Ying's curiosity, but she just didn't ask immediately. On the contrary, Gu Qingyun was a bit unhappy and looked at Yiming with dissatisfaction. What are you doing thanking him? The more Gu Qingyun look at Yiming is more dissatisfied, always feel that if it is not Yiming would not have caused Tang Wanqing until now is still alone. Mom, he's the head of security now, and he's the one who made the security guards send me back that day, otherwise. Tang Wanqing did not say any more. Gu Qingyun. Yiming interrupted Suing and said calmly. Looking at him with this certainty, Suing didn't know what to say. Wang Qian was furious when she heard Yiming say that she sent a fake bird's nest. She had made a bloody effort to curry favor with Tang Wanqing, so if she was misunderstood, wouldn't she be lifting a rock and stoning her own foot? Yiming, I didn't provoke you today, and you can't take it out on me when you were scolded just now. Wang Qian deliberately steered the topic to the good show that she hadn't finished watching just now. Her tone was conspiratorial. You said I sent fake birds' nests, show us what goodies you sent. From the moment she entered just now, she noticed that Yiming was carrying 2 boxes of unrecognizable things in his hands, in addition to bird's nest and medicinal wine. Wang Qian directly ignored the bird's nest and medicinal wine and pointed to 2 boxes of unknown things. Yiming ignored her and continued to remind Tang Wanqing. Your body is fine now, too much tonic will hurt you instead, it's best if you don't eat any of these. Yiming's sentence completely angered Wang Qian's few people, and everyone saw him as a thorn in their side. Yiming, what do you mean? None of the ones we sent can work, but the ones you sent are fine? You come to see Mr. Tang but take these cheap healthcare products, don't eat bad our Mr. Tang's body. Zhang Lingling snatched the item in Yiming's hand and held it in her hand, looking left and right. I have eaten so many maintenance products, have never seen this, even the manufacturer is not, just afraid of the 3 products. Where the hell do you sell them from? Yiming really didn't know where Mu Jianzhong bought it from and didn't answer. Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel angry as she watched Yiming not only denigrate Wang Qian, but also implicate her as well. I think he picked it up from somewhere because he didn't have any money in his hand without paychecks, and even he doesn't know what it is. Several people opened their mouths together, humiliating Yiming and speaking very harshly. Suing walked to Yiming's side and lowered her voice to ask. Yiming, you're not being tricked, are you? Suing also saw that there was really no labeling information on the package, and the packaging was also very casual. Yiming did not feel that Mu Jianzhong would fool himself with fake goods, plus he did not want to name Mu Jianzhong, so he did not make a sound. Tang Wanqing was a little hard of hearing, she didn't want Yiming to be publicly humiliated. Don't even say it, Yiming should have been careless and not paid attention. She looked at Yiming with a grave expression on her face. You might as well take the stuff and return it so you don't get ripped off again. Although Tang Wanqing stopped the crowd from targeting Yiming, she did not believe him. Yiming didn't care, he didn't have to make Tang Wanqing accept these gifts. This bird's nest and medicinal wine are for my aunt and uncle, you have a good rest, I'm leaving first. Yiming put down his things and prepared to leave. Gu Qingyun hadn't gone far just now, and was standing outside, and immediately walked in when she heard it. You hurry up and take it away, I was worried about eating it. Yiming looked at Gu Qingyun and said, these were sold at the gift store and have invoices. Wang Shen didn't want to let Yiming off easily, she grabbed Yiming's words at once and shouted. I'm sure it's a find, why didn't you say there was an invoice for these 2 boxes? Wang Qian's words caused everyone to agree and look at Yiming with great disdain. Yiming saw her pestering and said casually, "A friend gave it to me, I don't know where he got it." Although he didn't name Mu Jianzhong, Yiming was telling the truth. Wang Qian didn't believe it at all and wanted to continue humiliating Yiming. "Just keep making it up, who's going to believe it?" Just then, a thick voice came from outside the door, and an old man slowly walked in. "Wan Qing, you are so lively here, what are you talking about?" "Grandpa Hua, why are you free to visit me?" Tang Wanqing was a bit excited to see the other party and immediately prepared to get up to greet them. The crowd all looked at the old man and hurriedly made some room. Tang Wanqing's room was large, and she hadn't put too much furniture in it, so it was still more than enough to accommodate a few people. The old man hurriedly stopped Tang Wanqing, his tone very gentle. "Wanqing, you lie down, don't get up." Tang Wanqing smiled and shook her head as the old man's mood all changed for the better. "Grandpa Hua, I don't have much to do, don't delay your research." Hua Liangyan revealed an amiable smile and doted on Tang Wanqing. "I heard you were sick, how could I not come and see? Besides, my research is over and the samples are done, there will be no delay." Looking at the several people looking at Hua Liangyan in confusion, Tang Wanqing immediately introduced herself. Grandpa Hua was the most powerful professor at the Jinling Medical College and a close friend of my grandfather. "Grandpa Hua, these are my colleagues." Hua Liangyan swept a glance at a few people and didn't say much. "Wanqing, let Grandpa help you look." When Tang Wanqing heard this, she very obediently stretched out her hand and handed it to Hua Liangyan. Hua Liangyan's face also showed a reassuring expression after carefully taking her pulse. "It is indeed fine, just rest." After saying that, he saw the various tonics laid out on the side. "But don't eat any of these things, they hurt your body if you overdo it." Hearing Hua Liangyan's words, Wang Qian's several faces turned white for a while and red for a while, and immediately lowered their heads. Suing couldn't help but snicker, and Tang Wanqing gave her a look before she restrained herself. "Grandpa Hua, this is everyone's intention, and they don't understand this." Tang Wanqing helped out, taking into account the face of several people. Hua Liangyan didn't say anything and glanced over, just in time to see the 2 boxes of gifts Yiming was carrying in his hand, very surprised. "Young man, where did you get these things?" Tang Wanqing thought that Hua Liangyan was going to scold Yiming and immediately wanted to help explain. However, Wang Qian interjected before him. "Professor Hua, this kid didn't know where he picked up the 3 less products from and wanted to give them to Mr. Tang, fortunately we stopped him in time. Otherwise, if Mr. Tang eats it, his body will definitely have big problems." Wang Qian watched Yiming talking without stopping, she couldn't wait to see the wonderful picture of Hua Liangyan scolding Yiming. However, she didn't notice that Hua Liangyan's face had turned iron blue at this moment. "You shut up." Wang Qian thought that Hua Liangyan was going to scold Yiming and immediately shut up, sitting back and waiting to see the next. He guessed that it was an employee of Mu Group who gave it away and rolled it over into Yiming's hands, so he didn't pursue it further. Just turned his head to look at Tang Wanqing and reminded him. "Wanqing, this is good stuff, so much better than these tonics. You stay with her, I'll go back first." Yiming said and left the Tang family. At this moment, a silhouette was standing in front of the second-floor window watching Yiming. "When have you ever been so obedient when I tell you to go?" Wanqing grabbed the curtain somewhat angrily and muttered as she looked at Yiming's. Day 2. Suing came to the company and saw Yiming and took the initiative to remind him. "Yiming, you'd better not mess with Wanqing lately, she seems to be in some bad mood, especially annoying men." Suing shook her head helplessly after she finished speaking. Yiming had a puzzled look on his face, not understanding what was going on with Tang Wanqing, but he intended to listen to Su Ying's opinion. Before leaving work, Meng Wan was very happy to invite people from the company to her birthday party. Because Meng Wan's treat was out of the ordinary, everyone was very happy to do it. Suing was naturally invited, and she went straight to Yiming wanting to go with him. Learning that Meng Wan did not invite Yiming, Suing was furious and went to Meng Wan to question her. "They're all co-workers, Mangan, it's a bit wrong for you to do that, isn't it?" Meng Wan didn't want to invite Yiming at all, but in the way of Su Ying's opening, she had to say that she was about to go and invite him. However, Yiming balked. "I'm not going." Suing was a bit embarrassed and immediately pulled Yiming aside. "You have to get along with everyone, it's hard for Wanqing to make too much of a mess." Hearing that it would affect Tang Wanqing, Yiming then agreed. A group of people drove to Lusha Club, Yiming naturally went over with Suing. Before getting off the bus, Suing received a business call and had to let Yiming go on his own, and before leaving, he specifically urged Yiming not to make a mess with everyone. When Suing left, Manhwa's few people immediately exuded a look of disgust. Yiming just thought of it as accomplishing his mission and didn't care. The crowd was about to walk in when a young man came out holding a bouquet of huge roses and shouted exaggeratedly at Manhwa. "Happy birthday, baby." "Honey, thanks." The crowd cast envious glances, especially the female co-workers. Seeing that the other party also took the initiative to curry favor, the always arrogant Liang Chang said with a fawning smile. "Rico deserves to be Rico, always the center of attention." Dong Li smiled smugly and directly threw Liang Chang a pack of premium imported cigarettes. Liang Chang took it and thanked him in a hurry. "Thanks, Rico." The others also came forward and shouted brotherly one by one. Dong Li saw that only Yiming had been standing still, seemingly uninterested in him. "Evening, this is." Manhwa looked at Yiming and said in disgust. "Yiming, our company's new head of security." After saying that, she added with a twinkle in her eye and a grimace. "Or our Mr. Tang's ex-boyfriend, who had no place to go and had the cheek to find his way back again." Dong Li looked Yiming up and down and said arrogantly. "So that's how it is, it really opened my eyes." Chapter 40, Lifting a Stone and Striking It on the Foot. Dong Li's words caused everyone to stifle a snicker, and Wang Qian directly opened her mouth to mock. "Rico, don't say you've never seen it, everyone has never seen such a cheeky one." The laughter of the crowd is just some clowns in Yiming's eyes. If it wasn't for Tang Wanqing he wouldn't be here at all. Seeing that Yiming did not utter a word in defense, Dong Li walked straight up and looked at Yiming and said, "I mean, man, can you be a security guard with that body?" Dong Li's words were full of mockery, and he deliberately patted his pecs and said, "I've at least practiced, so I can teach you a few moves, so you can at least defend yourself." Manhwa walked over and took Dong Li's arm, looking at Yiming with great pride. "Brotherly has been practicing with the master since he was a child, it's a blessing for you that he's willing to teach you." "No need. Those flowery ways are not useful." Yiming glanced at it and could tell that Dong Li had only learned some fancy fists and stances. It would be fine if he fought with ordinary people, but it was simply not enough in front of him. "Yiming, you really don't know what's good for you." Meng Huanqing pointed at Yiming and cursed, his face red with anger. Yiming's words not only really humiliated Dong Li, but also made her lose face. Wang Qian and the others rushed forward, all waiting for Yiming. "Manhwa, don't talk to him, he doesn't know anything, a bumpkin." "That's right, you can't be mad today on your birthday." Dong Li's face changed slightly, and a hostile aura shot out from his eyes. However, he quickly recovered and opened his mouth to dissuade him as well. "Baby, everyone's right, let's go in first." Dong Li put his arm around Manhwa, looked at Yiming to reveal a playful smile, and turned to walk inside. Seeing that Dong Li didn't even say much, the crowd no longer cared about Yiming and all followed him in. Yiming planned to go in and sit down for a while and then leave, which was considered to be a delivery. As soon as they walked into the imperial box, the crowd was all stunned after seeing the arrangement in front of them. "Wow, Brotherly is really generous this time, I'm really envious of Manhwa. This is just dreamy, the flowers are so fragrant, Rico is moving the whole garden in." "Manhwa, the scale of your birthday is similar to any celebrity engagement party." A group of female co-workers all gathered around Manhwa and talked about it, making Dong Li feel very honored. Liang Chang, these male co-workers also looked dumbfounded and took the initiative to walk up to Dong Li to brag about him. "Rico is really rich, we already feel deep pressure." "Who do you think you are, Rico's strength is beyond your reach." That's right, thanks to Rico for showing us the world." Dong Li was very pleased with himself and looked at Yiming with a disdainful expression. "Well said, just have fun today everyone, nothing else is a problem." Yiming looked around with a very bland face. Dong Li was also kind of attentive, seeing that he had hired a specialized team to decorate the box. It's just that Dong Li was too eager to show off his wealth, and thus made it a bit vulgar. Seeing that Yiming was looking around, Dong Li deliberately said loudly, "A man should be generous, it's called being capable, not being too pussy will only make people look down on him." Dong Li's words were clearly aimed at Yiming, and everyone could hear it. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd couldn't help but roar with laughter. "Rico is right, but some people can't compare in this lifetime and can only stare. Shame on me as a woman for some people, I want to find a crack in the ground." The crowd laughed recklessly, not giving Yiming any mercy at all. Yiming's face changed slightly, and Dong Li immediately shouted, "Okay, everyone play openly, you have to play your hearts out before you can leave tonight. Dongli hadn't humiliated Yiming enough, so he naturally wouldn't let him go easily. The crowd all dispersed and ate and drank, no longer targeting Yiming. Yiming planned to just sit for a while and then leave, so he casually found a seat. Manhwa was sitting in the middle with Wang Qian and a few others. She was still angry and staring at Yiming dead in the face. "Mangan, do you want to take offense?" Wang Qian looked at Manhwa and deliberately asked. "You have an idea?" Manhwa immediately approached Wang Qian. Of course she wanted to teach Yiming a lesson. Wang Qian ambled over to Manhwa's ear and muttered softly, and a satisfied smile immediately appeared on Manhwa's face. "Shanshan, your idea is really good. When the time comes, you can even send it to the company group, so that he can be properly humiliated." A few people hit it off and immediately sought out Xiaohong, who was surrounded by many of her male co-workers. Xiaohong was wearing a strapless fitted dress today, outlining her exquisite curves perfectly. Xiaohong listened attentively to Wang Qian's plan, but her hand kept stroking the big brand name bag that Manhwa had just given her. Finally, she confidently gave an OK sign towards Manhwa. "Don't worry about it, I'll make sure to show this kid his true colors." Xiaohong turned around, deliberately pulling the neckline even lower. The deep gully was visible, alluringly walking towards Yiming. When she was close to Yiming, Xiaohong suddenly pretended to twist her foot and fell towards Yiming in a smooth manner. "You!" Xiaohong inwardly snickered. Just acting out a scene would not only get her a big brand name bag, but also a set of noblewoman-level skincare products. It's a great deal of money. However, in the next second, Xiaohong realized that she was not lying on top of Yiming, but was caught by Dongli. "Are you okay, beautiful?" Dongli looked toward Xiaohong's chest with a horny face, revealing a lecherous smile. Xiaohong panicked and stood up, waving her hand and said, "Thanks to Xiaodong, I'm fine." Although Xiaohong was eyeing Manhwa, he didn't dare to play with fire in front of the rightful owner. She looked around in disbelief and muttered suspiciously, "No, I clearly just saw." Yiming slowly walked behind Xiaohong and faintly said, "Looking for me?" Xiaohong was taken aback and patted her chest, her face turning a little white. "What are you doing talking behind people's backs? You're scaring them. You're being a thief," Yiming said with a cold smile and walked away. He saw through Xiaohong's move at a glance and naturally would not let the other party succeed. Seeing that the plan failed and the one who caught Xiaohong was actually her boyfriend, Manhwa was so angry that she immediately walked over. "What are you doing?" Manhwa glared at Dongli and Xiaohong with a jealous face, her tone full of questioning. Xiaohong was very embarrassed and didn't dare to look at Manhwa. "I accidentally twisted my foot, luckily Xiaodong helped me." Saying that, Xiaohong hurriedly walked away. She didn't want to continue to stay. Watching Xiaohong leave, Manhwa had the feeling of lifting a stone to hit her own foot and clenched her fists in anger. Dongli looked at Xiaohong, who walked away with great interest, and turned his head to see Manhwa angry and skillfully took out the gift box. "Don't be mad, dear, see if you like the gift I got you?" As soon as Manhwa took it and saw that it was a diamond-studded necklace, her anger instantly disappeared. "It's so pretty." "Thanks, Rico." Dongli thoughtfully put it on Manhwa and gave her another kiss on the cheek. After Manhwa's anger subsided, she then said to Dongli, "Brotherly, just now I specifically asked Xiaohong to lure Yiming so that I could take a video to humiliate him. But in the end, it was you." Dongli understood as soon as he heard it, then he came to her ear and said, "Don't bother, watch me." Chapter 41, Losing Your Mind. Hearing Dongli's words, Manhwa's mood turned around and she walked towards Wang Qian's few people to show off her gifts. Dongli suddenly clapped his hands at this moment to signal the crowd to be quiet, and took the initiative to propose. "I see we're all having a good time today, how about a drinking contest?" Then he took out the car keys he had on him and continued. "And just for fun, the winner gets this new car I just bought." The crowd was abuzz with excitement, especially the men in the audience with their eyes glowing. "Rico, isn't that the McLaren you parked outside? That's a new car worth tens of millions of dollars. Rico is so luxurious." "Young Dong, are you serious?" Dongli nodded smugly. He mainly wanted to humiliate Yiming and didn't think anyone really dared to take his car away. "Naturally, it's true." Dongli looked at Yiming very arrogantly, expecting to see a greedy expression on Yiming's face. He expected that all men like luxury cars, especially since Yiming had no money at this time, so he would definitely take advantage of such a good opportunity. But he thought wrong. Yiming shook his head as he watched Dongli staring at him. "You guys play, I'm not interested." "Not interested?" Dong Li froze. He didn't expect Yiming to say such a thing. If Yiming didn't participate, his offer would be meaningless. Dong Li immediately walked towards Yiming. Kid, are you scared? It's not good for you to concede before it even starts. Dong Li deliberately provoked and tried to provoke Yiming. However, these were useless to Yiming. No one could provoke Yiming. Liang Chang could see Dong Li's intentions, and he hurriedly opened his mouth as well. Yiming, this is Brother Li's proposal, you can't be able to spoil the fun. As Liang Chang watched the fun and deliberately incited the fire, Dong Li's expression became even uglier. Yiming sneered and said without a care in the world. It was Su Ling who asked me to come and sit down for a while, and now I'm leaving. Meng Wan also heard it, and she was so angry that she immediately walked over and glared at Dong Li. Yiming's words were a complete slap in Meng Wan's face, and she hadn't even taught Yiming a lesson to get out of this. Dong Li had the same idea. He had been brushed off by Yiming and had to get it back. Since you came with a mission, at least wait until you cut the cake before you leave, or you're being insincere. Dong Li changed his trick and said along with Yiming's words. Liang Chang was very good at reading people and hurried to help. That's right, since Mr. Su asked you to come, how can you miss the most important part of cutting the birthday cake? Yiming thought about it for a moment and didn't mind the delay of a few more minutes, nodding his head in agreement. Then cut the cake now. Meng Wan's face was ugly. She was having a birthday but had to listen to Yiming's orders. This made her very angry. Dong Li also had a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but he quickly recovered his expression. Someone bring the cake. As soon as the words left his mouth, the waiter outside the door pushed a 6-tiered exquisite cake and slowly walked in. Happy birthday. The waiter sang as he walked inside, but Meng Wan's face was devoid of joy. Ah! Because the floor was littered with empty bottles of wine and the lighting was dim, the waiter didn't pay attention and slipped on his foot. Even so, the cake still collapsed all over the cake cart in a horrible way. My cake! Meng Wan was so angry that she was about to cry. This birthday today was really suffocating. Dong Li was also getting angry and kicked at the waiter. What a touch of bad luck! Get me your manager. The waiter was a thin young man who couldn't withstand Dong Li's kick at all. Kicked straight into the corner, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Liang Chang was a little worried and boldly walked over to Dong Li. Brotherly, let this waiter apologize and make amends. I'm afraid it's not a good idea to make a scene. He came a little closer and whispered into Dong Li's ear. I heard the owner here is Master Tiger. Hearing Master Tiger's name, Dong Li's face changed slightly. But looking at the crowd, he felt embarrassed about his face and pushed Liang Cheng away. So what if Master Tiger, who doesn't give my father face in Jinling? Liang Cheng silently stepped back, not daring to say more for fear of angering Dong Li. Soon, a middle-aged man in a gray suit walked into the imperial box. He glanced at the injured waiter, restrained anger on his face, and walked over to Dong Li. I'm very sorry, our people are much offended, please calm down, sir. With that, he looked behind him at the waiter and had the box cleaned up. Sir, to show our apology, how about I give you a free bill for all the expenses of the box? When Dong Li heard this, he became even more enraged and pointed at the middle-aged man and cursed. Who are you to look down on anyone? My family doesn't lack this much money. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, his tone clearly hearing some restraint. Sir, I'm the manager of the Lusha Club, Wang He. Only then did Dong Li take a proper look at the man, but his tone remained arrogant. Since you're the manager and your people messed up my girlfriend's birthday party, you apologize and forget about it. Are you sure you want me to apologize? Wang He's tone suddenly changed with a hint of threat. Liang Chang was all a bit flustered and immediately tried to stop Dong Li. However, Dong Li opened his mouth before him, pointing at Wang He's head and loudly scolding him. What, you can't apologize to your guests anymore? Dong Li felt that his father, Dong Ao, had quite a bit of face in Jinling, so he wasn't afraid in the least. And, I also want you to kneel and apologize or this won't pass today. Looking at Dong Li's arrogant attitude, Wang He was no longer polite. Kid, you'd better see what kind of place this is, you're worthy of spreading your wildness here. Wang He's words instantly made Dong Li explode. He was pissed off enough by Yiming today, and now he was being berated by Wang He. I still don't believe it, even if you call your boss here you must kneel down and apologize to me. Dong Li's eyes reddened and he completely lost his rationality. Kid, you wait for me. Wang He let out a harsh sentence and turned to leave. Liang Chang and the others were terrified that something big would happen afterward. It wasn't long before Wang He returned again, but he walked behind. In front of him was an angry man with a pronounced scar on his face, a bushy beard, and a very ominous gaze. I'd like to see just who dares to make me kneel down and apologize to him. The man walked in and just glanced around inside the box. Liang Cheng looked at his eyes and immediately avoided them, as if his eyes could eat people. Wang Yi pointed at Dong Li and said respectfully to the man, Master Tiger, it's this brat. Master Tiger? Dong Li's face instantly changed slightly, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. That's right, this is the owner of our Lusha club, Master Tiger. Wang Yi immediately introduced the man's identity loudly, his eyes full of disdain. Dong Li gulped and looked at the crowd, bracing himself to say, So it's Master Tiger, my father is Dong Ao, Master Tiger should know him? Song Tianhu snorted coldly and spat at Dong Li. Bah! If you want to climb into friendship with me, Song Tianhu, not to mention you, even your father isn't qualified. Chapter 42, Forget it if you don't appreciate it. Hearing Song Tianhu declare himself, the crowd all stared in shock. Tiger! Tiger Master! Liang Cheng was so scared that even his knees went weak and he directly knelt on the ground. Everyone else was also scared white, clearly seeing that Song Tianhu didn't scorn Dong Li's father at all. Are we dead now? Wang Shan grabbed Liang Cheng's shoulder, her voice trembling. Shoo! Don't talk! Liang Cheng was afraid of being noticed by Song Tianhu and hurriedly reminded Wang Qian. The two immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Song Tianhu at all. Meng Wan's face was in shock at this point, she hadn't reacted yet and had a panicked look on her face. Rico, didn't you say your dad? Dong Li's soul was almost scared out of his mind at this point, and he covered Meng Wan's mouth to stop her from saying more. I'm sorry Master Tiger, I'm drunk and I'm saying drunken things, please atone for my sins. Dong Li was afraid of Song Tianhu's intimidation and didn't care about face and face, so he hurriedly apologized. Song Tianhu snorted coldly and chided with a face full of anger. Late. As soon as Song Tianhu's words fell, the men following him completely blocked the doorway. The people all understood what he meant, and it was clear that there had to be an explanation before they could leave. The box was very quiet, and everyone dared not make a sound for fear of becoming a standout. I'm leaving without cutting the cake. Suddenly, a voice came from the box. The crowd all looked over and saw Yiming slowly walking towards the door. Everyone was stunned. This kid is a cutie. Is he? What a desperate man. Liang Cheng looked at Yiming and hurriedly tried to stop it. He glanced nervously at Song Tianhu, worried that Yiming's actions would anger the other party and implicate himself. Song Tianhu's face showed anger at this time, and his reddened face carried a trace of astonishment. Yiming seemed to be completely oblivious, completely ignoring Song Tianhu's anger. Kid, do you want to die? No one can leave without Master Tiger's word. A strong man following behind Song Tianhu rushed forward and directly stopped Yiming. Glancing at the man, Yiming's tone was very calm. Who the hell is Song Tianhu to stop me? Damn, how dare you disrespect Master Tiger, let's see how I'll fix you. The burly man's tone was thick with threats, and he flashed his thick arm, which was already crawling with veins. Looking at the stout man's stance, Liang Cheng's few people stepped back, not wanting to be affected. Panther, stand down. Song Tianhu lightly shouted, his stern gaze looking towards Yiming. Kid, you've got some guts, just not in the right place. Song Tianhu was somewhat appreciative when he saw that Yiming was an ordinary person, yet he dared to call out to his own men. However, Yiming's words made him lose face very much, and he had to teach some lessons before he could do so. Dong Li was very scared at this time. He pointed at Yiming and explained to Song Tianhu. Master Tiger, calm down, we don't know this kid well. Dong Li hurriedly brushed off his relationship with Yiming, not wanting to be dragged into it by him. Meng Wan also immediately spoke in agreement. This kid, Master Tiger, has always been arrogant and accustomed to not putting anyone in his eyes. Meng Wan had been exasperated by Yiming all night, and she hated that Song Tianhu would step in to teach Yiming a lesson and help her out. Song Tianhu wasn't stupid and saw through the two men's minds at a glance. Are you two trying to use me as a gun? An explosive shout caused Dong Li and the two men to tremble in fear, and they hurriedly knelt down to make amends without stopping. I wouldn't dare, Master Tiger, calm down. Meng Wan kept bending down to apologize, revealing a beautiful scenery in front of her chest, which was exactly what Song Tianhu had in his eyes. Panther, bring that chick here. Song Tianhu looked at Meng Wan and ordered Black Panther. Black Panther walked over and directly pulled Meng Wan up from the ground and threw her in front of Song Tianhu. Ah! No! Manhwa was so scared that she lost her voice and screamed, her face full of panic. Dongli watched as Manhwa was pulled away, and in a fit of hot-headedness he immediately stepped forward to engage Black Panther. Bang! Dongli was no match for Black Panther and was directly punched away by Black Panther. Dongli, who hit the coffee table, instantly broke his head, and Manhwa was scared to tears. Brat, you dare to make a move against me even with your three-legged work? Bah! Black Panther spat at Dongli and mocked before returning to stand behind Song Tianhu. Liang Chang and the others were so scared that their hearts were beating wildly, having seen Dongli strike out with the Black Panther with their own eyes, but they were powerless to fight back. The people were all as if they were dead. This is dead. Liang Chang was so scared that he shivered all over and regretted coming to this birthday banquet. Wang Qi and several girls at this time. Everyone is in danger, afraid that the next will be their turn. Song Tianhu looked at the scared and crying Manhwa with a lewd smile on his face and said disdainfully towards Dongli. I'll give you a chance, either you get beaten up by my men to take out your anger, or just let this chick lower the fire for me and we'll call this even. You choose. Song Tianhu looked at Dongli with a playful expression, as if he expected how he would choose. Manhwa was so scared when she heard this that she hurriedly exclaimed. Rico, save me. I don't want to. Dongli struggled to get up at this point, shaking his head to look at Manhwa, his mouth open but unable to make a sound. He's scared. Fighting with Black Panther just now had already made him suffer enough, and he didn't even dare to think about what would happen if he was beaten up again. Just as Dongli hesitated, Yiming suddenly spoke out to stop him. Shame on you for embarrassing women. Yiming's voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderbolt in the box. The crowd all shuddered and looked at him in shock. Seeing that Yiming had no qualms about saying leave again, Song Tianhu bellowed. If you want to leave, leave a hand. Chapter 43, There's Still a Backer. As soon as the words fell, Black Panther immediately struck out. Bang! The Black Panther's body was as hard as steel as it rushed at Yiming's arm and smashed it hard. Ah! A group of female co-workers shrieked and hugged each other in shock. Liang Chang's few people dodged back some more, their gazes parted to Yiming's side with nervousness. Song Tianhu's face was calm, as if he could see Yiming kneeling down and begging for mercy in the next second. But a few moments later, the Black Panther, however, flew directly backwards, the whole person heavily hitting the wall and fainting. What a beating! Yiming glanced at the Black Panther in disgust, his tone very disdainful. Song Tianhu looked at Yiming in shock, his face not as calm as it was a moment ago. His eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Yiming address his men. Throw those other cowards out. Yes. Song Tianhu's group of men immediately picked up the people huddled in the corners and drove them all out of the box. Looking at Yiming's extraordinary strike, Song Tianhu knew that he had encountered a difficult bone to gnaw on, and his anger was all transferred to Yiming. Kid, there's a price to pay for trying to be a standout. Song Tianhu glared intently at Yiming, threateningly. Although Yiming had just injured Black Panther, Song Tianhu's strength was more than that. He didn't put Yiming in his eyes, but he had to clean up ruthlessly and get back his face before he could do so. No one has dared to act wildly in my territory yet, I must make you learn a lesson today. Yiming shook his head and laughed coldly. Looks like it's time to clean up this underground world of Jinling. Yiming's tone was light, but it caused Song Tianhu to be on fire. Boy, you have a big mouth. Yiming wasn't being nosy, he felt that the existence of the Jinling underground world was also a hidden danger to Tang Wanqing. It's good to fix it by hand. Today, I'll let you, a kid who doesn't know the sky and the earth, learn how to appreciate the power of my old man. Song Tianhu was full of anger, and his eyes were on the verge of emitting sparks when he looked at Yiming. No one had yet dared to talk to him like this, and was even arrogant enough to take on the entire underground world. Yiming did not want to continue to spend time with Song Tianhu and instantly struck out. Almost in the blink of an eye, dozens of men around Song Tianhu fell. Ah! A wail went up inside the box. Looking at the miserable scene on the ground, Song Tianhu was shocked beyond belief. Who the hell are you? Yiming didn't hitch a ride, his identity was not in existence that Song Tianhu could pry into. Just you. Yiming slowly walked toward Song Tianhu, his face as cold as frost, as if he was a soul-claiming messenger from hell. Tap tap tap. Looking at Yiming who was approaching him step by step, Song Tianhu inexplicably panicked inside. What do you want? Yiming sneered, his tone very disdainful. What do you say? Yiming asked without answering, and Song Tianhu could not help but shout a warning as he felt his life was greatly threatened. Kid, if you dare to touch me, you will definitely regret it. Yes? Yiming looked at Song Tianhu with eyes full of contempt, his tone extremely contemptuous. Song Tianhu's body stepped back uncontrollably. In order to make Yiming change his mind, he braced his guts and continued to scream at Yiming. Do you think you can kill me with just you? The reliance behind me is not an existence you can offend. Song Tianhu's face was hideous. If it wasn't for the danger to his life, he wouldn't dare to move out this backer behind him. Although he didn't know exactly what Yiming's origins were, but seeing that he was unafraid of himself, Song Tianhu's heart was also frightened. Yiming stopped in his tracks when he heard that Song Tianhu had backers behind him. Song Tianhu thought that Yiming had finally been bluffed by himself as he continued to yell. Kid, do you know you're scared now? Song Tianhu suddenly stopped and looked back at Yiming. All of the punks that had been knocked to the ground were also looking at Yiming in surprise at this time, too scared to continue humming. They had seen the scene just now with their own eyes. I didn't expect Yiming to be so rampant that he took the initiative to have Song Tianhu bring the backer behind him. By now, Meng and the others had long since run out of the club. Everyone didn't dare to stay and tried to hurry to escape as if they were crazy. Meng Wan heard a scream from behind her and couldn't help but stop and look back. There was some concern on her face, and she hesitated to continue outside. We're on our own now, so just leave him alone. Hurry up! Wang Xian saw Meng Wan stop and hurriedly pulled her outside. The situation just now scared Wang Xian so much that her face turned pale, and she also heard the screams, but she didn't hesitate at all. Meng Wan was very afraid, and twisted her head away at the thought that she was nearly spoiled just now. Sorry. Meng Wan said in her heart, got into the car and immediately drove off. It wasn't until a few kilometers into the drive that Meng stopped the car and hesitantly sent a text message. Thinking that if Yiming had not opened his mouth just now, she would have already suffered. Meng Wan looked at the cell phone screen and bit her lip lightly. I can only do this much, the rest depends on God's will. Not for a while. Yiming in the box received a phone call from Su Ying. Listening to the tone of voice was very anxious. Yiming, how are you? Don't be impulsive, I'll be right over. No, I'll be right back, you go about your business. Do. Su Ying listened to the busy tone on the phone, and a wave of panic ran through her heart. Box. Yiming had just put down the phone when he saw a familiar silhouette appear at the entrance of the box. Song Tianhu, what's going on with you? Chapter 44, The Morning Dog. Moon Yintone was partying with her friends in another box, and heard the commotion over here before she came over. As soon as he saw Moon Yintone, Song Tianhu immediately crawled desperately to her feet. Missy, help me. Song Tianhu was the leader of the underground world in Jinling, and has several properties under his name. Now it was like a bereaved dog begging for mercy, and Moon Yintone's heart shook as he watched. Song Tianhu was finally relieved at this time, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to Moon Yintone to complain. It's all because of that kid, please Missy take it out on me. Song Tianhu was very humble in the face of Moon Yintone, as if he had met his master. Yiming frowned slightly and also recognized Moon Yintone. So the Mu family is the backer behind him. Hearing a familiar voice coming from her, Moon Yintone immediately looked over. Yi Xiao? Moon Yintone first saw Yiming, then saw the bodyguards that were knocked down all over the ground, and immediately understood in her heart. Although Moon Yintone had heard that Yiming was a great fighter, he was still very shocked to see the scene in front of him. Song Tianhu, who gave you the guts to offend Xiao Yi? She forced herself to hold back her inner surprise and loudly scolded Song Tianhu. Song Tianhu's face was full of doubts, and for a moment, he didn't know how to reply. Missy, Song Tianhu was puzzled. He didn't understand why Moon Yintone rebuked himself and spoke for Yiming. However, it soon occurred to him and he quickly waved his hand to Moon Yintone. Missy, isn't she mistaken, this kid isn't some rich young man. Song Tianhu remembered that someone seemed to mention Yiming's identity just now and immediately said. He's just a little security guard. Song Tianhu had always thought that Yiming was just a security guard, so he didn't even put him in his eyes. Snap. Moon Yintone slapped Song Tianhu hard and was so angry that her face changed. How dare you? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll close this club down immediately. Moon Yintone was already very frightened in her heart when she heard Yiming's questioning just now. She walked to Yiming and hurriedly explained. Don't, Master Mu, what are you? Not seeing the image of Mu Jianzhong angrily rebuking Yiming made Song Tianhu incredibly suspicious. Asshole. Mu Jianzhong turned around and without saying a word kicked towards Song Tianhu. He had already guessed how Song Tianhu had offended Yiming and that the matter had involved his Mu family. Yiming asked in a light tone without any expression on his face. Family Master Mu, your people have offended me, so I had to step in and discipline them for you. Hearing that Yiming's address to himself had changed, Mu Jianzhong was so scared that he immediately knelt down and apologized. Xiao Yi, calm your anger, the Mu family will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Mu Jianzhong was very frightened and could not withstand Yiming's anger. Yiming didn't make a statement, and Mu Jianzhong immediately understood. He got up and walked to Song Tianhu, ordering the bodyguards behind him. Break this asshole's hand. The bodyguard struck sharply, without a word of nonsense. Click. A sound of bones breaking resounded again, but Song Tianhu didn't dare to shout out, holding his face red. Master Mu, spare your life. Seeing the murderous aura in Mu Jianzhong's eyes, Song Tianhu immediately begged for mercy. Song Tianhu, you are not worthy of death, even 10 lives are not enough to compensate for offending Young Yi. Mu Jianzhong shouted angrily, itching to kill Song Tianhu with his own hands to vent his anger. How important Yiming was to the Mu family, and now he was offended by Song Tianhu. Song Tianhu was stunned and didn't dare to make a sound with his mouth open. Mu Jianzhong wasn't relieved and stepped forward for another kick. Why don't you kowtow to Xiao Yi to make amends? Song Tianhu completely realized that obviously Yiming was a big shot that the Mu family didn't even dare to offend. He rolled and crawled towards Yiming, humble as a lost dog. Ye shall spare my life, I have eyes but not recognize him Tai, I have offended a lot, please atone for my sins, ye shall. Song Tianhu kept kowtowing, and the sound of him kowtowing was all over the box. The crowd of henchmen were shocked. Song Tianhu was the equivalent of a leading boss in the underground world of Jinling, but now he was so reverent to Yiming. For a time, the underground world of Jinling was shaken. But all this, Yiming did not care, as usual. Yiming felt that it was really inconvenient to continue living at Su Ying's house, so he informed Mu Niantong that he was ready to move. Mu Niantong immediately drove to pick up Yiming, and without saying a word, he brought Yiming to the royal garden Huating. 20 minutes later, at the top of the royal garden resort hill. Mu Niantong got out of the car and pointed at the villa in front of him and smiled towards Yiming. Yi shall, come in and take a look. Yiming wasn't too surprised, he had already guessed it from Mu Jianzhong's words before. As for whether or not it was the king of the building, Yiming did not value it, he was not in a hurry to walk in, but looked around. Looking at his feet at the highest point located in Jinling, Yiming slightly closed his eyes and felt the faint aura surging. It is indeed a tranquil setting. Seeing this, Mu Niantong could also tell that Yiming was satisfied with his father's arrangement. It's good that Yi Xiao likes it, before I didn't understand why my dad kept the king of house, now I finally know his intention. Mu Niantong's words had caused Yiming to be somewhat slightly surprised. Old Mu has a heart. The two then walked in. Yiming saw Mu Niantong has long been prepared almost, the decoration style is simple and revealing the low-key noble. If Xiao Yi doesn't like it, I'll immediately have it dismantled and reinstalled. Although Mu Niantong said this, his tone was full of confidence. Yiming waved his hand and looked at Mu Niantong with a smile. No, it's fine. A short answer, Mu Niantong heard but was very pleased. Being able to obtain Yiming's satisfaction, Mu Niantong's heart leapt for joy. Young Yi, these are the documents for the house, the formalities have all been completed. Mu Niantong didn't wait for Yiming to open his mouth before taking the initiative to hand it over. Yiming didn't reach out to pick it up and casually pointed his hand to the side. Put it away. Mu Niantong put down her things with a mysterious smile on her face. Yi shall first familiarize yourself with the environment, I'll give you a surprise later, excuse me. After saying that, Mu Niantong left first. Yiming wasn't idle either, he wanted to find more places in the royal garden Huating that were filled with aura, so he wandered around. Walking to the foot of the mountain, Yiming realized that there seemed to be a lot of people coming in and out today, and it just so happened that there was a security guard next to him who casually asked, "Is there something going on today?" Although the security guard did not recognize Yiming, he immediately responded respectfully when he saw him coming down from the mountain. "Sir, today is the pre-sale day, so many rich merchants from Jinling came to see the house." After the security guard finished speaking, he bowed to Yiming again and casually drove away in his patrol car. Yiming didn't want to get involved and turned around to leave. However, just as soon as he turned around, Yiming heard a piercing sound coming from him. "Yiming, why are you here?" Yang Jia was very surprised and quickly walked behind Yiming with a questioning tone. Today was the pre-sale day of the royal garden residence, so Yang Jie followed his father over to see the house. Not long after he came in, he saw Yi Ming, which is why he hurried over to make sure. Yi Ming did not want to bother with Yang Jie as he turned around and was about to leave. Yang Jie thinks Yi Ming is trying to leave because he was found out and is weak-minded, and immediately blocks him. Don't tell me you came to see the house too? I don't think the little money you have on you can even afford to buy a floor tile in the bathroom. As soon as Yang Jie saw Yi Ming, he remembered the last time he had dinner. It was clearly his treat, but in the end, Yi Ming stole the show. It caused his image in Gu Qinyan's heart to plummet. Yi Ming didn't even look squarely at Yang Jie and faintly returned. I'm not looking at the house, I'm out for a walk. Hearing Yi Ming's words, Yang Jie completely lost his regard and his face was filled with mockery. Do you know where this is? You're worthy of coming to the royal garden residence as a small security guard. Yi Ming was just out for a stroll, so he dressed casually and stepped on a pair of flip-flops. Yang Jie looked at Yi Ming with a disdainful sneer on his face and deliberately raised his volume. The ones who are here today are all the big shots with big names in Jinling, and they all came in with numbered cards. Do you have a number plate just like that? Yang Jie had heard his father say that the royal garden residence was not something that could be bought with money. It is also a status symbol to be able to buy a house in royal garden residence. Those who could come in to see the house were recognized by the Mu family, and that was why they were able to obtain a number plate. 1 for 1. Number plates? Yi Ming but Mu Niantong personally drove to bring in, and does not know what number plate. Seeing that Yi Ming did not know at all, Yang Jie decided that Yi Ming must have sneaked in. You sure didn't. Yang Jie was excited as if he had discovered a new continent and immediately waved at another young man. Shuai, come here. What's wrong? The young man immediately came over and looked at Yang Jie suspiciously. This Shuai kid is sneaking in, don't let him get away. Yang Jie showed a ruthless face, wanting to take the opportunity to teach Yi Ming a good lesson. Yang Jie, you know him? Shuai immediately blocked in front of Yi Ming while asking suspiciously. Of course I recognize him, this kid works as a security guard at Tang Wanqing's company. Yang Jie gritted his teeth as he hated Yi Ming for standing between him and Tang Wanqing. Shuai immediately looked at Yi Ming with a wicked smile on his face. So that's the kid. Shuai immediately understood the reason why Yang Jie was so angry. Chapter 46, Blindness. Yang Jie was secretly happy in his heart. Yi Ming was sure to die after offending so many rich young men. Sure enough. Shuai was very angry at this time and pointed at Yi Ming and cursed. Kid, who are you to tell us what to do? My dad is the property manager here, I'll let him clean you up right now. Shuai immediately took out his cell phone and called his dad. Yi Ming was too lazy to bother with these little brats, he would rather go find more aura to nourish his body. Seeing that Yi Ming was about to leave, Yang Jie thought that he was intimidated and wanted to run, and immediately stepped forward to stop him. Scared, huh? I'm not going to let you get away. The other rich second generation also immediately stepped forward and blocked Yi Ming's way. What's this about? A mellow voice came out, and Shuai was the first to rush over. Dad, you're here, that's the kid. Shuai immediately stepped forward to complain, excitedly pointing at Yi Ming to Shui Jingming. Shui Jingming wore a well-fitted suit with a gold work tag pinned to his lapel, displaying his title and name. Looking at Yi Ming, Shui Jingming revealed a condescending look. I thought it was someone but a brat. Because of Shui Jingming's appearance, Shuai had an arrogant expression on his face. It was as if the next second they could see the wonderful picture of Yi Ming being taught a hard lesson. Boy, how dare you sneak into the royal garden Huating? Shui Jingming didn't even ask, completely believing his son's words. Yi Ming just swept a glance at Shui Jingming's work badge and frowned slightly. Shui Jingming's work attitude made Yi Ming feel dissatisfied and directly questioned. What makes you think I snuck in here? Seeing that Yi Ming still dared to be arrogant, Yang Jie immediately interjected. You couldn't even take out the number plate when I asked you to, and you still dare to argue. Hearing Yang Jie's words, Shui Jingming's attitude became even more arrogant. Those who can enter the royal garden residence today, other than the residents, are by virtue of the number plates they have been given. If you take out your number plate, no one will dare stop you. Shui Jingming held out his hand, signaling Yi Ming to take out his number plate. Yi Ming snorted disdainfully and wrapped his arms around his chest. I'm a resident. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd burst into laughter. Shui Jingming's gaze toward Yi Ming was filled with contempt as he laughed his head off. Kid, you're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big. He glared at Yi Ming with an expression of watching a good show and deliberately asked. Why don't you tell us where you live? Yi Ming spoke in a light tone and pointed in the direction of the mountaintop. I live at the top of the hill. What did you say? Xue Jingming's expression was exaggerated as he looked at Yi Ming with a playful face. Boy, you can be a real poser. He pointed in the direction of the mountaintop and asked Yi Ming rhetorically. That's the king of the royal court Hua Ting's building, it's reserved by Mr. Mu specifically for a big shot. Don't tell me you're the big guy. Ha ha. Xue Jingming's tone was filled with disdain, and the crowd also laughed at Yi Ming. Yi Ming, however, did not care at all and said indifferently. Ask Mu Jianzhong if you don't believe me. The crowd laughed again, all feeling that Yi Ming had surprisingly not heard Xue Jingming's mockery. Xue Jingming tightened his smile with a hint of anger on his face. Mr. Mu doesn't have time to deal with this. Boy, you're so vicious, you still want to drag me into being scolded. Xue Jingming immediately beckoned for a nearby security guard and pointed at Yi Ming. Get this kid out of here and send him straight to the sheriff's department. Yi Ming's face changed slightly. He had wanted to hide from the quiet but was stirred up by this group of people. Slow down. Yi Ming chortled and took out his cell phone to call Moon Yentong. He didn't bother to explain to these villains, since they were the Mu family's people. Let the Mu family take care of it. Yo, you still know how to find someone, let's see who you can find. Seeing Yi Ming on the phone, Xue Jingming hurriedly signaled the security guards to back off, wanting to see what other tricks Yi Ming could play. Moon Yentong was slowing down and saw Yi Ming calling quickly answered. After hearing Yi Ming's short explanation, Moon Yentong was shocked and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry Yi Xiao, please tell that asshole to answer it, I'll handle it. Moon Yentong didn't expect Yi Ming to have people who didn't know how to die to mess with him just after he. Yi Ming also left directly, not wanting to continue to tangle with these people. Because of the suddenness of what happened, the crowd did not return to their senses. Yang Jia looked at Yi Ming's back as he left, his teeth itching with anger. At that moment, a middle-aged man came up behind him, tapped his shoulder, and questioned. What are you doing here? Dad? Yang Jia turned to look at Yang Wanshan, his expression immediately becoming humble. Yang Wanshan had a serious face and looked unsmiling. What are you doing gathered here with them? You're not going to cause me any trouble today. Yang Wanshan was well aware of his son's nature, and there was a warning in his tone. Dad, I don't have. Yang Jia was afraid of Yang Wanshan and immediately explained. Yang Wanshan didn't wait for Yang Jia to finish, he directly pulled him aside and said solemnly. There will be a big shot coming over today. If you anger the other party, the Yang family will also suffer. Yang Jia's expression also immediately turned serious while asking curiously. Dad, what's the big deal? Yang Wanshan cautiously looked around, then whispered. The reason why the Mu family is head and shoulders stronger than the Yang family is because of the support of this great man. If you can recognize this great man as your godfather today, the Yang family will surely soar in the future. Yang Jia immediately smiled with joy as he thought that if he could have such a powerful backer, Tang Wansheng would surely be a handful. Not to mention, it could completely punch Yi Ming in the face. Yang Jia immediately nodded his head, seriously assuring him. Dad, don't worry. Yang Wanshan nodded in relief and led Yang Jia away. Yang Jia and Xue Huai, who had led the coaxing, were silent, and the crowd dispersed. Yi Ming was stirred up and went straight home. He had just sat down when the doorbell rang. Yi Xiao is sorry, I specifically brought this bastard here to make amends to you. Moon Yentong stood outside the door and respectfully apologized to Yi Ming. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I'm blind to have offended you, please atone. Chapter 47. Kneeling at Moon Yentong's feet was none other than Xue Jingming, who had just hurriedly left. Xue Jingming had been completely stunned when he saw Yi Ming walk out of the King of Buildings. Just now he answered the phone and Moon Yentong yelled at him to get his ass over here. Although Moon Yentong didn't mention Yi Ming's identity, Xue Jingming was a bit skeptical, which is why he urged Xue Huai. Now that he saw Moon Yentong treating Yi Ming with such respect, he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Didn't you just say I didn't deserve to be in here? He lost something far more precious than his life, and besides, he didn't start it. Moon Yentong's eyes flickered slightly, and she was about to follow up on Yi Ming's sudden question. Where's that surprise you were talking about? Moon Yentong's face changed and instantly spread a smile. Yi Xiao has already agreed, please follow me there. With that, she led Yi Ming to the number 1 villa in the semi-mountainous area, the Yi family villa. After walking in, Mu Niantong led Yiming to the dining room and pointed to the sumptuous dishes on the table. Please also ask Yi Xiao to savor it later and criticize it. Yiming saw a medicinal meal at a glance and smiled slightly. So that's what you've been up to. Mu Niantong smiled and playfully winked at him. Looking at Mu Niantong, who was completely different from the murderous and decisive Mu Niantong just now, Yiming felt a wave of helplessness. What a leprechaun! At this time, Mu Jianzhong also walked in and greeted Yiming with an arch. Please ask Yi Xiao to redeem himself, I've heard everything Niantong said just now. No harm done, it's just a small person. Yiming does not intend to continue to pursue. Mu Jianzhong industry is widely distributed, there will always be some ungrateful underlings, dispatched on the line. Yes. Mu Jianzhong didn't continue, and his words changed, suddenly somewhat hesitant. Xiao Yi, Mr. Mu set up a banquet today to celebrate the completion of Xiao Ye's new residence, but he also has another request. Yiming glanced at Mu Jianzhong, smiled faintly, sat down and said. Is it something to do with that Dr. Liao? Mu Jianzhong froze for a moment, a hint of shock evident in his eyes. Xiao Yi really did anticipate things like a god, this is indeed the matter. Seeing Yiming take the initiative to pick out, Mu Jianzhong did not talk nonsense and immediately stated his intentions. This person is called Liao Hai, he has been by my side for more than 10 years, besides being good at medicine, he also has research on the 8 formations of Qi Men. The feng shui formations in my home are also through his hands, but what happened last time made Mu very worried, so I want to ask Yi Xiao to take action. Mu Jianzhong's attitude is very sincere, he knows that feng shui can be big or small, so he does not dare to be careless. Yiming looked at the dishes on the table and then at Mu Jianzhong's face of sincerity and nodded slightly. It can't hurt to look. Yiming felt that it was just a show of hands, and it was also considered a chance for the Mu family. Mu Jianzhong was very pleased and quickly bowed to thank him. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Yiming waved his hand to Mu Jianzhong, then he stood up and looked around. I've looked at it last time and didn't find anything unusual, you've been feeling unwell lately? As soon as the words fell, an old voice came from outside. Master Mu. Mu Jianzhong was just about to open his mouth to reply when he heard the voice and immediately shut up. Why is Master Liao here today? Yiming heard that the outsider was none other than Liao Hai and immediately looked over. Only to see that the one who walked in was an old man with a white beard and hair, wearing a Taoist robe, with an immortal appearance. Liao Hai walked in and immediately pulled Mu Jianzhong with concern to shush him. Master Mu, the last time you had an attack I was very worried out there, so I came straight here just after I got off the plane. How is the body now? Looking at Liao Hai's concerned look, Mu Jianzhong had a cold attitude. It's no longer a problem, thanks for your concern. Liao Hai sensed something strange and the smile on his face was a bit awkward. Immediately after, he saw Yiming and asked with a slight frown. This little brother is. Mu Jianzhong's tone immediately became respectful and took the initiative to introduce himself. This is Yi Xiao, I was fortunate to have Yi Xiao's help when I had an attack, so I specially hosted a banquet. Liao Hai had been staring at Yiming, and Mu Jianzhong hadn't even removed his gaze when he finished speaking. He felt very surprised because after watching for a long time lately I've been feeling physically tired and weak whenever I'm at home, but not at work. I'm wondering if there's something wrong with the feng shui in my home. Chapter 48, Must Dig. No way. Liao Hai hurried forward, his tone very certain. Master Mu, this is something I've carefully laid out and never made a mistake in all these years, it's absolutely impossible. Liao Hai was very certain, and a touch of anger surfaced on his face. Mu Jianzhong is only suspicious, there is no conclusive evidence, and he cannot bite the bullet. He softened his tone a little and turned to face Liao Hai. Master Liao, don't misunderstand, your Qi-Men skills are definitely the best in Jinling, there's no doubt about that. I'm just discussing with Yi Xiao, everything changes, don't you think so? Seeing that Mu Jianzhong wasn't questioning him, Liao Hai's expression recovered. When Master Mu says so, it's possible. He reached out his hand and chanted silently, then his face changed slightly. After some deduction by the old immortal, Master Mu's great fortune has changed, and it is indeed necessary to make some adjustments. With that, Liao Hai took out his compass and led the way. The others followed immediately, heading toward the back door. Liao Hai walked to the back door and kept pushing with the compass, walking to the large water tank before stopping. Master Mu, the water tank placed here before means to gather wealth, and the lack of water in your destiny is just right to fill it. Now that the great luck has changed, more water is not enough fire, which has led to some minor health problems. Liao Hai pointed at the water tank and looked at Mu Jianzhong. Simply move the water tank and replace it with a pine and cypress wood begets fire, and both the 5 elements are balanced. After saying that, Liao Hai once again had an arrogant expression on his face as he looked towards Yi Ming. Because Yi Ming hadn't said a word since just now, Liao Hai decided that he was just a fledgling kid with no strength. However, Mu Jianzhong did not immediately do as he was told and instead walked over to Yi Ming and asked, "What does Yi Xiao think?" Seeing that Mu Jianzhong valued Yi Ming's opinion so much, Liao Hai immediately felt dissatisfied. With both hands behind his back, he looked at Yi Ming and said in a conspiratorial tone, "Master Mu, the young man is inexperienced and only knows how to talk on paper, maybe he doesn't even see the point." Liao Hai decided that Yi Ming did not understand, and his words were full of disdain. Yi Ming did not hitch a ride. From the moment he walked into the backyard he felt a hint of something strange. He walked up slowly and circled the tank, frowning slightly. "Move." Hearing Yi Ming also utter the same conclusion as himself, Liao Hai became even more disdainful. "Thought you had a different opinion, but that's about it." Liao Hai walked towards Yi Ming, thinking to teach him a lesson and show off in front of Mu Jianzhong. "It seems that little friend Yi also has some talent, so the old immortal will tell you about it." Liao Hai was just about to show off when Yi Ming interrupted and said coldly, "Pry up the floor and dig in." The crowd all looked at Yi Ming in shock, their faces in disbelief. Liao Hai was anxious. Yi Ming not only ignored him, but also made a new suggestion, making him feel offended. "No." Liao Hai blew his beard and eyes in anger, blocking in front of the water tank and scolding towards Yi Ming. "Boy, do you know what you're talking about?" He pointed at the floor behind him and angrily yelled at Yi Ming. "This is taken from the top of the Cloudtop Mountain and has been specially blessed by the enlightened monks. It's cut and laid after a very complex process. And this is also one of the 7 points in charge of the Mu family's qi, so you can't move it around or it will spoil your qi." Liao Hai spoke very seriously, warning Yi Ming with the Mu family's fortune. Mu Jianzhong on the side was also a bit hesitant. He naturally knew Liao Hai's words very well. Although he had doubts about Liao Hai, he recognized Liao Hai's ability. Yi Ming didn't hitch a ride and pointed at the floor and said firmly, "Must dig, there's something in there." Yi Ming had just probed with his divine sense, and the unusual aura came from under the water tank, only to be subdued by the tank and unable to. Yi Ming, however, suddenly appeared and stopped him. "Isn't Master Liao curious about what it is?" Mu Jianzhong glanced at it and immediately ordered the other bodyguards, "Fence off the backyard and watch it." It was obvious that he meant to keep an eye on Liao Hai. By this time, the bodyguard had dug up the buried items and placed them in front of several people. "What is it?" Mu Niantong stepped forward and reached out to touch it. "Don't touch." Yi Ming stopped it in time, frightening Mu Niantong, who immediately retracted her hand and retreated behind Yi Ming. The gazes of several people all looked at a red to black wooden box with strange talismans attached to it, as if sealing the contents. Yi Ming slightly closed his eyes and his face instantly changed after checking with his divine sense. "There's something evil in there." As soon as the words fell, the crowd backed away in fear. "Bring some glutinous rice and dog's blood." As soon as Yi Ming gave the word, Mu Niantong hurriedly explained that the bodyguard would do it. A few moments later, Mu Niantong handed the item over to Yi Ming with a rather serious expression. She didn't know what Yi Ming was going to do, but infected by the atmosphere of the moment, she was inexplicably a little nervous. Yi Ming soaked the glutinous rice in the dog's blood and added it with his inner strength, splashing it towards the wooden box. Hiss! A puff of black smoke rose to the surprise of the crowd. Only the eerie red color on the surface of the wooden box gradually faded away, revealing the original color of the ancient wood. "What's going on?" Mu Niantong was stunned. She was a highly educated and highly knowledgeable woman, but what was happening in front of her had completely turned her perception upside down. Mu Jianzhong looked serious and frowned. Compared to Mu Niantong, he was more experienced and had obviously heard of these miraculous things. Although Mu Niantong was shocked, she promptly handed Yi Ming a wet towel to wipe his hands. Yi Ming wiped his hands while gesturing towards the bodyguard. "It can be opened." The bodyguard hesitated and then immediately stepped forward and picked up the wooden box. Snap! The brass lock on the wooden box had long been rusted and was easily broken open. "Please look at it, Mr. Yi." Chapter 49, Cracking. The bodyguard also knew that the first thing he should do was to take it to Yi Ming to check it out and took the initiative to hand the wooden box to Yi Ming's eyes. Yi Ming glanced at it and his face became gloomy. Underhanded tactics. How dare you put your hands on a Siamese Buddha tablet? Mu Niantong stood behind Yi Ming and suddenly saw a Buddhist tablet that was stained with dirty blood and emitted a fishy odor. If we find out any later, the Mu family will lose their lives if it's not easy, or they'll never be able to turn around. Yi Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the most displeasing sinister trick he had ever seen, as he was slightly angered. Mu Jianzhong had a wave of fear in his heart. His face changed greatly, pointing at Liao Hai and questioning loudly. Liao Hai, what else do you have to say? Liao Hai's head was full of cold sweat, his eyes rolled, and he immediately defended himself. Master Mu is innocent, this matter has nothing to do with me, weren't you present at the time? How could I have done it under your nose? Liao Hai panicked and wiped the cold sweat off his head, his eyes flickering. Mu Jianzhong momentarily speechless. Liao Hai really did not say wrong. Mu Niantong thought back carefully, suddenly thought of something and immediately said. No. Dad, I remember coming to you halfway through and going out for a few minutes. Mu Niantong recalled the key details. This time Liao Hai was completely speechless. Liao Hai sat down directly on the ground, panicked. Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Yi Ming suddenly opened his mouth. It's not hard to know the truth, evil things like this all recognize their owners, I have my own way of knowing whose hands they have passed through. Upon hearing this, Liao Hai's heart was as if it were dead. Having seen Yi Ming strike with his own eyes just now, Liao Hai also knew that Yi Ming was not a generalized person. I promise. Liao Hai opened his mouth silently, drooping his head in great frustration. When Mu Jianzhong saw him admit it, his face suddenly changed abruptly in anger. Liao Hai, I've treated you well, you wolf-hearted thing. Mu Jianzhong raised his arm in anger, wanting to teach Liao Hai a hard lesson. But walking up to Liao Hai, Mu Jianzhong still restrained his impulse and questioned loudly. Who the hell ordered you? Mu Jianzhong knows that this is a major matter and that he must first find out who is behind it. Liao Hai seemed to be very frightened and hesitated to speak. Or I'll make your life hell. Mu Jianzhong's tone was icy cold, radiating a powerful aura. Liao Hai knows that Mu Jianzhong's words are true, and he opened his mouth because of the pressure. I said. The other party gave me a huge fortune at that time, and promised to give me a copy of the secret art of feng shui when it was accomplished. That's why I ghosted and agreed to. Mu Jianzhong didn't hear the answer he wanted and pulled up Liao Hai, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, and roared. Who the hell is he? Liao Hai's eyes were filled with horror as he desperately shook his head. I haven't seen his true face, but I know that his strength is above mine, and you can't fight him, Master Mu. Mu Jianzhong angrily threw Liao Hai away, his chest heaving with anger. Until now, Liao Hai was still hiding it for the other party, making Mu Jianzhong furious. Say something useful or I'll make you die a horrible death. Mu Jianzhong had no qualms about threatening, he was already furious at this point. Because what Yi Ming had just said was that the entire Mu family would be barred for all eternity, this was the most vicious curse. Liao Hai had never seen Mu Jianzhong look so angry, and he was deeply afraid of the Mu family's strength. Master Mu, spare my life, I really don't know. Old Mu, have the wooden box burned clean and buried under a 100-year-old peach blossom tree and you'll— Yi Xiao, it's Yang Wanshan, he's quite calm in his work, but his son Yang Jie is a bit of a fop, he can't be used. Young Jie is his son? When Yi Ming heard the familiar name, he put down the tea directly without even drinking it, and his face was slightly unhappy. Not seen. Yi Ming's tone was light, and after saying that, he directly walked away. Sensing something was wrong, Mu Jianzhong explained to his subordinates to find out what was going on. A moment later, Mu Jianzhong's face was filled with anger as he shouted angrily. Outrageous, how dare the Yang family offend young Yi? Chapter 50, You've made me suffer. At this time, at the foot of the royal garden Huating Mountain, a group of people were visiting the properties for sale, and the faces of the people were filled with a look of superiority. As long as we can buy a villa today, the entire family will have more face in Jinling in the future. That goes without saying. It's just that we only have enough to buy this villa at the foot of the mountain. Although the crowd watching the house all came from various big families, their strength could only be considered second tier in Jinling. At the beginning of the construction of the royal garden Huating, Mu Jianzhong's vision was not only focused on Jinling, but also looked at the entire Yangtze River Delta region, especially the magic city of Tianhai. As a result, the price of royal garden villa is far beyond the local level of Jinling, and even the second-tier families are somewhat hard to reach. But as long as you live in, you will have access to the entire first-class class of Jiangnan province, which is the reason why the people tend to rush in. The crowd was lamenting when they suddenly saw Mu Jianzhong walking far away. Why is family Master Mu here? Seeing Mu Jianzhong, the crowd greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Mu family master. Everyone wanted to have a chat with Mu Jianzhong so that they could buy a better spot, so they all gathered around. Mu Jianzhong had a serious face with a hint of anger between his eyebrows. He didn't respond to anyone and just walked up to Yang Wanshan. Yang Wanshan felt honored and was about to open his mouth when he saw a black shadow flying. Snap! Yang Wanshan saw that the very thing that landed in front of him was the invitation to worship that he had handed out, and his face was puzzled. Family Master Mu, what does this mean? Mu Jianzhong glared at Yang Wanshan and snorted coldly. Yang Wanshan, you'll never see a big shot in your life. Yang Wanshan's face was stunned and unsettled, and he was nothing but puzzled. Why is this? Yang didn't do anything? Mu Jianzhong pointed at Yang Jia, who was cowering behind Yang Wanshan, and scolded him sternly. You've raised a good son. He dares to offend the great man, he really doesn't know how to die. If not for that great man who didn't give a damn about him, your Yang family would have long since ceased to exist. After saying that, Mu Jianzhong waved his hand and shouted. Come on people, kick all these people out of here and disqualify them from purchasing the royal garden Huating. Never be allowed to enter the royal garden court. The others all looked at Yang Wanshan and the others in shock, with complex expressions on their faces, ranging from shock to joy. The crowd has rarely seen Mu Jianzhong get so angry, but the crowd is secretly happy to have fewer competitors. Before Yang Wanshan could even react, he was driven out by Mu Jianzhong's bodyguards. Get the hell out of here! The bodyguard let out a bellow, and Yang Wanshan woke up. Snap! Yang Wanshan slapped Yang Jia fiercely, his face reddening with anger. How did I raise such a loser like you, not enough to accomplish anything? I'll simply beat you to death. Save you from dragging the whole family down with you. Yang Wanshan's mind was filled with echoes of what Mu Jianzhong had just said. He was kicked out in public and also lost his eligibility to buy the royal garden Huating, which was a strange shame. Yang Jia was blindsided and covered his face to get up from the ground. Dad, I really didn't offend that big shot. I've never even met him. Yang Jia didn't even dare to talk back when he was punched, he just felt aggrieved. The other people who were kicked out were also baffled at this time, not understanding how they had offended Mu Jianzhong. Because Mu Jianzhong had just rebuked Yang Wanshan, the crowd had gathered around, wanting to find him and ask for an explanation. When Yang Wanshan saw the crowd gathered around him, he was unusually humiliated and angry, glaring at Yang Jia with an even angrier gaze. Bastards still dare to sophistry, Mu Jianzhong naming the name is not still wronged you. Although Yang Wanshan didn't know what happened, he knew that Mu Jianzhong had no reason to deliberately find fault. Me. Yang Jia couldn't explain, he didn't dare to say that Mu Jianzhong had cursed the wrong person. Seeing that Yang Jia couldn't explain himself, Yang Wanshan was furious. Looking at the people around him, Yang Wanshan only felt that he had lost this old face, and kicked violently towards Yang Jia. The Yang family doesn't have trash like you. After cursing, Yang Wanshan angrily turned around and left, leaving Yang Jia regardless. Yang Jia was afraid that Yang Wanshan would really expel him from the Yang family and hurriedly chased after him. Dad, I was wrong. The crowd watched the Yang family's father and son leave, but they still had questions on their faces. What does Yang Jia's offense against a big shot have to do with us? Exactly. What's this about us being implicated even if we're just close to him? Don't say it, be careful if the Mu family hears us, we won't have a good time. The crowd was helpless, knowing that they couldn't compare to the Mu family's strength, and dispersed, recognizing their own bad luck. In the end, only Shuai was left standing alone outside of the royal garden Huating, constantly dialing the phone. Why can't you get through? Shuai did not watch Yang Wanshan beat his son just now, and he was kicked out and immediately called his dad. However, he couldn't get through. Shuai remembered his father's instructions, so he didn't say a word since just now. Shuai put down the phone and was ready to go home when he turned around and saw a familiar figure in the pile of grass. Dad? Shuai immediately ran over, saw that the man was indeed his father, and hurriedly crouched down. Dad, what are you doing here? Mu Jianzhong was surprised, then thought back carefully and followed Yi Ming to the second-floor balcony. Yi Xiao, Mr. Mu has too many opponents in this life, if not for Ye's support he wouldn't be able to walk today. But none of these opponents seem to have such deep hatred towards the Mu family, except for one. Mu Jianzhong's face suddenly changed, his brows tightened, and his tone was. Old Mu, pay more attention to yourself. Mu Jianzhong opened his mouth. Yi Ming gestured towards Mu Niantong and said with a smile. Getting the jewelry, Yiming immediately called Tang Wanqing. Wanqing. Who are you? Without waiting for the other party to open his mouth, Yiming heard that it was not Tang Wanqing's aura and immediately questioned. Yiming, you can't even hear my voice? Yiming was silent, and after a few moments, the woman's voice once again came from the phone. I'm Su Man. Yiming still didn't open his mouth. He vaguely remembered Su Man's appearance in his mind, but didn't want to get involved. Wanqing said you came back. I still don't believe it. I didn't think you still dare to pester her, I can tell you. Yiming did not want to listen to her nonsense and coldly interrupted. Put Wanqing on the phone. Su Man's tone immediately became impatient when she heard Yiming order himself. Wanqing isn't available. She's accompanying me to pick out my wedding dress, and she'll also accompany me to choose jewelry later. After saying that, Su Man seemed to be ready to hang up the phone when Yiming called out in time. Which jewelry store are you going to? Su Man hesitated and asked in a somewhat conspiratorial tone. What, you want to come? Yiming didn't make a sound. This Su Man was very snobbish when she was in school, always surrounding Tang Wanqing. It's good for you to come, so that you can thoroughly see how big the gap is between you and us, bumpkin. Just meet us at 8, West Wind Road. After saying that, Su Man hung up the phone. Yiming immediately set off. He only wanted to give the gift to Tang Wanqing. As for unrelated people, he didn't care at all. 20 minutes later, True Love's general store. Yiming arrived at the address Su Man said and looked down at the jewelry box in his hand with some helplessness. Such a coincidence? Yiming put the jewelry box away and walked in. Yiming? You really dare to come? As soon as he entered the door, Su Man saw Yiming with dislike written all over his face. Wan Lang also looked back and looked Yiming up and down with contempt in his eyes. It's been a long time, Yiming. Where are you nowadays in your senior position? You're being blindly polite with him. Su Man glared at Wan Lang complainingly. He's now cheekily working as a security guard at Wanqing's company. The corners of Wang Lang's mouth immediately became uncontrollable, obviously very pleased. No way? How did our top student end up working as a security guard? Wang Lang's tone was very exaggerated, as if he was afraid that the people in the store couldn't hear him. I think Wanqing rejected so many suitors back then, but you just walked away and caused her to be fingered. You do have thick skin. Tang Wanqing looked around and hurriedly reminded towards Su Man and the two of them. Stop it, you guys pick out the jewelry. Wan Lang and the two were ostensibly helping her out, but Tang Wanqing could hear that they were humiliating themselves. Su Man looked at Tang Wanqing with some anger and pointed at Yiming. Wanqing, you're just too soft-hearted, that's why you met this kind of scum. Then she patted her chest triumphantly. You need to learn from me that you can't give a man a good look. Wan Lang hurriedly nodded his head and smiled, his face somewhat embarrassed. Su Man also heard that Wan Lang's words just now were filled with pity for Tang Wanqing, and that's why she spilled her jealousy. Wan Lang immediately ingratiated himself to Su Man and at the same time wanted to show off in front of Yiming. Wife is right, take your pick today, hubby pays. Su Man smiled with joy at the news and was in a beautiful mood. Thanks a lot, hubby. The two turned their heads and continued to pick out the jewelry in the window, no longer paying attention to Yiming. Yiming hadn't opened his mouth, and today he could clearly feel the aggression that Tang Wanqing had endured over the past few years. He looked at Tang Wanqing, his heart filled with guilt. Wanqing, it's all my fault, you've suffered in these years. You've apologized, there's no need to say it again. Tang Wanqing's expression was cold. Wang Lang's face was surprised when he heard it, and he was a little unsteady, so he immediately held on to the window. How much? Su Man asked with some anger as she heard his tone was off. What, you have a problem with that? Wang Lang immediately lost his smile and shook his head back. No, I'm just asking. He then asked the guide, pointing to another set of small carrots. What about this? The guide still smiled and returned, Sir, this set is 2,600,000. Wang Lang walked over to Su Man and asked tentatively. Honey, why don't we just go with the small one, it's pretty nice too. Su Man blushed, feeling a bit disgraced. She immediately looked at Tang Wanqing and said angrily to Wang Lang. You can't even afford a set of jewelry that costs over $5 million, so why get married? Hearing Su Man get angry, Wang Lang immediately wimped out. Tang Wanqing didn't want to interrupt because of what had just happened. The guide looked at the atmosphere a little awkward, and took the initiative to take out the smaller set to show Su Man. Miss, I actually think this set suits your temperament better in comparison. Su Man's face changed slightly and was about to get angry when the guide continued. Miss has such a good temperament, she doesn't need a big carrot to set it off. Su Man's anger dissipated on her face as soon as she heard it, and she smiled and looked at herself in the mirror, nodding with satisfaction. You're right, then take the small one. Wang Lang and the guide were both relieved at once, and Wang Lang was afraid that Su Man would regret it and hurry to make the payment. The guide walked up to Su Man and said with a smile. Just a moment, miss, I'll go and pack it up for you. When the shopping guide lady left, Su Man began to show off again. Wan Qing, why aren't you even commenting? It couldn't be because you're remembering the sad past back then, right? Then, Su Man looked at Yiming again and said in disgust. I really don't know what you saw in this kid in the first place, didn't even buy you a decent piece of jewelry. Hearing Su Man start to humiliate Yiming again, Tang Wanqing's face was a bit ugly. Wang Lang also hardened up at this time, straightening his back and taunting Yiming. My wife is right, it's okay for a man to be incapable, at least he should be responsible. The two of them sang and talked without stopping. Yiming didn't want Tang Wanqing to be embarrassed and walked up and took out the jewelry box. Wanqing, I'm actually giving you a gift today. Su Man shook his head with a scornful look on his face. What decent gift can you give, or don't embarrass yourself here? Wang Lang also looked like he was watching the show, his arms wrapped around himself as he looked at Yiming. Yiming, if you really have the heart, why don't you pick a set in the store and give it to Wanqing? Su Man laughed directly aft. Hearing this and pointed at Yiming. Honey, which of the things here do you think he could afford? Tang Wanqing's pretty eyebrows frowned slightly, her face slightly angry. Even if she was dissatisfied with Yiming, she didn't want Yiming to be publicly humiliated. Yiming didn't care and handed the jewelry box to Tang Wanqing. Wanqing said to Yi Qiao, what I prepared for you is also jewelry, I don't know if you like it? Tang Wanqing froze for a moment, looking down at the exquisite jewelry box. You sent this just for me? Open it up. Yiming nodded and signaled Tang Wanqing to open the box. Su Man and Wang Lang also curiously came over, waiting to see Yiming make a fool of himself. Snap. When the box was opened, all three faces were very surprised. This is... Tang Wanqing's eyes glittered with excited tears, seemingly attracted by the exquisite jewelry. A flash of shock flashed in Su Man's eyes before it turned into intense jealousy. Yiming, don't tell me these are real diamonds? Su Man was instantly unbalanced in her heart when she saw that the jewelry Yiming had given out was even bigger than the one she had just tried on. Wang Lang had a hard time getting over Su Man, and when he saw that Yiming had aroused Su Man's anger again, he immediately became anxious. Yiming, even if you want to show it again, you can't fool Wanqing with a fake one, right? Su Man immediately laughed upon hearing this, deciding that Yiming definitely didn't have the money to buy the real thing. Still, my husband is smart enough to see through your tactics at a glance. Thinking that what Yiming had sent was not the real thing, Su Man became complacent again. Wanqing, don't fall for it, he dares to trick you with a fake. Tang Wanqing was a bit embarrassed and couldn't say anything for a while. She actually thought Yiming didn't have the money to buy such expensive jewelry, but she didn't care if it was real or fake. It was just that, now that she was revealed by Su Man, it made her feel disgraced. If Yiming hadn't been looking at Tang Wanqing's face, Wanqing, how did you find such poor scum? What a strange man. Chapter 53. The imitation becomes the real thing. Tang Wanqing was in a flurry of emotions, and seeing that Yiming was about to be revealed, she immediately pulled him outside. Seeing Tang Wanqing defend him, Yiming immediately tugged on Tang Wanqing's hand. Don't worry, Wanqing, it's not an imitation. Tang Wanqing inexplicably stopped in her tracks, seemingly convinced of Yiming's words. The guide felt as if she had said something wrong, and worried about offending the customer, she immediately apologized. I'm sorry, maybe I looked away and made a few of you misunderstand. Su Man has not humiliated enough. Yiming heard the guide to change the mouth immediately said. There's no need for you to cover up for this kid, he'd never do something like buy an imitation. Yiming glared at Su Man, who had been humiliating Tang Wanqing since just now. Su Man was glared at by him with some hairiness in his heart, and couldn't help but hide behind Wang Lang. Yiming, what do you want? Wang Lang felt that it was the right time to express himself and pointed at Yiming and cursed. You've been outed and you're still trying to take it out on us. Su Man stood behind Wang Lang and immediately had a bottom line as well. Wanqing, you must keep your eyes peeled, don't get cheated again. Tang Wanqing was also angry, her face slightly furious as she said to Su Man. Enough. Whether or not what Yiming sent is genuine or not, I'll take it, it's a token of his appreciation. If you guys say him again, we're no longer friends. Seeing Tang Wanqing open her mouth, Yiming was very moved. Su-man, however, was enraged as she walked over to Tang Wanqing and questioned. Tang Wanqing, you're so heartless, I was worried about you being cheated before I kindly reminded you. Tang Wanqing didn't want to say any more to her and pulled Yiming ready to leave. Su-man was furious and stepped forward to stop the two. Yiming, you don't want to leave. Yiming looked at Su-man and asked coldly. What else do you want? Su-man pointed at the jewelry in Tang Wanqing's hand and said without relief. Do you dare the store to authenticate it? The guide felt embarrassed that it was all her words that started the argument. Before Yiming could open his mouth, Tang Wanqing directly refused. No need, I don't want to know. Su-man, however, was unforgiving and glared at Yiming. Yiming, I think you are too weak-minded to appraise it. Taking imitations to chase after women is ridiculous. Yiming didn't want Tang Wanqing to continue to be ridiculed. He looked at Su-man and nodded. I agree, just get it appraised. Yiming. Tang Wanqing looked at Yiming in disbelief, not understanding why he agreed. Yiming smiled at Tang Wanqing and patted her shoulder. Then his face changed and he coldly said to Su-man. If the appraisal is authentic, you must publicly apologize to Wanqing. Su-man did not hesitate to agree, and she determined that Yiming definitely could not afford the real thing. No problem. Compared to that, Su-man was more interested in seeing Tang Wanqing make a fool of herself. Wang Tao also readily agreed. He wanted to wait for the appraisal results to come out and see Yiming lose face. The two men each wore a wicked smile. The guide had no choice but to hand the jewelry over to the store's jewelry appraiser. Just a moment, please, several people. When the guide handed Tang Wanqing's jewelry to the appraiser, the results were quickly obtained. The appraiser looked at it several times over and asked the guide in amazement. You said this was brought in by a guest for you to appraise? The guide nodded uncomprehendingly. Yeah, a few people are in the store right now. The appraiser looked serious and immediately explained the guide. You find a way to keep them, quick. The guide, unsure, rushed back outside. Su-man was very pleased to see the guide return without the jewelry in his hand. Looks like your imitation has been confiscated. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the store suddenly closed and a man with several security guards blocked the entrance. What's this for? Su-man looked at the few people in disbelief, a little worried. The guide was also a bit puzzled and walked up to the man, shouting respectfully. What's going on with shopkeeper Tian? Store manager Tian didn't respond and pointed at Su-man several people and shouted angrily. How dare you guys steal into our store? Su-man immediately understood and explained in a panic. We're not. This stuff belongs to this kid, it has nothing to do with us. Su-man saw a few strong security guards and was immediately scared. Wang Lang also hurriedly explained and pointed at Yiming to the store manager. This is a matter for you to find him, it has absolutely nothing to do with us. After saying that, the two looked at Yiming and cursed. Yiming, you're a real scourge, it's not good to get involved with you. I'm getting married soon, what a stroke of luck. Only Tang Wanqing was puzzled, she didn't believe Yiming would steal anything. Yiming, what's going on? Looking at Tang Wanqing's worried appearance, Yiming immediately comforted. Wanqing, don't worry, it's fine. Storekeeper Tian yelled as he heard Yiming not being afraid in the slightest. Kid, you're in big trouble. This is our store's new product, worth hundreds of millions. Send you to the sheriff's department and you'll be locked up for at least. They only wanted to clear the air for fear of being implicated by Yiming. Shopkeeper, you arrest him, we only met him today, we don't know him well. Wang Lang immediately took out the jewelry box in his hand and showed it to storekeeper Tian. We're here to buy wedding jewelry, how could we possibly be thieves? Store manager Tian immediately looked at the guide, and only after receiving confirmation did his face ease a bit. Then you two can go. Hearing that they were excluded from suspicion, the two Wang Langs were immediately relieved. Store manager Tian stopped ignoring the two and continued to pursue Yiming. Kid, do you have any other accomplices? Yiming didn't want to make Tang Wanqing anxious, so he simply explained the source. From a friend. Yiming didn't want to get entangled with the store manager and the others, and only wanted to deal with this matter in a low-key manner. However, store manager Tian thought Yiming was admitting to the theft. Since you admit it, send it straight to the sheriff's department and let them deal with it. Tang Wanqing saw that the security guard was about to make a move and immediately stopped it. Why are you all doing this before you've even asked? In the heat of the moment, Tang Wanqing revealed her identity and stopped shopkeeper Tian from making a move. "I'm Tang Wanqing from the Shang Tang Group, I'll vouch for him." Store manager Tian was visibly surprised and had a somewhat hesitant expression. Although the Shang Tang Group wasn't very bullish, the Tang family still had to be all scrupulous. Yiming opened his mouth again at this time and said indifferently, "It wasn't stolen, it was a gift from a friend." Store manager Tian didn't believe it at all. How he looked at Yiming was not a rich second generation. "This is hundreds of millions of dollars in jewelry, don't you dare try to fool me." But the thought that if he could capture Yiming's accomplices, he would receive a greater commendation. "You call the people here and we'll confront them face to face." Chapter 54 Misunderstandings Solved. Yiming sneered and took out his phone to call Moon Yentong. All he said was an address and hung up. Store manager Tian was worried that Yiming would run away, so he explained the guide. "You go and lead this boy and Ms. Tang to my office and wait." Suman and Wang Lang both knew that there must be a good show to watch next, and after looking at each other they also followed closely over. "We happen to have nothing to do, so we'll go over and rest too." Shopkeeper Tian ignored the two and casually waved his hand. Moon Yentong was very puzzled when she received Yiming's call. "Isn't this address the True Love for Life main store? Yi Xiao told me to go as it. Tang Wanqing wants to choose." "Missy. Asshole, still talking nonsense here, hurry up and take me there." Moon Yentong glared at the store manager Tian and shouted. Store manager Tian hurriedly climbed up and scrambled to lead Moon Yentong to the office. "Yes." Moon Yentong's heart was burning with anxiety at the moment, and she realized why Yiming had not mentioned a word about it just now. He was saving face for the... Moon Yentong was not at all relieved and shouted angrily. "Get lost, don't upset Xiao Yi here. You don't have to come back tomorrow." Storekeeper Tian stopped pleading at once and crawled to Moon Yentong's feet with a face full of frustration. "Missy, spare my life, I can't lose this job, even if I have to do odd jobs in the store." Moon Yentong kicked it away in disgust and shouted angrily. "Offending Xiao Yi and still wanting to stay, dream on. I will notify all of Moo's companies to never hire them." Storekeeper Tian's heart was so dead that he couldn't even cry. "Please Missy, let me live." Yiming was overwhelmed and waved his hand toward Moon Yentong. "Just drive away." Moon Yentong didn't hesitate at all and immediately nodded in response. "Yes." Yi Xiao. When she turned to face the store manager, Tian, she once again wore an icy expression. "Yi Xiao is generous, why don't you get lost?" The store manager of Tian was as if he had been pardoned, and hurriedly left with a roll. Suman's open mouth forgot to close, looking at Moon Yentong's incredulity that she was actually obedient to Yiming. Not a moment later, Suman's eyes kept roaming over the two. As if she understood something, she walked over to Tang Wanqing and whispered. "Wanqing, how could the eldest Miss Mu family listen to Yiming so much? I think they definitely have a problem." Although Suman was whispering, he was still heard by Moon Yentong and immediately glared at the other party. "I hate little people who chew the cud." Store manager Tian had also mentioned what the two had done earlier, so Moon Yentong was disgusted with Suman. Suman did not dare to provoke Moon Yentong and immediately retreated behind Wang Lang. Moon Yentong ignored Suman and walked directly to Tang Wanqing, nodding slightly. "Don't get me wrong, Miss Tang, I'm sending a gift to show my gratitude because Yi Xiao saved our Mu family." Looking at Moon Yentong's fallen appearance, Tang Wanqing was a bit embarrassed. "Ms. Mu is polite, I didn't misunderstand." Moon Yentong didn't respond, glaring at Suman in warning. "Young Yi is my Mu family's honored guest, if you guys keep talking nonsense, the Mu family will definitely not be spared." Suman was so frightened that he immediately nodded his head, and Wang Lang hurriedly compensated with a smile. "Don't worry, Miss Mu, we wouldn't dare." The two were frightened by Moon Yentong's aura and didn't dare to stay any longer, directly slipping away. Moon Yentong glanced at Yiming as if reading his mind and said with a slight bow. "Yi Xiao, I'll wait outside first." After saying that, Moon Yentong turned around and left. Tang Wanqing looked at her back before she remembered, a wave of jealousy surging through her heart. So it's her. Yiming saw Tang Wanqing looking at Moon Yentong out of her mind and came over to her side to ask. "Who is it?" Tang Wanqing didn't hide anything and directly stated the images she saw that night. Yiming let out a bitter smile and shook his head to explain. "So that's what you're angry about. It was Mu Jianzhong who explained that she was just giving me a ride that night." When Tang Wanqing heard this, her cheeks blushed, and she instantly realized that she had misunderstood the two. Yi Ming was happy to know that Tang Wanqing still had him in her heart. Tang Wanqing hurriedly sidetracked the topic and looked at the jewelry and said, "This is too expensive, return it." Yi Ming shook his head and said carelessly, "Stay if you like, I'll take care of the Mu family side." Tang Wanqing did like it and admired it lovingly. Yi Ming was somewhat moved and could not help but grab Tang Wanqing's hand. "It's been hard on you all these years." There was a strange sentiment sprouting in their hearts, and their bodies slowly moved closer to each other. Jingle bells. Tang Wanqing's phone suddenly rang, and she picked it up in a panic to answer it. "Suing, is there an emergency?" Chapter 55, Unpredictable. Hearing Su Ying's finish, Tang Wanqing sighed. "Never mind, I'll be right back at the office and we'll talk more about it when we meet." Hanging up the phone, Yi Ming saw Tang Wanqing frowning slightly and asked softly, "Something happened to the company?" Tang Wanqing shook her head and sighed again. "Nothing happened. It's just that I've been wanting to expand my company and asked Suing to look for land, but there's no suitable one." Yi Ming suddenly thought of the land at Bay Shio Lake and found it very suitable. "What about Bay Shore Lagoon?" Tang Wanqing looked at Yi Ming with some surprise and said after a pause. "At first I thought it was the best fit too, but after a lot of strange things were rumored, Mu had no intention of selling it." Hearing some regret in Tang Wanqing's words, Yi Ming asked with a smile, "Aren't you afraid of the rumors?" Tang Wanqing shook her head, her expression serious. "You know, I don't believe in that, and I'm more afraid of the family questioning it. I've had a hard time proving my abilities to the family over the years, but I can't change my grandmother's opinion of me." Tang Wanqing was very frustrated. Yi Ming rarely saw this expression of powerlessness on her face. Just when he wanted to comfort, Tang Wanqing said easily, "It is because of the rumors that the sale price must not be too high." Looking at Tang Wanqing's pretense of relaxation, Yi Ming was heartbroken. He silently made up his mind to help Tang Wanqing take this piece of land. The two then walked out. Seeing Mu Niantong leaning against the car door waiting, Tang Wanqing looked at her and nodded slightly before departing. Yi Ming walked to Mu Niantong and said with a smile, "Thanks to Ms. Mu for helping to explain just now." For Mu Niantong's actions just now, Yi Ming was indeed thankful. Mu Niantong is always out of her element, sometimes seductive and sometimes sweet, making people unpredictable. Xiao Yi doesn't have to be polite, the misunderstanding I caused has to be explained clearly. Mu Niantong spoke out unapologetically, and Yi Ming smiled helplessly. Tandem goblins. Yi Ming's complexion changed and he said seriously, "Go through the process, I'll take the land at Bay Shore Lake." Yi Ming looked at Mu Niantong and casually ordered. Mu Niantong wasn't surprised and didn't ask much, as if she had already guessed Yi Ming's intentions. "Okay, Xiao Yi, give me a day, I'll make the arrangements." Yi Ming really enjoyed communicating with Mu Niantong effortlessly. "Yi Xiao, why don't I send you back?" Mu Niantong saw that Yi Ming didn't drive here and took the initiative to propose. Yi Ming did not refuse and directly sat in the car. Driving to the Jinling Bridge encountered a traffic jam, Mu Niantong out of the car to check. A few moments later, she walked over to the car and pointed out the front to Yi Ming. "Yi Xiao, a car hit the guardrail, it'll take a few more minutes to clear it." "But that's the man who was in the store just now, does Yi Xiao want to go take a look?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ming also got out of the car to look. When Yi Ming saw Wang Lang also saw him, instantly igniting anger. "Yi Ming, what are you looking at? If it wasn't for you, Su Man wouldn't have messed with me and I wouldn't have hit the guardrail. You're a disaster." Mu Niantong saw Wang Lang being rude to Yi Ming and scolded back angrily. "Shut up, Yi Xiao didn't bother with you, I'm not that good-tempered." Looking at Mu Niantong's imposing appearance, Wang Lang immediately wimped out. Although he wasn't from Jinling, he knew that the Mu family was something he couldn't afford to offend. Seeing that Yi Ming had Mu Niantong's back, Wang Lang cursed and turned to leave. Yi Ming still reminded a word for the sake of his classmates. "I advise you to leave Jinling at once, or you will die from lust." Wang Lang was so angry that he immediately turned back, but only dared to glare at Yi Ming, not daring to say anything. Mu Niantong was skeptical, remembering what happened at home, and looked curiously at Yi Ming. Smiled without answering and turned back to the car. Because Wang Lang drove the car away, the bridge quickly returned to clear. Yi Ming could see that Mu Niantong was absent-minded and asked with a smile, "You're so curious?" Mu Niantong nodded her head, quaintly. "I like to see the wicked get their comeuppance." Yi Ming pointed to the left ramp and said helplessly, "Go this way." Moon Yentong was so excited that he immediately hit the steering wheel and started looking for Wang Lang's car. "Why haven't you seen it yet?" Just as he was chanting, Moon Yentong spotted Wang Lang's car on the side of the road. "Where are the people?" Moon Yentong got out of the car and didn't see anyone and looked around again. Opposite. Yi Ming patted her shoulder and pointed to her. Moon Yentong looked over and was instantly stunned. A very bizarre image appeared before her. Wang Lang was lying on the guardrail on the side of the road, talking and laughing into the air beside him. What's he doing? At this time, the sun was about to set and the heat had not dissipated, but Moon Yentong felt a chill on her back. Yi Ming didn't reply, he just operated the chaos body bloodline in his body. A golden aura flashed under his eyes, and Yi Ming saw the woman in white standing next to Wang Lang through his heavenly eyes. The woman's hair was long and waist length, and her face was blanched, but her appearance was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off of it. Yi Ming's gaze shifted downward, noting that the woman's heels did not touch the ground. The woman in white stood side by side with Wang Lang, smiling like a flower, and Wang Lang's eyes were filled with greed. Seeing that Yi Ming did not respond, Moon Yentong was a bit anxious. She was just about to open her mouth when Yi Ming reached out and lightly touched her at the center of her eyebrows. Yi Xiao. Moon Yentong was puzzled, and Yi Ming signaled her to look in Wang Lang's direction. When Moon Yentong looked over, her face instantly turned white with fear and immediately covered her mouth. Oh my god! Moon Yentong also saw the woman in white and felt incredulous. Afterwards, Yi Ming removed his hand and Moon Yentong realized that the woman in white had directly disappeared from sight. Moon Yentong was so frightened that she couldn't move her steps, and Yi Ming directly pulled her into the car. Go! Yi Ming patted her shoulder and helped her stabilize her mind. It was only then that Moon Yentong felt the whole thing slow down and quickly left with a foot of the gas. She didn't dare to stop at all as she drove past Wang Lang. However, Wang Lang's voice floated clearly into her ears. Your family lives in Bayshore Lakes, so I'll give you a ride back. Moon Yentong's sweaty hairs stood on end as he drove half a mile before stopping. She turned her head violently to look at Yi Ming, her face astonished. Yi Xiao, that's... Yi Ming's expression was bland as he slowly said. Everything is his destiny, let's go. Moon Yentong drove while thinking about the bizarre images he had just seen. She quickly realized that it was because of Yi Ming. When Moon Yentong looked at Yi Ming again, his eyes were filled with respect. Unfathomable. Yi Ming slightly closed his eyes at this time, once again operating the chaos body bloodline and closing his heavenly eyes. Every time he operated the chaotic body, it always made Yi Ming incomparably emotional. If he didn't awaken his bloodline at the beginning, he should now be living the most ordinary life with Tang Wanqing. Yi Ming turned his head to look out the window as the setting sun disappeared over the Jiling River and the moon gradually rose. Looking at the scenery outside the car, Yi Ming muttered softly. As long as she's safe and sound, it's worth it. Moon Yentong silently calmed himself and then took another call. After hanging up, she looked at Yi Ming and said with delight. Young Yi, the land is ready, the auction is tomorrow. Chapter 56. The next day, early in the morning. Yi Ming had just gotten to work when he saw Tang Wanqing hurrying out with Su Ying. Seeing Yi Ming, Su Ying immediately stopped. Wanqing, I just remembered that I promised to meet with Mr. Liu today, so I'll let Yi Ming accompany you. Su Ying pushed Yi Ming to Tang Wanqing's side and winked at him. Behave yourself and don't miss your chance. Su Ying came up and muttered in Yi Ming's ear again, then turned around and ran away. Tang Wanqing knew Su Ying's mind and looked at Yi Ming and said. Never mind, you'll walk with me. Half an hour later. The two arrived at the 5-star hotel in Wuzhou. Standing outside the door, Tang Wanqing saw many wealthy Jiling merchants walking in one after another and silently exhaled. Looks like there's a lot of competition today, let's go in too. Yi Ming didn't say anything and followed Tang Wanqing into the hall. The waiter guided them directly to the venue. The Mu family is really extraordinary when they make a This is the most luxurious banquet hall in Jiling, which is only activated for high. Tang Wanqing, we are representing the Tang and Gu families, what are you doing here? Tang Zizhou's tone was very arrogant, deliberately showing off in front of Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing didn't want to ignore him and said coldly. I represent the Sheng Tang Group. Sheng Tang Group belongs to Tang Wanqing. This is a recognized fact in Jiling, which is also a thorn in Tang Zizhou's heart. Tang Zizhou was not in a good position to get angry and looked at Yi Ming tauntingly. And what qualifies him to come? Gu Shuxian also saw Yi Ming and directly pulled Tang Wanqing to her side, pointing at Yi Ming. Cousin, you mustn't be foolish again. Have you rekindled your old love with him? Tang Wanqing was a bit embarrassed and said with a complicated expression. He accompanied me to the office. Gu Shuxian still didn't quite believe it and scoffed at Yi Ming. Tang Zizhou was still holding a grudge in his heart for being robbed of the limelight by Tang Wanqing and said in disgust. It's Grandma's idea that I come to this, so don't come and mess around, just go back. Tang Wanqing's face was a bit ugly, but she quickly calmed down. I just said that I represent the Shang Tang group and have nothing to do with the Tang family. Tang Zizhou cursed in anger when he saw that he hadn't been able to drive Tang Wanqing away. Don't forget, the money you used to open Shang Tang group was given by the Tang family. Tang Wanqing also came on fire, with the feeling of being poked in the backbone. But she couldn't talk back, too angry to speak. Yi Ming slowly opened his mouth with a very disdainful tone. The Tang family would like to give you money to start a company, but they just expect you to not be able to achieve great things, otherwise why don't they give it to you? You! Tang Zizhou's face was red as he held his breath, practically exploding with anger. Tang Wanqing was instantly in a much more comfortable mood, ignoring Tang Zizhou and walking away with Yi Ming. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Tang Zizhou clenched his fists in anger. Yi Ming, you wait for me. Gu Shuxian was also not used to seeing Yi Ming, and when he saw Tang Zizhou angry, he immediately egged him on. Zizhou, don't be angry, I have a way to help you out. Tang Zizhou immediately looked at Gu Shuxian and hurriedly asked. What way? Gu Shuxian's gaze looked towards the place surrounded by a group of people, and Tang Zizhou also looked over. The Qian family's youngest? Seeing Qian Ruwei, the corner of Tang Zizhou's mouth revealed a wicked smile. Gu Shuxian saw his expression and whispered in his ear. You go to Chancellor and... Tang Wanqing had already led Yi Ming to find a location to sit down at this time, and she picked two locations that were close to the front. The auction hadn't started yet, and while everyone else was chatting away, Tang Wanqing was a bit fretful. Wanqing, what are you worried about? Yi Ming saw that her expression was not right and asked with concern. Tang Wanqing shook her head helplessly and looked at Yi Ming and said. Tang Zizhou will definitely go back and complain to Grandma again, and I won't be able to say anything. Yi Ming patted her hand and comforted her. Don't think too much about it, I support you in anything you want to do. Although she knew that Yi Ming could only verbally comfort and not substantially help, Tang Wanqing still felt warm. I have a few concerns though. Tang Wanqing looked around and whispered. I only brought 100 million, and I'm worried that I'm not strong enough. Yi Ming did not speak immediately this time, but thought for a moment before answering. Then it's a small one. What do you mean? Tang Wanqing looked at Yi Ming in disbelief. Yi Ming came closer and spoke the thoughts in his heart to Tang Wanqing. The auction plot is in the last session, in front of it are some cultural objects, so we'll pick up the pieces when we have the chance. Tang Wanqing's expression was a bit complicated, and she didn't seem to be very favorable to Yi Ming's idea. But I can't read it. Yi Ming smiled and said in an affirmative tone. I understand. Tang Wanqing looked surprised, followed by a questioning expression. You know about literature? What exactly Yi Ming had gone through all these years since he disappeared, she had no idea at all, but she didn't think that Yi Ming would be able to mix into the cultural circle. It doesn't look like it in any way. Tang Zizhou didn't know when he sat behind the two and just happened to hear Tang Wanqing's words. This kid even said he knows how to play literature, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Tang Zizhou scoffed nonchalantly with an exaggerated expression. After laughing, he looked at Tang Wanqing and shook his head. Tang Wanqing, if you give all your hopes to this kid, I'll make sure you get nothing back for your blood. Tang Wanqing's face changed and she said angrily. Tang Zizhou, you shut up. I'm at least your cousin, no big deal. Tang Wanqing's loud rebuke attracted the attention of the people around her, and it was only then that everyone noticed that Tang Wanqing had also come. I didn't expect Miss Tang to come too, the first beauty of Jinling really lives up to her name, even when she's angry she's still so beautiful. But isn't the Tang clan paying too much attention to the fact that they send Tang Wanqing and Tang Zizhou along to participate? I don't think so, Tang Wanqing should be here on behalf of the Shang Tang group. It's a shame that a nice pretty girl has to steal a job from a man. The crowd murmured, all falling under Tang Wanqing's pomegranate skirt. However, someone soon noticed Yi Ming sitting beside her and let out a snort. Hasn't Tang Wanqing been single all these years, and who is that man? This man looks unimpressive, where is he worthy of the #1 beauty of Jinling? When Gu Shuxian heard the crowd mocking Yi Ming, he immediately stood out to speak. After not seeing you for 6 years, Yi Ming, your soft food eating skills have really grown. Chapter 57, Long Admired. As soon as the words fell, the crowd all looked at Yi Ming and once again talked. He's the Yi Ming who dumped Tang Wanqing back then, how dare he come back? I seem to have heard that he still works for the Sheng Tang group, he's really addicted to eating soft food. Tang Wanqing can accept this, is she lacking love? When Tang Wanqing heard the discussion, her face was very ugly and she yelled at Gu Shuxin. Cousin, stop talking about him. Seeing Tang Wanqing accusing herself in public, Gu Shuxin glared at Yi Ming in anger. I think you're so haunted that you're yelling at me for this asshole. I'll tell your mom when I get back and see who she helps. Tang Wanqing's expression was complicated, and she was very helpless at the mention of Gu Qinyun. When the people at the meeting saw the two arguing over Yi Ming, their eyes were filled with contempt. This kid is really powerful, this is the first time I've seen Tang Wanqing get so angry. I really don't know what he's capable of that he can charm our big beauty Tang like this. After all, it's not just anyone who can learn the art of eating soft food. Yi Ming's face changed slightly, he was not someone that others could casually discuss. It was just that the purpose of today was to help Tang Wanqing take down the land, and he didn't want to cause any complications. Seeing that Yi Ming ignored it, Tang Zizhou thought that he didn't dare to make a move and was very pleased. Tang Wanqing, Sister Shuxian is right, we also have good intentions. As the eldest lady of the Tang family, you actually don't need to work so hard at all, and it's not because you're looking for the wrong person. Tang Zizhou glanced at Yi Ming with eyes full of mockery and walked around him to Tang Wanqing's side. There are quite a few famous families here today, I advise you to take the opportunity to find a good son-in-law and marry yourself off is the right thing to do. Tang Wanqing's angry face changed, glaring at Tang Zizhou and cursing. Don't worry about me. As soon as the words left his mouth, a bright voice came from behind him. Isn't it proper for a brother to worry about his sister? Tang Wanqing turned her head to look, only to see that the person walking towards her was a young man in a high fashion suit. The man was full of arrogance and was followed by several bodyguards. Mr. Qian. When the people saw the man, they all greeted him respectfully with fawning smiles. Chen Ruwei raised his chin condescendingly and nodded slightly towards the crowd. He slowly walked towards Tang Wanqing, glancing at Yi Ming with a smug look in his eyes. Ms. Tang, I can adore you for a long time, I can guarantee that I will never let you suffer. Chen Ruwei's public confession made the crowd very envious, especially the ladies present let out a gasp of surprise. Young Qian is so handsome and charming. How wonderful it would be if I could marry money young. Tang Wanqing is so lucky to be favored by young Qian. Looking at Chen Ruwei reaching out her hand, Tang Wanqing immediately put her hand behind her back, her face icy cold. Please also pay attention to your words, Mr. Qian. Tang Wanqing's cold refusal made Chen Ruwei feel a little embarrassed. The crowd also had a look of amusement on their faces as they cast their gazes in Yi Ming's direction. Ming's face was angry at this time, and there was still a marriage contract between him and Tang Wanqing. Chen Ruwei is really colorful. Tang Wanqing also walked to Yi Ming's side at this time, worrying that Yi Ming would strike out on impulse. With that, she looked at Tang Zizhou again, warning the other party with her eyes. Without much thought, Tang Wanqing knew that this was Tang Zizhou's trick. Tang Zizhou, you stop right there. You really don't know what's good for you, Mr. Qian is 10,000 times better than this kid. Tang Zizhou was not afraid in the slightest and walked behind Chen Ruwei to pat his ass. Chen Ruwei's face became even more arrogant as he waved his big hand and showed off to Tang Wanqing. Ms. Tang, don't be in a hurry to refuse, in order to show sincerity, I'll pay for the collection that Ms. Tang is looking at today. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim and praise Chen Ruwei for his generous offer. Ms. Tang is truly blessed, the financial power of the Qian family rings a bell in Jinling. Young Master Qian is throwing away thousands of dollars for a beauty, it will surely be rumored. Hearing the crowd's boasting, Chen Ruwei smiled smugly and glanced at Yi Ming without thinking. Yi Ming, however, suddenly opened his mouth at this time and said indifferently. No, it's better to cover your pocketbook with less money and save yourself from breaking the bank. The corners of Chen Ruwei's mouth twitched, and for a moment, he didn't know how to talk back. Tang Zizhou immediately stood out and pointed at Yi Ming and lectured. Kid, what are you? You're worthy of talking to young Qian. The words were followed by a crisp put of applause. Snap. Everyone looked at Tang Zizhou in shock, and in front of him stood Tang Wanqing, who was filled with anger. What a no-brainer. Tang Zizhou was also enraged. Being lectured by Tang Wanqing in public made him very lose face. Tang Wanqing, I'm giving you face, aren't I? Saying that, Tang Zizhou also raised his hand, ready to hit back at Tang Wanqing. Xian Ruwei suddenly spoke at this time, looking at Tang Zizhou and shaking his head. How can young Tang make a move on Ms. Tang? It's too rude. Besides, you're fine with getting a lecture from your cousin. The group of fangirls surrounding the side once again went crazy, praising Xian Ruwei for his poise. Tang Zizhou was not good at refuting Xian Ruwei's face in public, and could only bear it for the time being. Xian Ruwei slightly owed her body and said towards Tang Wanqing. Miss Tang, don't be angry, I wasn't done talking just now. Our Qian family is also one of the organizers of today's auction, so perhaps I can help with the land that Miss Tang has her heart set on. Xian Ruwei's last sentence deliberately came closer, and his tone was very ambiguous. Tang Wanqing was a little surprised to see Gu Shuxin's eyes flickering, and immediately understood that she was the one who had said it. Cousin, my mom really does tell you everything. Tang Wanqing's tone was somewhat complaining. Gu Shuxian smiled and did not answer. She approached Yiming's side and refused with a cold expression. I don't need to trouble young Master Qian, I can take care of my own business. Xian Ruwei touched the wall again, her face instantly changed, and she glared fiercely at Tang Zizhou. What do you mean? Tang Zizhou was worried that he would misspeak and immediately pulled him aside. Without waiting for Tang Zizhou to open his mouth, Xian Ruwei questioned in a harsh tone. Tang Wanqing has no interest in me at all, what the hell are you up to? Tang Zizhou looked behind him and whispered. Don't be angry, Mr. Qian, let me explain. It's all because of that bastard Yiming. As long as we drive him away, young Master Qian will naturally be able to capture his heart. Xian Ruwei is flirtatious and has long coveted Tang Wanqing. So when Tang Zizhou proposed it, the two of them hit it off immediately. Tang Wanqing didn't care when she saw the two muttering and pulled Yiming towards the other side. Let's change places. Just as he took his seat, the lights in the venue dimmed and the auction officially began. At first both of them were lack of interest until the auctioneer took out a string of old beeswax Buddha beads. Tang Wanqing was immediately attracted. Yiming, is it time to make a move? At this moment, a flash of red light flashed under Yiming's eyes, and his heavenly eyes instantly opened. Yiming looked at the stage and shook his head. Fake, worthless. Gu Shuxin also followed Tang Wanqing to sit over just now, and couldn't help but snort when she heard Yiming's words. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. How can it be fake? Chapter 58 Proof. Gu Shuxin deliberately said it very loudly, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Xian Ruwei, who was one of the organizers, immediately stood up at this time, his face slightly angry. All of today's collections have appraisal certificates, absolutely no fakes. After speaking, Xian Ruwei looked at Yiming with a hint of cunning in his eyes. I don't think this brother understands much, that's why he said that. Xian Ruwei intended to show off in front of Tang Wanqing and cleared his throat and said loudly. This old beeswax playing literature knows that there are indeed quite a few fakes. It's actually quite easy to tell the difference, it's just that the doorway here is only clear to connoisseurs. Xian Ruwei's words immediately gained the approval of the veteran players in the venue. Young Qian is right, laymen don't meddle if they don't understand, spoiling a good thing. That's right, it's a shame to call a rare old material a fake. Tang Zizhou saw that Yiming triggered the anger of the people and hurriedly fell on the well. This kid has seen good things somewhere, it's too normal that he can't recognize them. I can remember when you gave Wanqing an engagement gift or an alloy ring, you can recognize something good. Gu Shuxin also interjected, exposing Yiming's old self. The crowd roared with laughter, and Tang Wanqing's face was so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Today she had carefully prepared to come and buy a plot of land, and now she was the butt of the joke. Yiming, you stop it. Tang Wanqing knew that she couldn't blame Yiming, she just didn't want to continue being ridiculed. When Tang Zizhou saw that Tang Wanqing was accusing Yiming, he couldn't help but mock. Cousin, for such an important occasion, you need to control your little white boy. A roar of laughter rang out in the venue as the crowd followed Tang Zizhou in trolling Yiming. Miss Tang, if the little white boy doesn't listen, simply change it. Yes, it's really the first time I've seen such arrogance in eating soft food. Hearing the crowd humiliate Yiming, Xian Ruwei had a smug look on his face. Xian Ruwei raised his hand to signal silence and continued. This string of Buddha beads is quite similar to the ones I have at home, although the quality is a bit worse, but the value should be over $100 million. The auctioneer pretended to be surprised and hurriedly flattered. Young Mr. Qian really has a good eye, the starting price for this collection is $120 million. The crowd all nodded their heads and praised Xian Ruwei for his insight. Just a lucky guess. Xian Ruwei pretended to be polite, but his face became even more arrogant. He looked at Yi Ming and instantly thought of something and said to Tang Wanqing immediately after. Miss Tang likes it, I'll shoot it as a meet and greet gift, please smile at Miss Tang. The crowd was shocked, not expecting Qian Ruwei to throw 100 million to win the hearts of beauties. Young Mr. Qian is so magnificent, this is $100 million, just say buy it. Miss Tang should seize the opportunity, Mr. Qian seems to have moved his heart. Tang Wanqing was embarrassed, this Qian Ruwei was really able to show off. She was just about to open her mouth to refuse when Yi Ming said indifferently. Don't stop me, people are stupid, let him be. Yi Ming's voice wasn't too loud, but it reached Qian Ruwei's ears. The smile on his face instantly disappeared, and a touch of ruthlessness surfaced. What do you mean? I think you're obviously jealous, can't afford it and have to say it's fake. Qian Ruwei was called stupid by Yi Ming in public, so he naturally couldn't hold his tongue. I'll take this string, I want to see if it's fake or not. Qian Ruwei also came to fire, directly rushed to the stage. Swipe my card and get the appraisal done now to convince this kid. The auctioneer didn't dare offend Qian Ruwei and hurriedly followed his request. Soon the appraiser finished his appraisal on the spot and respectfully handed it to Qian Ruwei. Young Mr. Qian, it's been confirmed that this beeswax Buddha bead doesn't have any problems. Qian Ruwei sneered and walked over to Tang Wanqing with the beeswax Buddha beads, but his eyes kept staring at Yi Ming. Miss Tang, I'm as good as my word, this string of beeswax Buddha beads was auctioned for you, please take it. Tang Wanqing was in a very difficult situation and had the feeling of being roasted on a fire. Yi Ming pulled her behind him, glanced down at the Buddha beads, and said coldly. Shame on you for giving away fake goods. Qian Ruwei was completely enraged and pointed at Yi Ming and cursed. Kid, you're looking for death. The organizer's staff also got angry at this time and walked up to Yi Ming and questioned him loudly. Please be careful what you say, this gentleman, this has just been authenticated, how can it be fake? If he continued to allow Yi Ming to slander him, the auction's reputation would be in jeopardy. If you can't produce tangible evidence, sir, we're going to have to send you to the sheriff's department. Tang Zizhou was secretly happy and couldn't stop smiling. What evidence can he produce? You guys can just arrest him without delay. Tang Wanqing was anxious, and now not only Qian Ruwei, but even the organizers had stepped in. Yi Ming, you hurry up and shut up, quickly apologized to the organizer. Tang Wanqing no longer cared about the question of truth or falsehood, she was worried that the organizers would make things difficult for Yi Ming. Yi Ming stood expressionless, looking coldly at the people in front of him. These people don't deserve his apology. Seeing the stalemate in the scene, Qian Ruwei thought of an idea and intended to ruthlessly hit Yi Ming in the face. I think it's better this way, I can give him a chance to see the world. With that said, Qian Ruwei handed Yi Ming the beeswax Buddha beads with a playful expression. This would show his generosity and also humiliate Yi Ming's ignorance. Qian Ruwei was naturally willing. Sure enough. The crowd murmured and praised Qian Ruwei. Young Master Qian really has an extraordinary temperament, and gave this kid a chance to prove it. If I were Qian Deshao, I would just beat him up, how dare you talk nonsense. Tang Wanqing looked at Qian Ruwei and hastily shook her head, she didn't want Yi Ming to be publicly humiliated again. Yes. However, Yi Ming took the initiative to receive the beeswax beads and agreed without thinking. Tang Wanqing wanted to block it, but she was still a step too late. Yi Ming casually removed a beeswax and directly took out a lighter to light it. Hiss. The crowd was stunned, not expecting Yi Ming to directly hold a whole beeswax in his hand and burn it. What are you doing? Qian Ruwei was completely unprepared, and immediately reached out to stop it when he reacted. Ah! Yi Ming didn't care about him at all, Qian Ruwei's hand directly touched the fire, and he cried out in pain. Qian Ruwei glared fiercely at Yi Ming, but he could not say anything. And you're too stupid to reach out and touch a fire when you see one. Yi Ming sneered, not giving Qian Ruwei any face at all. Qian Ruwei was about to get angry when Yi Ming spoke again. All look closer, it's melted. The crowd all looked nervously, their faces full of disbelief. It really melted. How come it still smells a little bad? Why does this taste like? Yi Ming let go of the lighter and threw away the small fireball that was smoking black. Plastic. Yi Ming's voice was not loud, but it made everyone's hearts feel as if they had been hit hard. Tang Wanqing didn't know anything about literature, so she wasn't as surprised as the crowd, just curious. How can you tell? Yi Ming came to her ear and whispered. I'm blinded. Chapter 59, A Surprise. In fact, Yi Ming had just seen the inn through his heavenly eyes, and it was half true and half false, so ordinary people really couldn't see it. Xian Ruwei was completely dumbfounded, and because he was the closest, he smelled it more clearly. However, Xian Ruwei did not want to be robbed by Yi Ming and immediately retorted. No way. This string of beeswax beads can be identified by more than one expert. Could it be that so many experts have failed to check out? Seeing that Xian Ruwei was unconvinced, Yi Ming did not say much and took down another beeswax and handed it over. Here, burn yourself. Looking at the beeswax beads Yi Ming handed over, Xian Ruwei hesitated to take them. However, his face was getting red and full of anger. Asshole. Xian Ruwei was unusually ashamed and angry, thinking that he had spent money to buy fake goods, which was simply a big wrong seed. He couldn't take it out on Yi Ming directly, so he could only roar at the organizer. How do you guys do your job? How dare you take fake goods out for auction? The organizer's staff was afraid of Xian Ruwei's pursuit of responsibility, so they had to pick up soft pinches. This gentleman, you must explain. Otherwise we'll not only hold you responsible for spreading rumors, but we'll also make you pay the price. Tang Wanqing was a little scared. She really didn't know anything about cultural games, but this string of Buddha beads was auctioned off by Xian Ruwei at a cost of $120 million. Yi Ming was very calm and his tone was also very calm. Since you haven't seen it yet, I'll just tell you. Yi Ming was a bit impatient and picked up a beeswax bead to explain. The average person, fearing that the value of the beeswax will be impaired, dares to inspect it only by scraping the powder near the inner hole. That part is indeed true, so it can't be detected. And it's the outside that's plastic, which can only be detected by incinerating the whole thing. After saying that, the crowd came to a realization and their eyes changed a bit as they looked at Yi Ming. It was very quiet in the meeting room and no one dared to be the first to speak out. The appraiser silently stepped forward and checked according to Yi Ming's method, and finally admitted helplessly. Seeing this, the organizers had to offer an apology. Mr. Qian is very sorry for causing your loss due to our negligence. Xian Ruwei glared fiercely at the other party. His loss of money was a small matter, losing face in public was a big matter. And still, he was ruthlessly slapped in the face by Yi Ming. Get out! Xian Ruwei gave an angry shout to vent his depression. Somebody, throw it away from me. Xian Ruwei ate a dumb loss and immediately ordered the bodyguard behind him to throw away the Buddha beads. The crowd felt grateful at this point, and it was fortunate that they didn't make a move just now. But everyone didn't dare to open their mouths now for fear of angering Xian Ruwei. Wait, don't throw it in a hurry. Yi Ming did not care and stopped Xian Ruwei's bodyguard. The box looks fine to me, you sell me the box. Yi Ming directly snatched the wooden box containing the beeswax beads from the bodyguard's hands and lowered his head to study it. I'll help you make up some of your losses, $500 for this box of yours. Xian Ruwei's anger that had just been extinguished was once again ignited, and he felt that Yi Ming was humiliating him. You're sending out beggars? Just after the words were spoken, Xian Ruwei realized that it was wrong. Wasn't this scolding himself? His face flushed red and white with anger. Tang Wanqing couldn't understand Yi Ming's operation and pulled him to ask. What are you doing here again? Yi Ming on the beeswax is fake also even if, and now have to spend $500 to buy a wooden box? Yi Ming came to her ear and whispered. There's a surprise. After saying that, Yi Ming turned around and pulled out $500 and shoved it into Xian Ruwei's hand. Money and goods. Xian Ruwei was furious and threw the money straight back. Who are you looking down on? I'm still missing your $500. Yi Ming didn't care and didn't bother with Xian Ruwei. He said as he walked up to the organizer's staff. Get me an invoice, notarized. You hear me, silly boy? You just happened to get it right, and you really think you're picking up the slack again? Tang Wanqing, however, noticed another key point that the organizer said and couldn't help but blush slightly. Why didn't you say anything earlier when we were paying? Tang Wanqing did not think that the wooden box was worth money, just that Yi Ming liked to buy it. The organizer immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing was ready to tell Yi Ming to return the wooden box. Yi Ming, however, waved his hand to comfort Tang Wanqing. It's okay, no loss. Tang Wanqing was somewhat helpless, not understanding what exactly Yi Ming was trying to do. Yi Ming continued to work, removing some of the inlaid decorations on the wooden box one by one, and in the end, only one piece was left to hold in his hand. All right. Yi Ming raised the blackened piece of wood in his hand and showed it to the crowd. Xian Ruwei looked at it and didn't find anything and said in disgust. What the hell are you showing everyone? Do you think everyone is as uneducated as you are? Yiming didn't bother, slightly operating his internal force to shake away the layer of wood paint on the outside. A puff of ash scattered, slowly revealing the true grain of the wood. "Can I see it, little brother?" An old man stepped out of the crowd and said with a frown. The old man is Lu Jingluan. In Jinling's cultural and play world is important. When encountered uncertainty must ask him to palm eyes. Prestige is very high. Chen Ruwei couldn't help but be surprised to see the person who spoke, and his tone carried a hint of respect. "Elder Lu, I didn't notice you just now. Late generation has met Lu." Lu Jingluan ignored Chen Ruwei and continued to look at Yiming. "Don't interrupt." Chapter 60. Lu Jingluan's attitude surprised Chen Ruwei, but he had to endure it because of the other party's status. Yiming graciously handed over the wooden block in his hand. Lu Jingluan was like a treasure, carefully holding it in his hands and scrutinizing it. After looking at it for a while, he took out his magnifying glass again and continued to study it. The crowd looked over with curiosity and nervous attention. A good while passed. Lu Jingluan's hands trembled slightly as he shouted in excitement. "Treasure! A rare and precious treasure!" Lu Jingluan cautiously returned the wooden block to Yiming, his eyes flashing with excitement. Little brother has a good pair of eyes, and even recognized the Taihang material of the cliff cypress, at least tens of thousands of years ago. As the words fell, the entire room was so silent that only the sound of breathing could be heard. A few moments later it was completely boiling over. "Did I hear you right? Elder Lu said it was a cliff cypress, or was it tens of thousands of years old?" There's absolutely no mistaking old man Lu's appraisal. This kid really picked up the treasure, just too damn lucky. The crowd definitely did not dare to question Lu Jingluan's words, and their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at Yiming. The crowd all began to speculate on the value of this piece of cypress, and everyone was very excited. "I'd say this is worth at least $10 million, right? It should be more than that. Look at how excited old man Lu is, it's more than 10 million. Everyone looked at Lu Jingluan, curious about the value of this piece of cliff cypress. Lu Jingluan looked at. If he hadn't had to buy the wooden box, he wouldn't have let it be. Gu Shuxin was almost scared and almost fell down, but fortunately, she was held up by Tang Wanqing. This thing was bought by Yiming at a cost of 500. Hearing her words, Chen Rui's angry face turned even more green. What a pot calling the kettle black. The crowd also looked at Yiming, filled with shock. Because Lu Jingluan finally said a solid number, making the crowd feel a huge shock inside. Chen Rui felt that there was no face, and he was so angry that he directly blurted out. How can this thing be worth $500 million? Lu Jingluan's face changed. Unexpectedly someone dared to question him in public. Unbridled. Shut up if you don't understand. After being reprimanded, Chen Rui realized that he was rude and no longer dared to make a sound. Lu Jingluan arched his hand and clasped his fist, smiling as he gestured to Yiming. The old man is bidding $500 million. I wonder if my young friend is willing to part with it? Seeing Lu Jingluan open his mouth, the crowd opened fire, and the venue was in chaos. Mr. Yi, I'll offer $510 million. I'll offer $580 million for this priceless treasure. $680 million. The auctioneer panicked, never having been in such a situation before. Please return to your seats and we'll proceed with the auction as normal and smooth. The organizer's staff immediately walked up to Yiming with a fawning face. We can help you shoot on your behalf for free. I wonder what Mr. Yi would like to do. At this point, they didn't care about the cost of the proxy auction at all, but rather thought that if the word got out, the auction house would surely become famous. Yiming coldly looked at the other party and handed out the wooden block. Here. Seeing Yiming's agreement, the auctioneer cautiously received the wooden block and placed it in the silk-lined display tray. In the end, the cliff cypress wood block was auctioned off by a big shot from Suzhou and Hangzhou, fetching a sky-high price. 800 million sold. The crowd all cast envious gazes at Yiming, and at this time, no one said he was stupid anymore. Tang Wanqing was most surprised that she received payment from the other party after the process was completed. Yiming, you sold 800 million. Tang Wanqing felt unbelievable and had a very complicated expression when she thought about Yiming's comment about making a big deal out of a small amount. Yiming looked at her and smiled, rubbing her furrowed brow. By chance. Is it really such a coincidence? Tang Wanqing was inwardly puzzled, but didn't continue to ask further questions. But this money. Without waiting for Tang Wanqing to finish, Yiming waved his hand and said without any concern. Buy the land first, and count me as a good investment. Tang Wanqing laughed coldly in her heart. What a bravado, 800 million said to vote. However, right now, Tang Wanqing really wanted to take the land more, so she didn't be polite with Yiming. Yes, I'll give you your cut. Yiming was very happy to see Tang Wanqing readily accepting it. At this moment, a sinister gaze was watching the two behind them. Damn it, that didn't even clean up this kid. Tang Zizhou cursed under his breath, and the more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. He silently walked to Qian Rui's side, wanting Qian Rui to make a move to teach Yiming a lesson. Young Master Qian, we can't let this brat get away with this for nothing. Tang Zizhou, you still dare to mention it. If it weren't for you, I would have lost 100 million and still be laughed at? Qian Rui looked around and lowered his voice to chortle. He had lost face in front of so many people in Jinling, and this belly of fire was worrying about having no place to spread it. Tang Zizhou hurriedly compensated with a smile and proposed a new crooked idea. Don't be angry, young Master Qian, as long as you snatch the land Tang Wanqing desires, are you afraid she won't come and beg you? Chapter 61, Jumping into the Fire. A sinister smile surfaced on Qian Rui's face and he nodded slightly. Nope, almost got taken to the ditch again by your boy. A moment later, Qian Rui glared fiercely at Tang Zizhou. That land at Bayshore Lake is so evil, are you trying to make a fool out of me again? Hearing Qian Rui questioning, Tang Zizhou hurriedly waved his hand. Qian Daoshao misunderstood, I didn't mean that, but... Qian Rui directly interrupted him, determined not to listen. If I buy this land, I'll be scolded by the family. Seeing Qian Rui's resolute attitude, Tang Zizhou could only give up resentfully. However, he wasn't going to stop there. Instead, it was Qian Rui who stared at Tang Wanqing's back, revealing a playful smile. If you ask me, it doesn't have to be that much trouble, women naturally all obey once they're in bed. Tang Zizhou looked at Qian Rui in surprise, a bad thought in his heart. What does the money man mean by? All you have to do is make Tang Wanqing drink my stuff, and I'll definitely make her listen. Tang Zizhou's face was hesitant, worried that he would be blamed if the family knew. But... Qian Rui could see that he was torn and patted him on the shoulder. Don't you want to clean up that kid? As long as Tang Wanqing is in our hands, won't you still hold him to death? Qian Rui could see that Tang Zizhou was somewhat moved by the words and continued. When the time comes, there's no harm in the Shang Tang group giving it to you, our Qian family doesn't care. Tang Zizhou was thoroughly moved, looking at Qian Rui and gently nodding. Good. Let's do what young Master Qian said. Both agreed to work together, and their moods both turned instantly. The auction continued, and then came the much-anticipated land auction. In order to cover their tracks, the Mu family spared no expense in preparing quite a few plots of land, and the bidding was exceptionally fierce. Qian Rui and Tang Zizhou also took the desired land, even Gu Shuxian also helped the Gu family to take a small piece of land. Qian Rui and Tang Zizhou completed the family mission and both began to look forward to the next plan, the two of them constantly exchanged eye contact. This scene happened to be seen by Yiming, silently paying attention. Almost near the end, the crowd realized that Tang Wanqing had been slow to make a move and couldn't help but be curious. Why hasn't Miss Tang made a bid yet? One person asked a question that immediately drew attention. Just now, Yiming unexpectedly picked up a leak, making the crowd also expect what they would do in the land auction session. Before Tang Wanqing could answer, Tang Zizhou directly answered for her. She's going to buy Bayshore Lagoon. The crowd was shocked beyond belief, and murmurs rose. How did Miss Tang come to look at that land? Who in the whole of Jinling doesn't know it's evil? Even the Mu family couldn't stay up long enough to make a move, so I know how treacherous it is. I see that the Mu family is also taking a chance, but why is she still jumping into the fire? Because it was the Mu family's main venue, the crowd only dared to whisper. Tang Zizhou stepped forward and waved his hand to the crowd. People can only take desperate measures when they are poor, and then they are afraid that this is the only land they can buy. Tang Wanqing angrily got up and rushed at Tang Zizhou to reprimand him. Why should I be afraid when I've done nothing wrong? Tang Zizhou heard her mocking herself and was about to open his mouth but saw Qian Rui's warning look. Worried that angering Tang Wanqing would affect the plan, Tang Zizhou turned away in anger. Yiming once again noticed the eye contact between the two and observed without moving. The crowd was no longer dissuaded, but only whispered. Tang Wanqing was angry and felt very aggrieved. Seeing this, Yiming softly comforted. Don't mind these people, it's just as well that no one is robbing. Tang Wanqing couldn't help but smile as she thought about it and also felt it made sense. And rightly so. It was the turn of the Bayshore Lakes lot auction, and sure enough, no one responded. Young Tang is right, the Mu family wouldn't have been deserted for so long if it wasn't for consideration. I heard that it was originally the second phase of the Royal Garden residence, which was just started and then stopped. It was said that all the first workers who came and got sick and died in droves before long. This is nothing. I heard that all the workers who heard the strange noises at night died miserably the next day without being able to find out the cause of death. Tang Wanqing hadn't known this much detail before, and her face blanched slightly. Yi Ming, is what they said true? Yi Ming shook his head and comforted. Don't bother, I'll take care of it even if it's really wrong. Just you? Tang Zizhou pointed at Yi Ming with a provocative face and taunted loudly. The Mu family has had the best feng shui masters in Jinling and they didn't handle it, what are you? Yi Ming sneered, remembering the tragically dead Liao Hai. Liao Hai? I didn't expect you kid to know Master Liao, that is. Tang Zizhou was just about to taunt Yi Ming when he was interrupted by Yi Ming. Of course he can't handle it. Tang Zizhou couldn't stand to see Yi Ming being arrogant in front of him and pointed at Yi Ming and cursed. You really don't know the heights of heaven, and you're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big. Yi Ming didn't bother, not intending to argue with Tang Zizhou. He thought of Liao Hai's dying words, and combined with the crowd's discussion, he had already guessed the general idea. The auction ended and the crowd left. Tang Wanqing went to do the formalities and asked Yi Ming to wait for her outside. Yi Ming looked around to see no one and dialed a number. Skystar, go check out Bayshore Lagoon. A respectful echo immediately came over the phone. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Yi Ming still did not see Tang Wanqing and immediately went to look for her. However, ready to leave, the staff told him with a surprised face. Ms. Tang left a long time ago. Chapter 62, delivered to the door. 20 minutes ago. Tang Wanqing immediately thought of pulling Gu Shuxin along with her, so that even if Tang Zizhou came later, it would be fine. Cousin, will you accompany to apologize to young Qian and we'll go back together? Gu Shuxin did not know the plans of the two Tang Zizhou, and had long wanted to flatter Chen Ruwei, and readily agreed. You finally figured it out, let's go. The two came to the second-floor VIP room. See Gu Shuxian also come. Chen Ruwei was a little surprised. Sit down. Chen Ruwei did not move, and there was some anger in his tone. The drama has to be done. Seeing that Chen Ruwei was still angry, Gu Shuxin deliberately stepped forward to curry favor. Don't be angry, young Master Chen, my cousin was also egged on by someone, she didn't mean to go against young Master Chen. Gu Shuxin is wearing a low-cut evening dress today, walking over and bending over to apologize, revealing a beautiful scenery. Chen Ruwei could see Gu Shuxin's attitude and couldn't help but have crooked thoughts. Miss Gu is quite reasonable. After he finished speaking, he looked at Tang Wanqing again, his eyes roaming over her body. Different from Gu Shuxin's enthusiasm, Tang Wanqing was lonely and cold. A slim-fitting dress set off her stunningly good figure. Gu Shuxin saw Chen Ruwei's eyes and immediately gestured towards Tang Wanqing. Wanqing, aren't you going to make amends with Mr. Qian? Come over here. Chen Ruwei looked at Tang Wanqing with feigned surprise and asked. Did Miss Tang really come to apologize? Tang Wanqing thought of the Tang family and Yi Ming and took a few steps forward. Yes. How come I don't see any semblance of sincerity in Ms. Tang? Chen Ruwei finished speaking, his eyes looking at the empty wineglasses on the table. Tang Wanqing also noticed and understood what he meant with a sad face. When Gu Shuxian saw that Tang Wanqing didn't move, she directly poured a cup of wine and handed it to Tang Wanqing. Wanqing, have a good toast to young Master Qian. Tang Wanqing glared angrily at Gu Shuxin, regretting how she had brought her here. Chen Ruwei saw her intentions and laughed coldly in his heart. Ms. Gu is right. Chen Ruwei grabbed Gu Shuxin's hand and then tried to color towards the bodyguard. Just when Gu Shuxin wasn't paying attention, the bodyguard secretly drugged her wineglass. Ms. Gu, let me toast you. Hearing Chen Ruwei's tone, Gu Shuxin immediately understood and gladly drank it. Tang Wanqing walked to the first floor at this time and happened to bump into Yi Ming. Wanqing, are you alright? Tang Wanqing shook her head and simply stated what had just happened. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming sneered. So that was the idea, sinister villain. Tang Wanqing frowned slightly, her experience in the business world over the years allowing her to quickly react as well. No good, cousin is still there. When she finished, she turned to go back. Yi Ming stopped her with a hand and advised her softly. You also said she volunteered, leave it alone. Tang Wanqing shook her head with an anxious expression. Qian Ruwei wouldn't marry cousin into the family even if he did get her, but cousin would be finished. Seeing Tang Wanqing's very worried look, Yiming had to agree. Stay out of this, go back to rest and I'll bring someone back. Looking into Yiming's eyes, Tang Wanqing inexplicably trusted and nodded her head in agreement. Yiming waited for Tang Wanqing to drive away before he came to the second-floor VIP room, but when he went in, he saw that the building was empty. He planned to go out and look for it, and thinking that it was very inconvenient without a car, he contacted Moon Yentong. 2 minutes later, Moon Yentong pulled up in front of Yiming in his Rolls-Royce Cullinan and handed over the keys. Young Yi, is it necessary to help? Yiming thought that after all, it was related to Gu Shuxin's reputation and shook his head. No, I'll return the car tomorrow. Yi Xiao doesn't mind driving it later. Moon Yentong didn't ask much and personally opened the car door for Yiming. Yiming glanced at Moon Yentong and suddenly asked again. Where does Qian Ruwei live? Although Moon Yentong was puzzled, he pointed towards the south without thinking. It's at the South Court Cottages near Bayshore Lagoon. Chapter 63 Consequences of Greed. Nanyuan Villa. Qian Ruwei, in order to find fun, specially bought a villa, of course, also brought Gu Shuxian here. Gu Shuxin's face was slightly reddened under the effect of the medicine, and a grunting sound came out of his mouth from time to time. At this time Gu Shuxin and Qian Ruwei's arms kept writhing. Qian Ruwei has been unable to press. As soon as he threw Gu Shuxin on the bed, he ripped off his bow tie and looked at Gu Shuxin greedily. Young master, it's all because of this woman, or else the one lying in front of young master right now would definitely be Miss Tang. The bodyguard behind him sounded very disgruntled as he rummaged for something. Qian Ruwei didn't get angry when she heard it, but she was suddenly a bit disinterested. Seeing this, the bodyguard realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurried to make amends. I should be damned for spoiling young master's pleasure. Qian Ruwei waved his hand and sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Gu Shuxin with a cold smile. What's the hurry? Which of the women this young master has played with is not obedient? When the time comes, let Gu Shuxin bring Tang Wanqing along with him, won't we be able to have even more fun? Qian Ruwei finished speaking with a wicked smile on his face. The bodyguard was relieved to see that Qian Ruwei wasn't angry and hurried to curry favor. Young master is right. Young master is wise. Qian Ruwei was in a good mood and looked at the bodyguard and said casually. The old rules, I'll reward you guys when this young master is done playing, and by the way, I'll take the highlight video and save it. The bodyguard immediately looked at Gu Shuxin, his eyes filled with greed. Thank you, young master. After saying that, one of the bodyguards raised the camera in his hand and gestured towards Qian Ruwei. Young master, don't worry, the equipment has been debugged to ensure that the shots are clear. Bang! As soon as the words left their mouths, several people looked outside at the same time. Before they could react, they saw that Yiming had already appeared in the room. You're not worthy. Yiming's face was gloomy at this time, and his eyes were cold to the core as he glared at Qian Ruwei. Being looked at by Yiming, Qian Ruwei even forgot to speak, as if he saw a killing god descending. Several people sensed that the room was enveloped by a great pressure at this moment, giving people the feeling that they could not breathe. How did you get in here? It took a while before Qian Ruwei slowed down and questioned Yiming. In order to ensure security, Qian Ruwei had arranged various monitoring devices around the villa. Even the security door at the entrance was specially shipped back from overseas with the highest level of protection. Thinking of the loud noise just now, Qian Ruwei felt incredulous. Who the hell are you? Qian Ruwei wasn't stupid, and seeing Yiming dare to barge in alone, his heart was also a little scared. The bodyguard sensed that Yiming was in danger from Qian Ruwei and immediately stepped forward to stop him. Boy, you're really bold, how dare you trespass in here? Do you really think we're just for show? Let's see how we'll clean you up. The two of them posed one after the other, trying to put on a good show in front of Qian Ruwei, trying to get a bigger commendation. As the young master of the Qian family, almost no one dared to actively mess with Qian Ruwei in Jinling. Now it was not easy for a person who was not afraid of death, the two naturally wanted to show off. Yiming didn't even bother to look at the two bodyguards and casually waved his hand with an expressionless face. Boom! Qian Ruwei only heard a loud sound of air blasting in his ears, and one of the bodyguards instantly disappeared into thin air. Ah! Qian Ruwei watched her bodyguard disappear from her eyes, then saw a pool of blood left on the ground and cried out in fear. The strong visual impact caused Qian Ruwei to be so horrified that he was scared that he was only out of breath but not in breath. You Shanrui, as the young master of the Qian family, was well informed. Looking at Yiming's actions just now, there was only one thought in his mind. Earth-level martial artist. Nope. Celestial-level martial artist. Killing someone invisibly and not even being able to find the body was something that only a heaven-ranked martial artist could do. Shanrui was too scared to speak, not daring to look directly at Yiming. What are you doing? Yiming's face was still devoid of any expression, and his voice seemed to be coming from hell. Hearing Yiming's questioning, Shanrui felt a chill at his back and couldn't stop his cold sweat from dripping to the ground. Shanrui immediately reacted, pointing to the unconscious Gu Shuxin on the bed, humbly pleading. Please let me go. I didn't touch her. You take her. Shanrui thought of the relationship between Tang Wanqing and Gu Shuxin and guessed the reason why Yiming had come to the door. Young master, you are the young master of the Qian family. The other bodyguard also came back to his senses at this time, having just watched his companion disappear with his own eyes, scaring him to the point where his mind went blank. Now that he saw Shanrui actually beg for mercy from Yiming, the bodyguard felt incredulous. Shanrui was very afraid of provoking Yiming and hurriedly glared at his bodyguard. The bodyguard was severely shocked and his reaction became sluggish, seeing Shanrui signaling but misunderstanding. Kid, if anything happens to our young master, the Qian family will not spare you. The bodyguard thought Shanrui wanted him to make a threatening voice to scare off Yiming. However, when Shanrui heard the bodyguard shouting, it was full of panic. No. I didn't mean that. Shanrui was so frightened that he waved his hands and shook his head frantically. The bodyguard looked at Shanrui with a face full of confusion, but the next moment, and outside the balcony was the power grid that Shanrui had specially laid out, and the body would be struck by the high voltage current as soon as it came into contact. Yiming looked down and saw that Shanrui's entire body was struck by electric current and convulsing. Without any stops, Yiming took Gu Shuxin and drove away. Road. Gu Shuxin's medication kicked in even more, and she got up from the back seat in a daze. I'm so hard. I want. Gu Shuxin stretched out his hand to touch around, touching Yiming's shoulder. The whole person stick up. Yiming pushed her back and ordered in a cold tone. Sit down. However, Gu Shuxin was even completely unconscious and touched up again in no time. Yiming had to stop the car and knock her out with a slap. What a pain in the ass. Yiming shook his head helplessly. If it wasn't for Tang Wanqing's sake, he wouldn't care about Gu Shuxin. Forget it, help someone out. Yiming felt Gu Shuxin's pulse when he pushed her away just now and knew that Shanrui had given her a strong drug. Yiming revolved his internal force and blasted a wave of palm energy aimed at Gu Shuxin's belly. Because Gu Shuxin's attitude towards Tang Wanqing wasn't very good either, he didn't strike gently. You suffered for Wanqing, and I brought you back safely, too clear. Yiming looked at the unconscious Gu Shuxin and said indifferently. Afterward, he sent Gu Shuxin to the door of Gu's house and rang the doorbell again before leaving. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. The Gu family's subordinate cursed and came out to open the door, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Seeing Gu Shuxin lying on the ground, he shouted in surprise. Missy, why are you on the floor? The subordinate crouched down to pick up Gu Shuxin, but realized that she was completely unconscious and immediately looked around again. Strange, who just rang the doorbell? Looking up, the underling spotted a man getting into a Cullinan and driving away. The subordinates quickly called for people and carried Gu Shuxin back to the room. The other side. Tang Wanqing has been worried since she got home, waiting left and right with no news. She couldn't help but call Yiming. Yiming, how is it on your side? Tang Wanqing was not only worried about Gu Shuxin, but also worried about Yiming's impulsiveness to cause trouble. It's okay, don't worry about sleeping. When she heard Yiming's calm voice coming out of the phone, Tang Wanqing was relieved. Great. Just after saying it, Tang Wanqing immediately thought of something and hurriedly asked. But how did you do it? It can't be. No, don't worry, it's late, get an early night. Tang Wanqing heard that Yiming didn't want to say too much, and looking at the fact that it was already past 1 o'clock, she didn't ask any more questions. Then you rest early too. After saying that, Tang Wanqing hung up the phone. However, she was still very uneasy in her heart, and the more Yiming avoided talking about it, the more worried she became. After hesitating, Tang Wanqing called Gu Shuxin again. Do. The phone rang for a long time without being answered, and Tang Wanqing couldn't help but feel even more uneasy. Tang Wanqing called several more times until Gu Shuxin's confused voice came out of the phone. Hey! Cousin, you finally answered the phone. Hearing Gu Shuxin's voice, half the stone in Tang Wanqing's heart dropped. Before Tang Wanqing could open her mouth to pursue the question, Gu Shuxin asked as if she had suddenly awakened. Wanqing, why are you calling me at this time? Tang Wanqing's heart was once again gripped as she hurriedly asked. Are you alright, cousin? Nothing happened to you after I left? After Tang Wanqing asked, there was silence on the phone for a while before a voice came out. I can't think of anything, I only remember Mr. Qian giving me a toast, and after that I don't remember. Hearing Gu Shuxin's words, Tang Wanqing's pretty brows frowned slightly. Wanqing, are you turning back to send me home again? Tang Wanqing was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. It occurred to him that if he involved Yiming, he would inevitably create another incident. Yes. In order to avoid Gu Shuxin continuing to ask, Tang Wanqing hurriedly said. Cousin, then you have an early night, I'm going to bed too. Gu Shuxin was just about to speak when she heard that the phone had been hung up, and she looked at the phone speechless. Hang on that fast? The subordinate happened to push the door in at this time, so Gu Shuxin woke up hurriedly went forward. Miss, it's a good thing you're awake or I'd have to go to the doctor. Gu Shuxin looked at the subordinate in disbelief and asked. What's all the fuss about? Only then did the subordinate tell the story of how he had just found Gu Shuxin from the doorway, as well as carrying her back to her room. Gu Shuxin looked at the subordinate with a face full of surprise, feeling a bit of disbelief. Didn't you see Wanqing send me back? The underling shook his head, suddenly remembering the man who had driven away. Miss, there was a man besides you driving away at that time. Gu Shuxin sat on the bed and pondered. She felt that this matter was too strange. Why did Wanqing lie to me? Who on earth sent me back? Thinking back to Tang Wanqing's odd tone, Gu Shuxin couldn't help but pop up with an idea. Could this have something to do with that brat Yiming? Gu Shuxin was sleepless all night for this matter. The next day, Sheng Tang Group. Yiming went to work as usual, and when he entered the company, he felt the eyes of the people around him looking at him with a hint of anger. Yiming didn't care, he had just walked into the security department when he received a call. Looking at it, Yiming directly said in a commanding tone. Say. After answering the phone, Yiming turned around and prepared to walk out. Xiao Xiang from the security department shouted in a hurry when he saw it. Supervisor, you'd better not go out today. Chapter 65, No Right to Intervene. Yiming stopped and asked. Why? After a moment's hesitation, Kuga couldn't help but tell why. Supervisor, everyone knows about yesterday's auction and is talking about it, saying that you are a spoilsport. Xiao Xiang cautiously looked at Yiming, worried that Yiming would get angry. However, Yiming was unconcerned, and there was not a trace of anger on his face at all. Got it. After saying that, Yiming turned around once again and walked towards the outside. Kuga froze in place with a stunned look on his face. Yiming walked to the shade of the tree outside the door at Sheng Tang Company, and Tian Xing, who had been waiting for a moment, immediately bowed and came forward to salute. Young lord, all the information you asked for is in there, and the Bayshore Lagoon is ready for construction at any time. Yiming casually took it and did not check it out, simply responding. Aha! Tian Xing continued to maintain an indebted posture with an unusually respectful attitude. Yiming waved his hand, signaling him to stand up, and asked again casually. Did the old guys have a problem with you going through special procedures? Tian Xing bowed once again and respectfully returned. They wouldn't dare. Yiming sneered and shook his head without speaking. At this time, a few employees passing by looked over towards Tian Xing's side, their eyes filled with doubt. Yiming also looked at Tian Xing, revealing a slight look of dissatisfaction. Don't be so beatific when you see me from now on, better come on foot. Yes. A flash of panic appeared in Tian Xing's eyes and he immediately responded. A moment later, Tian Xing saw that Yiming did not speak again, and only then did he continue to report the news. What young lord explained earlier, my subordinate and Greedy Wolf found traces of the Yin Fiend rune formation after they went to the Gulf Shio Lake. Greedy Wolf is still investigating, my subordinate came over first to deliver the information to young lord. Yiming's face sank and he frowned slightly. Tell Greedy Wolf to come back, and I'll go there myself tonight. Yes. Tian Xing immediately snap. Before he even entered the door, he heard the sound of something breaking inside, and Yiming immediately rushed in. Yiming, why are you here? Tang Wanqing saw Yi Ming, who rushed in and asked in surprise. Yi Ming did not reply and immediately looked at Tang Zizhou. Tang Zizhou was holding up a porcelain ornament in his hands at this time, and there were some glass shards scattered on the ground. Seeing Yi Ming, Tang Zizhou's face changed and he put down what he was holding and walked towards Yi Ming. Boy, who gave you the nerve to barge in here without even knocking? After scolding, Tang Zizhou glared at Tang Wanqing again and chided. It's all because you're backing him up that this kid is getting more and more arrogant. Tang Wanqing said with a complicated expression as she glanced at Yi Ming. Yi Ming, you go first. Seeing that Tang Wanqing was also trying to drive Yi Ming away, Tang Zizhou was very pleased. Kid, hear me, even your Mr. Tang has opened his mouth, why don't you get lost? Tang Zizhou was still angry that he hadn't been able to clean up Yi Ming yesterday and had deliberately used the issue to play up. I have business to discuss with your Mr. Tang now, you're just a security guard not qualified to be here. Yi Ming did not leave and questioned Tang Zizhou in a cold tone. Is this how you talk business? Seeing the threatening tone in Yi Ming's voice, Tang Zizhou looked furious. You don't care. Yi Ming walked towards Tang Zizhou in a domineering manner and poked him in the chest. I'm the head of the security department, your behavior threatens Mr. Tang's safety, of course I'm in charge. With that, he was about to pull Tang Zizhou away. Tang Zizhou struggled hard to break free, but was not able to break free at all, so he could not help but curse. Kid, who are you to kick me out? Tang Wanqing suddenly bellowed at this moment, stopping Tang Zizhou's farce. Enough! Tang Zizhou, you hurry up and finish your business, don't get in the way of my work. After hearing that, Yi Ming also loosened his hand. Tang Zizhou waited for Yi Ming to organize his clothes and said in an arrogant tone. Tang Wanqing, I just said that the family agreed that the scale of the Bay Tide Lake was too large, so I was appointed to oversee it. Hurry up and get me a nice big office, I'll be staying for a while. Tang Zizhou deliberately looked at Yi Ming and said in a contemptuous tone. Tang Wanqing's pretty eyebrows frowned slightly as she refused without thinking. Can't be done. This is a purchase funded by the Shangtang Group, there is no need for the family to intervene. Hearing Tang Wanqing reject it to his face, Tang Zizhou's face turned white with anger. Tang Wanqing, you have to think clearly, this is Grandma's decision, do you dare to disobey her orders? You! Tang Wanqing was so angry that she couldn't speak. Tang Zizhou always moved her grandmother to bully her. Seeing Tang Wanqing's aggression, Yi Ming's tone was cold. What's there to be afraid of? The Shangtang Group is completely independent and free from anyone's interference. Yi Ming's words touched Tang Wanqing very much. Tang Zizhou, however, was enraged that Yi Ming had opened his mouth to refute him again, making him lose face. Kid, you shut up. You're not qualified to meddle in our Tang family's affairs. Tang Wanqing had Yi Ming's support at this time. Tang Zizhou, you're the one who should shut up. Yi Ming wasn't wrong, the Tang family has no right to interfere with the Shangtang Group, and Grandma recognizes this point as well. Tang Zizhou was unable to argue for a moment and was so angry that he glared fiercely at Yi Ming. If it wasn't for Yi Ming interrupting just now, maybe Tang Wanqing would have agreed by now. One plan didn't work, Tang Zizhou came up with another one. Let's put that aside, right now the construction team is going in. Tang Zizhou looked at Tang Wanqing and directly said in a commanding tone. You hurry up and make arrangements to get my construction team in there. Tang Wanqing looked at Tang Zizhou with indignation, not expecting him to be so brazen. However, Tang Wanqing held back her anger and asked impatiently. You quote a price and follow the process. Tang Zizhou looked at Tang Wanqing with some complacency and stretched out a finger. 100 million. Chapter 66, A Shot in the Dark. Tang Wanqing's freshly suppressed anger instantly erupted as she looked at Tang Zizhou and chided. Tang Zizhou, you're crazy. The market price is only $50 million, are you robbing money? In the face of Tang Wanqing's anger, Tang Zizhou shrugged his shoulders with disinterest. So what? Hearing Tang Zizhou admit it, Tang Wanqing's face was filled with anger. It's said that the fat water does not flow into outsiders' fields, so it's only natural to take care of one's own family members. Tang Zizhou directly tore his face and did not hide it. You got the land for such a low price, and I did the math for you, and there's more than enough to go around profit-wise. Tang Zizhou, you're shameless. No matter how good-tempered Tang Wanqing was, she couldn't help it and roared at Tang Zizhou. Aren't you afraid the family will question you? Tang Wanqing understood Tang Zizhou, and what she was most afraid of was nothing more than her reputation in the family. Sure enough. Tang Zizhou was instantly enraged, violently slamming the table and pointing at Tang Wanqing and screaming. Big deal. He walked up to Tang Wanqing, his face showing ruthlessness. Believe it or not, I guarantee that no construction team in the entire Jinling will dare to enter the site. Tang Wanqing's chest rose and fell in anger, her face reddening with rage. Tang Zizhou threatened to his face, making Tang Wanqing so angry that she couldn't speak. Snap! In the next second, Tang Wanqing saw Yi Ming rushing forward and slapping hard at Tang Zizhou. The crisp voice floated through the office, and Tang Zizhou was stunned dumbfounded. He subconsciously covered his face, his eyes full of disbelief. Yi Ming? How dare you make a move against me? Tang Zizhou couldn't believe it, but the pain coming from his face convinced him that it was right. After reacting, Tang Zizhou took a step forward and glared at Yi Ming and growled. Asshole, have you forgotten how I humiliated you back then? Tang Zizhou, shut up. The anger on Tang Wanqing's face had changed to worry at this point. She was worried that Yi Ming would recall the humiliation he had received and be reckless on impulse. She stopped Tang Zizhou from continuing and had a look at Yi Ming to signal. Yi Ming, you go out first. Seeing Tang Wanqing trying to help excuse Yi Ming, Tang Zizhou immediately called out. Yi Ming, if you're a man, don't run, dare to make a move on me, you're dead today. Tang Zizhou was furious and directly pushed Tang Wanqing away. Tang Wanqing wasn't as strong as Tang Zizhou, and as soon as he pushed her to the side, she almost hit the corner of the table. Yi Ming hurriedly caught it and turned his head to glare at Tang Zizhou. Bang! Before Tang Zizhou could react, he was kicked out of the door by Yi Ming and fell heavily to the ground. Ah! Yi Ming, you seek death. It hurts so much. Tang Zizhou covered his stomach and cursed. He didn't expect Yi Ming to dare to make a move on him again. When Tang Zizhou looked around and realized that many employees were looking at him and discussing, his face changed drastically. What are you looking at? Get out! Tang Zizhou spread all his anger on the crowd and clenched his fists in anger. However, he felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen when he exerted a little force. Tang Zizhou looked somewhat scornfully at Yi Ming standing in the door. Yi Ming also looked over coldly at this time, his eyes glaring. Seeing this, Tang Zizhou didn't dare to step forward again, pointing at Tang Wanqing and cursing. Tang Wanqing, you wait for me, I definitely won't stop. After saying that, Tang Zizhou covered his stomach and left. Tang Wanqing looked at Tang Zizhou's departing back and sighed softly. Yi Ming, you shouldn't be impulsive. Tang Zizhou dared to come and cause trouble, surely with grandmother's permission. Yi Ming, however, did not care and said bye-bye. Wanqing, you don't have to take care of the Tang family. Tang Wanqing's mood is a little low. Yi Ming remembered Gu Shixin, hesitation, or asked. What exactly is the situation on Qian Rui's side? Unclear. Yi Ming wasn't wrong, he hadn't even shot Qian Rui before he crashed onto the grid. As for how the situation ended up, Yi Ming didn't care. Tang Wanqing thought that Yi Ming didn't want to say anything, plus Tang Zizhou didn't have the heart to pursue the matter. Thinking of the harsh words Tang Zizhou had put down, Tang Wanqing was a little worried. I really don't know what kind of demon Tang Zizhou is going to do again. The uneasy Tang Wanqing immediately called Suing over. Suing had also just heard that Tang Zizhou had come to cause trouble, but it was just that she couldn't intervene in the Tang family's affairs. Wanqing, did that asshole kid do all this? Looking at the broken glass crumbs all over the ground, Suing was angry and helpless. Tang Wanqing nodded her head and seriously admonished. Suing, you go keep an eye on Tang Zizhou for me, I'm worried that he'll obstruct the development of the Beishir Lake. Yes. Suing nodded, looking at Tang Wanqing with heartache. I'll keep an eye on him, don't worry too much. Seeing Suing come to accompany Tang Wanqing, Yi Ming was ready to leave. Tang Wanqing hurriedly asked when she saw Yi Ming hurrying to leave. Where are you going? Yi Ming heard Tang Wanqing's tone and knew what she was worried about and said with a smile. I'm going to go over to Beishir Lagoon. Tang Wanqing heard him say this, then she was relieved and stopped blocking. However, Su Ying's expression was a bit uneasy. She pointed outside and advised with some hesitation. But it's going to be dark soon, so why don't you go tomorrow? Looking at Su Ying, Tang Wanqing smiled and joked. Suing, you wouldn't be scared by the rumors too, right? Suing hurriedly pulled Tang Wanqing to sit down, seemingly terrified. Wanqing, haven't you heard those rumors? What? Tang Wanqing looked at Suing with a bewildered face, and Yi Ming came to be interested and was in no hurry to leave. I've heard quite a bit. Suing paused and lowered her voice to the two. First, a woman disappeared after attending a party, then rumors spread that she was raped near Bayshore Lake. After that, she wanders around that neighborhood as a ghost, specializing in revenge against men who get horny. Tang Wanqing had a disbelieving look on her face. She didn't believe these rumors at all. You even said you heard it, so obviously rumors can't be trusted. Suing shook her head and continued on. An out-of-town man recently drove into Bayshore Lake and never came out afterward. I'm told it's very bizarre to see men on CCTV driving in alone at night but talking and laughing in their cars. Tang Wanqing still didn't believe it. She felt that there were always people on the internet creating topics to gain attention. Surveillance can be fake too, it's not like you saw it with your own eyes. Suing was in a hurry and said to Tang Wanqing as she took out her cell phone. The man's family posted a missing persons notice on the internet, and they haven't found it yet, you see. Tang Wanqing looked down, and her face was overwhelmed with shock. Wang Lang? Remembering that they had met a few days ago, Tang Wanqing felt unbelievable. You recognize? Suing was also surprised, not expecting it to be someone Tang Wanqing knew. Tang Wanqing did not answer Suing and immediately looked at Yiming. How come? Yiming wasn't very surprised. He thought it was Wang Lang when Suing mentioned the missing man. Yiming said helplessly with both hands. He's only to blame for his lust, no one else. Hearing Yiming's tone, Tang Wanqing always felt that he knew something. Without waiting for her to open her mouth, Suing continued with more explosive news. There's another one that just disappeared that you know. Suing looked at Tang Wanqing mysteriously and said. Who? The Chen family's youngest, Qian Rui. Chapter 67, Cancellation of Plans. Tang Wanqing was completely stunned at the moment, unable to make a sound with her mouth open. Her heart was more in shock than in awe. She looked at Yiming once again, her eyes filled with doubt. Suing thought Tang Wanqing was intimidated and continued. The Chen family has been secretly searching since last night, worrying that they were kidnapped, so they kept it quiet. After saying that, Suing got up and looked out the door to make sure no one was looking over before continuing. But I suspect that it has something to do with Bayshore Lagoon as well. I heard that Qian Rui disappeared last night in his private villa. Upon hearing this, Tang Wanqing subconsciously chanted. He lives at South Court Villa. When she finished speaking, she immediately thought of driving a kilometer to Bayshore Lagoon and a chill ran down her back. Thinking that Yiming didn't answer just now, Tang Wanqing nervously looked at Yiming. Alright, Suing, don't scare Wanqing. Yiming shook his head helplessly, stopping Suing from continuing on and at the same time comforting Tang Wanqing. These are just rumors, I'll go check it out, don't worry about it. Looking at Yiming's unconcerned appearance, Suing also stopped dissuading him. Then pay more attention, I hear that side is empty after the last guard's strange death, it's oozing at night. Suing could see that Yiming insisted on going and gave a final reminder. Yiming smiled and said as he looked at the two. I have enough yang energy, I'm not afraid. After saying that, Yiming walked out of the Shangtang group and drove to the Bayshire Lake construction site. The distance that clearly could be reached in just 10 minutes, Yiming drove hard for an hour and didn't arrive. Watching the sky gradually darken, Yiming looked toward the Bayshore Lake signage not far ahead and sneered. You want to trap me with this little trick? The other side. Tang family villa estate. Tang Zizhou came home injured and sat in the yard huffing and puffing. Tang Mai passed by and saw him, and hurried forward to inquire. Zizhou, who did you strike with? Tang Zizhou looked up and saw his father, condescendingly telling the story. Against all odds. Tang Mai was furious when he learned that it was Yiming who had beaten his son. When he looked at Tang Zizhou again, his tone suddenly changed. Even this Yiming kid can clean you up, how useless. Tang Zizhou was being lectured by his own father and didn't dare to have a temper. He looked at Tang Mai aggressively. Dad, I can't swallow this, I'll get someone to clean up that asshole. Slow down. Tang Mai called out to Tang Zizhou, who was ready to leave, his face a little dissatisfied. And this asshole is worth it? Tang Zizhou looked at Tang Mai in disbelief, his heart full of questions. The key is in Tang Wanqing, you go and sit on the rumors about Bayshire Lake right away, and Bayshire Lake will be smashed in Tang Wanqing's hands. At that time, the Shangtang group will also be taken back, and won't Tang Wanqing and Yiming completely lose their bottom line? Tang Zizhou's face revealed delight as he turned to look at Tang Mai and praised him. Dad, you're still the best. However, the thought of having to go to the Gulfshire Lake to accomplish this matter made Tang Zizhou feel intimidated in his heart. But Dad, I'm afraid to go. Tang Mai had a hateful expression as he glared at Tang Zizhou. I've already said the way, if you don't dare, just give up the Shangtang group and don't recite to me again. Tang Zizhou immediately quit. Shangtang group was something he had long wanted to take down. Dad, I'll go. Tang Zizhou gathered his courage and made up his mind. He then immediately sought out Songguan of the Jinling Private Detective Agency. Offered to go with him to Bay Shore Lagoon to set up a real hoax and confuse the public. Songguan immediately agreed for the sake of the money. The two drove to the Bay Shore Lake site while it was still dark. Stop. Just as he was about to enter, Tang Zizhou suddenly heard a voice and was so frightened that he almost fell to his knees. Tang Zizhou slowly turned to look and found a silhouette walking towards him. Determining that it was someone who had come, Tang Zizhou was so angry that he directly cursed. ITM. As the words reached his mouth, Tang Zizhou immediately swallowed them. Under the light of Songguan's flashlight, Tang Zizhou could see that the visitor was Suing. Suing? What brings you here? Suing trotted forward and questioned loudly. Tang Zizhou, I haven't asked you yet, what are you doing bringing someone here in the middle of the night? Tang Zizhou has always had some interest in Suing, after all, who could not love a big beautiful woman? That, and I'm here with friends to play dare. Tang Zizhou didn't expect Suing to follow him and made up an excuse in a hurry. Nonsense. Suing didn't believe it at all. She had already noticed that Songguan was carrying a professional camera in his hand. Who are you fooling when you bring this stuff to play? Tang Zizhou immediately glared at Songguan, fearing that Suing would discover the plan. Songguan was very good at reading people and immediately understood. Don't get me wrong, miss, I'm in the self-publishing business. As you know, fans are demanding nowadays, I'm going to shoot while I play and document life. Tang Zizhou was very satisfied with Songguan's explanation and immediately agreed. Yes, documenting life. Suing was still a bit unconvinced and always felt that there was something wrong with Tang Zizhou. However, without waiting for her to figure it out, Tang Zizhou had already pulled Songguan inside the construction site. Tang Zizhou was worried that if he continued to talk, he would leak a hole, and he also wanted to leave early. Stop right there, Tang Zizhou. Suing saw the two of them rush in and hesitated for a moment. She was indeed afraid, but she was worried that Tang Zizhou would mess things up. Chapter 68, The One Who Should Have Gone But Didn't. Suing was very unhappy with Tang Zizhou's commanding tone and hurriedly apologized to the boss. Don't mind me, sir, we're lost, please show us the way. The boss's face was expressionless and he didn't seem angry, he just turned and twisted his head to the three of them. Come with me. As if grasping for a lifesaver, the three hurriedly followed. At this time, on the other side of the site, Yiming had long ago cracked the ghost wall and walked into the construction site. Once inside, he opened the Eye of Heaven. Yiming's purpose of this trip was to find out the root cause of all of this so that Tang Wanxing could move on with peace of mind. But the Bay Shore Lake site was dead silent, as if there were no other living things except Yiming. Suddenly, a security guard appeared in front of Yiming's eyes. The security guard seemed to appear out of nowhere. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be scared to death, but Yiming was very calm. The security guard took out the electric baton in his hand and pointed at Yiming and chided. How did you get in here, kid? Looking at the security guard, Yiming thought of Su Ying's reminder and a cold smile appeared on his face. In fact, even if Suing didn't say anything, Yiming could see what the security guard was at this time through his heavenly eyes. Wandering spirit. Yiming didn't answer the security guard's question and just said lightly. The ones that shouldn't be here are here, but the ones that should be gone aren't. The security guard was puzzled and looked at Yiming frowning. What are you babbling about, boy? The security guard suddenly lowered his voice, a wry expression on his face. I was kind enough to warn you that this place is haunted. Don't blame me if something happens if you don't go. As soon as the security guard finished speaking, he pretended to look around nervously. Yiming said with a calm expression and without changing his face. Really, I'll just follow you out then. The security guard had a wry smile on his face, a very ominous smile. You're lucky you met me. Go! The security guard turned to lead the way, but the skin on his face changed instantly. The face that had been a little bloody a moment ago was already pale, and his eyes were empty and lifeless. The skin on his forehead flaked off and fell to his chin. The guard picked it up as if it were nothing, licked it, and stuck it back on. One person and one soul just walked forward and backward. Yiming's line of sight shifted downward and saw the security guard standing on tiptoe, just like the woman in white before. The security guard walked ahead, but rambled on and on. Boy, you're really bold, don't you know this place is evil? There's a white woman who specializes in finding horny ghosts to claim her life, and one of the men she tricked drove his car straight into Bayshore Lake and was suffocated alive. Yiming followed behind and faintly returned. Yes? The security guard didn't care, and the more he talked, the more he got excited. Just yesterday, a man came here instead of staying at the villa. I just don't know what's wrong with it, it smells burnt and stinks. Yiming looked at the security guard's back and asked coldly. How do you know so well? The security guard suddenly stopped, his body did not move, but his head twisted over to look directly at Yiming. His freshly glued-on face skin didn't fit properly, revealing rotting flesh and blood inside, and maggots crawling out. Faint green smoke suddenly billowed out from behind the security guard, and he opened his mouth to emit a sickening stench. The security guard looked at Yiming with a weird expression and smiled a very sinister smile. Because they told me so themselves. Yiming's face remained unchanged as he looked straight at the security guard and said indifferently. You were the last guard to die. The guard froze, and a flash of surprise actually appeared in his empty eyes. When did you? You know that? When you show up. The security guard was surprised not only that Yiming was not afraid of him, but also that Yiming had known his identity yet he still dared to follow him. Kid, you're here, don't want to leave, I'll pull a back even if I die. The security guard directly revealed his true colors, completely ceasing his disguise. At this moment, the security guard's hands turned into a set of white bones, with some blood and flesh that hadn't been completely corroded on them. The security guard reached out his hand and tried to grab Yiming. Come down and stay with me. Yiming's eyes flashed a golden aura. Doggy, stop hurting people. Just then, an old lady rushed out and blocked in front of Yiming. When the guard saw the older woman, he immediately lowered his hand, but did not step back. Get out of the way, old woman, it's none of your business. You think I want to, but I can't help it. The elder lady directly pulled Yiming's hand intending to run in the opposite direction, but Yiming did not move. Young man, come with me, he is my son, he was killed before he was wronged. You'll die if you don't go. The elder woman looked anxious, desperately trying to save Yiming's life. Yiming, however, withdrew his hand and leaned down to look at the elder woman and asked. Auntie, are you a human or a ghost? Of course I'm human. The older woman returned without thinking. However, Yiming slowly continued to ask. Then how can you see the wandering spirits? The older woman's entire body froze as her skin peeled downward at a rate visible to the naked eye. Only a body of flesh crawling with snakes, insects, rats and ants was left standing in front of Yiming. However, Yiming could still see her shocked expression. I'm dead? As soon as the words left her mouth, the older woman instantly disappeared, leaving only a puddle of blood on the ground. Yiming looked at the void and gently shook his head. The obsession is too deep. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yiming heard the footsteps of several people coming from behind him. He was just about to turn to look when he realized that the guard had disappeared at that moment as well. After turning around, Yiming immediately recognized one of them as Suing. Suing, what brings you here? Suing heard that it was Yiming's voice and hurried over. Aren't you scared? Yiming looked at Suing and snickered. Suing didn't answer and pointed behind her. Subsequently, Yiming also saw Tang Zizhou and Songguan and instantly understood. Suing was finally relieved to see Yiming at this time and tightly grabbed his arm without letting go. Tang Zizhou noticed, and jealousy flared up in his heart. He thought again of the beating he'd gotten during the day and got even more fired up. Yiming, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Yiming was not vain and frankly replied. I've come to see the site in advance. Tang Zizhou had a disdainful look on his face and snorted coldly. Who watches the construction site in the middle of the night? There must be a demon in everything. Didn't you? And brought someone. Yiming was not angry and asked in return. You. Tang Zizhou was so infuriated that he couldn't speak. Songguan saw the signs and immediately spoke for his boss, pointing at Yiming and cursing. Kid, don't be rude to young Tang. He looked Yiming up and down, seeing that Yiming was dressed in ordinary, concluded that he was not a powerful person. It's even stranger that you came alone, you must have some ulterior motive. Maybe you created those rumors. Tang Zizhou's expression immediately changed upon hearing this. He looked at Yiming triumphantly, as if he had discovered an important secret. No wonder you were able to get Tang Wanqing to buy this piece of land at a low price. I have to tell the Mu family that this is your trick. Go, follow me to the Mu family. Tang Zizhou was about to go pull Yiming when the grandfather behind him suddenly spoke. Still going? With the help of his celestial eyes, Yiming realized that the grandpa was also a wandering soul, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Interesting. Yiming twisted his head and pointed Suing in the direction of the exit and whispered in her ear. You take the men and go first. After saying that, Yiming was ready to leave. Tang Zizhou thought he wanted to run and hurriedly shouted. Yiming, don't even think about running. Chapter 69 Strange Driver. It was hard for Tang Zizhou to find a chance to clean up Yiming, so he naturally would not let him leave easily. Seeing the opportunity, Songguan rushed over to help stop Yiming. Kid, didn't you hear what Tang Xiao said? Don't even think about leaving. After speaking, Songguan immediately looked at Tang Zizhou, expecting to receive approval. Tang Zizhou didn't have time for this right now, he only wanted to take Yiming to the Mu family. Yiming didn't say anything and just looked at the old man. The boss was staring at a few people at the moment with his eyes lifeless, looking very oozy. Achoo! Tang Zizhou suddenly felt a chill down his back and couldn't help but sneeze. Suing was closest to the grandpa and always felt uncomfortable. She looked around silently, vaguely hearing some wailing coming from her. Suing nervously ran to Yiming's side and hugged his arm. Yiming, you'd better come out with us, it's so weird here. Seeing that Suing was very scared, Yiming had to agree. Okay. Seeing that Yiming wasn't going to leave, Tang Zizhou also quieted down. After 10 minutes or so, several people finally followed the boss to the exit. There's the exit up ahead, walk yourselves through. The boss stopped abruptly and pointed to the faint streetlight ahead. Tang Zizhou was relieved when he saw the car he had just parked outside. Damn, finally, I've come out. What bad luck. Suing also stopped gripping Yiming at this time and relaxed a bit. Thinking that it was the old man who had brought them out, Suing turned around and wanted to thank the old man. Moncler more. Ha? Where's Moncler? Suing looked at the empty behind her with a blank face, and a trace of fear was born in her heart. Tang Zizhou also looked over and couldn't help but feel a little hairy in his heart. Why is this old man walking so fast? Could it be? Tang Zizhou didn't dare to say anymore, swallowed and silently walked towards the car door. Songguan was so scared that both of his legs were shivering, pointing at the spot where the oldest man had just stood. Is he a man or a ghost? A few people, except for Yiming, were all startled. Tang Zizhou leaned against the car door and said as if self-compassionate. Songguan, what are you talking nonsense? Maybe it was too dark. He walked fast. We didn't see it. Although Tang Zizhou's words were like this, he was the first to get into the car. Get in the car and get the hell out of here. Tang Zizhou had long been scared out of his wits and didn't want to stay a moment longer. When Songguan heard this, he also hurriedly ran to the car. But Tang Zizhou, how can not start the car, froze cannot light the fire. Damn, why don't you move, move. Tang Zizhou pounded on the car a few times, and sweat broke out on his forehead in his haste. Snap. Tang Zizhou was very angry and slapped the steering wheel hard. Songguan was afraid of angering Tang Zizhou and took the initiative to propose. Shall I go check on Tang Xiao? Not yet. Tang Zizhou was very grumpy and yelled at Songguan. Songguan got out of the car to check but didn't see the problem and was in a hurry. Suing was no longer entangled at this time, she pulled Yiming into the car. However, Suing was similarly unable to light the ignition and the car would not start. How come? Suing had a puzzled look on her face, and a bad premonition surged to her heart. A golden aura flashed under Yiming's eyes, and with the help of his heavenly eyes, he immediately discovered the problem. Don't bother, it's been moved. Hearing Yiming's words, Su Ying's face changed and her tone trembled a little. You don't scare me, who is it? Su Ying's eyes were filled with panic as she looked at Yiming and silently clasped her hands in front of her chest. At this moment, the sound of Tang Zizhou's chiding came from outside the car. Yiming, you're a spoilsport. We were obviously fine when we came here, and we were so unlucky when we met you. Tang Zizhou blamed Yiming for the car's immobility as well, glaring fiercely at Yiming. Su Ying was still scared and was instantly brought back to her senses by Tang Zizhou's shout. Tang Zizhou, can you be reasonable? This also relies on Yiming. Tang Zizhou was angry and glared, but he didn't scold Su Ying, and his tone eased up a bit instead. Now we can't move the car, how are we going to get back in the dark? Tang Zizhou's words reminded Suing that she had only been afraid just now, and how to get back was the key. Suing wasn't just scared at this point, she was even more fretful. Bayshire Lakes is just a 20-minute drive from Centurion Mansion though. But because the Bayshore Lagoon is not developed, it is very desolate along the road. After Tang Zizhou finished speaking, several people fell silent. Woohoo! At this time a seemingly endless sound of crying floated. A few people are all afraid to hide in the car. Do you hear that? It's not a ghost crying, is it? Tang Zizhou asked in a small voice, his face white with fear. Tang Zizhou, you shut up. Suing was already scared, and hearing Tang Zizhou's words scared the hell out of her. Except for Yiming, several people all huddled in the car and shrunk their heads. Here comes the car. Yiming saw the headlights shooting in the distance and reminded Suing. Suing hurriedly sat up straight and looked forward. That's great. Seeing a car really slowly drive up ahead, Suing was overjoyed. Tang Zizhou also saw, excitedly got out of the car to stop the car. Songwon followed suit and got out of the car, standing with Tang Zizhou. Both of them showed a hint of expectation in their eyes, as if they were grasping for a lifesaver. Yiming, let's go down and take a look as well. Suing said and got out of the car as well. Yiming was not in a hurry as he slowly walked off the bus. When the car slowed to a stop, Tang Zizhou pushed Songwon forward with a hand. Hi, our car broke down, can you pull us out? Songwon spoke politely, after all, this was the only hope a few people had right now. Several people looked at the driver, but the streetlights were too dim for several people to see what the other looked like. Suing was surprised to see with the help of the weak light that the driver not only wore a hat and mask, but also pressed the brim of the hat very low. Tang Zizhou disliked Songwon for being too abrasive. He pushed Songwon away and directly took out a pile of money and said to the driver. That's enough money to pull us through, right? Tang Zizhou's tone carried a clear arrogance. He believed that money could make the devil work. The driver turned his head somewhat stiffly and looked at the money in Tang Zizhou's hand. How many? Tang Zizhou said deliberately with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth. 3. Tang Zizhou, do you really have to be so inhuman? Suing was furious that Tang Zizhou was going to leave Yiming behind at this time. Oops, got it. Tang Zizhou waved his hand somewhat impatiently and gestured to the driver. 4. The driver stiffened again and turned his head in a somewhat odd tone. Get in the car. Suing heard that the driver was not speaking locally and was immediately alert. You're not from Jiling? No. What brings you here so late? The navigation took the wrong way. The driver's tone changed after answering Su Ying's 2 questions. Going or not? Tang Zizhou was anxious and hurriedly pushed Suing into the car. You should stop asking questions, Miss Su, and hurry up and leave. Tang Zizhou walked towards the passenger side and was just about to open the door but was stopped by the driver. Sit in the back. Tang Zizhou froze, seeing that Yiming had just gotten into the car. He didn't want to squeeze in. Isn't it empty? Why can't I sit? Chapter 70 right on time. Tang Zizhou pointed at the passenger side with a puzzled expression. Sit in the back or get out of. Who are you calling a pervert? Tang Zizhou felt a chill drift in front of him and slowly raised his head just in time to see the driver staring at him. The driver's neck wrapped around the backrest of the car seat like a snake, wide-eyed with Tang Zizhou. Tang Zizhou didn't dare to answer at all. For he saw the driver's only 2 exposed eyes bulge outward, almost falling out. The corners of Tang Zizhou's mouth kept trembling and he couldn't make a sound with his mouth open. He reached out to pull Songwon, but he couldn't touch him. Songwon was bending over to pick up his glasses at this point, and just as he put them on he also saw the driver and cried out in terror. Ah! Ghost! The 2 men tried desperately to smash the car, but the door wouldn't open. The only sounds heard in the car were the shrieks of the 2 men and the slapping of the windows. Suing did not dare to raise her head at all and only dared to hide behind Yiming. Only Yiming remained calmly seated, looking at the driver with an indifferent face. The driver took off his mask at this point, revealing the face so blistered that it was white. Yiming, it's all your fault. You saw it all but didn't say anything. You have to pay for my life. Yiming shook his head helplessly and said faintly. I warned, it's you who's horny. Tang Zizhou was too scared to open his eyes and pointed at Yiming and shouted. It's none of my business if you seek him out to claim his life. None of them are coming. Wang Lang roared, and an eyeball slid directly onto Tang Zizhou. Tang Zizhou looked down and screamed again in terror. Ah! Help! Wang Lang silently retrieved his eyes from Tang Zizhou and put them back into their sockets. When Songguan saw it, he was so frightened that he forgot to even call for help. Tang Zizhou didn't forget to teach Yiming a lesson even though he was scared and scolded fiercely. Yiming, you calamity got us into trouble. Yiming shook his head slightly as he looked at the scared and bloodless Tang Zizhou and returned carelessly. I've warned you to go first, you're the one who had to drag me along. Tang Zizhou was so angry and scared that he wanted to die. Suing was also scared and pulled Yiming to ask. What now? Yiming looked at Suing, and a wave of internal force blasted out, pushing the door on Su Ying's side of the car straight open. You go first. When Yiming gave the word, Suing immediately ran outside without looking back. At the critical moment, Suing couldn't care less. Seeing Suing get off the car and run away with Yiming's help, Tang Zizhou immediately became anxious. Wang Lang also started the car at this time, pulling the three of them towards the Beishao Lake. Tang Zizhou was incomparably scared as he shouted loudly to Yiming. Yiming, you open my door. Seeing that Yiming didn't pay any attention to him, Tang Zizhou immediately begged in a low voice. Count on me to beg you to open the door for me. I don't want to die. However, Yiming still did not respond and kept gazing ahead. Seeing that the car was getting farther and farther away from the exit, Tang Zizhou was scared. He cried out, his voice beginning to tremble. Tang Wanqing would never forgive you if she knew you saw death. This last sentence, on the contrary, caught Yiming's attention. He looked at Tang Zizhou and also reached out to push the car door beside Tang Zizhou. For Wanqing's sake. As soon as Yiming's words fell, Tang Zizhou's entire body directly fell out. Seeing this, Songguan also jumped into the car right after him. Ah! Behind him came the sound of Tang Zizhou's wailing in pain. Yiming still had a bland expression. You're not leaving? Wang Lang opened his mouth at this moment, his hands on the steering wheel, but his head twisted over in a weird way. Yiming looked at Wang Lang and said carelessly. Someone has to play with you. Wang Lang revealed an eerie smile, and because he laughed so much, his skin exploded and his face was covered in blood. Yiming was not afraid in the slightest and sat calmly with both hands clasped in front of his chest. Wang Lang's car suddenly picked up speed and seemed to be taking Yiming headlong into the lake. Yiming saw through his mind and said with disgust. You're addicted to soaking up water. Wang Lang's face showed viciousness and he smiled eerily. Then you can come down and stay with me. Yiming, however, shook his head slightly, revealing a disdainful expression. With that, he directly ran his internal energy and instantly rushed out of the car. In the next second, Yiming had landed steadily on the edge of the lake. Wang Lang was still in shock when he saw that Yiming had already struck out at him. Boom! A golden aura suddenly shot out from Yiming's hand and flew towards Wang Lang's car with a hot aura. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lang's soul along with the car was enveloped by the golden aura and burned into black dust scattered on the lake. Ah! Wang Lang's soul let out a heartbreaking wail that sounded very oozy. Go to hell and have your wet dreams. Yiming clapped his hands and said coldly. Under the light of the fire, Yiming noticed countless grievous souls rising from the surface of the Bayshore Lake. The black soul flew out of the lake and rushed towards Yiming. Among these spirits, there were also a few that Yiming recognized. The woman in white, the security guard who had just led the way, and the oldest man bore the brunt of it. Obviously their strength exceeded that of the other wandering souls. Just in time. Yiming's eyes were cold and his expression was solemn. Pay for my life. With many unjust souls coming out in unison, the Bayshore Lake was filled with an eerie atmosphere, like stepping into hell. However, Yiming was not the least bit afraid, and his powerful aura instantly spread out. He's a Yi Yumming. Yiming stretched out his hand and shot another golden aura in the direction of the gathering of wandering souls. Instantly, the area covered by the golden aura ignited a sea of golden fire. In the blinding light, the wandering soul instantly went up in smoke. No! The white-clothed woman let out an unwilling cry of rage, and in the end, she too turned into black smoke and disappeared completely. Chapter 71, It's Gone? Miserable cries drifted over the Gulf Shore Lake, and Yiming sensed that the formation had loosened. The timing is just right. Yiming took out a black and shiny magic ruler from his spatial ring that emitted a powerful might. Flying Dragon Dharma ruler out, probed the eyes of the formation. Yiming operated his chaotic body, and the Flying Dragon Dharma ruler in his hand emitted a dragon's roar, illuminating the entire Gulf Shore Lake. Yi Ming leapt to the sky above, overlooking the Bay Tide Lake. Bayshire Lake is below the average terrain of the Golden Mile, and the surrounding buildings are tall, causing Bayshire Lake to be right up against the gap. Skychopper. Yi Ming could see the feng shui of the Bayshire Lake and instantly understood the purpose of the person who had cast the formation. Because no one manages it, the upstream water source of the Bayshire Lake has long been cut off, and now it has become a pool of stagnant water, and the bogey is naturally getting heavier and heavier. So it's the prana-taking formation. Yi Ming could see the formation with the help of the flying dragon Dharma ruler and knew that the eye of the formation was in the lake. Break! With a command, Yi Ming gathered his internal energy in the flying dragon Dharma ruler and shot out a powerful true chi to punch through the formation eye. Bang! When the eye of the formation is broken, the formation is removed. However, Yi Ming also noticed that something strange was coming from the bottom of the lake, and the water began to churn and boil. Gobble gobble gobble. With the power of the chaotic body, Yi Ming directly vaporized the lake water. A sarcophagus tightly wrapped in water plants was revealed. Yi Ming wasn't afraid in the slightest. He was Yi Yumming, and he had encountered even more bizarre things than this. Boom! Yi Ming waved the flying dragon Dharma ruler in his hand and struck a stream of true chi onto the sarcophagus. The true chi fell and the water plants on the sarcophagus gradually loosened. Which ungrateful brat is it that dares to disturb my cultivation? A roar came from the sarcophagus. The pale voice carried a sky-high rage, as if it wanted to devour everything outside the sarcophagus. Bang! The sarcophagus lid suddenly rushed towards Yi Ming, carrying a tremendous amount of power. However, it was directly shattered by Yi Ming in the next second and dissipated into dust. Yi Ming saw an old man with a strange aura lying in the sarcophagus, with one foot already stepping into the hell. The black-robed Taoist uniform he was wearing had long since rotted away due to the passage of time. The black-robed old Taoist was thin and bony, his face was green, and his breath looked like he had practiced evil magic. Although the sarcophagus was buried at the bottom of the lake, the black-robed old Taoist had not touched the lake water at all. The black-robed old Taoist suddenly opened his eyes, emitting a strange green light. The formation that I took the trouble to lay down was broken by you, so I'll use your blood to repair the formation. The hoarse roar of the black-robed old Taoist seemed to come from long ago, shaking everything around him. Yi Ming took it in stride and looked at the old Taoist. You have a grudge against the Mu family? The black-robed old Taoist's eyes erupted with roiling hatred as he flew out of the sarcophagus to question Yi Ming. Did the Mu family send you? Yi Ming sneered and shook his head. The Mu family isn't good enough. The black-robed old Taoist scoffed indulgently and glared at Yi Ming as he cursed. Rampant child, I won't talk nonsense with you, let's drain your entire body of essence blood first. As soon as the words fell, the black-robed old Taoist directly blasted out a palm. The enormous pressure shook the gravel at the bottom of the Bayshire Lake, and dust flew up in the sky. Visibility was almost zero. The black-robed old Taoist thought that Yi Ming had been destroyed and gently waved his hand to disperse the dust. You're still alive? Seeing that Yi Ming was still standing unharmed in the same position he had just been in, the black-robed old Taoist was shocked. When he was ready to strike again, Yi Ming had already taken a step ahead of him. Boom! Yi Ming offered a palm, and the black-robed old Taoist directly turned into a black smoke and completely disappeared. That's gone? Looking at the black-robed old Taoist who did not even catch his own palm, Yi Ming's expression was slightly disappointed. Seeing that the old Taoist was arrogant, Yi Ming was still ready to move his muscles properly. I didn't realize it was such a bummer. Yi Ming glanced at the spot where the old Taoist had been hit just now had been completely dented, revealing the rocky layer of the ground. Realizing that such obvious traces of engagement in Bayshire Lake had to be dealt with cleanly, Yi Ming dialed Elder Win's number. Old Win, you've got something to do. Yi Ming briefly explained the situation, then hung up and left. Day 2. Tang Wanqing went to work and received a text message from Su Ying's leave of absence. Feeling puzzled, she ran directly to Su Ying's house. Su Ying was very surprised to see Tang Wanqing, and Tang Wanqing was also surprised to see Su Ying. Wanqing, what brings you here? You don't take a vacation in a million years, so I didn't feel comfortable coming over to check on you. Su Ying was directly bedridden because she was so frightened last night. Typical lost soul. However, Tang Wanqing was very worried when she saw that Su Ying's face did look sickly. Su Ying, how are you? I'd better take you to the doctor. Su Ying pulled Tang Wanqing to sit down and hesitantly spoke of the horrible experience last night. After hearing this, Tang Wanqing reached out her hand to touch Su Ying's forehead. You're not burning up, are you? Su-ying pushed her hand away and said seriously. You believe me, Yi Ming is also there, you can ask him if you don't believe me. Tang Wanqing couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw Su-ying mention Yi Ming. Just then, the TV happened to be showing entertainment news with an interview with a well-known director. Our crew recently filmed at Bay Shore Lagoon, and the set we just set up was accidentally vandalized last night. At the sound of Bay Shio Lake, both of them turned their heads at the same time. So the original filming schedule had to be backed up, and we saw from surveillance that 4 people went in by mistake. I apologize for not doing a good job of reminding you, and we in the crew will definitely take responsibility for any resulting heartbreak. Although the surveillance was mosaic, you could tell it was 3 men and a woman. Looking at the TV screen, Tang Wanqing recognized Su-ying's clothes, and Su-ying recognized it as herself. How come? Su-ying felt incredulous, she couldn't accept it at all. Because yesterday's feeling was very real, Su-ying didn't feel like it was a shooting set. However, Tang Wanqing already believed that compared to Su-ying's claim, obviously the director's words were more reasonable. Understand now? Tang Wanqing looked at Su-ying and shook her head helplessly. Su-ying couldn't say anything else, watching the TV also accepted the director's words. Just then, Tang Wanqing's phone rang. It's Yi Ming calling. Tang Wanqing pointed at the phone and spoke to Su-ying, then tapped on the external speaker to answer it. Wanqing, where are you? I have something for you. Tang Wanqing heard Yi Ming's voice just after she connected, and she immediately said. I'm at Su-ying's house, she's not feeling well, I came to check. She just said what you guys did last night, so you should know it was a set shoot, right? Yi Ming smiled and said back in a relaxed tone. I saw it last night, that's why I wasn't shocked. Su-ying listened on the sidelines and thought it made sense after thinking back. Then you didn't say anything, and you got me scared all night. Su-ying interjected with a grumble. Tang Wanqing smiled and hurriedly answered. Wait for me at the office, I'll be right back. Hanging up the phone, Tang Wanqing told Su-ying to continue resting and returned directly to the company. Shengtang Group President's office. Tang Wanqing walked into the office and saw Yi Ming waiting inside. She asked suspiciously. What did you say you were going to give me? Chapter 72, Making Amends. Yi Ming walked forward and handed Tang Wanqing the information that Tianxing had given him. Check it out. Tang Wanqing took it and looked down, immediately revealing a surprised smile. Yi Ming, how did you get it? I thought it would take a while longer. Yi Ming saw that Tang Wanqing was happy and also revealed a smile. A friend helps. Friend? Tang Wanqing looked surprised, not really believing it. Yi Ming came back after 6 years, where are his friends in Jinling? Not to mention the fact that getting an early start is not something you can normally do. Seeing Tang Wanqing reveal a skeptical gaze, Yi Ming said half-jokingly. To get my cut, so I went to the people. Tang Wanqing smiled with a complicated expression, knowing that Yi Ming had said this on purpose. Don't worry, you won't be short of your cut. Yi Ming didn't answer again, and his eyes happened to see the calendar on the table. He was quite open to the thought that in a week's time, it would be that day 6 years ago. He left without saying goodbye 6 years ago, making the already shabby engagement party a laughingstock for Tang Wanqing to be humiliated by. Wanqing, I'm sorry, I'll try my best in the future. Yi Ming was very distressed when he thought of the finger-pointing Tang Wanqing had endured over the years. Tang Wanqing was a bit stunned and looked at Yi Ming, not knowing how to respond. Yi Ming, you. Tang Wanqing didn't know why Yi Ming suddenly said this, but she could tell that Yi Ming was really different from before. Yi Ming walked out of Tang Wanqing's office after he finished speaking. Tang Wanqing looked at Yi Ming's back as he left, and then looked at the information on the table with a complicated mood. Yi Ming, you really are different, aren't you? Yi Ming, who walked out, also made a decision in his mind that he wanted to make it up to Tang Wanqing. He then went to Su-ying's office. Yi Ming? Seeing Yi Ming walk in, Su-ying was a little surprised, but then continued to look down at the documents. Just as she lowered her head, she heard the office door close and immediately raised her head again. Su-ying looked at Yi Ming, who was walking towards her, and inexplicably felt a pang of panic. You, what are you doing? Yi Ming did not reply and continued to walk towards Su-ying's side. Su-ying couldn't help but float around with a strange sentiment in her heart. No way, Wanqing and I are good girlfriends, I can't do anything to wrong her. Su-ying immediately blocked her hands on her chest and closed her eyes tightly. Yi Ming shook his head helplessly, already guessing what she was thinking. What are you thinking about day after day? I'm looking for you just for Wanqing. Huh? Wanqing? Suing opened her eyes and saw that Yiming was just sitting beside her and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. A moment later, she glared at Yiming again and snapped. "What's the point of closing the door when you're talking about things?" Suing adjusted her sitting position and pretended as if nothing had happened. Yiming didn't answer and continued to talk about things. "Do you know about my engagement to Wanqing back then?" Hearing that Yiming had come to talk about this, Su Ying's face instantly changed. "You still have the nerve to say that, even though I didn't know Wanqing back then. I was angry to hear that." Suing became unusually emotional as if it was about her. "Then Wanqing and I became good girlfriends and felt even more sorry for her." "Scum!" Suing spoke excitedly and directly stood up, glaring at Yiming. Yiming did not intend to explain to Suing and kept quiet. She didn't ask until she stopped talking. "Are you done cursing so I can go on?" Suing noticed that she was a bit out of line, before she sat down and smiled apologetically towards Yiming. "Sorry, didn't have control of my emotions." In fact, Suing was puzzled. She still appreciated Yiming when she didn't know his identity. "Think it's totally different from the image of scum that Tang Wanqing said." Suing stopped speaking, and Yiming continued to speak again. "I want to apologize. Wanqing has endured too much over the years, and I want to make her happy." Suing was surprised that Yiming would say these words, but she was very supportive inside. "Wanqing would definitely be happy if she knew you thought so." She paused when she finished speaking, frowning slightly. "But what are you going to do?" "I have my own arrangements. You just need to be responsible for bringing Wanqing over there and not making her suspicious." Yiming didn't answer and just looked at Suing to state his intentions of finding her. Suing was a bit hesitant and didn't agree the first time. She was still worried that Yiming hadn't made the arrangements and would only make Tang Wanqing sad. However, Yiming also had a friendship with her, so Suing couldn't afford to refuse in person. As soon as she turned around, she saw the computer and suddenly thought of an excuse to say no. "Then do me a favor too, I'll absolutely do it for you if you can." Yiming's body leaned back slightly and made a gesture of having an invitation. "You say?" He was Yi Yumming, there was nothing he couldn't do. Suing smiled a little wistfully as she clicked on a video online. "Just find out who he is for me." Yiming looked at the screen and the video that was playing was the video of him playing the guqin that had been filmed earlier. "You want him?" Hearing that Yiming was a bit surprised, Suing nodded. "That's right, I look up to the Zither Immortal. I'll help you if you help me find out about him." Suing expected Yiming to not be able to do it. Previously, the entire network had launched a search for Qin Xian without any news, let alone Yiming. However, Yiming immediately nodded his head in agreement. "Yes, as long as you do, I'll let this Zither fairy meet you." "Really?" Suing stood up in excitement and surprise. Although she knew that Yiming couldn't possibly do it, Suing couldn't help but be excited. After calming down, Suing revealed an expression of disbelief. "But what if you can't do it?" Yiming had a helpless face. There was nothing he couldn't do in his dictionary. What's more, the person more Suing wanted to see was him. "I'll record the video for you as proof," you say, "and promise to bring Qin Xian to me." Without saying a word, Yiming immediately did as he was told. Suing also began to look forward to it. What if? "Good. I promise. As long as you send me the time and place, I'll bring Wanqing there." Yiming took care of Suing and drove directly to the Bowman Resort Center. He parked his car in front of the reception center, and just as he walked in he was approached by an enthusiastic receptionist. "Hello sir, how may I help you?" When the reception lady saw Yiming driving a Cullinan, she naturally attached great importance to it. Yiming looked around and spoke faintly. "I'm going to charter the resort center for a week." The receptionist lady looked at Yiming with disbelief, thinking that she had heard wrong. "What did you say?" Lu Wei looked at Lu Wei, relying on the background of the resort center, completely disregarded Yiming. However, as soon as he spoke, he received a phone call. Looking at the caller ID on his cell phone, Lu Wei hurriedly bowed to answer it. The attitude was completely different from when he finished with Yiming just now. When he answered the phone, his face became very shocked. Lu Wei walked to Yiming and asked after hesitating. "Who the hell are you?" Yiming didn't answer and only asked lightly. "Can I bag the resort center now?" "Yes, of course." Lu Wei immediately nodded his head and didn't dare to slack off. At the same time, Lu Wei did not forget to apologize to Yiming. His attitude was very different from earlier. "I'm sorry sir, we're just following the rules, so please excuse us." The receptionist lady on the side looked shocked and wondered what was wrong with Lu Wei. Yi Ming did not want to listen to Lu Wei's continued nonsense and went straight to the point. I need to set up the venue. Before he could finish his words, Lu Wei slightly owed his body and respectfully returned. Sir can tell me the use, and I will set it up to your satisfaction. Only then did Yi Ming look squarely at Lu Wei and said with a serious face. Proposal. Lu Wei immediately looked at Yi Ming and seemed very shocked inside. I can't believe that I'm just going to buy an entire resort center just to get a smile from a redhead. It's too posh. Without waiting for Lu Wei to slow down, Yi Ming added. Don't worry about the budget, make sure it's perfect. Yi Ming not only wanted to propose to Tang Wanqing, but also to make up for his mistake. Do you have a kodo here? Lu Wei looked at the receptionist lady with a blank face, and the other party immediately pointed towards the outer courtyard. Yes, sir, please follow me. Yi Ming followed Lu Wei to a gazebo and immediately saw the yellow pearwood guqin. He had a momentary itch and couldn't resist playing a small part of it. Could be. Seeing that Yi Ming was satisfied, Lu Wei was also relieved. Because Yi Ming's zither sound was so amazing, it attracted quite a few staff members who were in the neighborhood. Yi Ming immediately left when he saw that the people were gradually increasing. Lu Wei hurriedly followed him. Yi Ming was now an important client of his. Yi Ming took out a card and handed it to Lu Wei when he was almost at the door. Take the $50 million to set up the venue first, not enough. This is good. Lu Wei received the bank card with some trembling and looked at Yi Ming with a stunned face. Yi Ming turned around and left. Lu Wei still stood still. The receptionist lady from earlier came over and inquired curiously. Minister Lu, who exactly is this person? Lu Wei wiped the cold sweat from his head and shook his head. I don't know him, but I know he must be a big shot. He made the top give me the word with one phone call. Saying that, Lu Wei silently swallowed his saliva. Just now receiving the notification from above startled him. Lu Wei also returned to the office and rushed to make arrangements. The receptionist turned around and talked to her co-workers about the bombshell. This person definitely has the background to bag our resort center. And he's so generous just to propose. I'm so jealous of his girlfriend. One of the flamboyant co-workers filmed Yi Ming playing the guqin, and out of curiosity put it together with Qin Xian's video. Gosh! He's that mysterious zither fairy, isn't he? A group of fangirls all gathered around, and after comparison, they all felt that the similarity was 99%. The news on the side of the Borman Resort Center quickly reached the upper class of Jinling, and everyone was shocked by the mysterious man's move. Tang Family Villa Estate. Several Tang family elders found Tang Mai as soon as they heard the news, very anxious. Second Master, have you heard the news that the mystery man has chartered the Bowman Resort Center to propose next week? Tang Mai sipped his tea very calmly and said even if we do nothing, we can still clean up Tang Wansheng. Tang Zizhou immediately perked up and looked at Tang Mai expectantly. There are already people in the Tang family who are disgruntled now, and it will only get. Suing got angry and directly rushed over to try to drive Tang Zizhou away. You don't have nothing to do, go. Tang Zizhou was stronger than Suing. He pushed Suing away and sat down directly. I'm telling you this out of the kindness of my heart. You don't know yet that someone has chartered the entire man resort next week to propose. Tang Zizhou deliberately emphasized the last two words, trying to irritate Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing and Suing looked at each other and both shook their heads in disbelief. No way. Suing directly went to yank Tang Zizhou and said without a trace of anger. Don't be boring, we don't have time to argue with you. The resort center is a tourist attraction. Even if it's rich, it can't be privately chartered. Hearing Suing say this, Tang Zizhou skimmed his lips. How uneducated, of course a big shot with money and background can do it. Suing froze and stopped trying to pull Tang Zizhou. She silently looked at Tang Wanqing, worried that Tang Wanqing would be sad. Seeing that both of them were silent, Tang Zizhou continued to sarcasm Tang Wanqing again. Look at the awesome men other people find, and then look at what you found. Even if you're incapable, you're still running away from the wedding. Suing couldn't hear it anymore and shouted. Shut up. Tang Zizhou ignored Suing and looked at Tang Wanqing and said deliberately. I was worried that word would get out and you'd be ridiculed again. Tang Wanqing's face became ugly as Tang Zizhou spoke more and more excessively. None of your business, get out. Tang Zizhou also got angry and pointed at Tang Wanqing. Hurry up and find someone to marry so people won't talk about it anymore. Seeing that Tang Zizhou had come to say this, Tang Wanqing instantly didn't want to bother with him anymore. Suing used her entire body to drive Tang Zizhou out, panting with exhaustion. You set your sights a little lower and think you're as sought after as you used to be. Tang Zizhou was locked out and didn't forget to continue humiliating Tang Wanqing. Suing was so angry when she heard that she wanted to rush out and hit someone, but she was persuaded by Tang Wanqing. I'm not even mad, what are you mad about? Suing looked at Tang Wanqing, who really didn't seem too angry, and couldn't help but think of Yi Ming's request. Wanqing, do you really not mind anymore? Tang Wanqing lightly relieved herself and shook her head. I got through it back then even though it was hard, and now I just want to grow my career and I don't have time to think about anything else. Hearing the helplessness in Tang Wanqing's tone, Suing was very distressed. Then are you really not going to give Yi Ming a chance? Tang Wanqing didn't reply, silently walking towards the floor-to-ceiling window. She hesitated. However, when she looked down, she happened to see Yi Ming coming down from a cullinan. Tang Wanqing was surprised for a moment in her heart, wondering how Yi Ming came in a cullinan. Soon after, she thought of Tang Zizhou, who had just left, and couldn't help but worry that the two would be at each other's throats if they met. I'll go down first. Tang Wanqing dropped a sentence and hurriedly rushed downstairs. Shengtang Group entrance. Tang Zizhou had already gone downstairs and was proudly humiliating Tang Wanqing when he saw Yi Ming walking down from cullinan. This kid can afford to drive a cullinan? Tang Zizhou was incredulous and felt that there must be something fishy about Yi Ming. Soon, he concluded that Yi Ming was puffing up his face. Boy, you can act. Tang Zizhou roared and walked towards Yi Ming. His words immediately caused the crowd to gather around, all looking at Yi Ming. You're a security guard driving a cullinan, is that pay enough to pay for a rental car? Tang Zizhou's mocking tone caused the crowd to point at Yi Ming, thinking that he was too pretentious. Yi Ming didn't care at all and walked directly towards the company. Tang Zizhou had a feeling of being ignored and pointed at Yi Ming and cursed. You stop right there. Didn't you hear me? Yi Ming turned to face Tang Zizhou and said faintly. All I hear is barking. You. Tang Zizhou was so infuriated that he couldn't speak. Yi Ming even called him a dog in public. It's so infuriating. In the next second, Tang Zizhou suddenly looked at Yi Ming and sneered. Kid, even if you're pretending, you can't pack the Bowman Resort Center, can you? Yi Ming glanced at Tang Zizhou with slight surprise and asked rhetorically. You know that so quickly? Hearing Yi Ming still pretending in front of himself, Tang Zizhou gasped and laughed. Not only do I know, soon all of Jinling will know. How tough your mouth is now, how badly you'll be humiliated afterward. Tang Zizhou had just finished speaking when Tang Wanqing had already arrived. She walked up to Tang Zizhou and sternly scolded. Tang Zizhou, are you finished? This is my business, don't need you to talk, get out. Tang Zizhou angrily pointed at Tang Wanqing and threatened fiercely. You're great, I'll wait to see how you'll explain to the Tang family. After saying that, Tang Zizhou left in anger and hatred. Tang Wanqing turned around and walked to Yi Ming and said after hesitating. Don't you pay any attention to him, Tang Zizhou is angry that I took down Beishao Lake and is deliberately trying to pick a fight. Yi Ming looked at Tang Wanqing with some heartache and reached out his hand to hug her. Wanqing. Chapter 75, shouldn't have come back. Seeing the heartache in Yi Ming's eyes, Tang Wanqing took a step back to avoid it. I'm not that fragile, and the anger in my heart is pretty much gone. Yi Ming wanted to explain when Tang Wanqing's cell phone suddenly rang. Mom, Tang Mutian's face changed as he glared angrily at Yi Ming. Boy, I'm not Tang Wanqing did not answer, she also cannot block the great mouth. Seeing, she walked over and pulled Tang Wanqing up with one hand. I've told the others that I'll definitely bring you. Suing froze in place, her gaze also filled with doubt. That should be right, it's fine, maybe we're early. Although she said this on her lips, Su Ying's heart was troubled. She kept looking around but saw no familiar figure. Suing, who are you looking for? Tang Wanqing looked out and immediately asked. Suing smiled to hide her inner panic. No, I'm just looking around. Then, she immediately thought of a reason and hurriedly excused herself. Come to think of it, I did arrive half an hour early, and someone will be here in a little while. Tang Wanqing wasn't interested in parties, and she felt cleaner with fewer people. Turning her head to see that the boat ramp was empty, she pointed and gestured to Suing. I'm going to go outside and blow off some steam. Suing was worried about losing Tang Wanqing and immediately followed her out as well. The two leaned on the parapet, taking in the view. Suddenly, the boat started up, and Tang Wanqing was startled. Suing, what's with the boat? Suing was at a loss, and she didn't know what exactly Yiming was up to. I don't know, I'll ask. Suing was more alarmed than Tang Wanqing at the moment. It didn't matter that the boat had sailed, what mattered was that Yiming hadn't gotten on the boat yet. Suing excused herself to step aside and hurriedly contacted Yiming. Do. But after a series of several phone calls, Yiming did not answer. Anxious Suing stomped her feet. This damned Yiming, what has been arranged? The boat went all the way to the resort center before stopping and all the staff got off the boat. Seeing this, Suing and Tang Wanqing had no choice but to follow them off the boat. Tang Wan couldn't calm down at this time. She came to Su Ying's ear and asked. Is there really no mistake? This is all pulling us into the resort center. Suing was also so flustered that she couldn't even laugh. How could it be such a coincidence to come to the place Tang Wanqing least wanted to come to? I don't know. Suing looked alarmed. While she was worried that it would remind Tang Wanqing of her sadness, she was also afraid that she wouldn't be able to deliver to Yiming. Tang Wanqing sensed something was wrong and gazed straight at Suing. Who the hell sent you? In this situation, Suing couldn't hide it anymore and looked at Tang Wanqing with an apologetic face. Wanqing, don't be angry, it's Yiming. Tang Wanqing was surprised, and a little surprised at the same time. Soon, however, the surprise inside her faded. She realized from Su Ying's expression that something had gone wrong with the arrangement. Suing was dismantled by Tang Wanqing, so she simply said all of Yiming's words. That's just it, I did get horny before I agreed to help him. Tang Wanqing looked helpless, not expecting Yiming to use male sex to attract Suing to help. But I can't reach him right now, and I don't know exactly what he's arranging. How could Suing not associate the vacation center with Yiming's arrangement? Even Tang Wanqing was of the same opinion, thinking that the two were missing out and couldn't help but regret it in her heart. Forget it, let's go back first. Tang Wanqing adjusted her emotions and collected the anticipation in her heart. But when she asked the captain, she learned that the yacht had been chartered long ago and would not be returning today. So what do we do? Tang Wanqing also panicked. Now she was not only on the wrong boat, she couldn't even go back. Suing was very apologetic and hurried to comfort Tang Wanqing. Wanqing, don't worry, I'll continue to contact Yiming. Just as the two were anxious and clueless, Lu Wei walked out of the resort center. Miss Tang, sorry to keep you waiting. You know me? Tang Wanqing looked at Lu Wei, who had walked up to her, her face full of questions. She had no impression of Lu Wei at all, but Lu Wei's attitude was very respectful. Lu Wei smiled and bowed towards Tang Wanqing, respectfully returning. Miss Tang, Mr. Yi has been waiting for a long time, please follow me in. Tang Wanqing asked hesitantly with a surprised look on her face. Yiming? Lu Wei didn't dare to call Yiming by his full name, but just smiled and nodded. Tang Wanqing and Suing were both incredulous, and the two of them glanced at each other, their faces full of shock. Lu Wei made an inviting gesture and led Tang Wanqing inside. Tang Wanqing couldn't believe it, but her feet immediately followed and walked in. Suing wanted to be sure, too, and walked into the resort center right behind her. When the three went in, the resort center was completely closed, and dozens of security guards guarded the entrance tightly. Tang Wanqing had been here before, but today she found the resort center extraordinarily different. It was obviously carefully decorated and in excellent taste, with everything to Tang Wanqing's liking. The main color of the entire resort center was Tang Wanqing's favorite red, covered with expensive Augustus tulips. Suing was also stunned by the array in front of her, shouting excitedly as she walked. Wow, this sea of flowers is so beautiful, it's like a dream engagement. Scene. Wanqing, are we walking into a dream castle? Suing was so excited that she didn't notice Tang Wanqing's expression at the moment. This is Augustus tulip. Tang Wanqing's eyes were glistening with tears. She had already guessed who the person who had set all this up was. Suing squatted on the ground lightly sniffing the flowers, and when she heard Tang Wanqing's voice coming, her face froze. It's the legendary Augustus tulip. Moreover, Yiming was also a zither immortal. Suing had mixed feelings, both envious and regretful. As the sound of the piano builds up, countless Kongming lanterns slowly rise into the air, making for a very romantic atmosphere. Tang Wanqing didn't know whether she was moved by the sound of the zither or remembered the past, but she had already cried into tears. After the song, Yiming walked towards Tang Wanqing and directly embraced her into his arms. It's really you. how is it you? Chapter 77, no need to explain. Tang Wanqing vented all her emotions towards Yiming, half questioning and half pouting. Yiming didn't reply and quietly waited for Tang Wanqing to calm down. After a good while, Tang Wanqing finally quieted down. She pushed Yiming away and asked suspiciously, "Aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Yiming smiled and then said with incomparable seriousness, "It's all about making up for regrets, and I hope you'll forgive me." Tang Wanqing's newly calmed emotions crumbled again, thinking back to the hardships of these 6 years. "I promise to never leave again in the future." Looking at Yiming, Tang Wanqing's defenses collapsed and she was moved to snuggle in his arms. She cried, happy tears. Suing looked at the two and silently left tears in her eyes. She released. The regrets from earlier disappeared completely, leaving only full of blessings. "You two must be happy from now on," Suing shouted. Both of them turned back to her at the same time with wide smiles. The stage was all lit up and the symphony orchestra began to play dance music. Tang Wanqing and Yiming danced on the flowery dance floor while various romantic patterns were set up by drones above. At the same time, countless lanterns floated out from the resort center as if announcing major happy news to the world. The other side of the river was already crowded with people, watching the drone show over the resort center, the sky filled with Kongming lanterns, and the talk went on and on. "This proposal ceremony of the century is simply so romantic. Watching it makes me want..." Thinking of this image, Tang Zizhou went home with peace of mind. Day 2. Tang Wanqing opened her eyes and realized that she was actually sleeping in the hotel, and hurriedly lifted up the covers, seeing that her clothes were all there before she was relieved. After getting up, she saw Yiming, who was lying asleep on the sofa again, and revealed a faint smile. Thinking back on last night, she still felt blissfully unreal. However, when she was about to leave, Yiming suddenly called out to her. "Did you sleep well last night?" Tang Wanqing turned to look at Yiming and smiled somewhat awkwardly. "Why am I sleeping here?" Yiming slowly walked up to Tang Wanqing and said in her ear, "You had a good time last night, drank a little too much, and I carried you in." Smelling the familiar flavor of Yiming's body, Tang Wanqing couldn't help but blush. Yiming came around behind her and wrapped his arms around her. "Don't worry, I respect your opinion and I'm patient." Tang Wanqing instantly understood Yiming's meaning and her face became even redder. "It's getting late, I should get to the office." Tang Wanqing hurriedly changed the subject. She wasn't quite used to being as close to Yiming as before. Yiming let go of his hand and said with a smile, "You can hang out here all week in peace, no one will bother you." Upon hearing this, Tang Wanqing was once again shocked. She wanted to know exactly where Yiming had gotten so much money from, but the 6 years of separation prevented her from speaking. "What you did last night was enough, no need to waste any more money." Tang Wanqing finished, revealing a faint smile. Yiming understood what she meant and nodded. "Then you go back to the office after breakfast, and I'll stay and take care of some paperwork." "Yes." Tang Wanqing didn't ask much, she was more concerned about her company now. 1 hour later, Tang Wanqing walked into the company and Suing was very surprised to see her. "Wanqing, how come you came back? It's me, just play more." Without waiting for Suing to finish, Tang Wanqing covered her mouth. "Remember to never tell anyone." Suing nodded, and only then did Tang Wanqing let go of her hand. Tang Wanqing happily walked towards the office, and Suing froze for a moment before walking away. She had just left when Tang Zizhou rushed in furiously. Bang! Tang Zizhou once again barged into the office, but Tang Wanqing didn't get angry and just said coldly, "Didn't Uncle Junior teach you to knock?" Seeing that Tang Wanqing surprisingly didn't scold him, Tang Zizhou was a bit puzzled. However, he guessed that he was too tired from crying last night to be in the mood. "Tang Wanqing, you still came to work today, I really didn't expect it." Hearing Tang Zizhou's mocking tone, Tang Wanqing glanced away. "If you have something to say, you can leave if you don't." Tang Zizhou saw Tang Wanqing's gentle attitude today and became even more arrogant. "Actually, you don't have to be so depressed, you already went through this once 6 years ago anyway." Seeing Tang Zizhou rehash old issues, Tang Wanqing put down the work in her hands and glared at him. "Are you okay or not?" Snap! Tang Zizhou proudly threw a contract over and said in a commanding tone, "Hurry up and sign, and don't say I won't help you. Let my construction team start, do a good job on the Bayshire Lake project, all of Jinling can still think highly of you." Tang Zizhou pulled out the chair and sat down directly, expecting Tang Wanqing to sign as if she would definitely sign. Tang Wanqing glanced at the contract without even opening it and let out a cold snort. It's late, I've already signed a contract with another construction team yesterday to go in today. What? Tang Zizhou became angry and slammed the table. How can you take the liberty of making such a big deal? I'll see how you explain it. Tang Zizhou shouted angrily, his face contorted with anger. A flash of anger also surfaced on Tang Wanqing's face as she glared at Tang Zizhou and cursed. This is Shang Tang Group's own project, I don't have to explain it to anyone. The Tang family had repeatedly meddled in the Shang Tang Group, making Tang Wanqing unable to tolerate it. Tang Zizhou didn't expect Tang Wanqing to be so hard-headed at this time, and for a moment he didn't know how to talk back. You're dead, let's see how Grandma will fix you. Chapter 78 Who to Trust? Tang Wanqing's temper flared and she loudly scolded. Even if you move Grandma here, it won't help. You're so anticlimactic. I'm going back to tell Grandma. Tang Zizhou shouted angrily and left angrily. Tang Wanqing didn't take any notice and continued to mention all the busyness. Just after walking out of the Shang Tang mansion, Tang Zizhou saw a familiar figure walking. Gu Shuxin? Tang Zizhou did not have a good impression of Gu Shuxin, feeling that she always ran to the Tang family on the basis of her relationship with Gu Qinyun. However, he now saw that Gu Shuxin was not in the right mood. It didn't seem as condescending as usual, so Tang Zizhou was a bit puzzled. Gu Shuxin, what's wrong with you? Tang Zizhou stopped Gu Shuxin, who just kept her head down and walked, but it startled her. No, nothing. Gu Shuxin blinked and didn't dare to look up at all. Thinking that Gu Shuxin hadn't been to the Tang family for some days, Tang Zizhou sensed that something was wrong. We are also relatives, if you have something to tell me, I will definitely help. Tang Zizhou's tone changed, deliberately guiding Gu Shuxin to say it. Gu Shuxin hesitated before this spoke the doubts in his heart about the last time he was drunk. After listening, Tang Zizhou had already guessed the original story and knew that Qian Ruwei had temporarily changed his target. This brat is something else. Thinking about the anger he had just suffered, Tang Zizhou wanted to take the opportunity to slander Yiming and discuss Tang Wanqing. Gu Shuxin looked at Tang Zizhou with a surprised expression and frowned slightly. Tang Zizhou, you also think it's Yiming? That goes without saying, how could he approach a woman? Naturally he did it while you were unconscious. With a look of righteous indignation, Tang Zizhou went along with Gu Shuxin's skepticism. I think he was afraid of being found out, that's why he only dared to drop you off at your doorstep, being a thief. Gu Shuxin's face changed, she had thought about it for several days but hadn't figured it out, that's why she came to find Tang Wanqing. She wanted to know why Tang Wanqing had lied to her. Now hearing Tang Zizhou's analysis, Gu Shuxin was even more convinced. You're right. Gu Shuxin had always had deep preconceptions about Yiming, how could she not think that it was Yiming who had saved her? Thinking of this, Gu Shuxin no longer walked toward Shang Tang Group, but turned around and wanted to leave. This kid should never be spared for doing such nasty things. Tang Zizhou once again stopped Gu Shuxin, he wanted to use this opportunity to clean up Yiming. You're lucky to have met me, we're having a meeting in the Tang family today, let my grandma make a decision for you. Gu Shuxin was a little hesitant, she only wanted to find Gu Qinyun just now and didn't want to make a scene. That's, not good, is it? Tang Zizhou saw her grating and directly pulled her into the car. Afternoon. Tang Wanqing was working when she received a call from Gu Qinyun, asking her to hurry to the Villa Manor for a meeting. Right, remember to bring that Yiming kid with you, don't be late. Tang Wanqing felt puzzled when Gu Qinyun hung up the phone after saying that. However, she still called Yiming and rushed there together. The two of them walked into the hall and saw that almost all of the Tang family members were here, which made them realize that it was a family assembly. Mom, what happened, a family meeting and you asked me to call Yiming here? Tang Wanqing walked over to Gu Qinyun's side, her face full of doubts. Gu Qinyun gave Tang Mu a look and without saying a word pulled Tang Wanqing towards the backyard. Mom, what are you doing? Yiming is still there. Tang Wanqing looked at Yiming uneasily and drew back her hand. Let me tell you something, come with me. Gu Qinyun kept glaring at Yiming as she spoke, as if she wanted to eat him. Yiming was not at all afraid of the Tang family and comforted Tang Wanqing. You go ahead, I'm fine. Gu Qinyun sneered and glared at Yiming. Still okay? You're about to be something. After saying that, he pulled away Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing was pulled down to the backyard by Gu Qinyun in an unknown situation. Mom, what the hell are you going to say? Seeing that Tang Wanqing was still in the dark, Gu Qinyan's brows furrowed together in anger. Wanqing, you've been tricked by this kid. Tang Wanqing was helpless in her heart, thinking that Gu Qinyun was going to be cliched again. He spoiled your cousin. Gu Qinyun's face was very ugly when she finished. Tang Wanqing froze, looking at Gu Qinyun with a look of disbelief. What? How is that possible? Tang Wanqing simply didn't believe it. How could Yiming get involved with Gu Shuxin? Seeing that Tang Wanqing was still skeptical, Gu Qinyun had to tell all. I'm too embarrassed to talk about this kind of thing, but that kid has the nerve to do it, or your cousin. Gu Qinyun's words were filled with anger and dislike. Tang Wanqing quickly rationalized the whole thing and thought that they were the ones who misunderstood Yiming. Mom, that's not what happened, cousin misunderstood, it's... Without waiting for her to finish, Gu Qinyun raised her hand in anger. But, eventually, it was put down. I'd like to wake you up, you're still defending that kid at this point. Gu Qinyun hated Yiming even more in her heart, thinking that Yiming was too cunning and made a good lay in advance. Tang Wanqing could see that Gu Qinyun was really angry, and she eased her tone a bit. Mom, I was the one who asked Yiming to help at the time, so I only knew, really. In order to clear up the misunderstanding, Tang Wanqing told all about what happened that day. Really? Gu Qinyun immediately asked a rhetorical question after hearing this, obviously still having doubts. No, how do you know what happened back there when you went first? Gu Qinyun's words made Tang Wanqing unable to answer. There's no guarantee that the boy won't get horny and take advantage of the situation. If he didn't have a weak heart, why did he leave in the end without showing his face? In Gu Qinyun's heart, Yiming was the one who could do these nasty things. Tang Wanqing also hesitated at this time, recalling that she had asked Yiming before, but he hadn't made it clear. Seeing Tang Wanqing's hesitation, Gu Qinyun became even more determined. Would you rather trust that boy than your cousin? Gu Qinyun had already decided at this point that she felt Tang Wanqing was being cheated by Yiming. It's your cousin's honor, she could cheat you with this? Tang Wanqing frowned slightly. She also didn't believe that Gu Shuxin would defame Yiming with her own reputation. However, thinking about Yiming's recent performance, Tang Wanqing wavered in her heart. Yiming is not that kind of person. Why not? Gu Qinyun immediately objected and became more emotional. He lied to everyone with his rhetoric back then and finally walked away irresponsibly. Last night the resort center was all over the news and he disappeared again just like he did 6 years ago. Tang Wanqing could hear that Gu Qinyun had a great hatred for Yiming in her heart. Mom, I was actually with him last night. Tang Wanqing had to speak up in order to explain for Yiming. Gu Qinyun's face changed in anger when she heard this, poking Tang Wanqing's head and cursing. Are you trying to piss me off? Tang Wanqing knew that she couldn't explain it, even if she said it Gu Qinyun wouldn't believe it. Mom, I'll talk to you about this later, let's go back to the hall. Tang Wanqing didn't want to continue, she was worried about Yiming. Stop. How can such a person serve as the president of Sheng Tang Group? I'm afraid that the company will be given away in the future. Listening to the crowd murmur, Tang Zizhou revealed a triumphant expression and silently walked towards Yiming's side. Yiming looked at Tang Wanqing, who had a determined gaze, and felt a warmth in his heart. Tang Zizhou suddenly whispered to Yiming while the crowd was talking. Kid, you better hurry up and beg me or you'll get cleaned up. Yiming directly treated it as if he didn't hear it and didn't bother. Seeing that his attitude was still arrogant, Tang Zizhou was angry and said fiercely. Then don't blame me. After saying that, Tang Zizhou came around to Tang Wanqing and said loudly. This engagement must be broken. Tang Wanqing glared angrily at Tang Zizhou and said with a warning tone. Tang Zizhou, get lost, I don't want you to be in charge of my affairs. Old Lady Tang suddenly looked over with a reproachful look in her gaze. Tang Wanqing, how can you talk to your own family members like that? You're really turning your elbow outward. Gu Qinyun hurriedly walked over and gave Tang Wanqing a complaining look. Just stop it. Seeing the old madam help herself, Tang Zizhou had a smug look on his face. Tang Wanqing is the only one as stupid as you to be fooled by this kid. Tang Zizhou looked toward a corner, and Gu Shuxin immediately cried forward. Auntie, you've got to do something for me, oh. Gu Shuxin pearly kneeling in front of Gu Qinyun crying, eyes are crying red. Gu Qinyun's eyes were full of heartache as she pulled her up, and the two of them came together to wipe their tears. Gu Shuxian looked at Tang Wanqing again with a complex expression. Wanqing, I'm sorry, but I'm also a victim. It's all this asshole, he ruined my innocence. Gu Shuxin, aggrieved crying, can see very sad. Gu Qingyun held Gu Shuxian in her arms for comfort and looked to Tang Wanqing to ask. Are you still going to speak for this asshole? Tang Wanqing froze, looking at Gu Shuxian's appearance seemed to be more than just a misunderstanding. Gu Shuxian intermittently said what happened that day, listening to the crowd was very shocked. My subordinates said that it was very late in the day and they only saw the man's back, and it was only after checking the surveillance that they were sure it was Yi Ming. Gu Shuxian said with great certainty and took out the so-called evidence. Tang Wanqing was also puzzled, not understanding why it had turned out this way, and after hesitating, she still spoke. Cousin, Yi Ming appeared because he saved you that day you were Qianruwei. Without waiting for Tang Wanqing to finish, Gu Shuxian immediately interrupted her. No way. How can you save someone's life and leave with a weak heart? You must be afraid of being recognized. Gu Shuxian brought out Tang Zizhou's previous words. She would rather believe that it was Yi Ming who had defiled her than to have it known that she had taken the initiative to curry favor with Qianruwei. Since Tang Wanqing wasn't present at that time either, she couldn't explain it at all. Gu Shuxian was afraid that Tang Wanqing would say more and immediately added. Besides, Mr. Qian disappeared that day in the South Court Villa. Not a long time passed between the end of the auction and my return home. This has nothing to do with young Master Qian for sure. Gu Shuxian stretched out her hand and pointed at Yi Ming with hatred. He's the one who took me from the auction. Listening to the unfounded accusations, Yi Ming slightly shook his head and sighed. Tang Wanqing was even more anxious when she saw how Yi Ming didn't care. Explain yourself. Yi Ming had just been touched by Tang Wanqing, but now he could see a hint of doubt in her eyes. It made him a little angry, not to mention not bothering. Tang Zizhou was delighted in his heart, not expecting to accidentally catch Yi Ming's handle. Tang Wanqing was very difficult, looking at Gu Shuxian somewhat uncertain. You don't believe me? Yi Ming suddenly opened his mouth, but he was questioning Tang Wanqing. He didn't care about what everyone said just now, the only thing he cared about was Tang Wanqing's attitude. Tang Wanqing bit her lips tightly and didn't dare to look at Yi Ming. She hesitated. Seeing that Tang Wanqing didn't reply, Yi Ming however smiled. Disappointed, he laughed. Tang Zizhou was happy in his heart, he had long wanted to clean up Yi Ming. Don't talk nonsense with him, this kind of asshole who repeatedly plays with our Tang family must be taught a hard lesson. As soon as the words fell, a group of bodyguards rushed into the hall. The Tang family members all had an expression of watching the show, a hint of anticipation in their indifference. Last night's fiasco had pushed the Tang family back into the limelight, and everyone wanted to take the opportunity to vent their anger. Tang Zizhou, hurry up and let the people go down. Tang Wanqing looked at Yi Ming, worried that he would be injured by the bodyguards. Gu Qingyun pulled her back and questioned. How can you stand up to your cousin if you're still soft on this asshole? Tang Wanqing watched as Gu Shuxian began to shed tears again, and was momentarily speechless. I'm so ashamed of myself. Seeing Gu Shuxian heartbroken, Tang Wanqing worried that she would do something stupid and hurried over to dissuade her. Yi Ming looked at Tang Wanqing frozen in place, his face complex. Tang Zizhou watched the moment and gave the bodyguard a wink. The bodyguard immediately nodded his head and immediately struck out. Bang! The bodyguard rushed towards Yi Ming and swung his sandbag-like fists to fiercely smash Yi Ming. A white light flashed, and Yi Ming found the concealed weapon hidden in the bodyguard's hand. Ridiculous! Yi Ming's face changed and his aura instantly spread out. The bodyguard could not help but feel fear in his heart as he felt the immense pressure coming his way. Seeing Tang Zizhou's eyes back, the bodyguard had no choice but to press forward. Kid, go to hell. Chapter 80, do you believe him? The bodyguard's open-mouthed stance scared Tang Wanqing, and she looked away nervously to pray silently. Bang! In the next second, the crowd showed shocked expressions. Yi Ming surprisingly kicked the bodyguards away, and the dozen or so bodyguards all fell to the ground. Ah! The hall instantly resounded with wailing sounds one after another. Everyone dared not go forward, not expecting Yi Ming to be so powerful. In front of him, the Tang family's bodyguards were nothing. Snap! Yi Ming extended his hand and dropped a few concealed weapons. This little trick is trying to get at me? Yi Ming's tone was icy cold and his gaze looked straight at Tang Zizhou. Everyone understood at this point, but no one dared to speak. Only Tang Wanqing was furious, pointing at Tang Zizhou and questioning. Tang Zizhou, how dare you lay your hands on me? Tang Wanqing's fingers trembled with anger, and her volume increased by a few points. Being exposed on the spot, Tang Zizhou did not dare to talk back. Enough! Old Lady Tang had an angry face, but her eyes were fixed on Tang Wanqing. You're not ashamed enough in front of outsiders. Shut up! Tang Wanqing looked at Old Lady Tang with a stunned expression, understanding that she did not intend to accuse Tang Zizhou. However, Tang Wanqing didn't dare to continue talking at this time. Even the injured bodyguard didn't dare to grunt anymore, and the hall became quiet once again. Only Yiming didn't care about Old Lady Tang as he walked towards Gu Shuxin. You, what do you want? Gu Qinyun immediately blocked in front of her, but her voice was a little shaky. I'm not afraid of you, don't try to hurt Shu Xian. Yiming just looked at Gu Qinyun and didn't bother, his gaze went straight to Gu Shu Xian. How can you be sure that I defiled you? Yiming's aura made Gu Shuxin a little scared, and she hid behind Gu Qinyun, only revealing a pair of eyes. Yes, it was my servant who saw you leave with his own eyes, when it was only you. Yiming coldly laughed, to think that it was determined because of this reason, ridiculous to the extreme. I'm the one who sent you back, right? But we don't know each other very well, putting you down is already for Wanqing's face, can this be considered evidence? Yiming's tone was light, he felt that Gu Shuxin's brain circuit was really clear. This. Me. Gu Shuxin could not say it, and cried again in anxiety. Gu Qinyun was heartbroken and comforted, turning to glare at Yiming. Don't you scare people, you did it, and you're still trying to weasel out of it. Thinking that Yiming not only harmed her daughter, but also provoked Gu Shu Xian, she was very angry. You climbed high on our Wanqing and still dare to apologize to her, Wanqing is really blind. Tang Wanqing didn't open her mouth at this time, she just looked at Gu Shuxin in a daze. Yiming did not want to dwell on it with the Tang family, he remembered that Qian Ruwei had taken a video at that time and immediately said. Gu Shuxin can't produce evidence, I can. The crowd all looked over in shock, not knowing what Yiming wanted to do. Give me 3 minutes. After saying that, Yiming turned around and called Tianxing, explaining that he would go and find the needed video. 1 minute later. Yiming received the video and sent it to Tang Wanqing without looking at it. Ding! Tang Wanqing picked up her cell phone in surprise and looked up at Yiming again. See for yourselves. Gu Qinyun didn't believe it at all and directly snatched it over to try to expose his lies. Bastard, don't try to cheat Wanqing, I. Before the words were finished, Gu Qinyun froze, her face full of incredulity. Seeing this, Tang Zizhou also came forward. Gu Qinyun immediately placed it on her chest and pushed him away with one hand. Is this something you can look at? Step aside. In order to protect Gu Shuxin's privacy, Gu Qinyun only took to Gu Shuxin to see. Gu Shuxin also immediately stopped crying when he saw it, and his face was not only shocked but also ashamed. This. Seeing that both of them looked surprised, Tang Wanqing then picked up her cell phone. The video image, although shaky, clearly captured Qian Ruwei's nasty behavior. Even what Qian Ruwei said was heard very clearly. The last image of the video was Yiming leaving with Gu Shuxin. Even though the time was short, Tianxing had taken care of the part of Yiming's hands ahead of time without any flaws. The crowd hadn't seen the video, but they had understood from the expressions of the three men. When Yiming saw that the crowd stopped talking, he spoke coldly. Since it's okay, I'm off. When he finished, he turned to leave. It wasn't until Yiming's back disappeared that Tang Wanqing reacted. I can't believe I don't trust him. Tang Wanqing regretted it 10,000 times, she had been touched by Yiming's changes during this time. However, just now, she did not firmly choose to believe Yiming. Gu Qinyun's face was also a bit embarrassed, although she had opinions about Yiming, she was not so far gone that she couldn't distinguish between right and wrong. Shu Xian, how can you accuse people without even checking clearly? Gu Shuxin was very remorseful in his heart. The video not only proved that it was really Yiming who had saved her, but it also made it known that she had taken the initiative to curry favor with Qian Ruwei. Worried that Gu Qinyun would blame her for the entire responsibility, Gu Shuxin hurriedly pointed at Tang Zizhou. I was misled by him. Gu Shuxin spoke out about meeting Tang Zizhou in front of Shengtang Mansion, full of guilt. After hearing this, Tang Wanqing cursed angrily in anger. Tang Zizhou, your heart is so vicious. Gu Qinyun also glared fiercely at Tang Zizhou at this time and complained towards Gu Shu Xian. What good can he do, you believe him? Tang Zizhou heard Gu Qinyun's words and was furious. What do you mean, first aunt? Gu Qinyun ignored him and rolled her eyes at him. Gu Shuxin knew he was wrong to believe the slander and immediately apologized. I'm sorry, it's all my fault for wrongly accusing Yiming. He saved my life, but I misunderstood him, and it's all my fault. Gu Shuxin kept apologizing towards Tang Wanqing and Gu Qingyun, seeing that it was sincere. Seeing that Tang Wanqing didn't respond to herself, Gu Shuxian hurriedly said, I'm going to go apologize to him, and I'll make sure to explain it all for you. Gu Shuxin was well aware that because of her words just now, she had caused a misunderstanding between the two. Even though she had always had a problem with Yiming, she could tell that Tang Wanqing had Yiming in her heart. Gu Qingyun also sighed. She had always made a clear distinction between grudges. One size does not fit all, we are at fault for this and should apologize. Tang Wanqing looked at Gu Qingyun in surprise, seemingly feeling a bit surprised. Go. Gu Qingyun didn't say anything else and pulled the two of them outside. The crowd was shocked that the trio had taken the initiative to apologize to Yiming. Tang Zizhou had an indignant look on his face. He hadn't been able to clean up Yiming again, and was still being lectured by Tang Wanqing in public, feeling very humiliated. Unwillingly, Tang Zizhou also followed out, wanting to wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Gu Qingyun walked out of Tang's house and was filled with surprise when she saw that Yiming had just left in a Cullinan. Is that Yiming's car? Tang Wanqing nodded and casually returned. He said it was from a friend. Seeing that Yiming had already driven away, Tang Wanqing hurried towards her Maserati. Get in the car. Gu Qingyun no longer asked more questions, pulling Gu Shuxin hurriedly get on the car. Tang Wanqing kept looking at the front and didn't notice that Tang Zizhou was also driving behind. Several people chased after Yiming all the way to the Royal Garden residence and were filled with surprise when they saw him drive in. He lives here? Gu Qingyun was shocked again and asked, pointing at the Cullinan that drove in. Tang Wanqing was also surprised and shook her head. I don't know. Tang Wanqing stepped on the gas and followed suit, driving into the Royal Garden residence. Yiming, just how many secrets do you still have? Chapter 81, Who's the Lucky One? Tang Wanqing mumbled with a question mark written all over her face as she hurriedly chased after him. When she drove to the mid-mountain area, Tang Wanqing saw Yiming suddenly stop. Why are there so many people around the front? Gu Shuxin pointed to a vacant lot in front of him and said to Tang Wanqing and the two of them. Tang Wanqing realized that Yiming seemed to be heading that way as well, and she didn't think much about it and hurriedly got out of the car. When the trio got out of the car, they noticed a poised woman standing in the crowd. The woman's temperament was outstanding, noble with a hint of seduction. Ms. Mu? Tang Wanqing recognized the woman and sounded surprised. Gu Shuxin still saw Mu Niantong in person for the first time, and couldn't help but be attracted by her temperament. She's Miss Mu, but she's so graceful, not losing to our Wanqing in the slightest. Seeing Mu Niantong, Gu Shuxin's eyes were full of envy. Regardless of her background or temperament, Mu Niantong is one of the most beautiful women in Jinling. However, Mu Niantong's actions at this time were puzzling. Wanqing, what is Miss Mu doing? Tang Wanqing looked over with puzzled eyes. Mu Niantong came in style with roses in her hands at this moment. The convertible behind her was full of dainty flowers and fluttering balloons. Such a scene made Tang Wanqing feel somewhat familiar. It is? Can't you see this? She's going to confess. Tang Zizhou suddenly appeared behind Tang Wanqing, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his face immediately changed. Ms. Mu's confession? With whom? Tang Zizhou just had a quick mouth and blurted it out, and when he reacted, he only felt unbelievable. Mu Niantong is the eldest daughter of the Mu family, and the people who pursue her can line up from the royal court to the Jinling River. How could she possibly initiate a confession with someone else? Tang Zizhou immediately looked around, trying to find the lucky one. I'd like to see which rich young man can be looked at by Mu Niantong. Gu Qingyun saw that Tang Zizhou had even followed her, and scolded without a trace of anger. What are you holding back by following me here? Get out of here. Tang Zizhou directly shook off Gu Qingyun's hand and said disdainfully. You don't run the Royal Garden residence, so it's out of your hands. With that, he walked a little farther away. You! Gu Qingyun was very angry and wanted to open her mouth and curse. But when she looked around, she saw all the people who were not rich or noble, so she couldn't be angry. The people around them began to talk at this time, speculating about Mu Niantong's move. Who in the world is it that could make Miss Mu put down her stature and take the initiative to confess? It looks like it should be the resident inside. Ms. Mu specially waited for him here. That goes without saying, it's not just anyone who gets to live here. Judging by Ms. Mu's vision, this person is not a small one. The crowd's murmurings were enthusiastic, eager to find out who was the petite child of destiny. Tang Wanqing looked at Mu Niantong suspiciously and saw that the other party seemed to be heading towards Yiming. Her face changed greatly. Bad. Before, she had felt that Mu Niantong's gaze towards Yiming was excessively hot. From the situation at hand, Tang Wanqing realized that it wasn't someone else that Mu Niantong wanted to confess to. It's Yiming. Gu Qingyun and the two of them looked puzzled, and before they could react, they saw Tang Wanqing rushing over. However, Tang Wanqing was still a step too late. Mu Niantong had already seen Tang Wanqing behind Yiming, and she smiled triumphantly. Under the attention of the crowd, Mu Niantong quickly stepped in front of Yiming and handed over the bouquet. Yiming, I like you. The crowd was shocked, all looking at the two people in front of them, not daring to speak. Gu Qingyun was also startled as she turned her head to look at Gu Shuxin. Am I hearing things wrong? Gu Shuxin was also surprised with his mouth open, not bothering to answer Gu Qingyun's question. No. Tang Wanqing stopped it loudly and ran over anxiously. Yiming heard the voice and looked back to see Gu Qingyun and a few others following him over, their faces very cold. Tang Wanqing pulled Yiming's arm and made him face himself, saying with an apologetic face. Yiming, I'm sorry. Just now Gu Shuxin also came back to his senses and hurriedly said. I'm sorry, Yiming, it's all my fault for misunderstanding you, please don't blame Wanqing. Gu Shuxin didn't forget the purpose of her visit, and her tone was very sincere. Gu Qingyun was first a little hesitant, after all, many people surrounded her a little difficult to speak. After hesitating, she opened her mouth. Yes, we misunderstood you and should apologize. Yiming did not look at the two Gu Qingyun, there was only one person he cared about from start to finish. Wanqing, you don't have to apologize to me. Tang Wanqing raised her head in surprise, thinking that Yiming didn't want to forgive her. In any case, I did fail you back then, one for the other, let's forget about the past. Although Yiming spoke easily, Tang Wanqing felt bad in her heart. She could feel the loss in Yiming's tone. A man as good as Yiming shouldn't be humiliated like this. Saying that, Mu Niantong walked from behind Yiming to the center of the two. She made a decisive move, snatching Yiming from Tang Wanqing's hands and snuggling her entire body over. If we were the Mu family, we would never let Yiming be misunderstood. Mu Niantong looked at Tang Wanqing with deep reproach in her eyes, fighting for Yiming. Tang Wanqing felt guilty inside and didn't know how to answer. Mu Niantong turned to face Yiming, her gaze gentle like water. Yiming, I've liked you since I was a kid. My greatest desire is to catch you, and if you stay with me, I will always trust you unconditionally. Mu Niantong's gaze was very hot, looking at Yiming somewhat helpless. This leprechaun was really on fire this time, especially wearing a long tight dress. The chic design of the hemline and chest reveals her snow-white thighs and deep grooves, which are full of temptation. Yiming did not answer, at this time, his face-to-face refusal would embarrass Mu Niantong. Tang Wanqing, however, was very angry, and although she was remorseful, she would not allow outsiders to meddle in their affairs. Mu Niantong, I have a marriage contract with Yiming, do you want to be the third party that intervenes? The crowd all looked at Mu Niantong with complicated expressions. Tang Wanqing and Yiming's affair was a big deal in Jinling at first, and no one knew about it. It was only in consideration of Mu Niantong's status that the people present did not dare to discuss it freely. Mu Niantong, however, did not care. She looked at Tang Wanqing and said, Your Tang family just took the initiative to find Yiming to break the marriage contract, now you have nothing to do with each other. She looked at Yiming again and said excitedly. Of course Yiming can choose again, you're not the only one in the entire Jinling who is worthy of him. The crowd was stunned, clearly seeing Mu Niantong's attitude towards Yiming. Tang Wanqing was anxious, and Mu Niantong net poked a knife into her heart. Nonsense, I didn't agree, the marriage contract remains. Looking at Tang Wanqing's determined appearance, Yiming looked helpless. The crowd was in a state of shock, originally thinking that seeing Mu Niantong take the initiative to confess was already exaggerated. I didn't expect that the number one beauty of Jinling and the eldest Miss Mu family would fight over Yiming. What's the situation? Tang Zizhou had already looked dumbfounded and didn't come back to his senses until then. He couldn't believe it as he looked at the scene in front of him and walked up and shouted loudly towards Mu Niantong. Ms. Mu, you've been tricked. Chapter 82. As soon as Tang Zizhou spoke, the crowd all looked toward him. Mu Niantong's face was obviously unhappy. Tang Zizhou just focused on the next words completely did not pay attention. The boy was irresponsible enough to run away from marriage 6 years ago, and now he's cheeky enough to take a soft job as a security guard. Saying that, he pointed at the Cullinan that Yi Ming had parked behind him and mocked disdainfully. Even the car he drives is a rental. How can someone like that enter the Mu family? As Tang Zizhou watched Moon Yentong confess to Yi Ming, besides being shocked, he was more jealous. He didn't care if anyone in Jiling was the Mu family's son-in-law, but Yi Ming, absolutely not. Jealousy blinded him, not seeing Moon Yentong's attitude towards Yi Ming in the slightest. Gu Qingyun was also puzzled as she turned her head to look at Gu Shuxin. How could Miss Mu be attracted to Yi Ming? It was indeed true in her heart. Stereotypes aside, she also felt that there was a huge gap in status between the two. Gu Shuxin froze and looked at Yi Ming. At this time her attitude towards Yi Ming had changed in her heart. She was very thankful to Yi Ming. If it wasn't for Yi Ming she was going to be played by Chen Rui and become the laughingstock of the whole Jiling. Seeing Moon Yentong take the initiative to confess to Yi Ming, Gu Shuxin was somewhat touched. It's a woman who would love such a nice man. Gu Shuxin spoke the words directly from his heart, startling Gu Qingyun. The crowd was more concerned about the words Tang Zizhou had just uttered at this point, giving Yi Ming a finger. Yi Ming smiled helplessly and bitterly, thinking of after saying that, Yi Ming directly left the two men behind and drove away. The crowd was stunned, not expecting Yi Ming to be indifferent in the face of the two great beauties of Jiling showing their love. He didn't pick anyone, he just drove off. This kid is also too pretentious, letting the two big beauties go? I think he's just playing hard to get. What a brilliant tactic. This tactic is really not something that ordinary people can learn, it might be a basket case. No, why is this kid driving toward the top of the hill? As the crowd discussed, they did not forget to pay attention to Yi Ming's whereabouts. Seeing Yi Ming drive straight to the Peak Tower King Villa, the crowd was once again shocked. Could he be the mysterious big shot who bought the king of the building? How could it be him? Didn't they say he was just a security guard? His cars are all from the Mu family, will the villa? The crowd didn't dare to speculate further, and even if they had the thought they didn't dare to say it in front of Moon Yentong. If it was really a gift from the Mu family, then it meant that the Mu family valued Yi Ming extremely highly. Tang Wanqing was also stunned at this point, standing still. Yi Ming actually lives in the king of house? Without waiting for Tang Wanqing to figure it out, she noticed that Moon Yentong had already gotten into the car. Cousin, you go back with my mom first. Tang Wanqing didn't have time to think anymore, she gave an explanation and also immediately got into the car. The people present were stunned, watching the two major Jiling beauties chase Yi Ming back home. Gu Qingyun was also surprised for a long time before leaving the royal garden Huating with Gu Shuxin. What she had just seen had left her so traumatized that she had to go back and calm down. When the crowd dispersed, Yi Ming had already driven back to the villa. Yi Ming! He was just about to enter when he heard Tang Wanqing and Moon Yentong's voices from behind him. Yi Ming shook his head helplessly and turned his head to look at the two. Why don't you guys go back? I really need to rest. Tang Wanqing and Moon Yentong glanced at each other, neither of them wanting to leave early. I'll go if she goes. The two spoke almost simultaneously, without budging. Yi Ming really had no choice but to let the two follow him home. After walking in, Moon Yentong's stance was just like a hostess, looking at Tang Wanqing very puzzled. Yi Ming directly went upstairs without looking back. Sit down, I'm going to rest, leave me alone. He didn't want to get caught in the middle of the two, so he had to duck out of the way for now. When Yi Ming closed the door to the room, the atmosphere in the room immediately became tense. You don't know yet, do you? Everything here is designed by me personally, and Yi Ming is quite satisfied. Moon Yentong was the first to speak, showing off in front of Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing's face wasn't very good, she then realized why Moon Yentong had acted that way just now. The design is barely okay, thanks for bothering. Tang Wanqing looked around, her tone light. But you're not sure of Yi Ming's preferences, he always says a coffee table in the living room would be too obtrusive. Tang Wanqing spoke straight back and hit Moon Yentong in the face. Moon Yentong looked at Tang Wanqing angrily, but soon she clasped her hands in front of her chest and said arrogantly. I don't think so, 6 years can change a lot of things, and you don't really know Yi Ming's current preferences. Moon Yentong held his chin high like a big cockerel fighting for victory. Seeing Tang Wanqing's face turn blue with anger at her, Moon Yentong continued to add another sentence. The barrier between you is so deep that you don't even know what's going on between him and our Mu family. Moon Yentong purposely spoke halfway through his sentence, piquing Tang Wanqing's curiosity. Tang Wanqing's pretty brows frowned slightly. Moon Yentong's words really did float her boat. Thinking back to the friends Yiming often mentioned, she always felt that it was related to the Mu family. What exactly did you make him do? Tang Wanqing couldn't help it and asked out anyway. She had always cared about Yiming in her heart, it was only the disconnect that kept her silent. Moon Yentong became even more complacent and said in a playful tone. It's a secret between Yiming and I. He can only say it if he allows it. Chapter 83 Timely Containment. Tang Wanqing's face reddened with anger, knowing that she had fallen for Moon Yentong's tricks again. You! Tang Wanqing could only blame herself for not watching Yiming and being missed. The two of them disliked each other until dinner time, when Yiming came out and prepared to cook. You guys still there? Seeing that the two of them still maintained their sitting positions from earlier, Yiming shook his head and sighed. Are you hungry? Tang Wanqing immediately got up and looked at Yiming, asking with concern. I'll make you anything you want to eat. Yiming couldn't help but laugh as he watched Tang Wanqing look like a little daughter-in-law. Moon Yentong was also not willing to show weakness, covering her mouth and snickering. How dare you not know Yiming's tastes, you're such an incompetent fiancé. Tang Wanqing angrily turned her head to Moon Yentong and glared. And you know? Moon Yentong didn't bother and looked up and threw a wink at Yiming. Yiming, I prepared your favorite medicinal meal, if you want to eat it I'll immediately have my subordinates bring it over. After saying that, Moon Yentong revealed a smug expression as he looked at Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing recalled that when Yang Jia had invited guests before, indeed Yiming was more interested in medicinal meals. Yiming looked at the two helplessly and sincerely thanked the introduction of monogamy. When exactly are you going to leave? Hearing that Yiming was a bit impatient, Tang Wanqing was so aggravated that she was about to cry. I just wanted to apologize to you. Yiming couldn't bear Tang Wanqing's tears and hurried downstairs to comfort her. Wanqing, don't cry, I don't mean that. Well, you can stay as long as. Yiming climbing up to the Mu family is a great help to Tang Wanqing. Tang Zizhou looked at Tang Mai with some confusion, not understanding his intentions at all. Tang Mai paced with his hands folded, head bowed in deep thought. No, containment in time. Tang Mai suddenly thought of an idea, and he looked at Tang Zizhou with a serious expression. You tell Liang Chang that he must fire that Yiming kid. Although Tang Zizhou didn't understand, he was naturally happy to clean up Yiming. Tang Mai knew Tang Zizhou very well, and he solemnly admonished again. If you don't drive Yiming away, with the Mu family as your backer, you'll never be able to get the Sheng Tang group. Tang Zizhou then woke up and his expression became serious. Dad, don't worry, I'll tell Liang Chang. At this time, Tang Zizhou was no longer jealous of Yiming and couldn't wait for him to be with Moon Yentong immediately. The Sheng Tang group can be more important than women. Tang Zizhou made the call and Liang Cheng quickly answered. Hearing Liang Cheng's tone of trying to curry favor, Tang Zizhou had a disdainful look on his face. You go on an errand and fire Yiming. Listen to me carefully, if you do it well, you are the vice president, if you don't do it well, you can leave. Tang Zizhou gave a direct order, his tone nonchalant. Sheng Tang Group, Marketing Manager's Office. Liang Cheng was nodding his head to the air in a coy manner. Yes, yes. Don't worry, young Tang. It was only when he hung up the phone that Liang Cheng straightened his back, but there was a cocky smile on his face. Wang Qian on the side heard it clearly just now and asked in surprise. The Tang family wants to fire Yiming? Shoo. Liang Cheng immediately looked toward the door and whispered in Wang Qian's ear. It's not a good idea to publicize this, I'm going to take him by surprise. Wang Qian revealed a treacherous smile and concurred with a very relieved look. I've wanted to get rid of this brat for a long time. After cursing, Wang Qian thought of another sentence Tang Zizhou said and asked excitedly. Shi Xiaozhu's face was horrified, she didn't understand how she could hand in a report and yet be fired. Get out of here, I'm not available right now. Liang Cheng can see that Wang Qian is angry and sends Shi Xiaozhu away. Seeing Shi Xiaozhu leave, Wang Qian was still unforgiving. Why don't you fire her? Heartbroken? Liang Cheng pulled Wang Qian onto his lap and patiently explained. Honey, have you forgotten the bull rules set by Tang Wanqing? How else can you fire Yiming if you fire her? Chapter 84. Wang Qian understood the importance of the matter and did not say more. The duo didn't know that Shi Xiaozhu, who was standing outside the door at the moment, heard everything. She had just remembered that she had forgotten to retrieve the report and was just about to enter when she accidentally overheard the two men's plan. No, we have to tell Yiming about it. Shi Xiaozhu wasn't too familiar with Yiming. Just as a colleague, she didn't want Yiming to be kept in the dark. Day 2. Shi Xiaozhu came to the company early. She wanted to go to the security department and wait for Yiming before she went to work. However, Liang Chang and Wang Qian both beat her to it. At this time, Liang Chang was already guarding the entrance of the company, which made the employees coming in and out feel very strange. Yiming got out of the car at this time and walked towards the company, and just as he reached the door, he was stopped by Liang Chang. "You don't have to come in." Yiming stopped and glanced at Liang Chang, and continued walking inside without any expression. Liang Chang's face changed in anger when he saw Yiming completely ignoring him. "Are you deaf? Can't you hear what I'm saying?" Liang Chang reached out to stop Yiming once again with anger in his tone. Seeing this, the surrounding employees stopped their steps and all looked towards Yiming. "Did Supervisor Yi mess with Manager Liang again? Why are you being given a hard time early in the morning again?" "Who knows, but just now I heard Manager Liang say it didn't mean it was difficult, but rather like." The employees could see that Liang Chang was a bit different from usual today, and seemed to be more arrogant. Liang Chang saw Yiming stop and put on an overbearing stance. "Yiming, I'm officially informing you that you're officially fired from the company as of today." Liang Chang deliberately raised his volume and announced loudly, attracting more employees to gather around. Although it is not uncommon to fire employees, Liang Chang is too high profile, and the employees are embarrassed for Yiming. Liang Chang, however, was very pleased with himself. He deliberately guarded the doorway just to ruthlessly humiliate Yiming. Seeing that Yiming did not speak, Liang Chang thought that he was too scared to speak and became more arrogant. "Brat, I'll see how you can still be mad now. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place." Liang Chang's expression at this moment was arrogant to the extreme. This scene was something he had been looking forward to for a long time. Wang Qian also walked up and helped Liang Chang taunt Yiming together. "Kid, how crazy you were before is how miserable you are now." Ever since Yiming came to the company, Wang Qian had been looking at Yiming in a bad light. Due to Yiming's appearance, Yang Jia hadn't ingratiated himself with Tang Wanqing for a long time, and she hadn't received a gift for a long time. It was all Yiming's fault. Yiming only felt amused as he looked at the two men's aggressive appearance. He could see at a glance that the Tang family must be behind it. When Liang Chang saw that Yiming even laughed, he angrily pointed at him and cursed angrily. "Kid, don't even think about looking for help. Mr. Tang and Mr. Su were both called to talk about cooperation. No one can save you." Liang Chang thought that Yiming thought of looking for Tang Wanqing and Suing, so he wasn't afraid of him. Of course, he knew that all of this was no coincidence, and that it was all a tactic of the Tang family. Seeing Liang Chang's look of confidence, Yiming sneered and asked in return, "I didn't do anything wrong at work, why should I be fired?" Liang Chang looked at Yiming with a face full of disdain after hearing this and said impatiently, "I was given notice to fire you, and there is no reason for it." In the face of Yiming's questioning, Liang Chang's unconcerned reply surprised the crowd greatly. "There's no reason. Can't a company fire an employee for no reason? And a mid-level leader at that?" But Liang Chang said it as a matter of course, not even wanting to hide it. Yiming was not angry either. He continued to ask in a calm tone, "Who were you notified by? What are you? I don't have to answer to you." Liang Chang instantly exploded and glared at Yiming and roared, "You're not qualified to know, it's a decision from the top." Liang Chang glared fiercely at Yiming. Hearing that he dared to question himself, he simply exploded with anger. Wang Qian looked at Yiming with a gloating look and immediately scoffed. "Yiming, who let you be so arrogant normally, more people who don't like you. Serves you right." Wang Qian looked at Yiming in disgust and walked behind Liang Chang. The people from the security department finally couldn't help themselves and opened their mouths to help Yiming. "Manager Liang, how can you just casually fire Supervisor Yi?" "That's right, Supervisor Yi is dedicated to his work, he has to give a statement?" Liang Chang didn't expect the people from the security department to be united, and they dared to defend Yiming in public. His face immediately changed, and his tone was full of warning. "If you keep arguing, I'll fire you all." Liang Chang didn't care about these security department people, and couldn't wait for all of them to be fired so that he could arrange for his people. The people in the security department were all shocked by his words, angry but not daring to say anything else. However, a faint voice came out from behind the crowd. "But Mr. Tang has clearly stipulated that you can't fire many people at the same time. Who's talking back there?" Liang Chang didn't expect that after his warning, there was someone who dared to call him out to his face, and he shouted in anger. The crowd looked back, and Liang Chang also saw that the person who opened his mouth was Xiao Xiang from the security department. He glared angrily at Xiang and shouted, "If you keep talking, I'll fire you if you don't fire Yiming." Xiao Xiang heard that Liang Chang was very angry and hurriedly shut up. Liang Chang looked around, and when he saw that no one dared to speak anymore, he once again revealed a smug expression. At this time, Yiming spoke faintly. "Even if I were to be fired, it would be Mr. Tang who would come and talk to me." Yiming's tone did not take Liang Chang seriously at all, which made Liang Chang feel faceless. Liang Chang was completely enraged as he roared at Yiming. "Just you deserve to bother Mr. Tang. It's just a little supervisor, firing you with my notice is enough." Liang Chang was most displeased with Yiming's condescending appearance, seemingly not putting anyone in his eyes. After saying that, Liang Chang glanced at Wang Qian again and silently passed a look over. Wang Qian immediately understood and hurriedly added, "Ms. Tang has already explained to me that she agrees to this." Due to Wang Qian's status, the words she uttered almost represented Tang Wanqing's meaning. The employees had just speculated that it was Liang Chang who wanted to retaliate against Yiming, but at this time they all dared not question it anymore. "That's not true!" A voice suddenly rang out, causing the gradually calming scene to boil up again. The crowd all looked in the direction the voice came from, only to see Qi Xiaozhu boldly shouting, "I personally heard manager Liang tell Secretary Wang yesterday that he fired Yiming and that Mr. Tang didn't know about it." Qi Xiaozhu's whole body kept shaking because of her nervousness and stood motionless. Her words immediately triggered the crowd to talk, and the scene was chaotic. Liang Cheng's expression as he watched Qi Xiaozhu also kept changing, from shock to intimidation. "Don't you talk nonsense! Believe it or not, I'll fire you next." Wang Qian was even more angry than Liang Chang. She stretched out her hand ready to teach Qi Xiaozhu a lesson. "Little goblin, I'm going to rip your mouth off, let's see how much more nonsense you dare to talk." Looking at Wang Qian's ferocious rush, Qi Xiaozhu screamed in fear. The next second, she felt a figure blocking her. Yiming, who suddenly appeared, looked at Wang Qian and Liang Chang and said in a playful tone, "If you don't want people to know, you can't do it." Chapter 85, Drawing Fire. Liang Chang was enraged and his face turned red. Yiming had embarrassed him in public, so naturally Liang Chang would not let it go. Liang Chang's face was as gloomy as water as he glared at Yiming and shouted angrily, "Kid, I'm going to fire you today, let's see how arrogant you can still be." Liang Chang straightened his back and stopped in front of Yiming. "You not step foot in the company today." Looking at Liang Chang's repeated entanglements, Yiming's complexion was cold and angry. He didn't want to take care of such a small character like Liang Chang, but it was just that the other party was crazy enough to try it out in front of him. Yiming's aura opened up and his eyes were unusually cold as he looked at Liang Chang. Liang Chang only felt a chill down his back when he saw it and was inexplicably terrified. "Here, somebody, stop him for me." Being stared at by Yiming, Liang Chang hurriedly shouted towards the security guard. But Liang Chang waited for a while but didn't see the security guard come over, so he couldn't help but turn his head to look. Only to see that all the people in the security department had turned their backs at that moment, and no one was paying any attention to him at all. Against the grain. Seeing that all the security guards actually disobeyed his orders, Liang Chang was furious and yelled, "Wait here, all of you, and see what I'll do to you." Just as Liang Chang was cursing the security guard, Yiming had already walked into the company from behind him. When he turned his head and saw it, he hurried after it. "Stop right there!" Before he could catch up, Yiming's cold eyes swept over. Liang Chang was scared back by Yiming's eyes and immediately stopped, not daring to go forward. Seeing how arrogant Yiming was, Wang Qian hurriedly handed Liang Chang a piece of paper. After seeing that, Liang Chang's face was instantly filled with bottom. "Yiming, take a good look at this, this is an official document to dismiss you." The crowd all looked towards Liang Chang's hand and realized that the document had been stamped with an official seal. Yiming also turned his head and just swept a glance, not caring in the slightest. With the documents in hand, Liang Chang was emboldened. He walked to Yiming with an arrogant air, his eyes full of mockery. "I've never seen a mangy dog like you, deadbeat." Liang Chang purposely said it out loud, wanting to take the opportunity to gain face for himself. Yiming's face also turned ugly at this time, and an aura shot out from his eyes. However, before he could open his mouth, an angry rebuke came from outside the door. "You're the dog, lapdog." Liang Chang was so angry that he was about to open his mouth to curse back, when he suddenly realized that something was wrong and immediately looked towards the back of the door. The crowd also reacted and turned their heads to look. When they saw that the visitor was actually Tang Wanqing, the crowd immediately made way for a passage. Tang Wanqing rushed in from the door with an angry face, her eyes kept glaring at Liang Chang, itching to eat him. Although Liang Chang had Tang Mai's backing, he didn't dare to openly call Tang Wanqing's bluff. "Mr. Tang, didn't you go to talk about cooperation?" Seeing Tang Wanqing, Liang Chang's first reaction was surprise. Tang Wanqing did not take any notice, and before the person rushed to Liang Chang, her hand was already raised high. Snap! A crisp slap rang out, and everyone all dared not make a sound. Tang Wanqing didn't reply to Liang Chang, but hit him with a slap that instantly took away all his momentum. "Could you, Liang Chang, who gave you the right to fire Yiming?" From the moment Liang Chang took out the dismissal papers, Tang Wanqing stood at the entrance of the company. She didn't have to think much to guess who had asked Liang Chang to do it. "Don't misunderstand me, Mr. Tang, I fired this kid also for the sake of the company." Liang Chang hurriedly explained. He could see that Tang Wanqing was really angry at this time. Tang Wanqing didn't even listen to him as she turned to face the crowd and announced loudly, "Marketing manager Liang Chang is not worthy of his position, fired." As soon as the words fell, the crowd showed shocked faces. I didn't expect Tang Wanqing to directly order the dismissal without even asking. In addition, the president's secretary, Wang Qian, accepted a bribe and was fired. The crowd was once again shocked as their eyes kept wandering over Liang Chang and Wang Qian. Tang Wanqing had gone so far as to make an unprecedented move as to fire two people at the same time, and both of them were in important positions. All of this was just to take it out on Yiming. Upon hearing that, all the employees couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wang Qian looked at Tang Wanqing with a crying face. She didn't expect that she would end up drawing fire and harming her. "Mr. Tang is wrong. I have no. You dare say you never received anything from Yang Jie?" Tang Wanqing's tone was icy cold, and she didn't wait for Wang Qian to finish speaking to directly interrupt. Wang Qian couldn't go on, she didn't dare to deny it at all. Obviously Tang Wanqing knew about it a long time ago, but just never said anything. Wang Qian does not want to be fired, losing her job is a small matter, the key is to lose face in public. "But, Mr. Tang, you said that you would never." At the same time, Tang Wanqing once again interrupted Wang Qian's words and chided without mercy. "Special circumstances are special, it's not my turn to dictate my decisions." It was rare for Wang Qian to see Tang Wanqing get so angry. She was terrified and didn't dare to argue anymore. However, Liang Chang is different. After hearing that Tang Wanqing wanted to fire him, Liang Chang directly changed his face and his tone became gloomy. "Tang Wanqing, I advise you to think clearly, behind me is the Tang family." Liang Chang's tone was very arrogant, he expected that Tang Wanqing wouldn't dare to fall out with the Tang family. Thinking of the Tang family blatantly coming to meddle in the Shang Tang group, Tang Wanqing clenched her fists in anger. When Liang Chang saw that Tang Wanqing really didn't open her mouth again, he was even more pleased. "You always have to rely on the Tang family, you'd better weigh it up." Seeing Liang Chang's aura overshadow Tang Wanqing, Wang Qian also had a bottom line. "I don't think it's good for a woman to be too strong, it's better to be meek." As she said that, Wang Qian's eyes flicked to Yiming, and a snicker appeared on her face as she continued to dig at Tang Wanqing. "Mr. Tang, if you ask me, I'm afraid Yiming was also scared off by you when he ran away from the wedding." Liang Chang and Wang Qian both sang together. Tang Wanqing did not have the same momentum just now, and the crowd talked about it. "I said Liang Chang is so arrogant, so it's because he climbed the big tree of the Tang family. After all, Miss Tang is only the first lady of the Tang family, surely she wouldn't dare to fall out with the family. In this case, it seems that Mr. Tang only dares not fire them." The crowd showed a hint of disappointment, a feeling of dashed hopes. Tang Wanqing was furious at this time. She didn't open her mouth because she was angry at the Tang family for repeatedly interfering with Shang. Seeing this, Liang Chang and Wang's hearts were like ashes and they could only leave in despair. After dealing with the two tumors, Tang Wanqing didn't leave. She thought of the marketing manager vacancy must be filled in a hurry. Looking at Yiming immediately had an idea. Yiming has successfully helped the company to recover old debts. With remarkable ability, he will take up the position of marketing manager immediately. "Me?" Yiming looked at Tang Wanqing with a helpless face. Not only Yiming, everyone was confused and couldn't understand this maneuver of Tang Wanqing's. "I'm fine in security and don't want to change places." Yiming refused on the spot. He did not intend to follow Tang Wanqing's arrangement. Tang Wanqing, however, shook her head and looked at him. "It's not a change of venue, you're in charge of both departments. The marketing department can just find Mr. Su anytime they have a problem. you don't have to worry too much." Upon hearing this, Yiming no longer excused himself. Shi Xiaozhu looked at Yiming with a face of admiration at this time and said enviously, "Supervisor Yi, you're also too good, simply the first person in the social animal." Yiming looked at her with a puzzled expression. "You got your boss to step in and fire the guy who wanted to fire you, that's not impressive?" Tang Wanqing happened to walk over to Yiming's side, and when she finished, she made it a point to explain word for word. "Because he's my fiancé." After that, ignoring the shocked expressions of the crowd, he said to Yiming, "Come on, I'll show you the new office." Watching the two leave, Shi Xiaozhu's heart was very complicated. The people even had different faces, remembering the rumors they had heard before. Although there was a disparity between the two, but seeing Tang Wanqing's attitude towards Yiming, the crowd did not dare to discuss it at all. Arriving at Yiming's new office, Tang Wanqing said to herself after looking around, "I'll have someone rearrange it for you later, so just make do for now." Yiming didn't care, he nodded without comment. Because she still had work to take care of, Tang Wanqing didn't stay long. Before leaving, she pointed at the computer and said to Yiming, "You remember to log into your email, and I'll send you some information on the marketing department." After saying that, Tang Wanqing left. Yiming turned on his computer and played a game before logging into his email. That much? Yiming saw that the mailbox that he had not logged in for several years kept receiving messages, and all of them, except for Tang Wanqing, were from the same sender. Guozi. Seeing this brother that he hadn't seen for many years, Yiming was a little excited. Yiming saw that Guozian sent it almost every year, and he casually clicked on a few emails. The contents of the emails were nothing but concern or reminiscences of the past, and after reading a few of them, Yiming got up and walked to the window. It's so unlike him to get so melodramatic. Although the words were said this way, Yiming was touched in his heart. Guozian was his best brother in college and the only one who blessed him and Tang Wanqing. Yiming thought about how he hadn't seen him since he returned to Jilin, and sat back down to send him an email back. In the email, Yiming tells Guozian that he is in Jilin and asks him to meet him. However, the email went out without a message. Until the end of the day. Ding! Yiming received a letter in return, from between the lines to see Guozian very excited, but also asked about his 6 years between the situation. However, the email didn't have Guozian replying about the meeting. Guozian says he's happy to know that Yiming is alright. No? This doesn't look like Guozi. After reading the email, Yiming felt that this was not the Guozian he knew. As long as Guozian knew that he was in Jilin, he would definitely rush over to have a painful drink with him. An uneasy feeling spread through Yiming's heart. After work, Yiming went to the Guo family restaurant according to the address in his memory. Guozian often took Yiming to his own store to open a small stove when he was in college, and that was also Yiming's most painful memory. After getting off the bus, Yiming did not see the Guo family restaurant. The original address has become Jinbi Restaurant. Did it change places to set up store? Yiming thought it was a change of address and planned to walk in and ask, "Hello sir, what can I get you?" When the attendant saw Yiming coming down from Cullinan, he very enthusiastically came forward to receive him. Yiming was anxious to ask for clarification and said with a wave of his hand, "I'm not eating." "What are you doing in here without eating?" The waitress pouted, unhappy and ready to walk away. Yiming hurriedly pulled him back and asked anxiously, "Do you know where the original Kwok's restaurant moved to?" The waiter's tone changed when he heard that and scoffed. "So you're looking for that loser?" Yiming's face changed, he would not allow others to mock his brother like this. "You'd better talk nicely." The waiter was frightened by Yiming's aura and silently swallowed a mouthful of water, his voice trembling. I've heard people call him that too." Yiming's eyes stared as he pursued the question once again. "Do you know where he is?" As Yiming was a bit agitated, he grabbed the waiter's arm. The waiter felt the strong force coming from his arm and didn't dare to say anything else. "Big brother, our boss took over the Guo family restaurant, you have to ask the boss about the specifics." "I just got here a day ago, and our boss is out, he'll be back in about an hour." The waiter was afraid that his arm would be pinched off by Yiming and told all he knew. Yiming was inwardly surprised and his hand loosened. He didn't expect the Guo family to encounter such a big change and couldn't help but worry about Guozian. "Then I'll sit here and wait for your boss." Yiming turned around and walked over to the row of chairs placed at the entrance of the store and sat down, his expression cold and abnormal. The waiter didn't dare to have an opinion at all, and hurriedly smiled before turning to leave. Half an hour later, when it was time for dinner, a number of guests came into the restaurant one after another. Yiming had been waiting at the entrance, and the people in the restaurant thought he was strange. But being reminded by the new waitress who had just arrived, everyone dared not approach him. At that moment, a man in a flowered shirt strutted in with a few people. The flowery shirt with a visible scar on his face arrogantly shouted at the waiter. "Hurry up, I'm hungry." Scarface yelled, and his men slapped the table and yelled back. "If you dare to neglect our brother Xiong, none of you will live." Seeing this, a group of waiters were scared and no one dared to go over. Finally, the waiter who had just received Yiming was pushed over, and the others hurriedly dispersed. "Xiong, brother Xiong is good." The waiter poured the tea while greeting respectfully. But he was shaking all over, and Hung was very disgusted when he saw it. "Afraid I'll eat you? Goon. As usual, hurry up and serve the food." Xiong yelled loudly, scaring the waiter so much that he directly kneeled on the floor. "Yes, Hung." As soon as the waitress left, Hung frowned and started cursing. "Damn old me lost money again last night, I have to take it out on that kid today." Chapter 87, No Kneeling. A few of Wu Xiong's men knew that he had lost the money and hurried to curry favor. "That punk is lucky to be brother Xiong's punching bag." "That's right, that wimp is always hitting and cursing every time, it's perfect to be a punching bag." A few people snickered, and there was a look on their faces as they waited to see what would happen. Wu Xiong's table had been making a lot of noise since he entered, but the other guests didn't even dare to have an opinion. It seemed to be very scared, not daring to look directly at a few people. Yiming also noticed, but he didn't want to care. Soon, the waiter respectfully brought the meal and hurriedly helped Wu Xiong several people to serve the meal. "Wait, why is there hair in this bowl?" Wu Xiong's face changed and he snapped at the waiter. The waitress looked down in confusion and frowned. I didn't even look at it just now." The waiter didn't dare to say anything further, otherwise he would be tearing down Wu Xiong's stage in front of him. "I'm sorry, Hung, I'll get you a clean bowl again." The waiter quickly bowed to apologize and turned around to leave. "You stop right there." Wu Xiong suddenly shouted loudly at the waiter and his tone became angry. "Did I allow you to change it? And you dare to do it for me too?" I dare not. The waiter was frightened by Wu Xiong's aura and directly knelt down to make amends. Seeing the waiter's respectful attitude, Wu Xiong then said impatiently, "Go on, get the dishwashing boy out here." The waiter didn't dare to offend Wu Xiong at all and immediately climbed up to agree. Yes. A few moments later, a young man wearing a hat walked to the lobby and came to Wu Xiong with his head lowered. There was no way to get a good look at him, it was all blocked by the brim of his ducktail hat. Hung is sorry." As if the young man was used to it, he directly knelt in front of Wu Xiong and apologized. Obscure thing, look at you, you can't even clean a bowl. Hurry up and roll over and see for yourself." Wu Xiong flaunted and chided in front of the young man with a very arrogant expression. The surrounding guests looked at the young man with pitying eyes, only no one dared to speak. The young man had just come over and was kicked down by Wu Xiong before he could get a good look. "Did I give you permission to stand up? Unruly dead dog." Wu Xiong showed no mercy in publicly humiliating the young man with a very smug expression. The young man seemed to have gone against the grain, had no temper at all, and kept his head down. "Is this your hair?" "Hung, but I don't have any hair." The young man helplessly took off his hat and brightened his bare head. Wu Xiong and the few others laughed and pointed at the young man and laughed loudly. "Brother Xiong, last time I shaved this loser's hair, it hasn't grown back until now." The young man hurriedly put on his hat and pressed the brim lower, and it was evident that he was very much embarrassed. Wu Xiong, however, turned pale and roared at the young man. "So, I've wronged you?" Before the young man could even open his mouth, he was immediately greeted with a violent beating from Wu. "Want to go?" Wu Xiong chortled in a playful tone and gave a look towards his men. With that, Wu Xiong's men surrounded the two, with absolutely no way to retreat. Wu Xiong looked Yiming up and down, seeing that he was dressed in ordinary clothes and had no helpers, his face was full of disdain. "Dare to meddle in my business, it's not that easy to leave." Guozian was worried that Wu Xiong would deal with Yiming. He hurriedly crawled to Wu Xiong and begged. "Brother Xiong, don't care about him, please let him go, I'll do whatever you want." "How dare you beg me? Get out!" Wu Xiong loudly rebuked Guozian in an arrogant tone and directly gestured towards his men. "Give me a good lesson on these two losers." In Wu Xiong's opinion, Yiming would definitely not be a powerful person if he knew Guozian, and he did not put it in his eyes at all. Dare to help this punk out, you're just looking for death. Yiming dared to stop him from teaching Guozian a lesson, making Wu Xiong feel very angry. At this time, the manager of Jinbi restaurant, Peng Xian, happened to come back and saw Wu Xiong's men trying to make a move, so he hurriedly came forward to make amends. Why is brother Xiong so angry? Calm down. Peng Xian hurriedly signaled toward the waiter as he walked over, taking out the store's good cigarettes and wine and handing them to Xiong. Please redeem yourself, Xiong, it's not worth it to make a fuss on such a hot day. Saying that, Peng Xian stepped in front of Guozian and placed his hand behind him and waved at him in a gesture. Guozian read his meaning and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get himself out of the way. But just as Guozian was about to leave, he was stopped by Wu Xiong's men. Wimp, Hung didn't say you could leave. Peng Xian continued to smile and personally lit a cigarette for Wu Xiong. I beg brother Xiong to give me face, the store is crowded today, it's always bad to make a move here. Snap. As soon as Peng Xian's words left his mouth, he was slapped hard by Wu Xiong. NND, who the hell are you to ask me to give you face? Wu Xiong looked around towards the store and roared arrogantly. Get lost, all of you, I'd like to see how it's not a good idea to make a move. All the guests didn't dare to stay even for a moment after hearing this, and they all ran out. Peng Xian's face is incomparably bitter, so many people cannot yet pay the bill. Don't think I don't know you want to help this loser. Wu Xiong continued to clamor, glaring at Peng Xian in a threatening manner. Kneel down and kowtow at once, or else I'll smash this store of yours today. Peng Xian did not dare to offend Wu Xiong, clear about his methods, and immediately complied. Guozian hurried forward and knelt in front of Wu Xiong. Brother Xiong, don't give the boss a hard time, it's all my fault. Guozian couldn't bear the thought of others being dragged down by him and was about to kowtow and beg for forgiveness but was stopped by Yiming. Guozi, you're right, no kneeling. Yiming pulled Guozian up with an incomparably sharp look in his eyes. You don't have to be afraid of these people with me. Chapter 88, Pulling Out All of Them. He was Yi Yume, these people were simply not enough in his eyes. Guozian was very touched, he held back his tears and shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, old Yi, but you don't understand. Brother Xiong is very strong, and he has a bigger backer behind him, it's not something you can mess with. Guozian thought that Yiming had just returned to Jinling and was not clear about the situation. Wu Xiong looked at Yiming with a smug look on his face after hearing this and continued to taunt Guozian. Wimp, counting on your good sense, it seems that you really haven't been beaten for nothing these days. Yiming's face instantly changed, and his aura changed abruptly. Wu Xiong hadn't realized the danger and began to humiliate Yiming. I can't see that you have a bit of a temper, kid. But even if you have a temper, you'll have to be obedient in front of me. With a wave of Wu Xiong's hand, his men all rolled up their sleeves and prepared to clean up Yiming. Old Ji, it's me who has harmed you. Guozian frowned tightly, gazing uneasily at the mob that surrounded him. Just when the crowd was expecting Yiming to be beaten up, they found the punks being kicked off and landing in various corners of the store. Ah! Xiong, save me! The store resounded with the screams of the punks rising and falling. Everyone was stunned, only Yiming was still standing in place, unharmed. Guozian was so shocked that he couldn't speak, the Yiming he remembered wasn't this bullish. Lao Yi, you. Without waiting for Guozian to finish, Wu Xiong had already opened his mouth to curse. Seeing how badly his men were beaten, Wu Xiong's eyes were filled with rage. Boy, you're playing with fire, old man. Snap. Yiming did not have the patience to listen to Wu Xiong and directly struck out, slapping Wu Xiong onto the table. Get thee off me! Wu Xiong's head was pressed by Yiming on the table, he used all his strength but couldn't break free, gritting his teeth in anger. Yiming pointed at the hair in the bowl and coldly questioned. Whose hair is it anyway? Wu Xiong was furious, but he could see that Yiming's strength was not bad. He felt that his life was being played with by Yiming and was inwardly terrified. Yes, it's me. Just after saying that, Yiming grabbed Wu Xiong's head, lifted it up and then slammed it heavily towards the table. Bang! The thick mahogany table was directly smashed, and Wu Xiong's head was bleeding. Yiming's anger increased and he coldly ordered towards Wu Xiong. Now, pull out all your hair. Hearing Wu Xiong admit it wasn't a shock, but Yiming's order caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. This was Wu Xiong, Yiming dared to order him. Wu Xiong was also furious, he was furious with anger. You dare! If the backer behind me knows about this, he won't spare you. Guo Ziyan also rushed to dissuade him. He was worried that things would get out of hand. Old Ji, that's enough, let Xiong go. Yiming just looked at Guo Ziyan and did not say anything. He could see the fear in Guo Ziyan's eyes, obviously afraid of being bullied by Wu Xiong. Since you won't do it, I'll help you. As soon as the words fell, Yiming pulled off a piece of hair on Wu Xiong's head, and blood instantly slipped from his head. Ah! Wu Xiong screamed in pain, covering his head and rolling on the ground. Yiming struck out viciously, causing even Wu Xiong to feel fear. Kid, you wait for me, I will never let you go. Dropping a harsh sentence, Wu Xiong rushed out of the restaurant with his men. Guo Ziyan saw Wu Xiong leave and managed to calm his mood down a bit. He hurriedly pulled Yiming and prepared to walk towards the entrance of the store. Old Ji, these people are vicious, they're not to be messed with, hurry up. Guo Ziyan wanted Yiming to hurry up and leave while Wu Xiong had just left. Pang Xian's expression was very grave at this time as he looked at Yiming and nodded silently. Xiaogui is right, you shouldn't have angered them. You are not afraid, but they will never spare Xiaogua. Pang Xian walked aside in a very fretful manner and lit a cigarette. Yiming pulled his hand from Guo Ziyan and gazed at him. Guo Zi, what's going on? Guo Ziyan was ashamed and wasn't willing to say so. Pang Xian took a few puffs of his cigarette and answered for Guo Ziyan. He was screwed over by Wu Xiong's gang, sold the restaurant, and pissed off his mom and dad. Boss Pang, I beg you not to say anything. Guo Ziyan was so emotional at this point that he squatted on the ground and hid his face as he cried. Yiming couldn't help but clench his fists as he watched, and a touch of murderous aura surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. Guo Zi, if you still consider me your brother, then hurry up and talk. Yiming was clearly restraining his emotions, and Guo Ziyan could hear it. Seeing that it was impossible to hide it, Guo Ziyan had to tell the truth. There was a time when punks made trouble. Wu Xiong helped out, and that's how we met. After that, he took me to Pon Fin's pool room and pulled me into the pit step by step. Speaking of this, Guo Ziyan clenched his fists tightly and his emotions began to flare. They forced me to bet on soccer and made me lose $10 million. After I paid back the money, Wu Xiong took out the note again and said the repayment was only interest, and when I refused, he kept coming back. The restaurant couldn't stay open, so my parents had to mortgage the restaurant to pay back the money, but Wu Xiong still continued to come and make trouble. Finally, Guo Ziyan didn't say any more, and Yiming knew the rest. Damn it! After hearing this, Yiming slammed down towards the table next to him in anger. The table fell to the ground in response, shattering in half. The waiters were too scared to come out and hide in the back kitchen. Guo Zi, if you had said so, I wouldn't have let him go just now. Yiming Qi's eyes were filled with anger, and his appearance also made Guo Ziyan feel nervous. Old Ji, don't be impulsive, Pang Feiyang is very powerful and his background is even more complicated, you can't afford to mess with him. Guo Ziyan was willing to say it, just hoping that Yiming would know better and leave him alone. Pang Xian also shook his head helplessly and extinguished the cigarette in his hand. I also took Xiaogui in to wash dishes at the store because I saw him as poor. He looked toward Yiming with a serious expression. Xiaogui is right, Wu Xiong will definitely bring someone to retaliate, you should go. Although he saw that Yiming had just struck out very powerfully, it was hard to beat four hands with two fists. Even more so, he didn't think Yiming could fight Pang Feiyang. Yiming didn't say anything, and after calming down, he walked to the cash register and scanned the store's QR code. Boss, I'm responsible for the damage to the store. Pang Xian didn't stop it and sat on the sidelines without saying anything. Ding! $1 million in the bank. When the cash register rang, Pang Xian was surprised and bounced straight up from his chair. Is this too much? He did not expect Yiming to be so generous, directly taking out $1 million as compensation. The rest is sort of a thank you for taking care of Guo Zi for me. Yiming's tone was very calm. He could see Pang Xian's attitude towards Guo Ziyan. After saying that, Yiming continued to ask. Where is Pon Fin's pool room? Pang Xian didn't think much about it, he didn't think Yiming would have any other ideas. Over in the old neighborhood. Yiming turned to look at Guo Ziyan and said seriously. Don't worry Guo Zi, I'll take care of this. After saying that, Yiming directly rushed out of the restaurant, leaving the two people stunned. Guo Ziyan quickly reacted, his face full of surprise. Old Ji, you come back, don't you go. Chapter 89 The Soil Emperor. Guo Ziyan shouted and hurriedly chased after him. He was worried that Yiming would lose his life for him. Old Ji, don't be impulsive, I don't want to involve you. after catching up with Yiming, Guo Ziyan hurriedly grabbed him. Yiming pushed Guo Ziyan's hand away, his gaze unusually firm. Guo Zi, you didn't involve anyone, I'm going for it today. Yiming didn't want Guo Ziyan to continue to live this kind of life of resignation, he had to help him settle this matter. Lao Yi, you. Guo Ziyan was very moved, and his dusty heart was somewhat excited. Thinking back to the humiliation he had received these days, Guo Ziyan's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. I'll go with you. Guo Ziyan looked at Yiming excitedly as if he had made up his mind. In his heart he had already silently made up his mind that even if he was killed he would let Yiming have a chance to escape. And, he no longer wanted to live. Good. That's my brother. Yiming heavily patted Guo Ziyan's shoulder and the two of them got into the car together. After driving, Guo Ziyan was a bit overwhelmed. Seeing that Yiming was actually driving a Cullinan, Guo Ziyan had a feeling of being dwarfed. It's great that you're making a name for yourself now, old Ji. Although Guo Ziyan was having a very lousy time, he was really happy to see Yiming having a good time. Old Ji, you must chase Ms. Tang back, then I'll be completely relieved. Hearing something strange in Guo Ziyan's tone, Yiming's heart moved slightly. Only, he didn't say anything. Guo Ziyan was not clear about Yiming's strength, so saying more was better than letting him see the results. After a moment of silence, Yiming said to Guo Ziyan as if he had sworn an oath. Guo Zi, you'll follow me from now on, I'll definitely let you live a good life. Old Ji, you don't have to. Guo Ziyan just wanted to politely refuse, but Yiming said in an incomparably serious tone. The help you gave me back then is more than I can ever repay in my life. Guo Ziyan did not say any more and forced himself to hold back his tears as he looked out the window. It is enough to die to have a soulmate in life. While the two were on their way to the old neighborhood, Wu Xiong had already returned to the Infinity Restaurant with his men. Wimp, come out here, you old man. As soon as he entered, Wu Xiong swung the iron bar in his hand towards the table. Pang Xian, who just walked into the back kitchen, heard the commotion and rushed out, and saw Wu Xiong bring a group of people who were so scared that their legs went soft. Brother Xiong, please, give me a way out. Pang Xian wasn't Yiming, he didn't dare to call the shots with Wu Xiong at all. Wu Xiong aggressively grabbed Pang Xian's collar and loudly questioned. Hand over those two assholes. Wu Xiong's movements were too large, tearing the freshly bandaged wound on his head, and he immediately covered his head in pain. Pang Xian was also thrown aside and ignored by him. Brother Xiong, they really aren't here, I wouldn't dare to hide it from Brother Xiong, feel free to search. Pang Xian was also secretly glad that Wu Xiong just happened to be on the wrong side of the two men, otherwise Yiming would have been taught a terrible lesson. Wu Xiong had brought several times more henchmen than just a moment ago, and Yiming was useless even if he was powerful. Wu Xiong naturally didn't believe him and ordered his men to go in and search for him. A few minutes later, the men returned and walked up to Wu Xiong, respectfully returning. Han, didn't see those two assholes. Wu Xiong pointed his iron rod at Pang Xian and asked arrogantly. Say, where did they go? Originally, I thought that Pang Xian would be sophomoric, but I didn't expect him to say it right away. Han, they said they went to the old neighborhood to find Ong. What? Wu Xiong felt incredulous at hearing this and thought that Pang Xian was telling a joke. The men immediately stepped forward at this point and took advantage of the opportunity to behave. Brother Xiong, I'll go over there to teach the two bastards a lesson and bring them back for Brother Xiong to take out his anger. Wu Xiong, however, waved his hand, a sinister smile of triumph on his face. No need, these two losers are just throwing themselves into the net by going over there, there's no need for us to make any effort at all. Wu Xiong hooked his hand and instructed the henchman who had just spoken. You go report to Aang and help me clean up those two losers. Yes. The subordinate took orders and immediately drove after him. When Wu Xiong thought that Yiming and his two men would be cleaned up right away, his anger subsided for the most part. He didn't have the heart to stay and left in triumph. Old neighborhoods. Just past Elmwood Road is the old neighborhood, one street away but worlds apart. Yiming's car couldn't even drive in and could only park outside. The two had just walked in when Yiming smelled a rotting odor filling the air. It was full of clean bungalows, with drainage ditches in front of the houses, stinking to high heaven. But the people here act as if they can't smell it, even squatting directly in front of the gutter to eat. Seeing the doubt in Yiming's eyes, Wu Ziyan hurriedly explained the situation to him. Lao Yi, this is the legacy of the development, which was put on hold for a long time because the demolition fee was not negotiated. Wu Ziyan paused for a moment and came to Yiming's ear to continue. Even the sheriff's department can't control this area, and the king of the land here is Pang Fei-ang. Yiming wasn't surprised to hear that this place could only be considered a scaled-down version of the underworld prison at best. To say a scaled-down version is an exaggeration. Then I will abolish this Earth Emperor. Guo Ziyan smacked his lips, thinking that Yiming was angry, and just looked around uneasily. Yiming noticed that the people around him were eyeing them intently, and he glared back. Seeing this, Guo Ziyan hurriedly reminded. Olji, don't pay attention to them. If they are taken as a target, even beggars will lose their skin. As soon as Guo Ziyan finished speaking, Yiming heard mocking voices constantly coming from the surroundings. How dare you come here, dead trash, not afraid to lose all your panties. The crowd roared with laughter, humiliating Guo Ziyan in front of him without any regard. Guo Ziyan didn't take any notice even though his face was already blushing. Yiming stopped and glared at a tattooed man who had just spoken. Looking at Yiming, who dared to look at himself with threatening eyes, the tattooed man immediately came on fire. Kid, what kind of eyes are you looking at? If you look at me again, I'll take your eyeballs and make wine out of them. The crowd laughed again, not taking the two seriously at all. Guo Ziyan hurriedly pulled Yiming forward, worried that Yiming would clash with the other party. Don't look, Olji, go. It's not worth committing with them, the pool room is right out front. Guo Ziyan wanted to urge Yiming to leave, it just happened to be the cool of the evening and everyone was out to cool off. However, before the two could move forward, the tattooed man had already surrounded them with his men. Boy, you've got some balls, how dare you stare after you've been warned. The tattooed man pulled Guo Ziyan to Yiming and pointed at him and threatened Yiming. Didn't this punk tell you that if you dare to show off here, you'll only end up dead? Yiming's face was icy cold, and he didn't pay attention to the tattooed man at all. I don't have time to bully you, get Pang Fei-ang out here. Upon hearing Yiming's words, the crowd laughed as if they had heard a heavenly joke. Who do you think you are, kid, and how dare you ask Aang to meet you? You don't even take a piss and look at yourself, so big mouth, you won't even know how to die later. How dare you disrespect our brother Aang, you really don't know how to die. Just then, a lazy voice came from behind the crowd. Kind of funny, it's been a long time since I've seen a cutie who wasn't afraid to die. Chapter 90, The God of Killers comes down to earth. Upon hearing this voice, the jeering of the crowd immediately stopped and made way for a passage. Aang. The people around him shouted in unison with an unusually respectful attitude. Yiming saw a man stepping on a pair of flip-flops and slowly walking towards him. The man touched his slippery shiny head and looked at Yiming with a very playful expression. Why did you want to see me, kid? The bald man was none other than Pang Fei-ang, who at this point thought that Yiming was the same as those who came in admiration. Just as Pang Fei-ang was waiting to hear Yiming compliment himself, he heard Yiming open his mouth in a domineering manner. Pay up. What? Did I hear you right? Pang Fei-ang looked at Yiming with a mocking expression of incredulity. What a rarity, someone dares to come to me for compensation. The crowd chimed in and laughed, all feeling that Yiming was ridiculous. There were even some unsuspecting gazes already staring at Yiming, ready to strike at any time. Yiming's eyes went cold as he looked at Pang Fei-ang. You tricked Guo Ziyan into losing $10 million gambling on soccer, and he sold his hotel for it, so of course you're the one who has to pay for all this loss. Yiming stretched out his finger as he spoke and gestured towards Pang Fei-ang. No more, no less, pay 100 million. Upon hearing this, Pang Fei-ang instantly changed his face, his mockery turning into a bearish rage. You touched the porcelain and even touched my head, looking for death. The onlookers also all gathered their smiles and quickly came forward, surrounding the two. Bang! Bang! All kinds of iron rods and wooden sticks suddenly appeared in the hands of these punks, and they struck the ground heavily, making loud noises. Guo Ziyan saw that the crowd was so aggressive that he was in a panic and didn't dare to make a sound. Pang Fei-ang suddenly reached out to the crowd, and only then did the group of punks stop. Kid, even if I can give it, ask this punk if he dares to take it? Saying that, Pang Fei-ang pointed at Guo Ziyan, his tone shocked and angry. The crowd followed suit and mocked, looking at Guo Ziyan with disdain in their gazes. This wimp is a coward. It's a wonder he dares to take it. It's really bad luck for his parents to raise such a son. Guo Ziyan clenched his fists in anger when he heard the crowd's comments. The scene of being bullied during these days kept surfacing in his mind. Guo Ziyan finally couldn't help himself. Pang Fei-ang, you bully people too much. You're the one who screwed me over, you're the one who killed my parents. Guo Ziyan vented all of his pent-up anger and his breathing became rapid. Seeing that the ever-wimpy Guo Ziyan dared to call him out in public, the anger on Pang Feiyong's face increased. A hint of viciousness showed in his eyes as he pointed at Guo Ziyan and cursed angrily. Waste thing, don't think you dare to be arrogant in front of me just because you have this kid to back you up. Believe it or not, I'll clean you up and feed you to the fish in the Jiling River. As soon as Pang Feiyong finished speaking, all the punks continued to pound the ground with their weapons again and were up in arms. If you dare to disrespect Aang, you won't be able to leave alive. You two losers, open your eyes and take a good look at what this place is. Everyone can drown you with one mouthful of spit. Compared to just now when Yiming called out to Pang Feiyong, the crowd was even more unable to accept Guo Ziyan's reaction. Guo Ziyan's body couldn't help but tremble as he watched a group of punks approach them once again. However, when he looked at Yiming, he realized that Yiming did not seem to care. Yiming just glanced at the mongrels who had surrounded him, and a disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. A bunch of mole crickets. In Yiming's eyes, these punks were simply not able to withstand a fight, and were not put in their eyes at all. Seeing that Yiming still dared to mock them, the gangsters' eyes turned scarlet red with anger and swung their weapons to attack Yiming. Kid, die. Pang Feiyong looked relaxed and comfortable as he leaned against the wall to look at Yiming. It was as if they could see Yiming being beaten to a miserable state in the next second. Arrogance has a price. Pang Feiyong's voice came quietly, and Yiming's eyes went cold as he looked through the gap in the crowd. Yes? As soon as the words fell, Yiming raised his arm just in time to catch the attack of a Flower Shorts punk. Bang! Flower Shorts was so full of shock that his entire body was sent bouncing off the ground, hitting the punk behind him before stopping. When he got up, he realized that he had no feeling in his arms and couldn't even hold a stick. What's going on? Flower Shorts was stunned and immediately looked at Yiming. However, he found that Yiming was unharmed and still standing in the same place, his gaze still looking straight at Pang Feiyong. The others instantly exploded with anger when they saw it and all rushed towards Yiming. Ah! Before the gangsters could even touch Yiming's body, they were all knocked down by a surge of true chi. I should have known you guys couldn't take a beating. Yiming disdainfully glanced at the punk who was knocked to the ground and continued to look at Pang Feiyong. All the punks were all terrified inside at this time. They didn't even see clearly how Yiming struck just now. He only felt that before he even touched Yiming, he was knocked over by a huge internal force. Pang Feiyong also had some scruples in his heart at this time, and looked at his men on the ground who had fallen to the ground and frowned tightly. Soon after, Pang Feiyong's tone changed and he looked towards Yiming. Kind of funny, kid, didn't think you had it in you. Pang Feiyong pointed at Yiming and patted his chest again. You'll definitely have a future if you follow me from now on. Yiming sneered and said disdainfully. You're not worthy. Outrageous, I'm warning you not to give a damn. Pang Feiyong was furious. He had given Yiming a chance regardless of his former suspicions, but he didn't expect to be rejected. Watching a group of his men all fall to the ground, Pang Fei angrily walked towards Yiming. He casually grabbed an iron rod and angrily shouted at Yiming. It's been a long time since I've made a move, so I'll give you this chance today. Seeing that Pang Feiyong was actually prepared to personally teach Yiming a lesson, everyone's faces were unusually surprised. What surprised them even more, however, was this. Pang Feiyong had just swung his iron rod, and the next second it was the same result as them. On all fours, he collapsed to the ground. Bah! Pang Feiyong felt a rush of blood in his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood towards the ground, only to see that a mouthful of teeth had been knocked out. Chow! Kid, you dare to make a move against me? Looking at the teeth on the ground, Pang Feiyong was simply furious. It was just that he didn't immediately rush over, the exchange of hands just now had made him fearful. Seeing that Yiming's strength was not bad, Pang Feiyong did not dare to fight hard. Everyone was looking at Yiming at this time, and no one dared to make a sound anymore. Yiming seemed to have defeated everyone just by standing and no one even saw him strike. The god of killers descends. At this point in time, in the hearts of a group of punks, Yiming was like a killing god. What goes around comes around. Mortals are not worthy of fighting him at all. Pang Feiyong could see that Yiming's gaze was filled with a murderous aura, and he had no choice but to move his backer. Kid, don't say I didn't remind you, the backer behind me is a big shot in Jiling. If he finds out that you're causing trouble, you won't be able to hang around in Jiling. Guo Ziyan, who was on the side, also finally came back to his senses at this time and hurriedly pulled Yiming. Old G, now that we've learned our lesson, let's go, but don't make a scene. Chapter 91 $100 million. Pang Feiyong nodded his head vigorously when he heard Guo Ziyan's words. Your brother is right, and I can promise you that I won't bully him anymore. Due to his fear of Yi Ming's aura, Pang Feiong only wanted to hurry up and send Yi Ming away. I can pretend today never happened. Just as he finished speaking, a red-haired punk ran up to Pang Feiong and knelt down in front of him. Brother Eng, our brother Xiong is being bullied. That kid said he came to you and begged you to help brother Xiong take revenge. Pang Feiong glared angrily at the red-haired man, showing his teeth in anger. Snap! Pang Feiong kicked the red-haired man away and cursed fiercely. Off! The red-haired man was full of doubt and covered his stomach, not daring to make a sound. It was then that he noticed that Pang Feiong seemed to be injured, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Looking around again, he noticed a number of brothers lying on the ground and in the corners of the walls in 7 different directions. What's going on here? The red-haired man was flabbergasted. With a glance of his eyes, Pang Feiong immediately understood the reason why Yi Ming had come to cause trouble today. He looked at Yi Ming and said in a pretense of generosity. Wu Xiong is one of my men, since you beat him it's 2 for 2, you guys can leave. The red-haired man was completely dumbfounded when he saw Yi Ming and the 2 of them, but Pang Feiong had already given his word, so he did not dare to have an opinion at all. Guozian was stunned, not expecting Pang Feiong to take the initiative to let them leave. Seeing that Yi Ming was still standing still, Guozian pulled Yi Ming and was about to walk out. Old Yi, let's go. Although Guozian didn't understand why Pang Feiong would let them go, he would never want to stay a second longer if he could leave. But Yi Ming did not have the intention to leave. He drew his hand out and looked at Pang Feiong. You haven't paid for it. His words exploded like thunder in the ears of the crowd, and everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Still not leaving? And pay for it? It's really about the money. Pang Feiong was a bit uncertain, not sure what Yi Ming's idea was. Guozian was even more frightened and unable to speak, hurriedly looking at Pang Feiong to note his expression. Sure enough. Pang Feiong's anger surfaced again on his face at this time. Yi Ming's words made him lose face. I gave you a way to live and you didn't go, since you want to die you can't blame me. Seeing Yi Ming completely disregard him, Pang Feiong was furious. Once the big man behind me comes, you'll never see the sun tomorrow. Guozian was very terrified and uneasy. He knew who the visitor was, and he didn't even dare to alert Yi Ming due to the other party's identity. Pang Feiong had long since greeted the big man and respectfully saluted him. Please redeem yourself for startling Master Tiger. The big man's face was very ugly at the moment, and the ground full of wounded punks proved that the place had just experienced a vicious battle. With such heavy casualties, where are those who caused the disturbance? The big man questioned Pan Fin angrily, clenching his fists. Master Tiger, that's the kid. Pang Feiong had a bottom line at this point and pointed at Yi Ming to the big brother. Alone? The big man was clearly confused by Pang Feiong, but he felt inexplicably uneasy when he saw the other man's back. When the big man walked up and saw the side of Yi Ming's face, he was so scared that he directly knelt down. I didn't know that Yi Xiao was here, please apologize. Yi Ming raised his eyes and said in a playful tone. So the backer behind him is you, Song Tianhu? Song Tianhu's back was in a cold sweat. As soon as he saw Yi Ming he subconsciously touched his leg. During this time Song Tianhu had been recuperating from his injuries, and it was not easy for him to connect his broken arm and leg. I don't dare to make an offense in front of Xiao Yi, I beg Xiao Yi to atone for my sins. Song Tianhu's attitude towards Yi Ming left Pang Feiong dumbfounded. He thought he had blinked, but after rubbing his eyes he realized that he really hadn't made a mistake and asked hesitantly. Master Tiger, you are. Scram! This is no place for you to talk. Song Tianhu showed no mercy and heavily pushed Pang Feiong away, continuing to respectfully kneel in front of Yi Ming. Yi Ming could see that Song Tianhu had set his attitude toward himself, and only then did he slowly open his mouth. I beat up your men, but they were asking for it. Yi Ming stopped talking after a brief explanation and just looked at Song Tianhu. Song Tianhu was stared at by his eyes and his heart fluttered, the cold sweat on his forehead kept dripping down. I beg Xiao Yi's forgiveness, I will definitely give Xiao Yi an explanation. Song Tianhu hurriedly kowtowed and begged for forgiveness, and in his heart he couldn't wait to cut Pang Feiong into 1,000 pieces. Pang Feiong had been frozen in place after being scolded just now, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Song Tianhu walking towards him. Snap! Song Tianhu slapped Pang Feiong heavily, hitting his cheeks instantly red and swollen. Dog, who gave you the guts to dare to mess with Yi Xiao? Song Tianhu struck out viciously, completely ignoring his newly recovered injuries. Yi Xiao is also something you can offend, see if I don't beat you to death. Pang Feiong didn't dare to dodge at all, allowing Song Tianhu to violently beat himself up. At the same time, he kept his mouth shut. Yi Xiao? Could it be that Yi Xiao? Thinking about the order that Song Tianhu had passed out earlier, offending Yi Xiao was making an enemy of Song Tianhu. Pang Feiong was both shocked and remorseful inside. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Master Tiger, I really didn't know that he was Xiao Yi, otherwise I wouldn't dare to offend even if I had 10 guts. I beg Master Tiger to spare my life. Pang Feiong begged for forgiveness as soon as he figured it out. Although he didn't know Yiming's identity, he was definitely not an ordinary person who could make Song Tianhu give such an order. Pang Feiong's words were also heard by everyone, and at this time, when looking at Yiming, his eyes were full of disbelief. After fighting for a while, Song Tianhu got tired and stopped to rest. Pang Feiong had already been beaten up so badly that he couldn't even see his original appearance. It was obvious that Song Tianhu was really ruthless and showed no mercy. Pang Feiong knew that the key to this matter was in Yiming, and he crawled with difficulty to Yiming's feet and begged bitterly. I beg Xiao Yi to spare my life, I'll pay for it. Pang Feiong thought about Yiming's intention and without further hesitation, hurriedly flipped out his cell phone. Ding! After an operation, Guo Ziyan's cell phone received a text message. Guo Ziyan uncertainly picked up his cell phone and looked down, his face changed in shock. It's really here, to the tune of $100 million. Afraid that he had misread it, Guo Ziyan double-checked it several more times before he was sure. I didn't think that Pang Feiong would really agree to pay out money, and not a penny less. Thinking that this was all because of Yiming, Guo Ziyan could not help but be impressed with Yiming. He could also see that Yiming had long since stopped being the Yiming he knew. Hearing Guo Ziyan say that he received money, Pang Feiong continued to beg Yiming for mercy. Please spare Yi Xiao's life, I won't dare to do it again. Song Tianhu slowly walked over and tentatively asked Yiming. Yi Xiao, what do you mean? Chapter 92. What do you think? In the end, Song Tianhu still wanted to keep his men. Yiming raised his eyes to Song Tianhu and did not answer, but only asked a rhetorical question. What do you think? Song Tianhu hurriedly lowered his head, inexplicably terrified in his heart. Understood. Seeing that Yiming was not satisfied, Song Tianhu immediately had a plan in mind. Young Yi, the environment in the old neighborhood is too poor, please feel free to leave the rest to me. Yiming did not linger when he saw Song Tianhu's respectful attitude. He took Guo Ziyan with him and turned to leave. The two had just left, and Pang Feiong immediately asked Song Tianhu for help. Master Tiger, you have to save me. I really don't know, Master Tiger, you believe me. Song Tianhu sighed helplessly. Of course he knew that Pang Feiong didn't have the guts to knowingly violate the law. Looking at Pang Feiong, who was kneeling in front of him, Song Tianhu shook his head. I can't help it. Upon hearing this, Pang Feiong's face was desperate, his eyes were instantly lifeless. It took him a while to slow down, as if he had made up his mind. I beg Master Tiger to protect my family, and I will find a secluded place to keep Master Tiger out of trouble. Pang Feiong was remorseful, not expecting Yiming to be so terrifying that even Song Tianhu could not protect him. Song Tianhu patted his shoulder and nodded heavily, saying, Tang Wanqing pouted unhappily and muttered. My fiancé, will do that sort of thing, don't bother. Mu Niantong glanced at Tang Wanqing and said to Yiming in a somewhat ambiguous tone. It's a medicinal meal specifically designed to replenish a man's body, and it's made to your taste. After that, she said to Tang Wanqing. I live close to Yiming, it's more convenient. Seeing that the two were going to be at each other's throats again, Yiming hurriedly sidetracked the topic. This looks great, I'll eat it when I get back, thanks. Mu Niantong was very pleased with himself and looked at Tang Wanqing and suddenly asked. What brings you here so early in the morning? I'm going on a date with Yiming. Tang Wanqing deliberately took Yiming's arm and showed off to Mu Niantong. Mu Niantong was not angry and ignored Tang Wanqing, only looking at Yiming. That's a shame, I have some family business to take care of later, so I'll be sure to accompany you next time. After saying that, Mu Niantong turned around and went home. Yiming shook his head helplessly and also led Tang Wanqing away. Back home. Yiming was just about to eat breakfast when Tang Wanqing asked in a savory manner. Is it so good when someone else makes it? Yiming smiled helplessly and looked at Tang Wanqing in relief. It's too much of a waste not to eat. After saying that, he hurriedly finished eating in 3 tries to save Tang Wanqing from seeing him angry. After changing clothes, the two of them got in the car and got ready to go. Wanqing, where do you want me to accompany you? Tang Wanqing looked at Yiming mysteriously, deliberately selling out. Go to the Golden Trade Center, you'll see later. Yiming didn't ask much, Tang Wanqing couldn't sell him. 20 minutes, Golden Trade Center. Just after getting off the bus, Yiming saw Suing standing at the door waiting. Wanqing, you're here, I've been waiting for you for half a day. It's his fault for dawdling. Tang Wanqing pointed to Yiming beside her and said to Suing. Suing probed her head and looked at Yiming and asked. Mind if I'm the big bulb? Yiming did not answer, but just looked at Suing and shook his head and smiled. Suing didn't pay any more attention to Yiming and turned around to get cozy with Tang Wanqing. Wanqing, I've thought it over, I haven't had a pajama party yet, this is it. That's fine with me, just don't invite anyone untrustworthy. Tang Wanqing clearly no longer wanted to comment on Su Ying's party head. Suing gave an okay gesture and pulled Tang Wanqing into the Commerce Center. 5th floor women's clothing area. The two of them walked ahead familiarly, and Yiming had to follow them. He was a little embarrassed at this point, due to the fact that the women's clothing section had quite a few lingerie sections in addition to the normal women's clothing. Yiming had to keep his eyes open for fear of not paying attention and seeing places he shouldn't. Suing and Tang Wanqing walked and looked around, but neither of them entered the store. It wasn't until I walked into a foreign-branded pajama store that I walked in. Yiming hesitantly didn't follow and just stood outside the store. He had seen that there was a lot of lingerie in there besides the pajamas, and it was in a rather daring style. Don't dawdle, get in here. Suing turned around and saw that Yiming didn't follow and directly pulled him into the store. As soon as he walked in, Yiming felt a constraint that he had never felt before, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Tang Wanqing and Suing both lowered their heads to pick and didn't care about Yiming. There were women shoppers and clerks all around, and all the men were waiting outside. Yiming stood in the store, looking rather abrupt, and his face reddened slightly. When the clerks saw it, they all started whispering. You guys see this handsome guy still blushing, a rare innocent guy. The shopkeepers all knew Tang Wanqing and Suing, and when they received the two, they inquired about Yiming in passing. Miss Tang, who is the handsome man who came with you? Tang Wanqing immediately pulled Yiming to her side when she saw the sales clerk looking at him like a nymphomaniac. He's my fiancé. This cry, like an oath of sovereignty, caused a hint of disappointment to pass through the eyes of the shopkeeper. Tang Wanqing came close to Yiming and deliberately joked. You're really attracting butterflies. Yiming was helpless, could he be blamed for this? At this time, Suing brought 2 sets of sexy pajamas and walked over to the two. Wanqing, which set do you think is good? Tang Wanqing propped her chin on one hand, thinking for a moment before pointing at the black one. This set suits you better. Yiming, what do you think? Suing looked at Yiming again immediately after, looking at him expectantly. Yiming looked over helplessly. Suing had a black set and a purple set in her hands. Aside from the different colors, they all had one thing in common in Yiming's opinion. Fabric is minimal. Only the important parts are covered, the rest is hidden and you can almost see the skin. Yiming averted his gaze and responded awkwardly. It's all good. Chapter 93, You're beautiful. Suing snorted out a laugh, recalling Yiming's shyness at this time, which could be completely different from their first encounter. She looked at Tang Wanqing and deliberately flirted with Yiming. Why don't I just put it on so you can see it better? Yiming was speechless as he looked at Suing and immediately wanted to turn around. Great. However, Suing pulled Yiming and led him along towards the dressing room. Don't keep me from picking out my clothes, let's go. Tang Wanqing knew that Suing loved to joke and didn't care, so she also followed. The shopkeepers couldn't help but cast gossiping glances over to see what all the fuss was about. Coming outside the fitting room, Suing lifted the curtain. She didn't forget to admonish Yiming before she was ready to walk in. Wait here for me and don't try to run. Yiming wasn't going to wait, he felt a fiery gaze all around him. Just as he was about to walk away, the cloth curtain in front of him was suddenly pulled back. Suing is really fast at changing clothes. At this time, in front of Yiming stood a hot girl with a hot body. The black lace nightgown lined Su Ying's skin crystal white, and the low neckline in front of her chest was held up high, a gully that was deep and incomparable. Just like what Yiming had guessed just now, except for the key parts that were blocked, the white skin could be seen in all other places. Yiming's body had already begun to heat up slightly just by looking at it. He twisted his head away, unable to look directly at Suing anymore. Suing crossed her waist with one hand and displayed her figure in front of Yiming. Well, does it look better up top? Good, you look good in anything with white skin. Yiming gave a perfunctory cry, only wanting to hurry up and leave. Tang Wanqing's face changed slightly, and unwilling to show weakness, she also walked forward with a set of red pajamas. You help me too. After saying that, Tang Wanqing walked into the nearby fitting room and handed the small bag she was carrying to Yiming for safekeeping. Come again? Yiming was speechless as he looked at Tang Wanqing, who had already walked into the fitting room. He lamented what was going on today, with each one grabbing at him to show him a nice view. However, Tang Wanqing was not suing, so Yiming naturally would not refuse. Swish! The cloth curtains were pulled open again, and Tang Wanqing stood in front of Yiming in a sexy red nightgown. She stood a bit more inward than suing, still somewhat mindful of other people's gazes. Because of the angle, Yiming could only walk up a bit. This red nightgown of Tang Wanqing's was much more conservative compared to Su Ying's. However, because it was worn on Tang Wanqing's body, even if the style was already very conservative, it also looked like Yiming's blood was spurting. Tang Wanqing's proud capital was clearly superior to Su Ying's, and her slender legs were capable of causing infinite reverie. Wanqing, you're so beautiful. Yiming couldn't help but blurt out, completely unable to avert his gaze. Tang Wanqing was so amused that she couldn't stop laughing, and her chest followed suit. Yiming's body was inexplicably hot, and a certain part of his body began to be uncontrollable. One could only say that Tang Wanqing's killing power was, well, too strong. Listen to you, I'll take this set. Tang Wanqing was in a good mood and redrew the curtain. Not a moment later, Tang Wanqing's voice once again came from the fitting room. Yiming, come in and help me. Me? Come in? Are you sure? Yiming was confused and looked around, hesitant to move, but his heart was floating. My hair got caught in the zipper. Tang Wanqing stated the reason, and Yiming realized that he had overthought it. Seeing that he hadn't gone in yet, Tang Wanqing was also anxious and reached out her hand to pull him in by one hand. The two of them directly bumped into each other, and Yiming clearly felt the extremely elastic touch of Tang Wanqing's chest. The fitting room was not very spacious, and it was difficult for Tang Wanqing to turn around, so she could only stay close to Yiming's chest. Phew! Tang Wanqing couldn't help but breathe sharply when she smelled the familiar faint smell of tobacco on Yiming's body. You help me. Tang Wanqing hurriedly pointed to the place where she was stuck and rubbed against Yiming's body to turn around. Yiming hadn't made a sound because the narrow space was filled with the fresh scent of Tang Wanqing's body, and all five senses were extremely enjoyable. Well, I saw that, wait. Yiming didn't have a spermatozoa, and returned to his senses and hurriedly helped Tang Wanqing unzip her zipper first. The zipper was already halfway off, and Yiming reached out and probed in, making efforts to gather inside and out. Yiming was taller than Tang Wanqing, and from his line of sight, Tang Wanqing was in a vacuum and in full view. Facing such a strong temptation from Tang Wanqing, Yiming felt like a huge challenge. Jingle bells. Yiming's cell phone suddenly rang and the zipper on his hand was pulled down. Well, I'm going to go out and take a call first. Yiming hurriedly walked out of the fitting room and lightly breathed a sigh of relief. He saw the caller's number and walked quickly out of the store. Something wrong, Winnie? As soon as Yiming opened his mouth, he immediately heard Elder Wen's reply. Yiming, our people have found out that the gang of assassins appeared in Jiling again. Specific location. Yiming's tone changed and asked directly. Underground parking lot of the Golden Trade Center. Got it. Yiming quickly hung up the phone, revealing a cold smile. Finally showing up. He had come to Jiling to solve these troubles, and now he could finally have a chance to cross paths. Turning around and walking into the store, Yiming's face was calm again. Tang Wanqing and Suing had already bought their orders by now and walked towards Yiming's side. A little tired, let's go ahead and have a couple drinks and rest. Suing looked at the two and suggested. Yiming felt that the opportunity was just right and raised the phone in his hand to the two. A friend just happened to be in the neighborhood, so I'm going to go say hi while you guys go ahead. After that, he went ahead. Suing looked at Yiming's back and asked towards Tang Wanqing suspiciously. Wanqing, he can run into his friends when he goes shopping, can you believe it? Tang Wanqing frowned slightly and shook her head back. I don't know. Suing didn't care and pulled Tang Wanqing towards the top floor cafe. Tang Wanqing looked back at Yiming's departing direction with some uneasiness in her heart. When he got off the elevator, Yiming sent an instruction to Tianxing to turn off the parking lot's surveillance. When Yiming stepped out of the elevator, he received a reply from Tianxing. Yiming walked into the underground parking lot and felt a hint of strangeness. The silence was eerie. He followed the location that Wen Lao had sent him and walked to the B5 area. Yiming was not in a hurry to go in. He operated the chaos body bloodline in his body to open his heavenly eyes. After scanning around, Yiming's line of sight rested on the several black Bentley cars parked in a row. "I'll play with you." When he finished, he pressed the roll-up door and walked in. The switch simultaneously controlled two rolling doors, one in front and one in back, just enough to block the killer and Yiming in the same space again. Clunk! The roll-up door fell heavily to the ground, and Yiming walked over to the Bentley and gazed at the people in the car. Yiming opened his heavenly eyes and clearly saw that the faces of the people in the several Bentley cars were very grave. "Still not out?" Yiming sneered and shouted in a playful tone. Snap! Several Bentleys pulled open their doors at the same time, and a dozen men in suits descended from them. The men were uniformly dressed in black suits, black shirts, and black ties, and black masks on their faces. Although he couldn't see his face, Yiming instantly recognized that he was in the same group as Suing. "So it's you guys." Chapter 94, Your Turn. Yiming looked at the killer's face with disdain, regretting that he had struck too lightly at the time and had made a comeback so soon. These killers did not make a sound and quickly dispersed, slowly approaching Yiming in an encircling shape. At first glance, it's well trained. "How did you find us?" A man in a suit stepped forward to question Yiming, and unlike the other assassins, he wore a dark red tie. Yiming noticed and guessed that his status was slightly higher than the other killers. Even so, he still wasn't qualified to talk to Yiming. "Who told you to assassinate Tang Wanqing? Tell me and you'll still have a chance to live." Yiming's tone was disdainful, completely ignoring the red tie man's question. The red tie man's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with a murderous aura as he looked at Yiming. "Boy, you have a big mouth." He glanced at Yiming and ordered toward. The red tie man silently swallowed a mouthful of water, his face filled with fear. I was just following orders, I really don't know." When he finished speaking, his eyes flicked to a corner, then hurriedly retracted. Yiming could see that his expression had become a little different from just now, as if he was ready to die. "Kill me if you dare." The red tie man's tone changed and he no longer feared Yiming. "You won't be able to kill all of our people, and there will be another batch after this one of us dies." Saying that, the red tie man got up to face Yiming and threatened fiercely. "All tigers have their moments of napping, and you may not be able to protect Tang Wanqing without moving an inch." The red tie man looked at Yiming, and his tone unexpectedly began to mock. Yiming sensed the difference and was in no hurry to strike. He sneered and gave the red tie man a meaningful smile. "You're absolutely right, defense is not an option." The red tie man had a smug look on his face, still thinking that he had successfully threatened Yiming. He was just about to open his mouth to threaten, but Yiming continued. "Then I'll end your Black Emperor Party's lair once and for all." Yiming spoke lightly, but the red tie man was filled with shock. "You?" He shut up just in time and didn't finish his sentence, just a wicked grin. Yiming realized the situation from his eyes. A pitch-black, long, cylindrical item was aimed at his back. Boo! At that moment, a bullet was fired from a Bentley parked in the corner. The target was exactly the back of Yiming's head. But even with the muffler, it did not escape Yiming's extremely sensitive hearing. Yiming turned his head slightly and glanced behind him without any expression on his face. "Playing dirty with me?" The bullet shot towards Yiming at an extremely fast speed, but it suddenly stopped when it was half a meter away from his position. Yiming's true chi surged within his body, controlling the airflow that surrounded his body. The bullets were trapped in his control and slowed to a near standstill. Yiming turned around and reached out to hold the bullet in his hand. Rustle! The bullet in the palm of his hand was thrown to the ground by Yiming and turned into a pile of metal scraps. "What's the situation?" Seeing this scene, the people in the Bentley were completely dumbfounded. Catching bullets with his bare hands was definitely a heaven-level martial artist without a doubt. As the strongest person on land, a heaven-ranked martial artist was an absolute nightmare for any martial artist. At this time, Yiming looked behind him with a stern gaze, and the people in the Bentley were already sweating. "Who the hell are you?" The red tie man was also stunned, and the smugness he had just felt instantly disappeared. Yiming didn't bother and just glanced at him coldly. The man in the red tie felt despair and took advantage of Yiming's lack of attention to immediately take poison to kill himself, only to die a painful death. Yiming saw the red tie man fall to the ground and spit out blood, his expression indifferent as he averted his gaze. "Your turn." In the blink of an eye, Yiming arrived in front of the black Bentley Versailles. Without even utilizing his heavenly eyes, Yiming could see the figure inside trembling slightly. It's too late to be a shrinking violet. Although he could see that the car had superb bulletproof equipment, Yiming did not care. 2 words. Yiming rushed out with a punch that directly pierced the bulletproof glass and pulled out the person inside. A middle-aged man was thrown to the ground with the sound of shattering glass. His face was pierced by broken glass and kept bleeding, looking very oozing. I really didn't expect to meet an expert in Jinling. The man scrambled to his feet in disarray, unbuttoning his collar and shaking off the broken glass that had fallen into his neck. Yiming noticed the black crown tattoo on his neck at a glance, and a touch of killing aura appeared in his eyes. You're one of the Black Emperor Party's sub-leaders? The man immediately stopped and looked at Yiming warily. How do you know? The man's identity is quite mysterious, and those who have seen it have long since become dead. Even for the few who survived, it was unlikely to be related to this Jinling kid in front of him. Yiming didn't answer, and the man misunderstood that he was afraid and shouted a threat. Now that you know, stay out of it, or you'll be hunted down by the entire Black Emperor Party. Yiming disdained it and went straight to the point. Say, who is the mastermind behind this? With the man's identity, Yiming expected that he must know the truth. The man was surprised that Yiming was not the least bit afraid. Thinking about the strength Yiming had just displayed, the man was fearful. Since you know about the Black Emperor's party, you should know clearly that we only take on missions and don't ask for reasons. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yiming suddenly rushed out with a punch, knocking a large hole through the Bentley's door. The car sounded an alarm that didn't stop. The man was stunned and knew that Yiming was intimidating himself. Why do you need to meddle in someone else's family infighting? Chapter 95, Convenience Now. The man looked at Yiming in disbelief, his eyes filled with despair. Yiming still wanted to pursue the question, but the man had already taken the poison and killed himself. Infighting? Could it be the Tang family? Yiming recalled the man's words just now, and speculations arose within his heart. Wow! Right at this moment, the roll-up door was opened, and Yiming immediately looked over vigilantly. Wanqing, what brings you here? Upon seeing Tang Wanqing standing outside the slowly rising roll-up door, Yiming immediately stepped forward and tried to block her view. However, Tang Wanqing still saw the tragic situation all over the ground and was so scared that her entire body froze. Yiming directly picked up Tang Wanqing and put her in the car. Only after returning to her senses did Tang Wanqing slowly speak. I felt a bit cold coming to get my coat and saw the roller shutter fall and heard a loud noise. I was worried. Tang Wanqing sat on the co-pilot and tightly grasped Yiming's hand. What's going on here? Yiming patted her hand and comforted her. It's all taken care of, let's just leave. As Yiming prepared to drive, Tang Wanqing suddenly spoke. But Suing is still waiting for us. Yiming continued to drive and said to Tang Wanqing. Let's just say we had an impromptu appointment, and next time I'll treat you to make amends. Tang Wanqing didn't ask too many questions and immediately sent a text message to Suing, turning her phone into silent mode in the process. Yiming drove the car out of the parking lot and stopped, sending a message to notify Tianxing to deal with the scene. Waiting for Yiming to put down his cell phone, Tang Wanqing once again pursued the question. Yiming, tell me what's going on. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Yiming evaded the situation and explained the situation. After hearing this, Tang Wanqing was both shocked and furious, shaking slightly as she clenched her fists tightly. Why must I die before I'm satisfied? Tang Wanqing couldn't control her emotions and roared hysterically. She heard Yiming's words clearly, and she also realized that the previous murder of the company's executives was also because of her. It was all because someone in the Tang family wanted her dead. Yiming looked at Tang Wanqing with great heartache and hugged her, allowing her to vent her anger. After Tang Wanqing gradually calmed down her emotions, she wiped her tears dry and looked at Yiming. Are you hurt? Thinking that Yiming was dragged down by her, Tang Wanqing felt guilty. I'll take a look for you. Tang Wanqing's hands were faster than her mouth, directly reaching out to lift Yiming's clothes. Yiming couldn't resist and looked at Tang Wanqing and smiled helplessly. Should we be in such a hurry? After hearing what he meant, Tang Wanqing sheepishly hurriedly withdrew her hand. Yiming didn't tease her anymore and seriously admonished. Don't tell anyone about this beforehand, including your parents. Tang Wanqing was a bit surprised, she definitely didn't doubt her family. She didn't ask too many questions, just nodded. I don't even live at home these days, I won't tell them. Yiming was a bit surprised, but Tang Wanqing had never left home. He immediately pursued the question. How and where do you live out there? Tang Wanqing, however, was suddenly a bit embarrassed and hesitated before saying. That way I won't bother them when I'm late from work, right, next to your house. Yiming seemed to understand upon hearing this and asked Tang Wanqing with a smile. You're not spying on me for convenience, are you? Not at all, the agency recommended it, just a coincidence. Yiming didn't say anything else and drove Tang Wanqing home. Driving into the Shouyuan villa, Yiming saw that the environment was quite secluded and kept looking around. Tang Wanqing felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and took the initiative to introduce the situation here to Yiming. I was thinking that the price here was okay, and there were also villas in addition to the high-rise, so I chose the small detached villa against the hill. After parking the car, Yiming looked around and nodded. The security is not bad, and it's quiet, too, nice. Tang Wanqing then revealed a smile and led Yiming into the home. Just as he entered the house, a middle-aged woman walked out to greet Tang Wanqing. Miss is back early today. Seeing Yiming looking at the woman in doubt, Tang Wanqing immediately introduced the other party's identity to Yiming. Usually I'm busy and don't have time to do housework, luckily I have Sister Luo, she cooks deliciously. Seeing Yiming, Sister Luo immediately greeted her with a smile. This is the first time I've seen a lady bring a man home, you must be the lady's boyfriend. You guys might as well get married early and I can still help with the kids. Sister Luo spoke happily without stopping, and Tang Wanqing's face turned red with shyness. Sister Luo, I'm hungry, hurry up and cook. Tang Wanqing sidetracked Sister Luo, which was a relief. Yiming shook his head helplessly, thinking that Sister Luo had a good character and he was relieved to take care of Tang Wanqing. Just as Sister Luo left, Tang Wanqing pulled Yiming towards her room. Come on, follow me to my room. Yiming looked back while walking and whispered to Tang Wanqing. Sister Luo is still here, it's not good to be in such a hurry. Tang Wanqing didn't reply, pulling Yiming into the bedroom and immediately closing the door. Take it off. Yiming was a bit hesitant and looked at Tang Wanqing and smiled bitterly. Better wait for the night. How can this wait? Take it off. Tang Wanqing urged anxiously, saying that she was going to personally get her hands dirty. Yiming is not a sitting duck willow, fiancé's requirements he must meet. While unbuttoning his buttons, Yiming looked at Tang Wanqing with some confusion. I didn't realize you were so forthcoming after 6 years of absence? Only then did Tang Wanqing understand what Yiming meant and said shyly. Bummer. I was trying to make sure you weren't hurt, what were you thinking? Yiming realized that he had misunderstood, and at the same time, he was a bit regretful. Tang Wanqing looked at Yiming half a day without undoing his buttons and deliberately said loudly. Just now in the car you said it was inconvenient, now it's convenient, isn't it? When Yiming heard this, his hand movements immediately sped up a lot. When the top was removed, Tang Wanqing was also sure that Yiming really wasn't injured, which made her sigh of relief. Sister Luo happened to be outside at this time, and she wanted to come and ask Yiming what his contraindications were. Just heard Tang Wanqing's words instantly misunderstood, covered her mouth and left with a smile. This little couple is quite obedient, but we can't disturb them from having a baby. Tang Wanqing was relieved and ready to walk out of the bedroom, after all, the two of them sharing a room would make Sister Luo misunderstand. However, she realized that Yiming didn't bother to put on his clothes, instead, he started to undo his belt. You, what are you doing? Tang Wanqing was a bit nervous, her hands immediately hugging herself, a bit at a loss for words. Looking at her like this, Yiming smiled and pointed to the bathroom on the side and said, I was sweating just now, so I took off my clothes anyway, so why don't I just borrow your place and take a shower? Tang Wanqing didn't have the heart to say anything more when she thought that Yiming's outburst was also for her. Well, then, you go inside and take it off again. Tang Wanqing shyly turned around and didn't stop it. Yiming walked in, took off his pants in 3 tries, and started to take a shower. Wow! Hearing the sound of water flowing from the bathroom, Tang Wanqing planned to sit down and wait for Yiming. As she sat down, she realized that she was facing the frosted glass of the bathroom. Tang Wanqing's face flushed red as she could clearly see Yiming's strong figure in the bathroom. Phew! Tang Wanqing's breathing became rapid, her body slightly heated. Just then, Yiming suddenly poked his head out to look at her. Wanqing, which towel should I use to dry off? Chapter 96, Abnormalities. Dry off? Which one? Tang Wanqing's mind was in chaos as she immediately got up to find a towel. You wait. Looking at Tang Wanqing's anxious appearance, Yiming did not feel amused. There was also a long-lost feeling in my heart of flat-out happiness. When Tang Wanqing passed the towel over, not a moment later, Yiming came out wrapped in a towel. You're being a hooligan. Tang Wanqing covered her face and shyly turned away. Yiming, however, slowly walked behind her and said helplessly, I don't want to, but I can't change into my clothes, so I have to. Tang Wanqing was too embarrassed to speak. She should have thought of it just now. Just wait, there's one right outside the neighborhood, I'll get it back for you. After saying that, Tang Wanqing immediately walked out of the room. Phew. After closing the door to the room, his mind went back to the scene now, and he couldn't help. Sister Luo, would it be too much to do? Yiming also noticed that there were 5 hard dishes made on the table alone, and all of them had nourishing herbs. Sister Luo looked at the two with a smile and said with a wave of her hand. Not much, I'll make you some more nourishing food in the future, so that you can have a baby when you're well conditioned. Ahem. Tang Wanqing had just taken a sip of water and was choking and coughing violently when she heard Sister Luo's words. Sister Luo hurriedly walked over to Tang Wanqing with a tissue and said in confusion, How's this for choking on a sip of water? Yiming knew it in his heart and looked at Tang Wanqing and shook his head and smiled. Seeing Yiming's expression, Tang Wanqing glared at him without any good reason. After finally slowing down, Tang Wanqing hurriedly explained. Sister Luo, we don't have this plan yet. Sister Luo looked at Tang Wanqing with a confused expression and then looked back at Yiming. She asked in a moment of quickness, pointing in the direction of the room in disbelief. Not just now. Realizing that she had said the wrong thing, Luo hurriedly stopped. But both of them instantly understood, and Tang Wanqing's face turned even redder. Yiming also lowered his head to eat and did not answer. Obviously, the movement of the two in the room just now was misunderstood by Sister Luo, which made it even more difficult to say. Sister Luo looked at the two men's embarrassment, thinking that they were thin-skinned, and said with a smile. I was either in the kitchen or in my room, I didn't hear anything. Luo meant to tell the two to relax, but she looked even more desperate when she finished. The two of them buried their heads even lower and just focused on eating, neither of them talking anymore. A quiet meal. After eating, Yiming thanked Sister Luo. Sister Luo's cooking is indeed delicious. If you like it, I'll just make it for you two youngsters every day from now on. Sister Luo immediately picked up the conversation and smiled brightly. Tang Wanqing stood helplessly on the side, she couldn't interject at all. Yiming smiled at Sister Luo and didn't say anything. Seeing that Tang Wanqing intended to send him out, Yiming looked at her and instructed her very seriously. Remember to lock the doors and windows after I leave and call me if you need anything. Okay, I got it. Tang Wanqing understood what he meant and immediately nodded in response. Sister Luo didn't know that, she just could see that Yiming was very concerned about Tang Wanqing. Mr. is so nice to miss, he'll be a good husband and father for sure. The two of them couldn't carry Sister Luo's mouth at all, and Yiming didn't say any more and hurriedly left. Yiming drove to the entrance of the district is still some way, glimpsed the roadside parked a modified Mercedes-Benz. Seeing the eye-catching flying dragon in the sky logo on the rear of the car, Yiming immediately stopped the car. This represents Yi, and apparently it was Tianxing who came to him. Yiming saw that there was no one in the car, and when he looked forward again, he only saw a familiar figure walking towards the royal court hooding. Snap! Yiming snapped his fingers, and the figure that had just walked out 10 meters away immediately ran back. Young lord! What are you doing? Looking at Tianxing's strange behavior of abandoning his car and walking, Yiming felt puzzled. Tianxing glanced at Yiming and immediately bowed his head in response. The young lord explained last time that it would be best to come to you on foot. Yiming was speechless and looked at Tianxing and asked. What's up, say? Young lord, traces of heaven-level martial artists have appeared in Jinling, accompanied by some other martial artists of varying strengths, suspicious. Tianxing had a serious expression as he reported the situation to Yiming and quietly waited for Yiming to speak. Although Yiming was not scrupulous, he also felt that something was wrong. A group of martial artists coming to Jinling is too abnormal. Yiming rubbed his chin, realizing that Jinling would go haywire. His tone changed as he instructed Skystar. Keep a close eye on their movements and report back anytime. Yes. Tianxing replied and immediately drove off. Recruiting so many martial artists for what? Yiming muttered, suddenly remembered something and immediately dialed Mu Nianton's phone. However, no one answered the phone, so Yiming could only continue to drive home. Just after driving to the entrance of the neighborhood, Yiming saw many cars. Security guards in the neighborhood were keeping order. Apparently none of them were residents, they were outside vehicles. Yiming hooked his hand and called a security guard. "What's going on?" The security guard was busy and sweating. Recognizing Yiming as a resident, hurriedly answered. "Sir, I don't know. But all these people said they came to see Master Mu, and came together, which caused the congestion." Yiming sensed something was wrong and immediately threw the car keys to the security guard. "Help me pull over." After he gave an explanation to the security guard, he headed directly towards Mu's house. Just after walking outside the Mu family's door, Yiming saw that the Mu family was surrounded by people at this time. Although he didn't recognize these people, he could tell that they had distinguished status just by looking at the way they were dressed. Yiming saw that Mu Niantong was talking to someone in the courtyard and her face looked bad. Mu Niantong also saw him at this time and directly rushed over and hugged Yiming. Yiming. Chapter 97, Leave Now. Mu Niantong's appearance was more certain of Yiming's heart speculation, and he looked seriously at Mu Niantong. What happened? Mu Niantong was still able to grit her teeth and hold on when she faced outsiders just now, but she couldn't hold on at all once she saw Yiming. Hearing Yiming's voice, Mu Niantong's mood eased a bit. Only, she did not answer immediately and directly pulled Yiming into the courtyard. Yiming didn't ask much and allowed her to lead the way. The two of them came to Mu Jianzhong's room, and there were a number of bodyguards standing at the door with solemn expressions. Yiming remembered that there were also more bodyguards than usual outside the Mu family's door, and his footsteps quickened a bit. Dr. Jia is a private doctor my dad hired behind him with a clean background. Before entering the door, Mu Niantong specifically addressed Yiming. Walking in, Yiming saw that there were already quite a few doctors and nurses in the room. Various instruments were placed around Mu Jianzhong's bed, and the room was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Quickly, another cardiac stimulant. Hearing that the doctor was preparing to resuscitate again, Mu Niantong clenched her fists nervously, tears welling up in her eyes. Yiming's gaze looked at Mu Jianzhong through the cracks of the various instruments, and he could tell that there was a trace of true qi aura remaining in Mu Jianzhong's body. What have you fought? Hearing Yiming's voice coming from behind her, Mu Niantong turned back in surprise. How do you know? Mu Niantong was too worried about her father, so she hadn't been able to tell Yiming about it. In order not to disturb the doctor, Mu Niantong pulled Yiming aside. Today we were on our way back to the old mansion when we encountered bruisers, and my dad couldn't beat them with both legs wasted. Speaking here, Mu Niantong choked a little, and she tried desperately to control her emotions as she continued on. Luckily, the bodyguard protected us with his life and we escaped back. I didn't realize until I got back that other families had been attacked, and people tried to talk to my dad, but he was never out of danger. Mu Niantong briefly explained the situation and looked at Yiming with red eyes. Dr. Jia said my dad is in a very dangerous situation, so he's being treated in situ. I wanted to find you, but my dad was afraid of disturbing you. Yiming's face stared slightly after hearing this. Still a step too late. Late? Mu Niantong was very surprised as she sensed that Yiming seemed to know something. Yiming, what do you mean by that? Because she was in a hurry, she didn't even pay attention to the tone of her voice. Yiming had known her for a while, so he didn't care. I just got the message and no one answered my calls to you, so I rushed back. Mu Niantong realized this and rummaged through his body. Looks like I dropped my cell phone on the way back. Mu Niantong's tone was a bit lost, but there was some movement in her eyes as she looked at Yiming. Just as the two were talking, Mu Jianzhong woke up leisurely. He heard Yiming's voice and reached out to open his mouth. Only, his over-emotional behavior led to a crisis in his newly improved situation. Take. All the instruments and equipment started alarming and all the doctors and nurses were in disarray again. How did it just slow down and then go wrong again? What the hell is going on? A middle-aged male doctor wearing glasses kept mumbling with great fretfulness. When he followed the direction of Mu Jianzhong's finger, his expression was instantly displeased. Ms. Mu, we're in the middle of a resuscitation, please don't bring anyone unrelated in. This will affect Master Mu, please leave now. As he spoke, the doctor's forehead continued to perspire, and in passing he held his glasses with the back of his hand. If someone normally dared to disrespect Yiming, she would have already opened her mouth to teach her a lesson. However, now faced with Dr. Jia, Mu Niantong hesitated. Dr. Jia, hurry up and resuscitate my father. Mu Niantong looked anxiously at Mu Jianzhong, his face turning a little white. When Dr. Jia saw that Yiming didn't leave, he walked straight over. "Get out and stay out of our way. No insolence!" Mu Niantong hurriedly shouted, showing a hint of anger on his face. Her attitude had been clear just now, and she hadn't expected Dr. Jia to be unforgiving. Dr. Jia's expression was surprised as he pointed at Mu Jianzhong and explained. "Miss Mu, Master Mu is obviously emotional because of this brat. He must leave immediately, even if you chastise him afterward, it must not interfere with our rescue now." Looking at Dr. Jia's attitude of not giving an inch, Mu Niantong couldn't afford to get angry. She looked to her father, who was in an increasingly dangerous situation, with great difficulty. "Dr. Jia!" Mu Niantong bellowed, hesitating and not uttering words of chastisement. Since Dr. Jia was indeed doing his best to save her father, she couldn't blame him. "You can't save it." Yiming opened his mouth lightly at this time. His voice was not loud, but it made the doctors and nurses who were rescuing Mu Jianzhong all look towards him. Dr. Jia was furious and looked at Yiming with eyes filled with anger. "Outrageous, boy, what do you mean?" In Dr. Jia's opinion, Yiming said this just to be angry. Mu Niantong, however, did not think so. She thought of Yiming having saved her father before. "Yiming, do you see something?" Mu Niantong understood that Yiming was not a narrow-minded person, and there was definitely a reason for him to say this. However, Dr. Jia shouted in surprise when he saw that Mu Niantong was still pursuing Yiming. "How can Miss Mu listen to this kid's nonsense?" Mu Niantong didn't bother and just looked at Yiming. Seeing Mu Niantong completely ignore him, Dr. Jia spoke with even less regard. "Ms. Mu, this kid must be driven away, or else." Dr. Jia realized that something was wrong and held his unfinished words hard. "How else?" Yiming looked at Dr. Jia with a dissatisfied face. "You're going to threaten a patient's life?" Dr. Jia's words obviously meant just that, and he looked very ugly when Yiming said it in public. "You!" Dr. Jia was so angry that he couldn't say anything and could only look at Yiming and stare dryly. Yiming didn't bother and walked slightly forward to make sure before he told Mu Niantong. "This was injured to the meridians by a heaven-level martial artist, and it can't be saved according to Western medicine." The moment Yiming's words came out, the crowd all looked over in dissatisfaction. "Kid, what do you know? Western medicine is the most advanced medical art now." Dr. Jia couldn't stand Yiming's words at all and mocked loudly. The other doctors and nurses also spoke up in agreement, all feeling that Yiming was grandstanding. Mu Niantong was different from the crowd. She grabbed Yiming's hand anxiously after hearing this. "What should I do then?" Mu Niantong didn't doubt Yiming, she was just worried about not being able to save her father. Yiming could see her anxiety and said helplessly, "I can try." When Mu Niantong heard this, he felt hopeful. However, Dr. Jia directly blocked in front of Yiming. "Kid, do you have a doctor's license?" Yiming shook his head. All of his medical skills came from the Yi clan, and he studied Chinese medicine, so naturally he didn't have any. Dr. Jia snorted when he heard this and gave Yiming a despicable look. "You don't even have the qualifications to practice medicine, so what gives you the right to speak so loudly here?" Just then, the instrument alarmed again. "Dr. Jia, it's not good. I can't detect the patient's vital signs. What should I do?" "How is that possible?" Dr. Jia couldn't care less about taunting Yiming and turned around to rush over to check. Take. At this time, all the equipment and instruments in the room are all in alarm, listening to people are heartbreaking. "Dad!" Mu Niantong was on the verge of crying with anxiety as she immediately prayed for her father. "Dad, just hang in there." Chapter 98. All the doctors and nurses ran around Mu Jianzhong, and there were nurses who collided and fell to the ground. Because of Mu Jianzhong's identity, the crowd was shocked by the situation in front of them. Only Yiming remained calm and unhurried, and he slowly walked over to the instrument when no one noticed. "You, what do you want?" Dr. Jia had just turned around when he saw Yiming, and immediately noticed something was wrong when he noticed his gaze fixed on the instrument. However, before he could react, Yiming had already ripped off all the instruments. Yiming didn't stop, he walked over to Mu Jianzhong again and unplugged the oxygen. "Crazy, he's crazy, quick, stop him." Dr. Jia shouted and tried to stop Yiming, not noticing that he stepped on a wire on the ground and directly fell over. Seeing this, the others were busy assisting Dr. Jia, just in time to give Yiming space. Mu Niantong was also very nervous at this time. She extended her hand but didn't say anything. At this time, she still chose to believe Yiming. Yiming pushed the instrument aside and saw at a glance the part of Mu Jianzhong's injury that was the most serious. Hit in the back? Yiming glanced towards Mu Niantong with a questioning tone. Mu Niantong immediately understood what he meant and stepped forward to respond. Yeah, a back injury left my dad with absolutely no strength in his legs. Yiming's eyes narrowed slightly and his expression was serious. What a vicious hand. After saying that, Yiming looked around and casually pulled out the needle of the infusion needle. Holding the needle between two fingers, he closed his eyes slightly and stared. Yiming gathered all of his true qi on the tip of the needle and used the Xin-Long needle technique, a style that brought the dead back to life. As the name suggests, this set of stitches is robbing life from Hades. Mu Niantong knew that silver needles could cure illnesses, but he didn't understand what Yiming was going to do with the needles. Yiming, what are you? Mu Niantong believed Yiming, but she was still a little scared at the sight of the needle. Yiming suddenly opened his eyes and said in a domineering manner. Snatch someone from Hades. Mu Niantong was intimidated by Yiming's aura and didn't dare to ask more questions. Yiming, this is also a helpless move, there are no tools at hand, can only be used. A needle was stuck, and Mu Jianzhong reacted immediately. He was seen frowning tightly and his face was beginning to redden, only to remain unconscious. Wow! A moment later, Mu Jianzhong suddenly rolled over and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Mu Niantong saw rushed forward, nervous and at a loss for words. This. As it happened, Dr. Jia woke up at that moment. He saw a pool of blood on the floor and immediately looked up. Did your boy do it? Dr. Jia climbed up in a flash and rushed to Yiming to question him. The situation in front of him was clear at a glance, Mu Jianzhong had only Yiming by his side. Dr. Jia turned his head to Mu Niantong again and questioned loudly. Ms. Mu, this is what happens when you trust him. Mu Niantong didn't answer, she was shocked and confused at the sight of the blood on the floor. Yiming didn't bother, he pulled out the needle of another 4-tube and prepared to place the needle again. Seeing that Yiming hadn't stopped, Dr. Jia pointed at Yiming and cursed. You're not saving lives, you're killing people. Dr. Jia looked at Yiming with a syringe in his hand before noticing that Mu Jianzhong already had one stuck in his body. How dare you use a syringe as a lancing needle, what a lunatic. Although Dr. Jia was a Western doctor, he knew the routine of Chinese medicine, but he had never seen a syringe used as a silver needle. Although both syringes and silver needles are needles, syringes are much larger. And it's hollow, which in Mu Jianzhong's current condition is highly likely to cause a bacterial infection. After Dr. Jia finished speaking, he realized that Yiming was in no hurry to strike and thought that he was shocked by him. Looking at the scene in front of him, he hurriedly explained to Mu Niantong. Ms. Mu, this is all caused by your blind trust in this kid, and it has nothing to do with us. Before the words were finished, Mu Jianzhong suddenly exhaled heavily, as if he had been held back for a long time. Hoo. Mu Jianzhong gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. The heavy breathing was audible to all. Master Mu is alive? One of the nurses exclaimed in shock, she had never seen such a scene at all. Dr. Jia turns his head numbly when he hears it and is stunned to see that Mu Jianzhong is really breathing. Really saved? Yiming was just now waiting for Mu Jianzhong to hold his own breath. The Xin-Long needle technique can save your life in one style, but to renew your life, you have to keep applying the needles. This is Ye's medical heritage. Only then did Yiming place the second needle, without hesitation, placing the needle quickly and accurately. Looking at Yiming's calm demeanor, Dr. Jia did not dare to stop him anymore. Although he was full of doubts, it seemed that Mu Jianzhong was really saved by Yiming. You come over here and help me remove the syringe. Yiming glanced at the nearest nurse and ordered. The nurse looked hesitantly at Dr. Jia and didn't see any intention of stopping her before she went to help. A total of 9 stitches were placed before Yiming withdrew his hand. And Mu Jianzhong's breathing gradually stabilized, the last needle fell, Mu Jianzhong had opened his eyes. Dr. Jia was shocked and witnessing the miracle with his own eyes left him speechless. The crowd was also dumbfounded, feeling very shocked by Yiming's medical skills. Mu Jianzhong woke up and saw Yiming, anxious to get up. Yi Xiao. Mu Niantong hurried over to help him up, his excitement overflowing. Yiming waved his hand, signaling him to keep quiet. There is no need to be polite, it is not appropriate for you to move now, otherwise it would be a waste of my energy. Mu Jianzhong was excited inwardly, but he didn't dare to disobey Yiming when he opened his mouth. He didn't say anything, but only slightly owed Yiming his thanks. Give me your hand. Yi Ming said as he helped Mu Jianzhong take his pulse. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and looked at Mu Jianzhong. The meridians have been reattached, and with a few more days of recuperation you'll be on your feet. Yi Ming spoke lightly, but the crowd was filled with shock upon hearing it. Meridian reconnection is something invisible after all, but getting back on your feet doesn't fool anyone. The crowd was still skeptical, but Mu Jianzhong couldn't help but speak. I think I can feel my legs. Although Yi Ming had only explained to keep quiet, Mu Jianzhong was really too excited. This could be more exciting to him than picking up a life from the ghost gate. Dr. Jia shook his head slightly and looked at Mu Jianzhong with an incredulous expression. How is it possible? It's simply not possible. Out of the rigor of his medical practice, Dr. Jia immediately went forward to examine Mu Jianzhong. After some examination, Dr. Jia was completely on his knees. He looked towards Yi Ming and bowed respectfully to apologize. I'm sorry, it was Jia who was short-sighted. Yi Ming did not intend to bother with him and waved his hand to receive. Differences in paths don't necessarily have to be fought over. Hearing Yi Ming's words, Dr. Jia was very sweaty. Mr. Pattern is so big that I am ashamed of myself. After saying that, he left with a group of doctors and nurses after bidding farewell to Mu Jianzhong. With only Mu Jianzhong and the three of them left in the room, Yi Ming suddenly sounded serious. Tell me about the situation. Mu Niantong grabbed the opportunity to speak, voicing the speculation in his heart. I've never seen that group in Jinling before, it feels more like a group of martial artists to me. Mu Jianzhong, however, sighed and said heavily. It's an old rival of the Mu family. Chapter 99, Blind Confidence. Mu Niantong's face immediately surfaced with anger upon hearing this, and a pair of pink fists clenched up tightly. They didn't stop after harming us twice before, but they even came to our door, bullying us too much. Learning the truth about his father's attack, Mu Niantong immediately wanted to take revenge. Niantong, come back. Mu Jianzhong hurriedly called out to Mu Niantong, who wanted to rush out the door, and helplessly shook his head inside. Do not be impulsive. Yi Ming also looked at Mu Niantong at this time and signaled with his eyes. Not yet. Hearing Yi Ming's voice, Mu Niantong calmed down. Mu Jianzhong looked at Yi Ming with a grave expression and continued. Xiao Yi, today's incident was sudden. I didn't see the opponent's strength. But I can be sure of one thing, there is by no means one person whose strength is above mine. Yi Ming's gaze flinched as Mu Jianzhong's words once again confirmed that Tianqing's news was correct. Seeing that Yi Ming listened with a serious expression and did not make a sound, Mu Jianzhong sighed heavily. I'm afraid Jinling is going to suffer. Mu Jianzhong's words reminded Mu Niantong, and she then thought that there were people waiting outside. Dad, the great families of Jinling are still waiting for you outside, let's hurry out. I didn't think a word of this would come true, so it looks like something big is going on. Push me out. Mu Jianzhong didn't hesitate and immediately gestured for Mu Niantong to take himself out. Wait. Just as he went out the door, Mu Jianzhong suddenly opened his mouth. He turned his head to look at Yi Ming with an unusually heavy expression. I beg Xiao Yi to protect Niantong from leaving Jinling in a time of crisis, the Mu family is grateful. Yi Ming waved his hand in a very relaxed tone. There's no need to be so pessimistic, let's go see what's going on out there first. Hearing Yi Ming's words, Mu Jianzhong was inwardly shocked. Seeing that Yi Ming had no fear on his face, his mood was very complicated. Without much time to think, the few people arrived at the Mu family hall. Before walking in, Yi Ming saw the hall full of people, all gathered together to discuss. Master Mu. One person exclaimed in shock at the sight of Mu Jianzhong, and everyone immediately looked over. When they saw Mu Jianzhong come out in his wheelchair, everyone's faces were heavy. I didn't expect Master Mu to be injured so severely as well, these outlaws are truly detestable. Hu Liangzu, the head of the Hu family, was the first to step forward and walked over to Mu Jianzhong, his tone quite indignant. Hu family master, how is your situation? Mu Jianzhong displayed the aura of the topmost family in Jinling and took the initiative to care about the other families. Hu Liangzu respectfully clasped his fists and saluted Mu Jianzhong, taking out a war invitation from his bosom and handing it over. Mao was furious at the mention of this matter. This outlaw made a move to kill my clan and then gave a war invitation. Mu Jianzhong took it, opened it, and immediately flamed out. What a bully! Seeing that Mu Jianzhong couldn't help but get angry, Mu Niantong hurriedly squatted down to help him stroke his back. Dad, but Ji Xiao has explained that you shouldn't get angry and take care of your health. Mu Jianzhong looked at Yi Ming scornfully and hurriedly calmed his emotions. The emotions of the other clans were also mobilized, and one after another they opened their mouths to talk. That's right, these outlaws don't give a damn about us clans. I don't think anyone here was spared, they really didn't spare a single family. Hu Liangzu slammed the table and said in a furious voice. Feng Zhanpun, this outlaw, dared to give me a battle invitation, stating that he will set up a ring at Crane Dance Mountain on the next day. And to say that there are no rules is clearly looking down on our Jinling group of families. As soon as Hu Liangzu finished speaking, he immediately received a response from the crowd. Everyone was looking at Mu Jianzhong at this time, even though he was sitting in a wheelchair at this time and had difficulty moving. But after all, the Mu family's heritage was still there, and the crowd had a bottom line in their hearts when they saw him. Ancestor Hu Liang first cupped his fists to Mu Jianzhong for instructions, and then he waved his big hand. Elder Mu is also here, so it's better for all of you to discuss the response to the battle first. In Hu Liangzu's opinion, the united forces of the people were bound to prevail. The crowd also nodded in agreement, they had actually come to the Mu family for this matter. I think Feng Zhanping is making such a big deal out of more than just wanting revenge. Zhou Kongsheng, the Zhou family head, was the first to voice his opinion, and his tone became much more serious. With his indiscriminate attacks, it's obvious that he wants to annex all the top families in Jinling. As soon as the words fell, Hu Liangzu immediately picked up the conversation, his tone full of remorse. Letting Feng Zhanping escape back then was a mistake, otherwise he wouldn't have had the chance to make a comeback at all. I must personally strike this time and finish him off once and for all. When Hu Liangzu finished speaking, Hu Haoren, the young master of the Hu clan, hurriedly dissuaded him. Dad, you're old, so let me answer the battle. Nonsense. Hu Liangzu flatly refused, his tone resolute. This is a matter for the previous generation, I must resolve it myself. Hu Liangzu considered multiple aspects, not just the reason he gave. The other clans also agreed when they heard Hu Liangzu state his position. We, the Hai family, are also going to battle. The Tian family goes to war. The Du family goes to war. For a while, the atmosphere in the hall was very agitated. Zhou. Who the hell are you? Are you a spy? Upon hearing this, the gazes of the crowd towards Yiming were filled with hostility. Mu Niantong hurriedly walked to Yiming and shouted. You can't disrespect young Yi. Seeing Mu Niantong open her mouth, the crowd was very puzzled. Although Mu Jianzhong was puzzled in his mind, he couldn't be bothered to ask more questions and hurriedly explained. Gentlemen, Yi Xiao is my Mu family's honored guest, and it was Yi Xiao who saved me. Although Mu Jianzhong's words helped Yiming get rid of the suspicion, the faces of the people were still dissatisfied. It was only for the sake of the Mu family that they didn't continue to target him. A man from a small clan saw the crowd's thoughts and boldly mocked Yiming in order to show his face. Some people don't see it themselves but have to grow others' ambition to destroy their own. His words were immediately echoed, and people from other clans also spoke up. That's right, we can definitely win by joining forces. It's bad luck to say such demoralizing things before the fight even starts. Although he didn't name names, he was mocking Yiming as soon as he heard it. Mu Jianzhong was burning with rage, other people didn't know Yiming's identity, but he was clear. He could never allow anyone to humiliate Yiming in the Mu family. Unbridled. Have you said enough? Seeing Mu Jianzhong's anger, the crowd immediately quieted down, but all of their faces were puzzled. Hu Liangzu was also puzzled and walked up and asked with a frown. Could it be that Master Mu also believes in this brat's words? Mu Jianzhong couldn't answer as he hesitantly looked at Yiming. Please atone for your sins, Mr. Mu's knowledge is shallow, please speak plainly. Yiming did not care about the crowd's skepticism and said slowly. There are heaven-level martial artists among the opposing martial artists, bullets are useless. Chapter 100, Shameless Men. As the words fell, the hall was quiet once again, and no one dared to speak. A moment later, Hu Liangzu reacted and questioned again. How do you know? Yiming looked at Hu Liangzu and said impatiently. I got the message, love it or hate it. Hu Liangzu saw that he didn't look like he was talking nonsense and couldn't help but hesitate. Mu Jianzhong's face couldn't help but change drastically at this point as he recalled the attack. The person who attacked me does look like a heaven-ranked martial artist's strength. The crowd was naturally convinced by Mu Jianzhong's words, and all of them began to deliberate. Seeing the dejected look on the crowd's faces, Yiming shook his head slightly. And that scares you? Hu Liangzu heard the feeling of being humiliated from Yiming's tone, and he was so angry that he asked directly back. Aren't you afraid of a heaven-level martial artist? Even those who didn't cultivate martial arts knew that a heaven-ranked martial artist was a top-tier existence, so how could they not be afraid? Yi Ming, however, had a calm and composed face and asked a question without answering. What's so terrible about it? His answer made everyone's jaws drop. There were only two kinds of people who dared to say that, those whose strength could be compared to a heaven-ranked martial artist, and those who didn't know the heights of heaven. A moment later, when the crowd reacted, they all felt that Yi Ming was the latter. The hall erupted in laughter, all mocking Yi Ming. Just now I thought this kid was just a wimp, but now it looks like he's just crazy. At his age, even if he has been practicing martial arts for many years, he's still only a yellow-ranked martial artist, but he really dares to brag. Now it seems that what he just said about a heaven-ranked martial artist is also nonsense. The crowd, because they looked down on Yi Ming, even forgot about the shocking news that Yi Ming had just uttered. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Mu Jianzhong just wanted to stop it, but Yi Ming said without caring. Then we'll just see you in the ring tomorrow. The next day, the summit of MT Crane. Not only the top families of Jinling, but almost the entire Jinling's top families were out in force. We all know that a fire at the city gates is a calamity for the fish in the pond. When the crowd saw the huge ring that had appeared out of nowhere overnight, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. This was built last night? It's completely impossible to build it without major equipment, but how come we haven't heard a single movement? Could this be divine power? The crowd was already shocked by the ring before the fight even started. Suddenly, from the other end of the ring, a man walks out with an eye patch over his left eye, ugly as hell. His name was Song Flame Wolf, a Shin-class martial artist. The pale flame wolf looked at the crowd on the stage and arrogantly shouted. Which one of you will be the first to go, and give me a chance to move my muscles? The martial artists on Jinling's side were enraged, and each of them was eager to rush up. I'll do it. Song Tianhu rushed into the ring in 3 steps, and he owed Yi Ming a sign before the fight started. However, Yi Ming didn't bother with him. Within minutes, Song Tianhu was knocked down and rolled out of the ring. Then, a few more martial artists from second-rate clans went up. Without exception, all of these people were defeated, and their serious injuries were directly carried down the mountain. Is there no one left in Jiling? It's a net of crooked people who can't stand a fight. The pale flame wolf looked at the crowd on the stage and barked without a care in the world. Hu Liangzu couldn't get enough of it, and he jumped into the ring with a slight leap. Pale flame wolf, shut up, I'll poke your right eye out as well today. The pale flame wolf laughed instead of being angry and looked at Hu Liangzu playfully. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Hu Clan Master, finally a recognizable one, then I'll play with you. Provoked by the Song Flame Wolf, Hu Liangzu was enraged. Cut the crap and do it. Hu Liangzu immediately took a stance, with an intimidating look in his eyes, awed by the bodyguards, and excitedly questioned loudly towards Song Flame Wolf. Despicable and shameless. How dare you use underhanded tricks? The pale flame wolf said deliberately with both hands. I've already said that there are no rules for the competition, it's you guys who are stupid and don't need to just. Hearing that Song Flame Wolf's shameless reply, the veins on Hu Haoren's neck rippled in anger. Ah! Let me go, I want to avenge my father. Mu Jianzhong spoke helplessly to comfort Hu Haoren. Young master of the Hu clan, you can't beat them, and going there would be a waste of time. Hearing the shift in Mu Jia's name for himself, Hu Haoren finally calmed down. The Hu family. Thinking of the responsibility on his shoulders, Hu Haoren forced down his inner anger. Mu Jianzhong turned his head and shot a cold aura towards the ring. Song Flame Wolf, after so many years, you're still so insidious and malicious. The pale flame wolf sneered, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. You're welcome. Thanks for the compliments, Family Master Mu, there is no such thing as poison. When he finished speaking, his gaze swept and he happened to see Mu Niantong standing behind Mu Jianzhong. The pale flame wolf's face changed, revealing a greedy gaze. Isn't this the eldest Miss Mu? Looking at Mu Niantong's concave and convex figure, Song Flame Wolf's tone became very lewd. I didn't realize it's grown so big, the place where it should grow is not wasted at all, not bad, not bad. The pale flame wolf couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, his gaze unapologetically staring at Mu Niantong's chest. Mu Family Master, don't say I won't give you a chance. The pale flame wolf's eyes twinkled, revealing a treacherous smile. As long as Miss Mu serves me well, I'll plead for the Mu family to be spared the pain of extermination. Mu Jianzhong's face suddenly changed, and his hand pointing at the pale flame wolf was so angry that it shook. Shameless man. You shut up. The Flame Wolf's public humiliation caused Mu Jianzhong to completely lose control of his anger, instantly forgetting Yiming's instructions. Mu Niantong's face reddened with anger. Being looked at by the pale flame wolf made her so sick that she wanted to vomit. Just you are worthy of hitting on this lady, you are simply delusional. Not wanting his father to get angry, Mu Niantong shouted in annoyance. Who knows, the pale flame wolf was not angry and revealed a playful smile. That's the kind of strong enough pussy I like. The pale flame wolf licked his lips, and his eyes became even more hungry as he looked at Mu Niantong. He even had no qualms about rushing straight down to the ring and trying to take Mu Niantong away. Bang! Zhou Shenkang saw the right moment to pull the trigger on the approaching pale flame wolf. There was an explosion in the crowd's ears, and everyone couldn't help but clap their hands. Just when everyone thought that the pale flame wolf would be hit by a bullet, they saw an amazing scene. An unbreakable invisible shield was erected in front of the Flame Wolf, and the bullets shot by Zhou Shenkang were completely impenetrable. In the next moment, the bullet directly turned into dust and completely disappeared. Why are the bullets gone? Chapter 101, Revenge. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and was horrified. The pale flame wolf was so proud that he threw his head back and laughed. May I be blessed by a higher power. After saying that, his tone changed and his face grimaced as he stared at Zhou Shenkang. You're dead. A cold sweat immediately seeped out of Zhou Shenkang's back, and a sense of despair arose. The crowd also recalled what Yiming said yesterday at this time, and no one dared to doubt it anymore. The Flame Wolf took advantage of the lack of attention and once again reached out to grab Mu Niantong. Bang! Before he could touch Mu Niantong, he was kicked straight away by a black shadow. The body of the pale flame wolf drew a parabola before landing heavily on the ground 10 meters away. The crowd didn't even see who struck before they saw the pale flame wolf fall to the ground. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other with faces full of disbelief. The Flame Wolf had killed the Hu family head with a single move, who was so powerful that he was able to injure him. You, who the hell are you? The pale flame wolf was obviously startled as well and looked over in horror. Only then did the crowd notice that Yiming, who was standing behind Mu Niantong, slowly retracted his feet. Yiming didn't bother with the Flame Wolf and said with disgust. How dare a Xian-level martial artist show off in front of me? The pale flame wolf was very angry and struggled to get up. Bang! Before he could get up, an invisible palm force rushed out, and the pale flame wolf was slapped to death. Killing through space. The crowd gasped in shock and looked at Yiming incredulously. Although he didn't see how Yiming struck, the pale flame wolf was obviously slapped to death by Yiming. No doubt about it. Mu Jianzhong excitedly looked up at Yiming and thanked him repeatedly. Many thanks to Yi Xiao for coming to the rescue once again. Although he had begged Yiming to save his daughter's life in a critical situation, he was still grateful. Mu Niantong had obviously been frightened just now and looked at Yiming with great fear. Thanks. Seeing that Mu Niantong was frightened, Yiming looked at the Mu family's bodyguards and signaled. Hurry up and take your lady back to the car before she gets missed. Mu Niantong heard the meaning of concern in his words and was moved to nod at Yiming before leaving. Seeing Yiming being killed by the pale flame wolf, the gazes of the crowd towards him became different. Everyone was placing their hopes of winning the ring on Yiming at the moment. Great, I didn't expect Yi Xiao to be so powerful, you really can't tell the difference. That's right, now there's no fear of not winning the ring. Tap tap tap. As the crowd murmured, another person slowly walked up on the opposite side of the ring. Not bad, not bad. I haven't been to Jinling for a long time, but I didn't expect to see some talent. The man looked toward Yiming, and his expression suddenly became as gloomy as water. It's just a pity that you still have to die today. Mu Jianzhong and the others instantly became furious when they saw the visitor, as if they were seeing a mortal enemy. Feng Zhanping, you still dare to come back, have you forgotten how wretched you were when you escaped back then? You should go to hell for hurting innocent descendants for your own personal vendetta. Today, all of us are gathered together, and we are bound to kill you, the devil, to avenge our dead family members. Facing the anger of the crowd, Feng Zhanping opened his arms and dispersed a powerful aura. Back then, the old man had just reached Xian-level martial artist strength and was outnumbered. Today, the old man has specially come back to kill all the clans that struck out back then, not one of them will be left behind. Feng Zhanping shouted angrily, his aura surging to the sky, his voice drifting through the valley. A chill ran down the spine of the crowd when they heard it, and they couldn't help but shiver. Yiming's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the other party, revealing a meaningful smile. It did grow a bit. Mu Jianzhong was closest to Yiming, so he naturally heard his words and had a guess in his heart. Feng Zhanping suddenly struck out after bursting out with a cry. A strong suction force seemed to be born from his hand, and a young man under the ring instantly came to his feet. Feng Zhanping held the man's head in his hand, and a powerful hostile aura radiated from his body. Ah! Help! Help! The young man was terrified and was defenseless against Feng Zhanping. Seeing this, the clansmen of the man on the stage rushed to the ring, trying to save him. Bang! Before the person rushing up could even mount the ring, a loud bang was heard coming from the ring. The crowd looked in horror. The ring had long since lost the man's figure, leaving only Feng Zhanping alone. His hands were stained with blood, along with his robes. All that was left where the man had just knelt was a striking pool of blood. Where are the people? The crowd was shocked beyond belief, and they all had a guess in their hearts, but no one dared to say it. Turned to dust by his true qi. Yiming spoke out faintly, his gaze calmly looking towards Feng Zhanping. Mu Jianzhong was inwardly stunned, and combined with what Yiming had just said, his expression was incomparably heavy. He already in Earth level. The crowd was no longer angry but did not dare to make a move, recognizing that they were not as good as Hu Liangzu in the martial arts. And Yi Xiao. One person suddenly shouted, and everyone looked at Yiming. However, in the face of Feng Zhanping's display of strength, the crowd was somewhat hesitant. Yi Xiao is so young, it's already a fluke to be able to kill a Xian-ranked martial artist. How can he fight against an Earth-ranked martial artist? Yes, why let Yi Xiao give his life for nothing? The mood of the crowd was once again low, and they all felt despair. Feng Zhanping was satisfied with the thought of the crowd's reaction and scoffed loudly in triumph. If I had known that you guys were so useless, there would have been no need for me to invite a heaven-ranked martial artist. When they learned that there was really a heaven-ranked martial artist, the crowd was too scared to make a sound. At this moment, Yiming came to be interested. Now that you're here, come out and meet me. Are you hiding because you're afraid to meet people? Yiming's words caused the crowd to tremble, and the eyes that looked at Yiming revealed doubt and incomprehension. Is Yi Xiao scared and talking crazy? The crowd stepped back, fearing that they would be dragged down by him. Feng Zhanping looked at Yiming and sneered. Kid, you've got some guts. It's just that you have to get past me first, so that you can have the life to meet a heaven-ranked martial artist. Yiming was filled with disdain and shook his head in disgust. You're not qualified to fight me. Chapter 102 Cyan Giant Dragon. Boom! There was a loud bang in the air and a huge wave swept through the air. The crowd under the ring only felt the ground shaking, their figures wavering, and some of them falling straight to the ground. The crowd could sense that a big shot was about to appear, and they all looked up. Sure enough! In the ring, a martial artist with a powerful aura slowly stepped out. Looking at the appearance, it seems to be over 100 years old, but hale and hearty, with dark and shiny hair. The man wore a light blue robe, his hair was coiled in a bun on top of his head, and he had a fairy-like appearance. Seeing the man come out, Feng Zhanping's attitude was exceptionally respectful, and he hurriedly bowed and saluted. Master Ryu. Although no one recognized the man, they could guess the identity of the man from Feng Zhanping's attitude. Heaven-level martial artist. Only in front of a heaven-ranked martial artist would Feng Zhanping grovel so much. A bunch of ignorant people, this is Lu Ao Tian, Master Lu, why don't you salute quickly? After Feng Zhanping received permission to get up, he immediately scolded the crowd. Master Ryu. The faces of the crowd were pale, the strength of the other party was evident as they caused an uproar as soon as they appeared on the stage. Grandmaster Lu didn't care about the others at all in his eyes, he only looked at Yiming with a playful expression. It's been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant brat, you're very much to my liking. Lu Ao spoke these words with a powerful aura, once again shocking the crowd. The crowd only felt a stinging pain in their eardrums and couldn't help but cover their ears. Others even bled from their mouths and noses and fell to the ground. Only Yiming stood calmly, looking unaffected in the slightest. I think you misunderstand the meaning of hubris. Lu Ao Tian's face changed slightly, and he was somewhat surprised inwardly. Seeing that Yiming was actually able to steadily withstand his powerful pressure, he did have some skills. He did not move to look at Yiming and continued. Kid, I can give you a chance, I'll forget about what happened just now. As long as you kneel down and worship me now, I'll make sure you're safe and sound today. As the words fell, Lu Ao Tian's expression proudly looked towards Yiming. The crowd, however, was shocked beyond belief, and they all understood Lu Ao Tian's meaning and whispered about it. Is this to take Yiming and kill us? Yi Ming won't really agree, right? What can we do then? I guess I'd have to say yes if it were me. Do I have to go and fight for my life? The crowd all looked at Yi Ming, clutching their hearts. Although Yi Ming may not be able to fight Lu Aotian, but once Yi Ming is turned, all hopes will be completely dashed. The ring was silent, and all eyes converged on Yi Ming. Seeing this, Feng Zhanping asked hesitantly with an expression of disbelief. Grandmaster Lu, how can this brat be arrogant and rude enough to be taught by the Grandmaster himself? Feng Zhanping's words were filled with jealousy, and he looked at Yi Ming as if he wanted to eat him alive. However, Lu Aotian's face changed and he loudly rebuked. Unbridled. I don't need anyone to interfere with the decisions of the old man. Seeing Lu Aotian's anger, Feng Zhanping immediately bowed his head to make amends. Yes, Master Lu, rest his anger. Feng Zhanping wouldn't dare to test his body to learn the might of a heaven-ranked martial artist. Lu Aotian instantly collected his aura and looked at Yi Ming once again. How are you considering it, kid? Everyone could hear that Lu Aotian was not questioning Yi Ming, but rather forcing the issue. Every word and action of a heaven-level martial artist carried its own raging aura, and this kind of pressure was suffocating. Yi Ming, however, was still careless, wrapping his hands around his chest and pointing at the two men. You guys fight first, let me see how strong you are. The crowd thought they had heard wrong and looked at Yi Ming with a look of disbelief. Does he even know what he's saying? Do you really think that Master Lu wants to take him as his disciple? This is disastrous. Master Lu will definitely be furious. We're all dead. The crowd was horrified and felt that Yi Ming was too arrogant. Mu Jinzhong also looked at Yi Ming with great concern, wanting to say but not daring to speak. He didn't understand why Yi Ming was deliberately provoking the other party at this time. Boo! Lu Aotian was furious, and he flicked his sleeve in anger. Under the ring, the ground in a circle around Yi Ming suddenly exploded and dust flew. Ah! Those who were closer to Yi Ming retreated and screamed in fear. Mu Jinzhong was also quickly pulled away by his bodyguard to avoid the attack. Quickly, go check on Yi Xiao. Mu Jinzhong couldn't care less about the dust flying up in the sky, and immediately ordered towards his bodyguard. The bodyguard was just about to step forward when he heard Yi Ming's voice from a short distance away. I'm fine. Hearing Yi Ming's voice as usual, Mu Jinzhong was relieved. At this moment, Lu Aotian's cold voice came from the ring. Boy, this is just a little lesson. He blasted out a wave of palm wind, and the dust immediately dissipated, and the crowd once again saw Yi Ming's figure clearly. Arrogant brat, do you know how serious the consequences of teasing the old man are? Before Yi Ming could answer, the crowd all nodded like garlic. The crowd felt a deep fear within their hearts, and they absolutely did not dare to act out in front of Lu Aotian. But Yi Ming's tone, however, remained unchanged, with a few hints of teasing and disdain. It's just a heaven-level martial artist. But that's all. What is all this don't get life rhetoric? The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, shaking their heads and waving their hands vigorously, indicating that it had nothing to do with them. A brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven, simply looking for death. Lu Aotian's tone clearly carried a murderous aura, and the crowd listened with trepidation. The sky above the ring suddenly darkened and a violent cold wind blew. It was clearly the hottest summer day, but it was chilling and cold. Here, why is it still snowing? Some people were surprised to see pieces of crystalline ice flakes drifting down from the top of their heads, revealing unbelievable expressions. Mu Jinzhong raised his hand to catch a piece of it, and immediately changed his face when he looked closer. This isn't snow, it's caused by powerful true qi condensing the air. The crowd heard it clearly and all curled up in fear, filled with despair. Lu Aotian looked at Yi Ming with a stern look on his face, his anger covering his surroundings along with his true qi. Feng Zhanping, who was the closest to him, was already on the verge of not being able to hold on, veins popping up on his face and neck. Pust! Feng Zhanping couldn't fight back and spat out large mouthfuls of blood on the ground. It happened to be kneeling right over the puddle of blood from earlier, in a wretched state of appearance. Master Lu, I'm about to be unable to hold on. In terms of Feng Zhanping difficult to call for help, his face will be red for a while and white, incomparably hideous. Waste! Lu Aotian glanced at it and cursed in disgust. He casually waved his hand, and Feng Zhanping directly flew backwards. Leaving the center of Lu Aotian's attack, Feng Zhanping finally took a breath. The crowd under the ring was no better at this point, with people constantly fainting and calling for help. Save lives. Luckily, because the distance was far enough away, and because Luo Tian's might had just begun to erupt, it hadn't yet reached its peak state. Phew! Yiming's gaze condensed as he operated his own chaos body bloodline and directly rushed onto the ring. Just as Yiming rushed out, Mu Jianzhong felt a hallucination in front of his eyes and seemed to see a huge green dragon figure. Is that a dragon? Chapter 103 The God of Heaven Descends to Earth. Without waiting for him to think carefully, he saw that Yiming was already standing in front of Luo Tian. The two were separated by a distance of less than 5 meters at this point. Young Yi, be careful. Mu Jianzhong's face was full of worry and he hated to want to get up and help. Yiming did not respond and looked at Luo Tian with cold eyes. I've come here today specifically for you, a heaven-ranked martial artist, don't let me down. The anger on Luo Tian's face increased. Yiming was not only provoking him, he was also humiliating him. Kid, the old man will grant you this honor. As soon as the words fell, Luo Tian's hands gathered powerful true qi and condensed at the dantian. The invisible true qi instantly turned into substance, forming a blinding ball of light. Boom! The true qi mass came towards Yiming, pulling the air to twist and distort, making a loud sound. Luo Tian looked at Yiming with an arrogant attitude, as if he had already foreseen Yiming's tragic end. Bang! In the next second, Luo Tian saw that Yiming just casually stretched out his hand and easily blocked the attack. How? Luo Tian felt incredulous and let out an incomprehensible questioning voice. Who the hell are you? Yiming didn't bother, his true qi slowly dispersed from his palm, directly dissolving Luo Tian's mighty attack. Phew! A heaven-level martial artist is nothing more than that. Yiming gently blew a breath towards his palm and looked at Luo Tian with a hint of dislike. Luo Tian was stunned. With his insight he simply could not see through Yiming's actions. You don't have the aura of a heaven-ranked martial artist, how exactly did you resist my attack? Yiming sneered and did not reply. He had only been operating the chaotic body just now, and had yet to stimulate the full power of his bloodline. Yes, martial arts had formed a lineage of its own, and was not something that could be measured by a normal martial arts rank. The crowd all noticed at this time as well and looked at Yiming in shock. Yiming is fine? It's actually okay. Is it my eyesight? Surprisingly, someone can survive the attack of a heaven-ranked martial artist? Yiming resisted Luo Tian's attack, causing the hearts of the crowd to be struck by lightning. Without waiting for the crowd to regain their senses, they saw Yiming seemingly preparing to strike again. Luo Tian in the ring was stunned, but he saw 2 clusters of true qi slowly rising in Yiming's hands. Why do you have such strong true qi? Although the crowd couldn't see it, Luo Tian could see it very clearly. Yiming did not intend to explain and looked at Luo Tian and said indifferently. I've seen what you can do, it's your turn to try me. After saying that, he casually blasted his true qi out. The 2 powerful true qi were like 2 huge green dragons snaking forward, emitting 2 loud dragon roars. Anon! The green dragon flew in front of Luo Tian and suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Luo Tian didn't even have time to resist before the green dragon shadow struck through his body. Bang! Luo Tian fell straight down and died violently with blood from 7 holes. At the same time, the dark clouds over the mountaintop dispersed and were again illuminated by. Many thanks to Yi Xiao for taking revenge. The crowd also knelt down and cried out in unison. For a time, the Crane Dance Mountain was a magnificent and shocking scene. Mu Jianzhong looked at Yiming with an agitated expression and complex emotions. Mu Niantong stepped out of the car and saw that Yiming was surrounded by the sun's golden light at this time, and had a sacred feeling that could not be blasphemed. Only Yiming felt bored and gestured to Mu Jianzhong, turning to leave. The crowd looked up without seeing Yiming's figure and couldn't help but look around. Young Yi is not a god of heaven. One person exclaimed, and the crowd nodded in agreement. After descending the mountain, Yiming went straight home to rest, completely unaware of the fact that he had become the object of hot discussion among the top families in Jinling. The next day, it was almost noon. Mu Niantong pushed Mu Jianzhong to the front of the hilltop villa. Yiming saw the two puzzled. Something? Mu Jianzhong first allowed Mu Niantong to assist him and saluted Yiming with incomparable respect before saying, "Please redeem yourself for disturbing Yi Xiao." The heads of the Jinling families specially hosted a banquet wanting to personally thank Yi Xiao. Saying that, Mu Jianzhong paused for a moment to look at Yiming, observing his reaction. Yiming waved his hand and said without any interest, "It's not necessary." Mu Jianzhong did not leave and hesitantly continued. Yi Xiao, the young master of the Hu family would like to kowtow to you, as well as the master of the Zhou family, and... Yi Ming looked at Mu Jianzhong with a hint of impatience in his eyes, and Mu Jianzhong was so scared that he immediately shut up. Seeing this, Mu Niantong also stepped forward to speak. In fact, it is also helpful for future development, so it's not a bad idea to go and take a look. Yi Ming still had an expression of disinterest, neither he nor Yi needed it. Only, Mu Niantong's words made Yi Ming think of Tang Wanqing, so he nodded in agreement. Then go check it out. Seeing Yi Ming agree, Mu Jianzhong was overjoyed. The three of them traveled together to the banquet location, the 9th floor of the Southern Heavenly Golden Mausoleum. Mu Niantong walked behind Yi Ming and specifically mentioned, I remember the last time the 9th floor was open, or when the highest foreign chiefs came to visit. Yi Ming had heard about it before when he came to dinner with Tang Wanqing, and was somewhat interested at this time. Walking into the banquet hall, Yi Ming could see that it was really unique. Low-key luxury without losing style, one step at a time, although indoors but have a kind of wandering in the illusion of fairyland. Greetings, Yi Xiao. As soon as the people waiting inside saw Yi Ming, they immediately saluted respectfully. Mu Niantong briefly introduced Yi Ming, who noticed that the arrivals were all top families in Jinling. Obviously Mu Jianzhong had screened it and didn't want to waste Yi Ming's time. Hu Haoren was the first to step forward and heavily knelt down in front of Yi Ming. Many thanks to Yi Xiao for stepping in and avenging my father's murder for me. I, the Hu family, hereby swear to be at the disposal of Xiao Yi in the future. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Kongsheng also knelt down to respectfully state his position. So is the Zhou family. And our Hai family. We. The banquet hall crowd instantly knelt into a piece, and Yi Ming helplessly held his forehead, crying and laughing. The crowd expressed their thoughts and thanked Yi Ming for saving the entire Jinling. Just as she finished speaking, a woman in her early 30s came from the end of the crowd. The woman is elegant, a cheongsam set off her concave and convex figure is very eye-catching. The eyes of the crowd all turned toward her, their tones quite surprised. If it isn't the Song family head, she's here today too? Chapter 104 Yi Xiao's Reliance. Song Xueling walked to stand in front of Yi Ming and looked straight at him, exhaling like an orchid. Although the Song family didn't put up a fight this time, they admire Yi Xiao's strength and hope to have the opportunity to become Yi Xiao's right-hand man. Song Xueling's temperament was different, and her tone was ghostly but revealed the power of a woman. The crowd was shocked by Song Xueling's actions and their faces became even more surprised. But the Song family has always been high and mighty, I didn't expect to value young Yi so highly. Because of Song Xueling, the crowd had even more respect for Yi Ming. Yi Ming frowned slightly and waved his hand to the crowd. It's just a little thing. Mu Niantong saw that Song Xueling was on the verge of sticking in front of Yi Ming and hurriedly stepped forward to block it. In the future, if the Song family has anything to say to me, I'll just pass it on. Mu Jianzhong didn't bother to care about the jealousy between women, he noticed that Yi Ming's face was unhappy and immediately spoke. Since all of you have already met Xiao Yi, don't bother Xiao Yi anymore. The people were all representatives of the most prestigious of your Jinling, and immediately understood what Mu Jianzhong meant. Yes. Yi Xiao should rest more after yesterday's exertion, we'll take our leave. After saying that, the people took out the gifts they had brought, put them down and left. Yi Ming was not interested and said as he pointed to a pile of gifts and looked at Mu Niantong. You take all of these, keep the ones you like, and see to the rest. After that, he looked at Mu Jianzhong again and said in a serious tone. From now on, this kind of entertainment should be avoided if possible. Mu Jianzhong was terrified and immediately owed back. Yes. Yi Xiao. Seeing that Yi Ming did not want to stay, he was ready to send Yi Ming out. Yi Ming saw that he could not move easily and shook his head to refuse, pointing to the meal on the banquet table and said, Don't waste the meal you prepared, and tell your people to stay and eat before they leave. After saying that, Yi Ming left. Mu Niantong looked at the gifts from the crowd and mumbled. It seems that the Yi clan behind Yi Ming has quite the backbone, none of this can enter his eyes. Mu Jianzhong, however, shook his head and let out an emotional sigh. What Yi Xiao relied on was never Yi. Yi Ming walked out of Nantian Jinling and dialed a phone number to Guozian. Guozi, are you free to have dinner with me? After saying that, Guozian's excited voice immediately came from the phone. Dinner? Then you come to Guo's restaurant. Yi Ming was pleasantly surprised, and before he could ask he heard Guozian add. I bought back the Quox restaurant, come on, I'll wait for you. Yi Ming hung up the phone and immediately rushed there. Guo family restaurant. There were only 2 people in the store because it wasn't officially open yet. Sitting in the restaurant, Zian thought back to the old days. La Yi, if I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have dared to think that one day I'd be able to get the hotel back, he said, crying with excitement. Yiming understood his bitterness in his heart, but handed over a piece of paper in disgust. What's it like for a big man to cry? Zian hurriedly dried off and looked at Yiming and said with a smile. Okay, I'll stop. Yiming picked up his chopsticks and just about to eat asked again. Zi, do you still have to juggle the busy schedule over at Beishao Lake? Zian immediately put down his chopsticks and waved his hand nervously. Don't worry, I won't hold you up. Yiming looked at Zian helplessly and patted his shoulder. You're being paranoid, I'm just asking. Zian didn't answer and just looked at Yiming. He knew very well that Yiming was no longer the Yiming of old, so powerful that he could not even look at him directly. Zian smiled and looked at Yiming, helping him with his food. Old Yi, try the flavor, I got my former chef back. Yiming tasted a mouthful and immediately gave a delicious gesture. He ate very happily, which could be more painful than dining at the Nantian Jinling 9 Towers. After eating, Zian seemed a bit hesitant. Yiming gave him a look and smiled helplessly. Zi, you just can't hide things, tell me? Zian embarrassedly rubbed the back of his head and bowed his head. It's a class reunion, class president Yi Hongjian has approached me many times. He asked me to help introduce the head of Bay Shore Lagoon, and I didn't tell him for fear of your scruples. Yiming understood in his heart and said carelessly. Just tell Yi Hongjian directly that the person in charge is you. Zian quickly waved his hand and said somewhat nervously. This can't be done, I'm afraid of missing the boat, it's better for you to go there, we're all classmates anyway. Yiming didn't even think about it and immediately shook his head no. No go. He had dealt with it once today at the Nantian Jinling and had enough, he didn't want to do it again. Seeing that Yiming did not agree, Zian was in a difficult position. After a moment's thought, he offered again. Why don't we bring Wanqing to meet her classmates and see what happens then? Yiming still shook his head and smiled. I didn't even have to ask to know that she wouldn't be there. Tang Wanqing and Yiming both disliked socializing, and both of them avoided such things when they could. Zian had no choice but to sit down on the chair with loss. Yiming turned his head and saw that Zian was not in a good mood, and his heart softened and agreed. Okay, I'll go with you once. Really? Zian immediately jumped up in excitement, like a child. Yiming thought of something and looked at Zian and said seriously. Zi, I'm back, don't be done, I'm afraid of. The reunion is in the Imperial Box at the Lusha Club, can I send you the location? Yiming laughed at this and replied in a hurry. No, I'm familiar. Zian on the other side of the phone froze for a moment and added another sentence. Old Ji, you can't find it, call Yi Hongjian. Yiming hung up the phone and drove directly to the Lusha Club. In less than half an hour, Yiming walked into the Lusha Club. He lightly walked towards the Imperial Box, and Wang Yi happened to pass by and saw his back. Wang Yi was a bit surprised and hurriedly called the waiter. Go and inquire about the Imperial Box for me. Yes. The waiter quickly left. Wang Yi knew Song Tianhu's respect for Yiming and was afraid of getting it wrong. Soon, he learned that Yiming had come to attend a class reunion. That must be done to support Yi Xiao. Go, hurry up and prepare something. Wang Yi immediately left with the waiter, his heart very excited. When Yiming entered the box, the people inside just glanced at him and turned their heads away. Yiming was dressed casually today, and he didn't have many friends before except Zian, so no one recognized him. However, Yiming felt that this was better. He walked over to the corner and sat down, playing the game straight through to pass the time. Not a moment later, a young man walked in, dressed in a high-fashion suit. The man stood in the doorway fixing his hair, deliberately revealing his conspicuously large diamond watch. Class president, you're finally here. When one person saw Yi Hongjian, he immediately shouted, and everyone rushed to flatter him. Yi Hongjian was flanked by the crowd and sat down, his face very pleased with himself. It's been a long time everyone, I organized the party and I'm sorry I'm late. Just as he finished speaking, a group of waiters flooded into the box, bringing in all sorts of drinks and snacks. Everyone, this is specially prepared by our manager for young Yi. Chapter 105, no comparison at all. Everyone was very surprised and immediately looked at Yi Hongjian. Squad leader, it's a real card game with you. It's awesome. Yi Hongjian froze for a moment, and when he heard the crowd patting his ass immediately pretended to not care. It's nothing, everyone feel free. The crowd kept touting Yi Hongjian, and one after another, people went to toast to him. Seeing Yiming sitting alone, the waiter hurried over and respectfully tried to pour Yiming a drink. Yiming, however, blocked the mouth of his cup with his hand and shook his head no. I'm driving today, I'm not drinking. The waiter was terrified and immediately nodded his head to make amends, afraid of upsetting Yiming. Sorry. Just as the waiter was about to apologize to Yiming, Yi Hongjian noticed the movement over here. Yiming? When did you return to Jinling? Yi Hongjian pushed aside the classmates who came to toast and walked towards Yiming. Yiming didn't answer, just glanced at it and continued to play the game with his head down. Seeing Yiming sitting alone, Yi Hongjian immediately revealed a mocking expression. After all these years, you're still so high and mighty, and you don't even say hello to everyone. Hearing that Yi Hongjian was being sarcastic about Yiming, Xiao Ziyi immediately agreed. I think he's a bad mixer and doesn't have the face to say hello to everyone. The crowd roared with laughter and looked at Yiming with some contempt. Yi Hongjian noticed the lafite in the waiter's hand at this time and immediately sarcastically said. He doesn't understand it at all, so wouldn't you be spoiling it by giving it to him to drink? With that, he held out the glass in his hand and instructed the waiter. Here, fill me up. The waiter hesitated for a moment before pouring Yi Hongjian a drink. Xiao Ziyi also rushed over and directly snatched lafite and poured himself a glass. Ha, this is indeed expensive for a reason. After saying that, Xiao Ziyi looked at Yi Hongjian and nodded his head. Thanks a lot for showing us the world today, squad leader. He turned to the crowd again and led the ass kissing. Do you all think I should join in giving the squad leader a toast? Thank you, squad leader. All the people raised their glasses to toast Yi Hongjian, and this scene made Yi Hongjian's mood very comfortable. We're all classmates, no need to be so polite. Yi Hongjian pretended to be generous, but in his heart he was very pleased. Since he said it was from the manager, he didn't have to pay for it, and it didn't hurt at all. Yiming didn't care, his eyes were only on the game in his hands. Xiao Ziyi saw that Yi Hongjian was in a good mood and continued to rush to flatter. Our class president is just magnificent, unlike some people who can't get it up. Xiao Ziyi glanced at Yiming as he spoke, his tone full of contempt. The others also chimed in when they heard this, and they all began to compare Yiming to Yi Hongjian. I really don't know how Yiming got mixed up, this is completely incomparable to the class president. Look at him wearing his clothes when they're white from washing, it's a shame to be his classmate. This man is incapable, even a dog would hate him. The crowd's comments were all heard by Yi Hongjian, and his face became even more smug. He's still got it. Yi Hongjian suddenly opened his mouth, and the crowd all looked at him in confusion. At least he can eat soft food like no one else. The crowd froze for a moment before responding with renewed laughter. Yiming only felt that this group of people were bored to death and was so focused on playing the game that he didn't even bother. Xiao Ziyi stood beside Yi Hongjian and asked very cooperatively. Class president, do you know something? Why don't you tell us about it? Everyone immediately looked over with an eating expression. Yi Hongjian took a sip of wine before saying. As far as I know, he stalked Tang Wanqing to catch up with him back then, but the Tang family dumped him out of disgust. He skipped the wedding to save face, and that's not the height of soft eating? The crowd all let out a loud laugh after hearing this, not doubting what Yi Hongjian said at all. Everyone knows that Yi Hongjian also chased Tang Wanqing back then, although he didn't catch up, but no one dared to laugh at him. Yiming just raised his eyes to look at Yi Hongjian, and did. Shen Zishang was afraid that there would be another ungrateful person who would bring up the matter between her and Yiming and hurriedly said. For the record, don't bring up that year again, I'm getting married again soon. After saying that, she deliberately held out her hand to show off her big, blinding diamond ring. Luckily I woke up in time back then, or else I would have been fingered like Tang Wanqing. The crowd laughed again as they listened. Even Xian Zishan, who had once pursued Yiming, couldn't look at him. Still, Purple Shirt has a good eye, and now it's a skill to marry well. Xian Zishan had a smug look on her face and proudly raised her white neck. Yiming glanced at Xian Zishan, and only then did he notice that she was covered in pearls. But it didn't set off how noble her temperament was, it just felt vulgar. At this time, there were also single female classmates who took the initiative to climb up with Xian Zishan. Zishan, why don't you introduce us to someone too? Xian Zishang agreed in one breath and gave an okay gesture. No problem, wrap it around me. Xiao Ziyi, however, came over and joked. Xian Zishan's introductions can be little old men, you might as well take a look at me. The female classmates gave him a blank look and all dispersed. Xian Zishan is very angry when she is once again demolished by Chao Ziyi. Chao Ziyi, if you say one more word, believe it or not, I'll raise the rent of your store. Chao Ziyi, who was holding his breath, had no place to spread it, and aimed at Yiming again. I say Yiming, how much do you make a month on Tangwanqing's side? Why don't you just come to my supermarket and work as an odd job man, and it's not impossible for me to pay you more. Chapter 106, Shame on you. Yiming continued to stare at his cell phone and coldly refused. No. Chao Ziyi had the feeling that his hot face was sticking to his cold ass and felt that Yiming was looking down on him. Yiming, what do you don't give your. Chao Ziyi is not in the class, has been very low self-esteem, always want to let others see him. Now that he saw that Yiming was not as well mixed as he was and dared to be impolite to him, he was even more fired up. Yi Hongjian heard Chao Ziyi yell at Yiming and also looked over. Big head, don't waste your energy, he's bent on eating soft food, he probably can't do anything else. With that, he looked at Xian Zishan and said deliberately. Zishan, I think you're quite suitable to offer Yiming a job opportunity. The crowd laughed, and they all heard that Yi Hongjian meant that Xian Zishan could adopt Yiming. If it was anyone else, Xian Zishan would have flipped out long ago. But Yi Hongjian opened his mouth, so Xian Zishan couldn't say anything. After all, she saw that even the club manager had to give Yi Hongjian face. Xian Zishan glanced at Yiming, seeing that he was quite stout, and said in a playful tone. I wouldn't mind taking him in for the sake of what was once there. However, before Xian Zishan could ask, Yiming once again coldly rebuffed. I have a job, I don't need to be taken in. You. Xian Zishan stood up in anger and pointed at Yiming and cursed. What are you pretending? Being rejected by Yiming in public made Xian Zishan feel humiliated, as if she was being disliked. When Yi Hongjian saw Yiming rejecting one after another, a trace of anger surfaced on his face. Yiming, you are also too disrespectful to everyone. Your classmates are also trying to help you, but they are all rejected by you. Yi Hongjian put on his squad leader stance and ordered Yiming. You must apologize to everyone today. Yiming put down his cell phone impatiently and looked at Yi Hongjian. And I didn't ask them to help? Seeing that Yiming actually dared to refute it in public, Yi Hongjian's tone became no longer polite. I organized this party today, and you're so out of place you're not welcome here. Yi Hongjian glared at Yiming and pointed in the direction of the entrance of the box. He originally thought that he would see the image of Yiming humbly pleasing himself, but he didn't expect Yiming to be soft and hard. Yiming looked at the time and glanced towards the door, saying carelessly. It's not like I came to see you guys, I'll leave when Guozian arrives. Yiming's willingness to come was entirely due to Guozian's face, so he had to wait for Guozian to come before leaving. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at Yiming with an angry face. They all felt that he was too arrogant. Yiming, what do you mean? We are all classmates, how can you say that? That's right, you don't even look at your status, and you dare to dislike everyone. Leave now if you can, what do you have to die waiting for? Yiming offended everyone with one sentence, but Yi Hongjian was looking down in deep thought. Yi Hongjian felt that Yiming must have wanted to flatter Guozian as well, and that's why he didn't leave even after being shamefully scolded. Thinking of this, Yi Hongjian revealed a sneer to look at Yiming. Save your breath. You want to flatter Guozian? When the crowd heard this, they realized Yiming's intentions and mocked. So that was the idea, I thought you were so noble. Only, even if you want to flatter, Guozian won't take care of you. That's right, although you used to be friends, but his status is not the same now as it was back then, how could he look at you? Knowing that Yiming and other Guozian were trying to flatter each other, everyone looked at Yiming with a look of disgust. Yi Hongjian felt that the timing was just right and deliberately cleared his throat, speaking loudly to the crowd. Yiming, I'll tell you the truth, I've long mentioned cooperation with Guozian. Saying that, Yi Hongjian straightened his tie and showed off. He's the one who's going to bring the head of the Bayshore Lake project to meet with me today, so I advise you not to waste your time. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at Yi Hongjian with envious expressions. Class president deserves to be class president, even the Bayshore Lagoon project can be taken, it's awesome. The Bayshire Lake project is now the most profitable project in Jingling, and I didn't expect our class president to get in. The class president's future is really unlimited, he won't be on the same level as us in the future. Hearing the flattery of the crowd, Yi Hongjian's pride was greatly satisfied. The expression he looked at Yiming also became more and more arrogant, as if he had already stepped on Yiming. Guo Ziyan, for the sake of his classmates, will definitely let the class president get the chance to cooperate. Class president, don't forget to mention everyone when you're rich in the future. Although they are all classmates, no one has the strength of Yi Hongjian, much less dare to take the works of the Beishao Lake project. Yi Hongjian was complacent and even more arrogant. Well. Chao Ziyi's eyes rolled and he hurriedly came forward to flatter. He respectfully poured a glass of wine for Yi Hongjian and said with a pleasing face, "Squad leader, come on, drink, don't talk to Yiming." Yi Hongjian was already in a good mood, he wasn't that angry now. Chao Ziyi saw Yi Hongjian pick up the wineglass, did not show a bored expression and continued. "The way I see it, it would be better to leave him behind and see how he is humiliated when Guo Ziyan arrives." When Yi Hongjian heard this, he immediately turned his head to look at Chao Ziyi and nodded silently. "You have a point, it's too cheap to kick him out. I'm inclined to see how he makes a fool of himself." Chao Ziyi was overjoyed to see his opinion recognized by Yi Hongjian. "Then we'll have to take care of the squad leader from now on." Yi Hongjian looked at Chao Ziyi and smiled, but in his heart, he was very disgusted. However, upon hearing Chao Ziyi's words, the crowd also began to look forward to Guo Ziyan's arrival. Why hasn't Guo Ziyan come yet? That's right, it's been half an hour, he's not coming, is he? Some people began to worry and looked at Yi Hongjian and asked. "Squad leader, why don't you ask?" Yi Hongjian was a bit hesitant. The main reason he arranged the reunion today was to meet Guo Ziyan. He had a request from Guo Ziyan, so if he rushed him, he was afraid that he would cause the other party to be displeased. Yi Hongjian didn't answer, but a voice floated out from the corner. Guo said he'd be half an hour late with something on his project, and he's almost there. The crowd all looked over and were a bit surprised to see that the person who spoke was actually Yiming. Chao Ziyi couldn't stand to see Yiming showing off and immediately mocked. "You're so unashamed that you can brag about this." He couldn't believe in any way that Guo Ziyan would tell Yiming about his whereabouts. That would be more like it if Yi Hongjian had said it. "I'd like to see how you're going to make it up when Guo Ziyan arrives." Yi Hongjian also came back to his senses at this time and said in disgust. "I can understand you wanting to gain attention, but you'd better at least say something that people will believe. Who do you think you are that Guo Ziyan would still contact you?" Everyone felt that Yi Hongjian had a point, and the little doubt that had just popped up instantly disappeared. Just then, the door to the box opened. "Sorry, I'm late for my project." Chapter 107, Wasted Effort. The box was incredibly quiet and everyone was stunned. Guo Ziyan? Chao Ziyi looked at Guo Ziyan and froze, not knowing what to say. That's too much of a coincidence. Yiming, however, had just finished speaking when Guo Ziyan really arrived. "What's going on here? I'm not welcome?" Guo Ziyan was also confused by the crowd's reaction and frowned in confusion. Yi Hongjian immediately reacted and hurriedly went forward to greet him warmly. "Guo Ziyan, Mr. Guo, of course you're welcome, how could you not?" Fear of angering Guo Ziyan, Yi Hongjian's attitude immediately changed, fawning and smiling. Guo Ziyan got goosebumps when he saw him in this state. "Squad leader, you might as well talk to me normally, it's too easy to smile like that." Yi Hongjian had a bitter face and didn't know how to smile for a while. "Mr. Guo, please take a seat, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to come over." At this moment, Yi Hongjian was completely like a different person from just now, incomparably respectful. He personally arrived at a glass of wine for Guo Ziyan and carefully handed it over again. Guo Ziyan felt awkward and hastily took the wineglass. "Squad leader, don't call me Mr. Guo, just call me by my name." Yi Hongjian's respectful attitude made Guo Ziyan feel uncomfortable all over. After glancing at Guo Ziyan, Yi Hongjian also felt that calling it that way seemed out of place and immediately changed his words. "Okay, Ziyan, come on, I'll toast you first, I'll drink up as you please." After saying that, Yi Hongjian drank it all in one go, very boldly. Guo Ziyan, however, frowned slightly, since when was he so close to the class president? However, he didn't care too much and looked around, finally seeing Yiming in the corner. "Yi." Just as he was about to greet Yiming, Yi Hongjian suddenly opened his mouth and pulled Guo Ziyan to ask. "Ziyan, is it busy over at Bayshore Lagoon right now?" "It's not too bad, the construction crews have been coming in, so it can get a little busy at times." Guo Ziyan simply responded and didn't think much of it. Yi Hongjian's words just now were just padding, and after Guo Ziyan finished he immediately asked. "You're coming from Bayshore Lagoon, how come I didn't see the person in charge come with you?" Guo Ziyan froze for a moment and immediately looked at Yiming with a puzzled expression. Could it be that Yiming hasn't told Yi Hongjian yet? Guo Zimin guessed in his mind, just in time to see Yi Ming slightly shaking his head towards him and immediately understood. Oh, the person in charge, something came up at the last minute. Although he didn't understand why Yi Ming didn't want to say it, he still casually fooled around first. So? Yi Hongjian was obviously a bit disappointed and drooped his head. Guo Ziyan didn't pay attention to him and took a slight sip of red wine, then put it down again. By this time, Yi Hongjian had already organized his mood and once again said enthusiastically to Guo Ziyan. Ziyan, I'm going to have to ask you to take more care of the project. I'm not greedy either, as long as I get a share of a small project. Seeing Yi Hongjian bluntly making a request with himself, Guo Ziyan looked at Yi Ming with some uneasiness. He didn't dare to make the decision, not to mention Yi Ming was right in front of him. That, isn't today a class reunion, let's not get down to business. Guo Ziyan immediately chatted with the surrounding students, deliberately avoiding Yi Hongjian. Seeing this, Yi Hongjian was a bit puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he thought Guo Ziyan was hinting at him and immediately came to his side and whispered. I understand, we'll talk alone after the party. Saying that, he looked around and carefully made a gesture of counting the money to Guo Ziyan. I've prepared a gift that will satisfy you. Yi Hongjian revealed a meaningful smile and winked at Guo Ziyan. Guo Ziyan took a look at him and immediately understood that Yi Hongjian misunderstood him. He hurriedly tried to explain, but Yi Hongjian didn't give him a chance. Come on, let's toast to Ziyan together. Yi Hongjian suddenly got up and said to the crowd. The crowd responded, not wanting to miss this great opportunity. Just after drinking, Chen Zisan took the initiative to walk over to Guo Ziyan. Ziyan, I didn't expect you to become the best in the class now, I really didn't see it at all before. Chen Zisan winks intimately at Guo Ziyan, touches his wine glass and takes a sip. Guo Ziyan also hurriedly took a sip of wine and waved his hands. You misunderstand, I really don't. Chen Zisan smiled in a very ambiguous way and even used her hand on Guo Ziyan's shoulder. Ziyan, you are so modest. Just as Chen Zisan was about to exert her charms even further, Chao Ziyi came over as well. Ziyan, do you remember me? I, Big Head, Chao Ziyi. Guo Ziyan smiled and nodded, extending his hand to greet him. Big Head, remember, long time no see. Seeing Guo Ziyan affectionately calling himself Big Head, Chao Ziyi was very excited. Ziyan, you're really good now. As he said that, he glanced at Yi Ming again and deliberately said sarcastically. People can't really be compared to each other, you still remember Yi Ming who used to be close to you, right? Guo Ziyan was about to reply when Chao Ziyi continued. He's not even enough to lift your shoes now, and just now he tried to flatter you, how shameless. Chao Ziyi looked in Yi Ming's direction and did not notice that Guo Ziyan's face was a bit ugly. Chao Ziyi, what do you mean by that? Huh? Chao Ziyi thought that Guo Ziyan was also like Chen Zisan and didn't want to get involved with Yi Ming and immediately apologized. I'm sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. I actually don't want to bring up this kind of classmate who can't get to the top. Chen Zisan immediately agreed and grabbed in front of Guo Ziyan. That's right. We Ziyan are still so humble even if we're great. Yi Ming is poorly mixed and still doesn't know any better, people introduce him to jobs and he still doesn't want them, he really doesn't know what's good for him. Guo Ziyan's face turned even colder, and at this time, he understood why Yi Ming did not him to reveal his identity. So you all despise Yi Ming so much? Guo Ziyan clenched his fists tightly in anger, desperately trying to restrain his emotions. It's not that he despises it, it's that he gives it a face. Yi Hongjian stood behind Guo Ziyan and did not see his expression. Guo Ziyan was about to lose his hold and said angrily. You'll be sorry. Yi Hongjian came around to Guo Ziyan and looked at him suspiciously. I'm sorry, Mr. Guo, did I say something wrong? The unknown Yi Hongjian hurriedly made amends and directly took out the prepared red envelope and handed it to Guo Ziyan. Guo Ziyan directly turned his head away, not wanting to bother with Yi Hongjian. It's useless for you to give it to me, I can't make a decision about Bayshore Lake, so don't waste your time. This. Yi Hongjian's hand froze in mid-air as he looked at Guo Ziyan in fear. Mr. Guo, what exactly did I do wrong, please show me. The puzzled Yi Hongjian's head was filled with question marks. He remembered that Guo Ziyan's change was due to the mention of Yi Ming and immediately glared at Yi Ming in anger. It's all because you're a spoilsport, you've angered Mr. Guo, so get lost. Guo Ziyan couldn't hold back any longer as he grabbed Yi Hongjian's collar and roared. Yi Hongjian, listen to me clearly, Yi Ming is the person in charge, if I hadn't begged him, he wouldn't have come at all. Chapter 108, it's over. Late. Once Guo Ziyan finished speaking, the imperial box instantly became silent. Yi Hongjian was shocked beyond belief, shaking his head frantically after freezing for a moment with a look of disbelief. No way, he's just a security guard. And how Yi Hongjian could not believe that Yi Ming would be the person in charge as Guo Ziyan said. Just then, Wang Yi also pushed the door in. He had sensed something, so naturally he had to show his face in front of Yi Ming before he could do so. Yi Xiao. Upon entering, Wang Yi sensed that the atmosphere was not right and immediately shut up. Seeing that Yi Ming's face was not abnormal, Wang Yi did not care about the others and walked straight to Yi Ming. Young Yi, are you still satisfied with these arrangements? Wang Yi's attitude was extremely respectful as he bowed and stood in front of Yi Ming. Yi Xiao? The crowd all looked over when they heard this and seemed to understand something. Yi Xiao is Yi Ming? I don't know who exclaimed, voicing the doubts in everyone's mind at this time. Chao Ziyi pushed through the crowd and rushed to Wang Yi and pointed at Yi Ming with a shocked expression. You said he's Yi Xiao? Are you sure you didn't recognize the wrong person? Unbelieving, he pulled Wang Yi around again and pointed at Yi Hongjian. Yi Hongjian, he's the one who's Yi Xiao. The shrewd Wang Yi had guessed the original reason at this point, knowing that the crowd had misunderstood. As he pushed Chao Ziyi away, he glanced at Yi Hongjian in disgust. I don't know anyone named Sword. When Yi Ming was in front of Wang Yi, his attitude once again became respectful. Xiao Yi is someone that even our tiger master respects, how could I possibly be mistaken? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and no one dared to question it anymore. Everyone in the box also understood that the master tiger Wang Yi was talking about was the owner of the Lusha Club, Song Tianhu. Everyone was too scared to speak and looked at Yi Ming with complicated expressions. Only, the shock wasn't over. Another silhouette walked into the box, and the crowd once again looked. Tang Wanqing. Xianzisan was the first to recognize it, with a hint of jealousy and surprise in her tone. When Tang Wanqing heard this, she just looked over and politely nodded in response, then started looking for something. Yi Ming, you're really here. Tang Wanqing walked towards Yi Ming as she spoke, completely unconcerned about the gazes of the crowd. Seeing that Tang Wanqing had come to look for Yi Ming, all the male students showed a disappointed expression. A goddess is indeed a goddess, compared to her, everyone pales. Seeing Yi Hongjian approaching, Tang Wanqing subconsciously stood behind Yi Ming. No need to be so polite, if there's something you want to do you just say so. Seeing Tang Wanqing, he had a thick skin and presumed to use selling misery to impress Yi Ming. Yi Ming, I'm desperate now, and I desperately need to receive the project for the Bayshore Lake or I'm going to be finished. Yi Ming looked at him and sneered. Late indeed. Tang Wanqing could see that Yi Ming was unhappy and patted his hand and asked. Can we go now? Yi Ming nodded and led Guo Ziyan out of the imperial box without looking back. When Wang Yi saw Yi Ming leave, a disgusted expression appeared on his face. Since Yi Xiao is not even here, all the things sent in will all be paid for by the person who ordered the box. After saying that, the waiter handed the bill to Yi Hongjian. $500,000. Why so much? Yi Hongjian was on the verge of crying when he saw the bill. Once he saw Wang Yi's expression, he immediately didn't dare to say more. Wang Yi left his bodyguard to guard Yi Hongjian to prevent him from running out of orders and left with the other waiters. Seeing this, the others also silently packed up their things and hurriedly slipped away without even saying hello. How did this treadmill end up like this? Yi Hongjian was angry and annoyed, just in time to see Chao Ziyi rush up and slap him. You're the one who stepped on the horse and purposely started the topic, you're fine with messing with Yi Ming and screwing me over. Chao Ziyi's cheeks were red and swollen from the beating but he didn't dare to say anything, and he covered his face and hurriedly slipped away. Next to Qian Zisan, however, she was drinking vigorously, trying to get herself drunk to drown her sorrows. How could I look away? How could I not see that this Yi Ming kid is the big shot? Qian Zisan regretted that she had actually missed out on the money tree that was Yi Ming. Yi Ming's trio had already walked out of the Lusha Club by now, and he threw the key to Guo Ziyan. Guo Zi, you drive my car back, I'll take Wanqing's car home. Guo Ziyan took the key and prepared to apologize with an apologetic face. Lao Yi, I'm sorry. Yi Ming walked over and interrupted him by putting a hand on his shoulder. Don't apologize blindly, this has nothing to do with you, don't think too much about it, go back to rest. After saying that, he turned around and got into Tang Wanqing's car. Both of them didn't say anything along the way, and it wasn't until just before they got out of the car that Yi Ming opened his mouth. Wanqing, you're not here specifically to help me out, are you? Tang Wanqing didn't answer, her face changed slightly as she took out a hot gold invitation from her bag. Look. Yiming opened it and found that it was a reception organized by the Hu family and immediately remembered Hu Haoran. Isn't it good that the Hu family invited you to the reception? Yiming didn't know Hu Haoran very well, but felt that it was very bold of him to choose this time to hold a reception. Tang Wanqing please sighed and fretted. I was just hesitant, so I came to you for advice. Chapter 109, Cutie. Too much. Yiming handed the invitation back and looked at her to voice her opinion. This is a good opportunity to help Shangtang get more cooperation opportunities, why don't you go? Tang Wanqing seemed to have a lot of concerns and her tone was a bit frustrated. However, the Tang family declared that the Shangtang group doesn't belong to the Tang family because of what happened at the Beishio Lake, and I'm worried that I'll be ostracized if I go. I don't know when, but Tang Wanqing began to get used to relying on Yiming, which was why she hurriedly came to find him. Seeing Tang Wanqing unloading her strong shell in front of him, Yiming said solemnly, I'll go with you. The next afternoon, the Golden Century Hotel. Yiming and his 2 men were dressed up for the occasion, and standing at the entrance, they could see the top celebrities of the business community in Jinling walking into the hotel in droves. Tang Wanqing was a bit terrified in her heart and stood at the door without taking a step. It looks like it's really big this time. Yiming took her hand and let her hold his arm. Bigger proves more opportunities, and that's a good thing. Tang Wanqing nodded, squeezing out a hard smile. It's the first time I'm participating today in the name of Shangtang Group, I have to be at my best. Yiming looked at her and smiled, softly comforting her. I trust you, no problem. The 2 of them stepped into the venue, and as soon as they entered, Tang Wanqing attracted many gazes. Tang Wanqing wore a light purple diamond-encrusted gown, the gentle color set off her noble temperament. The fitted silhouette made her look very sharp and a sight to behold. I've long heard of Ms. Tang's great name, it's really a pleasure to meet you today. Many young men came to talk to Tang Wanqing, but she declined all of them. Her purpose today was very clear, so she didn't even have the heart to deal with these rich kids. Sorry, I already have a male companion. Tang Wanqing refused dryly, and the crowd could only leave in disappointment. Seeing this, Yiming deliberately flirted with Tang Wanqing. Isn't it a bit too harsh for you to cut everyone off with one word? Tang Wanqing blankly glanced at him and said without a trace of anger. How about calling someone back? Yiming waved his hand and shook his head. That's not necessary. By Yiming, Tang Wanqing was in a much more relaxed mood. Thanks. Tang Wanqing looked deeply at Yiming, she knew that Yiming was helping her regulate her emotions. Yiming smiled and pointed to the gown on his body and said in her ear. You've already given me the dress, no need to thank me again. $500,000 is a bit of a waste to give me a suit I don't even have an occasion to be able to wear. Although he said this, Yiming looked at the dress with joy. After 6 years, this was the first gift Tang Wanqing had given him. Tang Wanqing thought of something and came over to him and said, You can wear it for occasions like yesterday and save those snobs from underestimating people. Yiming smiled without saying anything, only finding Tang Wanqing's angry appearance cute. Tang Wanqing didn't notice Yiming's expression and pouted her lips as she continued. I would have been angry about yesterday, why aren't you? Yiming patted her hand and comforted her. Cootie. Too much to be worth getting angry about. Tang Wanqing glanced at Yiming in a very speechless manner and was once again amused by him. The first beauty of Jinling showed her smile and beauty. The men in the venue all couldn't help but look over and were mesmerized. A man in a flashy dress with an outstanding temperament was staring at Tang Wanqing. He touched Tang Zizhou's shoulder and asked, Young Tang, introduce me. Tang Zizhou turned his head to look and saw that the man was actually looking at Tang Wanqing and immediately said in disgust. Hu Xiao, I'll introduce you to someone else, she's not only boring but also dead-eyed and uninteresting. Hu Yang was a member of the Hu family's collateral lineage, and because of his outstanding abilities, he was deeply appreciated by the former family head. Young Hu, with your status in Jinling, how can Tang Wanqing be worthy of you? Tang Zizhou was worried that Hu Yang misunderstood and immediately ingratiated himself with him. Hu Yang was flattered to hear it, but came to be more interested. I remember the Hu, didn't he run away from the marriage long ago? Tang Zizhou pointed at Yiming beside Tang Wanqing and said with a hint of anger. That kid just came back, and the 2 of them are rekindling their old feelings, and they can't even separate their stinky relationship. Tang Zizhou wanted to continue counting down the leaves and mings, but Hu Yang rubbed his chin and stared at Tang Wanqing. I like to have competition, otherwise how can I show my young master's charm? This. Tang Zizhou was still trying to persuade, when it suddenly occurred to him that he could just use the Hu family to teach Yiming a lesson. Yes. With that, the two of them walked towards Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing turned around just in time to see Tang Zizhou. She didn't want to take care of it at all and pulled Yiming to leave. Tang Zizhou immediately came to fire and shouted to stop. Stop, Tang Wanqing, what do you mean when you see me and leave? Tang Wanqing, mindful of the occasion and not wanting to draw attention to herself, could only stop. Tang Zizhou immediately revealed a smug expression and continued to be sarcastic. What's the point of running when you've got the nerve to come in thick and fast? Seeing that Tang Wanqing didn't talk back to her, Tang Zizhou strutted over to her. Grandma expected you to come, but it's a waste of time to come. No one will even bother with you, Sheng Tang, destined to become nothing but a laughingstock. Tang Zizhou was furious in his heart. He didn't think that old lady Tang hadn't snatched back Sheng Tang group. You. I'm not going to talk to you today. Tang Wanqing was angry, but after looking around, she immediately calmed down. Today is the Hu family's home turf, you'd better watch what you say. Hu Yong felt that the time was right and immediately stepped forward and said. Ms. Tang is right. You can't be rude to a beautiful woman, young Tang. Tang Wanqing looked at the man with a puzzled expression. Tang Zizhou thought of business and immediately introduced Hu Yong to Tang Wanqing. I don't need you to remind me, this is Hu Yong Hu Xiao. Hu Yong took the initiative to extend his hand, his eyes staring firmly at Tang Wanqing as he looked up and down. Hello, Ms. Tang. Tang Wanqing also returned the grip and quickly drew back her hand when she noticed Hu Yong's greedy eyes, her tone cold. Good day, Hu Xiao. A twinge of disgust grew in her heart, and she turned slightly sideways, deliberately keeping her distance. Hu Yong stared at Tang Wanqing even more recklessly, and Tang Wanqing didn't get angry considering the Hu family's home turf. Tang Wanqing deliberately held Yiming and intimately helped him to straighten his tie. When Hu Yong saw it, his eyes immediately turned cold and his tone was full of mockery. I've heard before that Ms. Tang is powerful, and now it does seem to be true. He deliberately paused and looked at Yiming to continue. It's rare that she didn't fall apart after being dumped by a man and still made Sheng Tang up. Hu Yong looked at Tang Wanqing again and said in a playful tone. Ms. Tang should really thank that scummy guy. Tang Zizhou immediately understood what he meant and pointed at Yiming. Hu Xiao, he's that scum. Hu Yong pretended to be surprised and looked at Yiming with a smirk. Such a coincidence? I really didn't know, never mind. Tang Wanqing saw his poor acting at a glance and said with dissatisfaction. If Young Hu is alright, we'll excuse ourselves for now. What's the rush? Tang Zizhou said arrogantly as he stopped Tang Wanqing. You said that this party is organized by the Hu family, and now that you've been given the opportunity to get to know Hu Xiao, why don't you take advantage of it? Chapter 110, Distinctive Treatment. Tang Wanqing glared at Tang Zizhou who was in the way and warned angrily. I don't need you to mind my business. Yiming pulled Tang Wanqing behind him, idly mocking the two. I didn't expect to come to a reception and see two clowns acting, interesting. Hu Yong reacted, his face changed and he cursed angrily. What do you mean, kid? Tang Zizhou didn't expect Yiming to dare to open his mouth even on such an occasion and immediately threatened Yiming. Kid, you have big guts, how dare you disrespect Young Hu, why don't you hurry up and apologize to Young Hu? Yiming ignored Hu Yong and looked at Tang Zizhou with eyes that grew cold. Tang Zizhou, if you dare to bite again, I'll help Wanqing teach you a good lesson. Hearing how Yiming dared to humiliate himself, Tang Zizhou simply couldn't endure it. Together with Hu Yong's presence, he expected that Yiming would not dare to make a move and arrogantly roared at him. How dare you? Snap. Yiming sharply struck out and slapped Tang Zizhou. Tang Zizhou didn't think about dodging at all, his cheeks were instantly red and swollen from the beating, and he froze in place. Hu Yong also felt humiliated that Yiming had made a move in front of him. Yes. The two men parted ways and went their separate ways to find opportunities to work together. The people who came to the reception today were looking for cooperative projects, and everywhere you looked there were people gathering to talk about their intentions. Soon, Yiming heard a suitable item and walked over. Only, he wasn't in a hurry, and was quiet for a moment, listening. Mr. Liu, I've understood the project, if you cooperate with me, I'll give a 10% profit on my side. Only 10%, you're too insincere, Mr. Liu, I'll make a 20% profit. If you guys have to be like this, then I'll make a 30% profit. Yi Ming looked at General Manager Lu, who was surrounded in the center and seemed to still be considering. Yi Ming also opened his mouth. Since we haven't decided yet, I'll join in. Mr. Lu looked up at Yi Ming, saw that he was not dressed badly, and asked suspiciously. Sir, may I ask which company you are representing? Yi Ming didn't think much and said directly. Shang Tang Group. Upon hearing that, a trace of disdainful expression appeared on several people's faces. Who did I think it was? So it was Shang Tang. At this time, Hu Haoren saw Yi Ming and immediately walked over excitedly. Yi. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Yi Ming immediately shook his head at him, and Hu Haoren could only hold his words back. However, Mr. Lu and the others all saw Hu Haoren and greeted him warmly. Greetings, Hu family master. Hu Haoren nodded slightly in response, thinking that Yi Ming might be trying to cooperate, and immediately inquired. Mr. Lu, what were you guys just discussing? Thinking that Hu Haoren was interested, Mr. Lu hurriedly introduced himself. Hu Haoren couldn't stop nodding his head after hearing this, guessing that Yi Ming was trying to take this project. The program is really good. Mr. Lu was even more excited to hear this, misunderstanding that Hu Haoren meant that he wanted to cooperate. As long as I can cooperate with the Hu family, I will accept any conditions. Hu Haoren didn't answer, he didn't dare to compete with Yi Ming. Mr. Lu, how many have intentions? Back to family master Hu, 3 families. Mr. Lu didn't even think about it and immediately compared 3 fingers. It's 4, Mr. Lu, you didn't count the Shang Tang group. Yi Ming looked at General Manager Lu with an unhappy face and questioned. I've just offered to participate on behalf of Shang Tang, have you forgotten? Mr. Lu didn't expect Yi Ming to tear him down in front of Hu Haoren, and his expression carried a hint of displeasure. I haven't forgotten, but Shang Tang isn't qualified, sorry. Mr. Lu was just in the way of Hu Haoren's presence and casually perfunctorily gave Yi Ming a sentence. Seeing that Yi Ming was not even qualified, Hu Haoren was shocked in his heart. Not waiting for Yi Ming to open his mouth, he directly asked a rhetorical question. LV Chang'in, all the participants who came are qualified, how can you treat them differently? Seeing that Hu Haoren's tone had changed, Lu Chang'in was also confused. Before LV Chang'in could explain, Hu Haoren directly ordered towards the bodyguard. Snobs like you are not welcome at the Hu family's reception, get out. LV Chang'in was very puzzled and looked at Hu Haoren, unable to speak. Family Master Hu, why is this? Naturally, Hu Haoren would not tell him the reason, he could see that Yi Ming was very low-key. The other 3 were also puzzled, and didn't dare to say much even as they watched LV Chang'in being driven away. After all, the Hu family's power in Jinling could not be underestimated, and they could not afford to offend the Hu family for the sake of a cooperation. The 3 were afraid of angering Hu Haoren and immediately dispersed. Hu Haoren hurriedly walked to Yi Ming and greeted him respectfully. I didn't expect that Yi Xiao would also come, please forgive me for being slow. Yi Ming waved his hand, signaling him to hurry up and stand still. There's no need to be polite, Hu family master. Hu Haoren didn't dare to disobey Yi Ming and hurriedly stood up straight. Afterward, he remembered something and gestured towards Yi Ming with a slight bow. Yi Ming was genuinely happy for her and then asked. Which company? Tang Wanqing turned her head to look around. She had come over because she wanted to bring Yi Ming along to talk about it in detail. It's at. There were indeed many people in the hall, and Tang Wanqing searched for a while. See, hey, why is Hu Yang there? Tang Wanqing was just about to point it out to Yi Ming when she saw that Hu Yang was also there and couldn't help but frown slightly. Yi Ming followed Tang Wanqing's gaze and saw that Hu Yang was chatting freely with a Mediterranean man. Tang Wanqing felt uneasy and couldn't help but walk forward. Yi Ming followed. The Mediterranean man turned his head and saw Tang Wanqing, immediately waving his hand. Mr. Tang is just in time, I just mentioned you to Mr. Hu. Yes? I wonder what Yun Hu has told Mr. Yao. Yaoanan looked at Hu Yong, both of their faces were a bit subtle, smiling but not saying anything. Tang Wanqing didn't care and walked over to Yao Anha to greet him graciously. Mr. Yao, now if you're free, why don't we talk about the details? Tang Wanqing didn't care what Hu Yong said to Yao Anha, she only wanted to finalize the cooperation as soon as possible. Free is free. Yao Anha glanced at Tang Wanqing halfway through his sentence. Mr. Tang, I'm actually a very fastidious person, I don't ask for that much. As long as Mr. Tang agrees to the terms of payment, I can sign the contract right away. Saying that, Yao Anha directly took out the contract and placed it in front of Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing had mixed emotions for a while. Yao Anha's attitude was a bit unexpected. Since Mr. Yao wants to talk to Miss Tang, I'll leave first. Hu Yong glanced at Yao Anha and pointed to the side. Yao Anha immediately got up and respectfully escorted him. Please bear with Hu Xiao, excuse me. Yi Ming noticed that Hu Yong glanced meaningfully at Yao Anha before he left. However, Tang Wanqing didn't pay attention to it because she was too elated, and just looked at Yi Ming too excited to speak. Yi Ming could guess her mind, thinking that the cooperation would be yellow, but he did not expect Yao Anha to be so quick. You guys talk, I'll get something to drink. Yi Ming didn't want to disturb the two of them talking about business and found a reason to walk away. Okay, you come back as soon as you can. Tang Wanqing immediately nodded her head and explained that Yi Ming should not go far. Yi Ming left. Yao Anha did not care, just glanced at him and immediately withdrew his eyes. Mr. Yao, how would you like me to pay? Tang Wanqing slightly calmed her excitement and opened the door to questions. Yao Anha leaned his body back and said in a domineering tone. Considering Shangtang Group's current situation, it has to be paid in a lump sum. Pay it all at once? This. Tang Wanqing instantly hit rock bottom inside, very hesitant. This is indeed a bit difficult for Shangtang. She turned slightly sideways to face Yao Anha and asked with a consultative tone. Mr. Yao, let's talk more about the payment method? Yao Anha waved his hand and continued in a non-negotiable tone. Mr. Tang, the revenue from this project is very substantial. If you don't cooperate, there are plenty of people who will. As he said that, his expression became a bit impatient. Mr. Tang should also know that if you miss out on working with me, you'll probably get nowhere today. Tang Wanqing's face became a bit ugly, hearing that Yao Anha was doing it on purpose. It's true that Shangtang can't come up with $1 billion right now, but there's no precedent in the rules of the trade to pay it all at once. That's right, the rule of the trade is to pay in installments, but not the Shangtang Group. Seeing Tang Wanqing move out of the line, Yao Anha even stopped hiding it. Tang Wanqing's face turned red with anger, and her tone of voice changed when she spoke to Yao Anha. Mr. Yao, you're clearly targeting me. Yao Anha nodded, not hiding his contempt for Tang Wanqing in the slightest. That's right. You. Tang Wanqing was so angry that she couldn't speak, only now did she understand why Yao Anha was so quick. You can't blame me, Mr. Tang, Shangtang's situation is known to all of Jiling. Seeing Yao Anha say this, Tang Wanqing was no longer angry, just frustrated. Yao Anha looked at Tang Wanqing, his tone suddenly easing up a bit. If Mr. Tang can find someone in the field to vouch for the Shangtang Group now, that's fine. Hearing Tang Wanqing fret, she shook her head helplessly. Seeing that Tang Wanqing seemed ready to give up, Yao Anha deliberately said. Mr. Tang, today is the Hu family's home turf, you can go to the Hu family for a guarantee. Hearing Yao Anha's hint that she was looking for Hu Yong, Tang Wanqing was very torn. Mr. Tang, think it over, we can get it done in half an hour, we'll sign the contract right away, or else we're exempt. After saying that, Yao Anha directly left. Tang Wanqing sat lost and motionless. When Yi Ming returned, he saw that she was not in the right mood and immediately inquired about the reason. Learning of the situation, Yi Ming patted her shoulder and comforted her. Never mind, there are other opportunities. You don't understand, no. Tang Wanqing looked at Yi Ming and shook her head, her eyes full of disappointment. I've been around the block, and Yao is the only one who's given me a chance to talk. Tang Wanqing knew very well that this matter was related to. Because of the request, Tang Wanqing's attitude was still gentle. Hu Yong looked at Tang Wanqing and asked arrogantly. What is it? Seeing Hu Yong's loving look, Tang Wanqing felt more at ease. I'd like to ask Hu Xiao to vouch for Shangtang Group, it won't be troublesome. Tang Wanqing directly explained the situation and emphasized a sentence. Hu Yong didn't answer immediately and pondered for a moment before speaking. Consider it. But in business, I can't help for nothing? Hearing Hu Yong make his conditions, Tang Wanqing immediately nodded her head. Of course, what are Hu Xiao's conditions? Hu Yong pointed to the hall in front of him, and then to his ears. It's too noisy in here, go outside and talk. With that, he led the bodyguards towards walking out, not giving Tang Wanqing the slightest chance to refuse. Glancing outside, Tang Wanqing followed after hesitation. Yi Ming was just about to follow him, but he was blocked by a figure. I didn't realize it just now, but you're dressed like a man today. Tang Zizhou stood in front of Yi Ming and looked at him with a face full of mockery. Chapter 112. Get out of the way. Yi Ming didn't want to bother and prepared to leave. Tang Zizhou, however, was unforgiving and continued to be sarcastic. I knew right away that Tang Wanqing bought it for you, didn't I? You're so cheeky. Yi Ming glared at him and raised his fist in warning. Are you not beaten enough? Tang Zizhou immediately covered his punched cheek and scornfully took a few steps back. You reckless man, I can tell you that the ones who are here today are the top business celebrities in Jinling. Looking at Yi Ming, Tang Zizhou forced himself to be calm. Even if you don't want face, Tang Wanqing is still afraid of losing face. Tang Zizhou's words made Yi Ming think of how Tang Wanqing was selling out to find cooperation, which made him drop his hand. Originally, Yi Ming had no intention of getting into it with Tang Zizhou and only wanted to scare him into leaving quickly. However, when Tang Zizhou saw that he didn't intend to make a move, he wasn't afraid of death and blocked up again. What the hell are you capable of? How can Tang Wanqing accept a bastard who ran away from marriage for 6 years and came back again? If it weren't for you, our Tang family wouldn't be fingered all day long. Yi Ming didn't want to listen to his nagging anymore and pushed him away to chase him out. When Yi Ming looked around, Tang Wanqing's figure was long gone. Damn it! Realizing that something was wrong, Yi Ming turned his head to look. At this moment, Tang Zizhou was looking at him with a smug smile on his face. Seeing that Tang Zizhou was doing it on purpose, Yi Ming coldly glared at him, intending to clean him up later. I'll let you hit me, but I'll let you do the work. Looking at Yi Ming's back as he left in a hurry, Tang Zizhou felt slightly out of breath. At this moment, Tang Wanqing followed Hu Yong to the Hotel Sky Garden. It's quiet here, so let's talk about it here. Hu Yong casually found a seat and sat down, signaling Tang Wanqing to sit down as well. Tang Wanqing saw that there were quite a few guests around, and only then did she lower her guard in her heart. Hu Xiao, do you need anything else? The two had just sat down when the waiter brought a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Black Bear, you do it. Yes. The bodyguard behind Hu Yong immediately took what the waiter was holding and signaled the other party to step back. Tang Wanqing didn't care and just sat quietly. Hu Yong took the glass of wine handed over by Black Bear and took a shallow sip before saying slowly. Yi Ming offended me just now. Since Miss Tang wants my help, she has to make amends first, right? Tang Wanqing had prepared herself mentally long ago, guessing that Hu Yong would definitely bring up this matter. She glanced at the empty glass the Black Bear was holding and without hesitation walked over and poured a full glass. Young Hu, I apologize to you on behalf of Yi Ming for what happened just now. When she finished, she was ready to tilt her head back and drink. 1 drink to make amends? Hu Yong, however, stopped her, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Tang Wanqing's hand froze in midair, looking at Hu Yong with mixed emotions. What does Hu Xiao want? Tang Wanqing could only try to restrain her emotions at this point, and didn't intend to bring things to a standstill. Black Bear, you go? Hu Yong gave a command towards Black Bear, and soon Black Bear brought a bottle of foreign wine. Miss Tang, drink this if you have the sincerity to apologize. Tang Wanqing saw that it was a bottle of high-level whiskey, and her heart drummed a little. Hu Yong saw her concern and said with some anger. You underestimate me when you're worried that I've drugged my drink? After saying that, he signaled Black Bear to open the wine in front of Tang Wanqing and drank a cup first. See Hu Yong drinkin' alright, Tang Wanqing heart concerns thoroughly only to dispel. Good. I'll drink then. Tang Wanqing intended to pour out the wine in her cup and pour a new one. Miss Tang, please. Instead, Black Bear pulled out a new wine glass and handed it over and poured her a drink. Tang Wanqing didn't doubt it and drank it directly. Miss Tang is a real pain in the ass. Seeing Tang Wanqing drinking, Hu Yong clapped his hands. However, Tang Wanqing immediately felt that something was wrong, and her legs were so weak that she. Hu Yong. You. Are despicable. Tang Wanqing's chest was heaving with anger, wanting to leave but being powerless. Hu Yong revealed his lewd face and looked at Tang Wanqing and said playfully. It's not like drugging can only be done in wine, it seems Miss Tang is still inexperienced. Saying that, he looked at the deep gully Tang Wanqing revealed and licked his lips. Let me help you enrich. Bang! The Black Bear plunged headlong into the garden as if his whole body were upside down. Hearing the sound, Hu Yong turned around and was very surprised to see the Black Bear crawling out of the dirt. The Black Bear crawled out in a heap and hurriedly patted the dirt off his head. TNND. Asshole, you're dead. Black Bear had been by Hu Yong's side for many years, and no one had dared to call his bluff, and his eyes flared with anger. Without bothering to clean it up, he charged towards Yi Ming once again. The Black Bear was built like a bear, he jumped up high, intending to crush Yi Ming. Bang! Yiming once again kicked out. The black bear had no strength at all to fight, and crashed heavily into the huge iron art flower stand behind him. Clunk! The trellis all collapsed, hitting the black bear right in the back, and the bear was completely immobilized. Black bear! Hu Yang was shocked half a day after seeing it and foolishly watched Yiming walk towards himself. Say! Where did you hide, Wanqing? Chapter 113, Can't Stand You. With an angry look on his face, Yiming picked Hu Yang up and walked to the parapet. Before Hu Yang could react, he was carried out of the guardrail by Yiming. Phew! Hearing the wind in his ears, Hu Yang realized that he was suspended over 30 floors and screamed in fear. Help! Help! Hu Yang was terrified and begged for mercy, fearing that if Yiming let go, he would be thrown into a meat pie. Yiming saw that he still didn't say anything and rebuked loudly. Still not talking? At the moment of crisis, Hu Yang then remembered what Yiming had asked. It's in there. I gave her some sleeping pills. Hu Yang didn't dare to hide it and pointed in Tang Wanqing's direction. But I didn't touch her. Really didn't touch. Have mercy. Hu Yang was terrified and added that he was worried that Yiming would kill him. Vile. Yiming angrily threw Hu Yang casually, and Hu Yang was stuck in the flower bed and couldn't get out at all. Save, save. Hu Yang just wanted to call for help, but when he saw Yiming's cold gaze, he immediately shut up. Yiming didn't bother and ran directly to Tang Wanqing. Wanqing, I'm coming. Finding Tang Wanqing, Yiming saw that she was groggy and immediately took her pulse. Yiming made sure she was fine before carrying her away. Only when the people in the hall were filled with question marks, and instantly stopped discussing cooperation. All of them were discussing what had just happened. In the VIP box, Yiming used his bagua hands to help Tang Wanqing dissolve the strength of the sleeping pills. Tang Wanqing gradually came to her senses, only her body still wasn't too strong. Wanqing, you need some time to recover from drinking spirits and taking sleeping pills. Yiming picked up Tang Wanqing and said heartily. Tang Wanqing nodded her head breathlessly, looking at Yiming with a resigned face. Yiming caressed her hair and asked anxiously. What the hell happened? Tang Wanqing briefly explained the situation, shedding tears in hindsight. Yiming could see that she was frightened and hugged her and patted her back gently. It's okay, don't worry. However, a touch of anger surfaced on Yiming's face. Hu Haoren and Hu Manlu looked at each other, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes. Young Yi, I'm sorry, it's the Hu family's fault. Hu Haoren immediately apologized, and if it wasn't for the fact that Tang Wanqing was present, he would have already directly knelt down. Knock knock. Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door from the bodyguard. Family master, Hu Yang has been found. Hu Haoren was in a rage. He didn't expect the Hu family to try to flatter Yiming, but Hu Yang dared to make a move against Tang Wanqing. Where are the people? The bodyguard hesitated for a moment and returned at the door. Hu Yang, stuck in a flower bed and can't pull out. Hu Haoren looked towards Yiming, and in his heart, he had already guessed that it must have been Yiming who had made the move. Then move the flower bed to the hall. Yes. Several people then headed down the hall as well. Hu Haoren promised to give Yiming an explanation, so he had to do it. Knock. When the crowd saw Hu Haoren's wretched appearance, they all dared not come forward. Tang Zizhou had just gone to the bathroom and did not know the situation, and when he saw Hu Haoren he immediately went forward to care. Hu Xiao, what's wrong with you? Cut the ing crap and pull me out now. Hu Haoren saw Tang Zizhou angry and scolded. He did not want to be seen as a joke. Tang Zizhou reached out his hand and yanked hard, but no matter how hard he yanked, he couldn't. Bang! Tang Zizhou failed to pull Hu Yang out and instead fell to the ground himself. Who the heck? Tang Zizhou felt that he bumped into someone and was about to start cursing when he turned around and saw that it was Hu Haoren, who hurriedly apologized. Master Hu, yes, I'm sorry. He backed up as he owed it, hurrying to get out of the way. Tang Wanqing? When he straightened up but saw Yiming and Tang Wanqing following behind him, he was filled with surprise. Tang Zizhou instantly understood and silently drilled into the crowd, not wanting to be seen by Yiming. Family master, save me. Hu Yang saw Hu Haoren and excitedly begged for help. He felt that there was finally someone who could clean up Yiming. Hu Yang felt that no matter how capable Yiming was, he wouldn't dare to call the shots with the Hu family head. Family master, an asshole hit me. Because he was blocked by Hu Haoren just now, he didn't see Yiming behind him. Yeah, that's the asshole. When Hu Haoran saw Yiming, he pointed at him and shouted angrily. Hu Haoran's face was as gloomy as water, and without saying a word he stepped forward and slapped. Snap. Hu Yong was dumbfounded and looked at Hu Haoran with a face full of confusion. Family master, what are you hitting me for? It's this asshole. Snap. Hu Yong was slapped again before he could finish his sentence. This time, the person who struck was Hu Manlu, her long nails slapped down, and Hu Yong's face was instantly left with several bloody marks. Hu Haoran glared at Hu Yong and shouted angrily. Xiaoye's action was to teach a lesson to disobedient clansmen on behalf of my Hu clan. You should be beaten for disrespecting Xiaoye. The crowd all looked at Yiming in surprise, revealing puzzled expressions. Yip Shu? Everyone frowned when they heard Hu Haoran respect Yiming so much. Hu Manlu took the paper towel from the bodyguard and wiped away the blood on her hands as she loudly questioned Hu Yong. Do you dare to say in public why you were taught a lesson by Yi Xiao? Hu Yong bowed his head, not daring to look at Hu Manlu's stern gaze at all. Hu Haoran spoke immediately afterward, angrily saying to Hu Yong. Yi Xiao taught me a good lesson. Even if Xiaoye doesn't make a move, my Hu family can't tolerate you. Hu Yong looked at Hu Haoran's serious face, inwardly terrified, and frantically begged for mercy. Family master, don't. Please spare me for the sake of the old family master who just died. Hu Yong completely panicked. Hu Haoran was not joking when he said it in public. The old family master held me in high regard in his lifetime. Hu Haoran's face became even more furious upon hearing this and directly interrupted Hu Yong's words. You disgrace yourself and dare to involve the old family master. From this moment on, you are no longer a member of my Hu family. Chapter 114. No need for guarantees. After saying that, a group of bodyguards immediately stepped forward and carried Hu Yong out along with the flower bed. Hu Yong shouted in a hurry, his face horrified. Beg the family master for mercy, beg the family master for mercy. However, Hu Haoran directly turned around without even looking at him, with an unusually resolute attitude. Hu Yong's cries faded away, and not a single person in the entire hall dared to speak. This was a matter for the Hu family, and with Hu Haoran's personal words, no one dared to discuss it. How did this Yiming climb up to the Hu family again? Tang Zizhou looked at Yiming with a stunned face, thinking about bullying Tang Wanqing, just now worrying that Yiming would find him in trouble. Thinking that no one was paying attention, Tang Zizhou immediately slipped away. However, Yiming could see it clearly. Just to clean up Tang Zizhou, he was not in a hurry for this moment. Although Hu Haoran had given Yiming an explanation, he was still terrified in his heart. Yiming was able to crush even a heavenly-level martial artist with a single blow. Offending Yiming was undoubtedly asking for death. Hu Haoran before Yiming solemnly and respectfully apologized. Please atone for your sins, it's because I didn't discipline my clan well that I offended Xiaoye. In Hu Haoran's opinion, even killing Hu Yong in public was not enough to vent his anger. Only, Hu Yong made a mistake but dragged the Hu family into it, making him panic. Hu Manlu also bowed and apologized after her brother at this time, not daring to open her mouth rashly. Why is the Hu family master so respectful in his attitude? What exactly is this person's identity? The crowd couldn't help but whisper as they looked at the two men's stance. Although the crowd did not recognize Yiming, they did recognize Tang Wanqing beside him. Seeing this, everyone was even more puzzled at this point. Seeing the respectful attitude of the two, Yiming said in a light tone. Since family master Hu said that Hu Yong is not a member of the Hu family, this matter naturally has nothing to do with the Hu family. Hearing Yiming say this, Hu Haoran immediately straightened up to look at Yiming and nodded excitedly. Many thanks to Yi Xiao for not blaming me. Hu Manlu looked at Yiming's expression and confirmed that she really wasn't angry, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Young Yi is generous, the Hu family is ashamed. Hu Manlu owed her body slightly and her tone was very sincere. Yiming glanced at Hu Manlu and gave a slight nod of his head. Hu Manlu's temperament reminded Yiming of Moon Yintong, only more mature and sophisticated. Seeing the Hu family siblings being so respectful in front of Yiming, the crowd speculated. Is this kid not a great young man of some hidden family? Impossible, I heard that he was the one who abandoned Tang Wanqing back then. Could you be mistaken, really? How could the Hu family lord be so respectful? For a while, the hall was full of opinions. But there was one thing the crowd was pretty sure of: they had never seen the Hu family treat anyone so respectfully. When Yiming saw that he was done with the treatment and intended to leave with Tang Wanqing, Hu Manlu hurriedly seized. I feel honored to be given the opportunity to work with the Hu family. After Tang Wanqing finished speaking, she extended her hand to Hu Manlu without being condescending. Hu Manlu, hanging a heart, also finally fell, immediately smiled back to shake the past. Great, I wish us luck in our endeavors. After saying that, she immediately looked at Hu Haoran. Hu Haoran hurried over some and said with a smile. Ms. Tang is not feeling well today, we'll talk about the specifics in detail another day, what do you think? Tang Wanqing was originally still wondering how to explain, but she didn't expect Hu Haoran to take the initiative, making her feel surprised. Thank you, Hu family master, for your understanding. I dare not, Ms. Tang doesn't have to be polite. Hu Haoran quickly waved his hand, he didn't dare to accept Tang Wanqing's thanks at Yiming. The crowd had been silent just now, but at this moment, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Seeing the Hu family's attitude towards the Shangtang group, all of them couldn't wait to come forward to beg for cooperation. Mr. Tang, our project is very Shangtang group, please give a chance to cooperate? And us, as long as Shangtang can cooperate with us, we'll accept any conditions. The crowd swarmed around. Yao Anha unusually regretted it this time, not expecting the Hu family to be so optimistic about Shangtang group. Not wanting to miss the opportunity to show his face in front of the Hu family, he licked his face and squeezed in front of Tang Wanqing. Why didn't Mr. Tang say so earlier just now? If you know that you have such a good relationship with the Hu family, you don't need any guarantee at all. Yao Anha looked at Tang Wanqing with a pleasing face and directly took out the contract. Just pay according to the rules of the trade, please sign here, Mr. Tang. Saying that, Yao Anha even took the initiative to hand out a pen. Tang Wanqing was very angry when she saw his two very different faces before and after. Mr. Yao, just now you implied that I should go to Hu Yong, now how come you don't need a guarantee? As early as when she knew about the time in the middle of the day, Tang Wanqing thought that Yao Anha was in league with Hu Yong. Upon hearing this, Yiming's face changed as he looked at Yao Anha and coldly questioned. Say, did you take favors from Hu Yong? Yao Anha was very hesitant, although Hu Yong had already been kicked out of the Hu family, but if he admitted to it he definitely had no good consequences. Seeing that he didn't answer, Hu Haoran shouted. Yi Xiao asked you, why don't you answer? Yao Anha was frightened by Hu Haoran's aura and nodded his head in a hurry. Yes. Hu Yong wanted me to lure Ms. Tang over, I really don't know the rest. Seeing Hu Yong's miserable state of being cleaned up, he hurriedly explained. Hu Haoran glared at Yao Anha with a sinister face and heated in a stern voice. Yao Anha, you are aiding and abetting the enemy, it really degrades the reputation of our business community in Jinling. He glanced at Yaoan and the contract in his hand and said coldly. The Hu family is about to cooperate with Shangtang, you don't need this small profit of yours, get out of Jinling at once. Chapter 115. It's time to make a move. Knock. When Yao Anha heard the last sentence, he was so scared that his face turned pale and he directly knelt down. With the Hu family's means, it was absolutely easy to screw him over. Hu family master, spare my life, I was wrong and will never dare again. Yao Anha begged loudly that by leaving Jinling he would lose all the fruits of his years of hard work. Everyone in the hall was silenced, thankful that they hadn't put shoes on Tang Wanqing just now. In order to help Tang Wanqing out, the Hu family had first kicked Hu Yong out of the house, and now they were cleaning up Yao Anha. Such a stance left the crowd in disbelief. Soon, everyone began to speculate. It seems that the Hu family is looking at the development potential of the Shangtang group to show their sincerity in cooperation. Shangtang group has really been developing well recently, we should hurry up and seize the opportunity. The people who came to the meeting today had never been to Crane Dance Mountain, so they didn't understand Hu Haoran's move. As businessmen, they can only analyze it from a business perspective. After coming to the conclusion, everyone was even more eager to cooperate with Shangtang group. Seeing that Tang Wanqing's stamina was failing, Hu Haoran took the initiative to help relieve him. All of you be quiet for a moment, if you have the desire to cooperate you can come back to the door another day, today all of you don't disturb Ms. Tang's rest. After that, he ordered the bodyguard. Men, escort Yun Yi and Miss Tang away. Yes. The bodyguards split into two teams to open up the road and stood beside Yiming and Tang Wanqing, respectfully escorting them. Hu Haoran and Hu Manlu also followed them out and personally sent the two to the entrance of the hotel. When Yiming and the two of them got into the car, Hu Haoran respectfully stood beside the car and apologized again. I also asked that Xiaoyi not take it out on the Hu family for Hu Yong's rudeness. Yiming turned his head to look at Hu Haoran and saw that he was full of sincerity and didn't count on it. Hu family master, one person does everything, I can tell the difference. Thank you, Yi Xiao. With Yiming's words, Hu Haoran's heart was completely relieved. Yi Xiao is slow to go. Hu Haoran respectfully sent Yiming away and waved goodbye. Car. Tang Wanqing leaned breathlessly on the car seat and looked at Yiming and asked. Yiming, it seems that the Hu family master has extra respect for you? Yiming looked ahead and did not turn his head, casually returning. It's probably because I helped elder family master Hu before and they're grateful. Tang Wanqing didn't ask any more questions, only wondering in her heart. She felt that the male lead's return this time was always a mystery. Back to Show Garden Lodge. Yiming helped Tang Wanqing into the home and casually shouted. Sister Luo? However, the always enthusiastic Sister Luo did not respond. Yiming looked at Tang Wanqing with a bad smile on his face and asked in return. Or what? Tang Wanqing shyly covered her face all over with the quilt, her nervous heart pounding wildly. It was only because of the effects of the medicine that she soon fell into a deep sleep. Day 2. The two drove to the office together and made a point of getting out of the car one after the other. Wanqing, what took you so long? Tang Wanqing had just walked into the company when she was hurriedly pulled to the office by Suing, and she couldn't help but look back at Yiming. Yiming was just about to get out of the car when he suddenly received a call from Tianxing. Young lord, the person in charge of keeping an eye on Tangmai's side has found something. Lately he's been meeting privately with Shengtang shareholders to acquire a large number of shares. Yiming frowned slightly and immediately understood Tang Mai's intentions. I know, it's time to clean up these two fathers and sons of the Tang family. Hanging up the phone, Yiming saw Tang Mai and Tang Zizhou walk into the company with a group of people. Knowing that absolutely nothing good could come from the two coming, he too immediately entered the company. President's office. Tang Wanqing looked at Suing while sitting down, feeling that she was a bit mysterious. What is it exactly that you have to go into the office to talk about? Suing didn't answer, discreetly closing the office door and walking over to Tang Wanqing. Wanqing, I sensed that something was wrong with the company's stock. There was a small fluctuation. Tang Wanqing understood what Suing meant and thought for a moment before speaking. It shouldn't be too much of a problem, but even if it is, it's fine. Seeing that Tang Wanqing wasn't worried, Suing was surprised. Why? Tang Wanqing smiled and looked at Suing and said. The Hu family is going to cooperate with Shengtang soon, the news will spread soon, and the stock will naturally stabilize. Really? Suing was very excited and had a smile on her face. Before Qi Xiaozhu finished speaking, Yiming had already gotten into the elevator and rushed towards the conference room. What do you know? I haven't even mentioned that the second master of the Tang family was there. Looking at the elevator door already closed, Qi Xiaozhu, Tang Zizhou saw Yiming at this time and had a smug look on his face. Yiming, you're not bad either, you're all mixed up enough to participate in the shareholders' meeting. Because Tang Mai was there, he also had the courage in his heart to taunt Yiming. This is an internal meeting of the Tang family, there's no room for you to speak. Tang Wanqing noticed that Tang Yimei wasn't surprised by the news that Suing had uttered, and had some guesses in her heart. Suing was still angry as she pointed at Tang Yimei. Are you forgetful? The Tang family has already cleared their relationship with the Shang. Tang Wanqing was certain that the shareholders had fallen in line, only she had no intention of admitting defeat. Tang Mai seemed to have expected Tang Wanqing to ask this as he shouted behind him. Counselor Son, you tell her. Okay, second Master Tang. A man wearing a suit and holding a briefcase walked up to Tang Wanqing. Miss Tang, please take a look, Mr. Tang Mai now owns 60% of Shengtang Group. Lawyer Song pointed to the specific location in the document and continued to explain to Tang Wanqing. Therefore, the resolution formed by Mr. Tang's convening of the shareholders' meeting is naturally legally effective. Tang Wanqing and Suing were both shocked and immediately lowered their heads to look through the documents. How is that possible? Suing felt unbelievable, she just sensed that there was something wrong with the stock, but she didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. Looking to the shareholders present, Suing questioned angrily. Mr. Tang treated you all well, how could you betray Mr. Tang? The shareholders, seeing that they had already torn their faces off, showed their arrogant faces. It's said that businessmen seek profit, and we naturally follow whoever gives us more benefits. The dividend that second Master Tang promised to give us can be 30% higher than before. Miss Tang better hurry up and get married, don't roll around in a pile of men, so as not to get married. The mockery of the shareholders was a great relief to Tang Yimei, and she chimed in with her sarcastic comments about Tang Wanqing. Wanqing, your second uncle won't treat you poorly, these 40% of your shares are completely enough to feed this Yiming brat. Tang Wanqing was publicly humiliated by her own family, and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. Yiming walked forward and looked at Lawyer Song and asked, "These legal documents are up to date?" Chapter 117, Crazy Talk. Lawyer Song looked at Yiming with a somewhat puzzled expression. "Of course. Here's a proof of equity document that was issued just before we left." Immediately afterward, a sneer appeared on his face after he shot a glance at Yiming. With the strength of the second master, why would he be guilty of playing tricks on something like this? Tang Zizhou looked at Yiming with a face full of disdain and impatiently mocked. "That's right. Even if we acquire the entire Shangtang group, it's still more than enough." "You, what are you babbling about?" Tang Zizhou slandered Tang Wanqing in public, making her unbearable. Seeing that Tang Wanqing was speechless, Tang Wanqing and Suing also felt strange at this time, and both of them looked at Yiming. "Yiming, you." Tang Wanqing tugged on Yiming, trying to remind him not to say these angry words. However, remembering Yiming's explanation before entering just now, Tang Wanqing still swallowed her words. Tang Mai noticed Tang Wanqing's actions, and the doubt on his face instantly disappeared. He looked toward Yiming with a contemptuous tone. "Kid, you think you can bluff me by saying a few words?" Tang Zizhou understood at this point and scoffed along. "It's a done deal, can you change it?" How childish. Guessing Yiming's intentions, Tang Zizhou's tone became even more disdainful. "I advise you not to try to beg the Mu family for help, no one else has time for you." Tang Zizhou intended to completely break Yiming's back and troll him in public. Yiming didn't bother, he had no intention of letting the Mu family know. Ding! Just then, Yiming received a message, and he looked down to check. The news was that Elder One had reported to Yiming that the acquisition had been completed and it was all under Yiming's name. That's not bad for efficiency. Yiming looked at the time and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. He smiled and took his cell phone back, looking at Tang Mai and shaking his head meaningfully. "You're all worrying about yourselves and you're still worrying about Shangtang, so I suggest you think about how to pay back the money better first." "What the are you talking about, crazy?" Tang Zizhou shouted furiously towards Yiming, a puzzled look on his face. Tang Mai didn't say anything, thinking that it was very odd for Yiming to talk like this. Just as Tang Mai was still pondering, he suddenly received a phone call. What exactly is so important about calling at this hour? Receiving a phone call at this time made Tang Mai dissatisfied, and his tone was impatient. However, when Tang Mai listened further, his face turned pale and his eyes were filled with shock. "You, what did you say? Are you sure?" Tang Mai's voice was clearly trembling, and even his hand that answered the phone was shaking. The assistant on the other end of the phone, with a crying voice, reported the situation to Tang Mai. "Mr. Tang, all of the company's shares have been acquired, and the company has gone bankrupt waiting to be liquidated." Tang Mai was very shocked. He hurriedly stepped aside and asked in a low voice with extreme restraint. "Who actually acquired it?" After waiting for a while, the assistant stammered out a reply. "It's all under one person's name, yes, it's Yiming." Snap! Seemingly hit by a major blow, Tang Mai couldn't even hold his cell phone steady and dropped it directly to the ground. "Dad, what's wrong?" Tang Zizhou suspiciously walked forward and immediately picked up the cell phone. "Hey, what's going on?" Hearing the voice still coming out of the cell phone, Tang Zizhou immediately put it to his ear. Tang Zizhou was completely unprepared, and his face instantly changed when he heard it. "What?" His face was even more ugly than Tang Mai's, with an expression of disbelief. "What's going on here?" Seeing that both of them didn't say anything after answering the phone, Tang Yimei asked suspiciously. Tang Mai froze in place at this time and looked at Yiming with a gloomy expression. Seeing that he didn't answer, Tang Yimei directly walked up and urged Yiming's trio. "Hurry up and sign, don't delay everyone." Seeing this, the other shareholders followed suit. "That's right, sign it quickly and don't interfere with the new president's organization of the rest of the work. Everyone is still waiting to hear the new president's inaugural speech, so hurry up and sign." Looking at the unabashed faces of the crowd, Tang Wanqing was disappointed to the core. It would be fine if she was humiliated alone, but now she had even dragged Suing and Yiming into it. After hesitating, she stepped forward in desperation intending to sign. "Take it easy." Yiming stopped her as he pulled her back. He then looked at Tang Mai and slowly opened his mouth to ask. "Second Master Tang, are you sure you want us to sign?" Chapter 118, Seek Your Own Fortunes. Tang Yimei glared at Yiming with dissatisfaction and cursed impatiently. What are you asking for? Just sign it. However, as soon as Tang Yimei's words left her mouth, she heard Tang Mai roar angrily at her. Tang Yimei, you get the hell out of here and shut up. Hear me, like you. Not, you yell at me why? Tang Yimei was still arrogantly looking at Yiming, but after reacting, she looked at Tang Mai in surprise. The crowd also looked strangely at Tang Mai, their expressions all as surprised as Tang Yimei's. Tang Yimei felt disgraced, especially in front of Tang Wanqing's juniors. At this time, Tang Yimei was too exasperated to care that much. Tang Mai, are you stupid? What are you scolding me for? Faced with Tang Yimei's questioning, Tang Mai couldn't answer, his mind was still buzzing. Yiming looked at Tang Mai with a playful expression and slowly opened his mouth. Because he's bankrupt and all his properties have been acquired by me. Seeing that Tang Mai didn't say anything, Yiming directly said it for him. Tang Yimei looked at Yiming with an unbelievable face and waved his hand. No way. Ghosts believe you. Yiming's words were a joke to Tang Yimei, and she didn't believe them at all. The room was silent at that moment, and everyone froze. After Tang Yimei finished her speech, she realized that the atmosphere in the conference room was weird, and she couldn't help but feel a little bit of drumming in her heart. Tang Mai, you say something? Doubtful Tang Yimei walked up to Tang Mu to hear him personally disprove the rumor. However, Tang Mai did not deny it. Looking at the always proud Tang Mai's face unexpectedly showing a hint of dismay, Tang Yimei was stunned. No, how is that possible? Mai was also tormented in his heart at this time. He stared hard at Yiming but did not dare to speak. Zizhou, let's go. In order to confirm it clearly, Tang Mai rushed back in a hurry. Before Tang Zizhou could slow down, Lawyer Song hurriedly pulled him away. Young Tang, second master has left. Watching Tang Mai's group of people leave, the shareholders understood in their hearts. Knowing that Tang Mai went back to deal with the mess, everyone couldn't sit still. A quick reacting shareholder rushed to Tang Wanqing and hurriedly apologized to her. I beg Mr. Tang to atone for his sins, we were also forced by the second master, we didn't want it either. Upon seeing this, the other shareholders came forward and humbly apologized. Mr. Tang, you also know the power of the second master in the Tang family, we simply don't dare to disobey. Suing looked at the group of shareholders with a face full of disgust. Bah! All wallflowers. Suing was just about to open her mouth to dissuade Tang Wanqing from being soft, when Tang Wanqing immediately reached out her hand to stop her. I know it in my heart. After Tang Wanqing finished speaking to Suing, she turned to face the group of shareholders and said coldly. The Shang Tang group has always been, and will never be, tolerant of people who eat their way out. You're on your own. After saying that, Tang Wanqing led Suing out of the conference room without looking back. All the shareholders were completely desperate, not expecting Tang Wanqing to be so thunderous. Looking at the shareholders kneeling all over the ground, Yiming said impatiently. If you don't leave, all of security will be up here. These shareholders were all people of honor, so naturally they didn't want to be kicked out of the company and immediately got up to leave. Yiming finished handling it before he headed towards Tang Wanqing's office. At this time, Tang Wanqing and Suing, who had long returned to the office, were discussing what had just happened. Suing looked at Tang Wanqing suspiciously and asked curiously. Wanqing, how on earth did Yiming do that? It's incredible. Tang Wanqing shook her head, recalling the images from earlier, she was still thrilled inside. I don't know. Thinking of what Yiming said before he went in, Tang Wanqing had some guesses in her heart, but it was just not good to say it to Suing. Suing saw Tang Wanqing shaking her head and began to speculate. Does Yiming know any powerful people? After saying that, without waiting for Tang Wanqing to reply, Suing continued to analyze. That's not right, even the Mu family couldn't have acquired Tang Mai's industry in such a short period of time? These words were recognized by Tang Wanqing, who also nodded her head. That's true, second uncle's estate is at least over $2 billion, and Lawyer Song also said that the documents were issued before departure. The two men looked at each other in disbelief. Just as the two were puzzled, Yiming walked into the office. Yiming, you've come at the right time, tell us how exactly you acquired Tang Mai's industry? Looking at Su Ying's very curious appearance, Yiming shook his head helplessly. He looked at Tang Wanqing, his face suddenly becoming serious. Better get down to business. Seeing that he didn't answer, Suing asked back in a rude manner. What else is there to say about business? Filling vacant shareholder seats. Yiming's tone was very calm, but left Suing speechless. She also looked at Tang Wanqing and asked fretfully. Wanqing, this is quite a business. Although these shareholders are no good, but once they leave, won't the company's capital chain break? Tang Wanqing looked at the two and smiled mysteriously, saying calmly, "Don't worry, I've made arrangements." Suing was surprised that Tang Wanqing wasn't alarmed and looked at her in surprise. "I've already contacted the right shareholders in the meantime, and I'm sure Shangtang will grow even better." Hearing Tang Wanqing say this, Suing clasped her hands in front of her chest and pouted. "Yeah, you're even hiding it from me?" Still, she looked at Tang Wanqing happily after saying that. "Wanqing, you're amazing." Yiming didn't say anything, he just looked at Tang Wanqing showing an appreciative gaze. The woman he had his eye on was truly extraordinary. Tang Wanqing's face also became very serious as she looked at the two and said confidently, "I've wanted to purge these tumors for a long time, so I can finally make a big move next. I'm so blessed to have you all around me." Looking at Suing and Yiming, Tang Wanqing's eyes were slightly moist. Suing was also a little agitated by what she said. She sniffled and shook. "Wanqing, you haven't been back for a while, let mom see if you've lost weight." Gu Qingyun, "Old Don, you say something, do you believe it?" Tang Mutian quickly waved his hand, he didn't dare to go against Gu Qingyun's wishes. "Don't believe it, for sure." Tang Wanqing looked at the two helplessly and said decisively, "You guys stop doubting, anyway, today I'm going to treat Yiming to dinner and thank him." Gu Qingyun looked at Tang Wanqing's resolute attitude and was too angry to speak. Yiming was not angry, and seeing that the two still had a grudge against him, he took the initiative to say, "I left with saying goodbye back then because it happened so suddenly, and now that I'm back I just want to make up." "Yiming, don't you?" "Mom, it's not." Tang Wanqing was caught in the middle and was in a dilemma. "What else can I do at your bank if I don't withdraw money?" Gu Qingyun usually did not deal with the Tang family, and at this time, she even more did not want to take care of Ren Yongchang. Ren Yonglong at least is the branch president. Gu Qingyun's attitude makes him very loose-face. It was just that Gu Qingyun had already walked to the counter, and Ren Yongchang couldn't afford to argue with her in the bank lobby. "I'm going to withdraw my money, you check how much is in there first, there's a cutie. Says there's $2 billion in there." Gu Qingyun handed Yiming's card to the bank teller as soon as she sat down, still angry. The teller took the card and looked at it and didn't recognize the card. "Ma'am, this is not a card from our bank, there will be a fee." Gu Qingyun waved her hand and said impatiently, "Whatever, it's not my card anyway, come on, check it and pick it up for me." At this moment, Gu Qingyun only thought of hurrying back to teach Yiming a lesson, leaving him speechless. Ren Yongchang happened to hear this sentence feeling puzzled and hurriedly walked back to his office. Office of the branch president. Seeing Ren Yongchang return empty-handed, Tang Yimei scolded without a trace of anger. "You didn't say you were going to get food, where's the stuff?" "Honey, I just went out and ran into Gu Qingyun coming." Ren Yongchang walked over to Tang Yimei and was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. "If she's coming, and I don't want to go out and say hello to her." Tang Yimei's heart was on fire when she thought about what happened at Tang Wanqing's company. Ren Yongchang waved his hand with a compensatory smile. "Honey, that's not what I meant." Ren Yongchang approached Tang Yimei's side and said mysteriously, "She said she came to pick up the money, but I think there's something strange." Chapter 120, I'm not going. Tang Yimei frowned slightly and said impatiently, "What's so strange?" Ren Yongchang can sit on the branch president all thanks to the support of the Tang family, he habitually ingratiates himself with Tang Yimei. "I heard her tell the teller that the bank card wasn't hers." "And this?" Tang Yimei also became interested after hearing this, thinking that she failed to teach Tang Wanqing a lesson and planned to take it out on Gu Qingyun. "I've suffered a bellyful of anger at Tang Wanqing today, so go and check it out, and give me an outlet for my anger." "Yes." Ren Yongchang immediately nodded his head and was just about to go out but saw the lobby manager hurrying in. "Governor, there's a big customer who wants to withdraw money and needs you to transfer money from the head office." Upon hearing this, Ren Yongchang asked with some confusion, "Which big client is it?" The lobby manager evened out his breath a little and said hesitantly after glancing at Tang Yimei, "Yes, it's Mrs. Tang family head." Tang Yimei immediately stood up in excitement upon hearing this and hurriedly asked, "How much is she going to take?" Two billion. "How much?" Tang Yimei felt incredulous, and even Ren Yongchang looked as if his jaw had dropped in shock. A moment later, a flash of anger surfaced on Tang Yimei's face. Thinking of Tang my bankruptcy harmed her originally can get the dividends also followed the soup, but Gu Qingyun has 2 billion. Outrageous, why should she have so much money? Looking at Tang Yimei's anger, Ren Yongchang immediately had an idea with a twinkle in his eye. Don't be angry for a moment, wife, the $2 billion may not be hers. Tang Yimei froze for a moment, looking at Ren Yongchang with a puzzled expression. Ren Yongchang looked at Tang Yimei and pointed outside. There might be something wrong with that card, I'll go out and check it out first. With that, he called on the lobby manager to head outside. Bank lobby. Ren Yongchang walked behind Gu Qingyun and suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Whose card is this? Gu Qingyun didn't notice anyone behind her and was startled when she heard it. Why are you talking all of a sudden, you scared me. Gu Qingyun patted her chest and turned her head to glare at Ren Yongchang. Ren Yongchang, however, looked at her and snorted in a conspiratorial manner. It's broad daylight, what have you got to fear if you haven't done something wrong? Gu Qingyun, who had always been at odds with the rest of the Tang family, turned away lovingly. That's my business, not yours. With that, she looked at the teller and prodded. What's taking so long to get a withdrawal? Seeing her anxious look, Ren Yongchang was even more sure of his inner guess. Ren Yongchang walked over to Gu Qingyun and signaled the teller to pause first. Of course I care if you come to our bank to withdraw money. Gu Qingyun stood up angrily, feeling in her heart that today was really bad luck. I won't take it then, give me the card. With that, she asked the teller for her bank card back, intending to change places. However, the teller saw the look in Ren Yongchang's eyes and did not return the card to Gu Qingyun. Thinking that Gu Qingyun was weak-minded, Ren Yongchang directly gestured towards the security guard. Gu Qingyun saw the teller looking at Ren Yongchang and also turned her head to look over. What do you mean, Ren Yongchang? Just as she finished speaking, she saw the security guards coming around towards her, and she was a little scared. Gu Qingyun didn't understand and loudly questioned Ren Yongchang. What do you want? And you're asking me what I want when you steal someone else's card? Ren Yongchang took the bank card handed out from the teller and waved it in front of Gu Qingyun. This card isn't even yours, do you admit it? Gu Qingyun froze for a moment, thinking that Ren Yongchang had misunderstood, and nodded without thinking. I thought it was something, the card really isn't mine, it's... Without waiting for Gu Qingyun to say the words that followed, Ren Yongchang directly interrupted her. Just admit it, security, take the man away. Ren Yongchang orders the security guards and looks at Gu Qingyun with a triumphant expression. The security guard immediately stepped forward and grabbed Gu Qingyun to take her away. Gu Qingyun was anxious now and hurriedly explained for herself. Someone else gave me this card, why can't I take it? Seeing that Gu Qingyun was still sophomoric, Ren Yongchang signaled the security guard to stop and said to Gu Qingyun, pointing to the bank card. Anyone can take this kind of card without a pin, if you want to take it, show proof. Gu Qingyun glared at Ren Yongchang in anger, knowing that he was deliberately making things difficult for himself. I can't prove it. I brought this card and I can take it. Give it back. Exasperated by Ren Yongchang, Gu Qingyun immediately stepped forward and tried to grab the card back. Get her! Ren Yongda shouted, and the security guards immediately strangled Gu Qingyun's hands in death. Gu Qingyun is simply not the security guard's opponent, struggling between the hands have been strangled red. Looking around at the onlookers, Ren Yongchang immediately explained the situation. Don't worry folks, this man stole someone else's card to cause trouble at the bank and we're taking care of it. Seeing Ren Yongchang slandering himself and the people around him pointing, Gu Qingyun hated to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Ren Yongchang, you hurry up and let me go, I didn't steal anyone else's card. Ren Yongchang didn't even listen to her explanation and turned around and said in a serious tone. Gu Qingyun, be honest, I'm following the rules, I'll confiscate this card first. As long as you provide proof of your relationship with the owner of the card, I'll naturally release you, otherwise I'll send you to the sheriff's department. Ren Yongchang expected that Gu Qingyun could not produce the certificate, and he had to help Tang Yimei to take the heat, so he did not send it directly to the security bureau. Gu Qingyun was completely flustered, where could she prove it? Seeing the growing number of onlookers, Gu Qingyun's brain went blank. I don't want this card, let me go. Gu Qingyun had never been so humiliated, she was at least the wife of the Tang family head. The onlookers were also murmuring, and some recognized Gu Qingyun as well. Isn't this the wife of the Tang family head? How did she get caught by the bank? I heard the bank caught me stealing someone else's card. Seriously, is the Tang family head mixed up so badly? Ren Yongchang became even more arrogant when he heard these arguments. Gu Qin-yun, do you think the bank is a food market where you can come and go as you please? He thought Gu Qin-yun was scared and didn't even want her bank card. If you have something to say, go straight to the sheriff's department. Seeing Ren Yongchang insisting on sending her to the security bureau, Gu Qin-yun struggles desperately. I'm not going. Gu Qin-yun immediately understood when she looked at the smug expression of Yanaga. Ran Yongchang, you're just holding a personal vendetta and deliberately targeting me. Ran Yongchang looked at her and sneered, saying with a righteous look. You're suspected of committing a crime by stealing someone else's card. You must be taken to the office for questioning before being sent to the sheriff's department. Gu Qin-yun was reluctant to go, knowing full well that Ran Yongchang was planning to abuse the lynching. I'm not going. Help! Gu Qin-yun struggled desperately and regretted not bringing Yiming along. The people around her were a bit skeptical when they saw how fiercely she resisted. Ran Yongchang glared at the security guard, who immediately understood what he meant. Bang! The security guard took out an electric baton and hit the back of Gu Qin-yun's head hard. Gu Qin-yun, this body cannot carry. The security guard dragged the knocked out Gu Qin-yun toward the office. Because Gu Qin-yun hadn't come back for a long time, Tang Wanqing began to worry. Yiming, my eyelids have been jumping all the time. Accompany me to the bank to take a look. Chapter 121, Distortion of Facts. Bank entrance. Tang Wanqing saw many people milling about and hurried over to inquire. Just now, someone came to withdraw money and steal other people's cards and tried to run away, but was knocked out and arrested by the security guards. Yes, it looks well dressed. What a surprise. The more thieves you are these days, the less you can see. The crowd chattered, hearing Tang Wanqing become even more anxious. She was inexplicably worried and rushed straight into the bank. Isn't that my mom's handbag? Seeing the small bag that had fallen in the corner, Tang Wanqing's face changed drastically. It's really my mom. Tang Wanqing's eyes were red and she turned to look at Yiming, very anxious. Hearing the discussion outside, Tang Wanqing's mind had already conjured up the images from earlier. Yiming patted her shoulder and comforted her softly. Wanqing, don't worry, if they really dare to bully Auntie Gu, I'll definitely help you out. Yiming also had a stern look on his face and his tone was very domineering. Tang Wanqing looked around and didn't see Gu Qin-yun, anxious to rush to the office. You can't go in there, miss. The security guard immediately stepped forward and stopped Tang Wanqing. My mom's being held up by you guys, I'm going in. Tang Wanqing also got angry and roared at the security guard. The security guard still wouldn't allow it, and directly shot out to drive Tang Wanqing away. I've been told not to enter, hurry up. Watching the security guard reach out to push Tang Wanqing, Yiming directly shot out. Bang! The security guard's hand was kicked away by Yiming before he could touch Tang Wanqing and fell heavily to the ground. Ah! Although Yiming had only kicked lightly, the security guard had covered his stomach and could not stand up at all. Go! Yiming walked in holding Tang Wanqing's hand, not caring about the security guards behind him. When the two of them walked into the office of the branch president, they saw Gu Qin-yun, who was tied to a chair, at a glance. Mom! Tang Wanqing rushed forward excitedly and couldn't help but cry when she saw the slap marks on Gu Qin-yun's face. How can you guys just do that? Once she turned around, Tang Wanqing saw Tang Yimei and Ran Yongchang, and questioned loudly in anger. Tang Yimei saw Tang Wanqing reveal a flash of ruthlessness and continued to order towards the security guards. Stop for what? Keep fighting until she talks. Ran Yongchang also immediately echoed, signaling the security guards to make a move. All deaf, didn't you hear me? The security guard immediately raised his hand, ready to strike down towards Gu Qin-yun. Tang Wanqing subconsciously shielded Gu Qin-yun and shouted. Can't hit my mom. Gu Qin-yun also cried as she struggled to push Tang Wanqing away. Wanqing! Yiming stopped the security guard in time and casually threw his hand back, his gaze looking at Tang Yimei with a warning meaning. When Tang Yimei saw that Yiming had also followed her, she remembered the humiliation she had suffered and felt angry inside. This isn't in the Shang Tang group, don't you dare try to play the bully. Tang Wanqing saw Yiming stop the security guard and looked at Tang Yimei and questioned. Auntie, how can you take it out on my mom? Looking at the injuries on Gu Qin-yun's face, Tang Wanqing was very sad. Tang Yimei, however, sat down in her chair with an attitude of unconcern. Don't you dare say that, I had nothing to do with it. Ran Yongchang immediately opened his mouth and reprimanded Tang Wanqing. How can you trespass? We're in the middle of official business, get out of here. Tang Wanqing looked at Ren Yongchang angrily and asked without budging. Is this how you handle it? It's clearly a lynching abuse. Ren Yongchang looked at Tang Wanqing with a face full of disdain and pointed at Gu Qingyun. Your mom is committing fraud by stealing someone else's card to withdraw money, and I even suspect she's laundering money for someone else. With that, he took out his bank card and continued in a threatening tone. There's $2 billion on this card, so it looks like your mom's going to the bottom of the jail. When Ren Yongchang finished speaking, Gu Qingyun. As soon as Ren Yongchang heard her ask herself a rhetorical question, he immediately revealed a smug expression. Gu Qingyun, you're not hitting yourself, this card really isn't yours. Gu Qingyun came back to her senses and hurriedly explained. I just told you the bank card wasn't mine, I just came to get the money. At this time, Gu Qingyun has been too late to be shocked. She did not expect to fetch a money to cause such a big storm. Tang Wanqing, however, can see the selfishness of Xi Yongchang, and knows that the two are just holding a private revenge. Don't you guys make up charges against my mom, she didn't steal the bank card. Saying that, she pointed at both Ren Yongchang and Tang Yimei. Yet you are lynching, and I'm going to sue you. Tang Wanqing's words didn't frighten Ren Yongchang, and he waved his hand without a care in the world. You go ahead and get the sheriff's department just in time. He looked at Gu Qingyun with a disdainful gaze and directly mocked. Not to mention Gu Qingyun, even your whole family couldn't possibly know such a big shot, you stole the card. Ren Yongchang not only wants to clean up Gu Qingyun, he plans to clean up Tang Wanqing as well. Tang Yimei pondered along with his words at this time, as she recalled Yiming's acquisition of Tang Mai's industry. A moment later, she suddenly slammed the table and pointed at Yiming. I said, how did this Yiming kid suddenly have the money to acquire Tang Mai's industry? It's obvious that your family stole the Tang family's money, and the $2 billion in this card is the proof. Ren Yongchang was reminded by her and immediately understood as well. That's right, Tang Mai came to the bank earlier to assess that his estate was worth exactly $2 billion. Ren Yongchang also determined that both men felt that the money was stolen by Gu Qingyun's family. Gu Qingyun, it's all your fault for being so careless, coming to me to get the money, didn't expect to throw yourself into the net. Ren Yongchang arrogantly looked at Gu Qingyun as if he had found the key evidence. Tang Wanqing was very angry that they had taken their word for it and twisted the facts. You guys are clearly talking nonsense, this is not the same thing at all. Just as both sides were arguing, Yiming suddenly opened his mouth. The card is mine and I asked Aunt Gu to pick it up, is there a problem? The air was suddenly quiet for a few seconds, and everyone looked at Yiming in surprise. However, Tang Yimei quickly came back to her senses, pointing at Yiming and scoffing. Kid, you really dare to admit anything, you don't even know that you're being used as a tool by the Tang family. I advise you to stay out of this, or I'll send you along to the sheriff's department. Although Tang Yimei also held a grudge against Yiming, she was more interested in teaching Tang Wanqing's family a lesson and did not care about Yiming. Yiming was also a bit angry at this time, and he directly said to Ren Yongchang. You contact the Daxia head office of Kaohsiung Bank and ask them to verify it. Looking at Yiming's rampant appearance, Tang Yimei immediately said. Check it out and convince you. Instead, Ren Yongchang did not reply and rushed at Yiming with a cold snort. I'm not going to go crazy with you. He pointed to the bank card in his hand with an arrogant expression. You're uneducated at first glance, this is the supreme black card issued by the World Bank. Each card comes with a dedicated account manager that only the card owner can contact. Chapter 122, Unable to Conceal. Ren Yongchang turned to face Tang Yimei and explained seriously. To inquire from other ways will alarm the card owner, this kind of big shot even the head of the head office can't afford to offend. Tang Yimei's face changed drastically upon hearing this, pointing at Yiming and cursing angrily. Bastard, you're trying to get us killed. Tang Yimei was very shocked when she learned about it, not expecting the card to be so powerful. Gu Qingyun and Tang Wanqing both looked at Yiming in surprise as well. Ren Yongchang was stunned and didn't come back to his senses for a while. Tang Yimei was very close to Ren Yongchang, and with the head bank president practically yelling, she heard him very clearly. How come? Tang Yimei couldn't believe it and looked disoriented. Gu Qingyun and Tang Wanqing were both puzzled, not knowing what Ren Yongchang had heard, and at this time, they were like two people. Knock. After reacting, Ren Yongchang suddenly knelt down and apologized to Yiming. Mr. Yi begs your forgiveness, I deserve to die, I was wrong. Gu Qingyun couldn't believe the picture she saw, the arrogant Ren Yongchang actually apologized to Yiming. Yiming, however, did not want to take any notice and said coldly. You have to apologize to Aunt Gu. Yeah. It should be. Ran Yongchang was completely out of temper and crawled directly to Gu Qingyun to kowtow and make amends. I was wrong, I'm sorry. I also ask for your sister-in-law's forgiveness, Your Honor. Gu Qingyun was caught off guard and dodged back in some fear. Thinking that Gu Qingyun does not want to forgive, Ran Yongchang immediately remembers Tang Yimei. Seeing that she was still frozen in place, Ran Yongchang hurriedly pulled her down to kneel with him. Quickly, make amends to your sister-in-law. Tang Yimei at this time also completely did not think of anger, looking at Gu Qingyun hastily begged for forgiveness. Sister-in-law, please spare us for my brother's sake. Thinking of what the head bank president had just said, Tang Yimei's intestines were green with remorse. If you don't forgive us, Nagisa will be finished. She cried outright in pain as she spoke, and those who didn't know thought she was the one being bullied. Gu Qingyun, still angry, glared at the two and said, "Just now you slandered me without proof, and now you want to let it go with a single apology?" Ran Yongchang's head shook like a rattle drum at this time and hurriedly took out a bank card from his body. Sister-in-law, here's $10 million, as a way to weigh you down, please atone for your sins. The words just fell, Ran Yongchang's cell phone rang again, he was about to get angry to see the caller ID immediately abashed. Governor Liu. Ran Yongchang, you've gotten us all killed. Kaiha Bank's president Liu and Jinling heard Ran Yongchang's voice and chopped his head and scolded him. I've just received a notice from the chief banker that without resolving this matter all of the Kaiha banks in Jinling are to be closed. What? Ran Yongchang sat down directly on the ground, his eyes empty and lifeless. He didn't realize that he had offended Yiming, but caused everyone to be dragged down by him. You hurry up and deal with it, or you'll be sent to jail on the head office's side even if you lose all your family's money. Ran Yongchang couldn't say a word, not realizing that it would trigger such serious consequences. Had he known this, why would he have bothered to make things difficult for Gu Qingyun? Tang Yimei was also lying down by the phone to listen a while ago, and by now she had long since panicked. When a busy signal came from the other side of the phone, the two men begged for mercy. Sister-in-law, please help us or Yongchang is about to be locked up. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have dogged it. Gu Qingyun looked at the two people apologizing in a sorry state and couldn't help but soften her heart. Tang Yimei looked up and saw that Gu Qingyun was still tied up and hurriedly helped her loosen the rope. After Gu Qingyun moved around a bit, she smoothly took the bank card that Ran Yongchang handed out. I'll take this $10 million, and I accept your apologies, so let's forget about this. After saying that, she pulled Tang Wanqing and Yiming both out of the bank. Seeing that Gu Qingyun didn't even care, Yiming naturally didn't say anything. On the way home, Gu Qingyun's mood was incredibly complicated, but she said nothing. Walking into the house, Tang Mutian was very worried when he saw that she was injured. What's wrong with you, wife? Who did this? Gu Qingyun briefly explained that Tang Mutian was very angry. Tang Yimei's two families are really bullying people. I'll find them. Tang Wanqing hastily pulled back and shook her head, saying, Dad, it's not appropriate to go back after things have been settled. Tang Mutian looked at Tang Wanqing suspiciously, and then at Gu Qingyun. Gu Qingyun didn't pay any attention to Tang Mutian, but only looked at Yiming seriously. Why are you hiding so many things? Tang Wanqing had a complicated expression and guessed what Gu Qingyun meant, only Tang Mutian didn't understand. Yiming didn't deny it anymore when he saw that he couldn't hide it anymore. And Gu, it's really not convenient to talk about my identity, but my heart for Wanqing is true. He looked towards Tang Wanqing with a very certain gaze. Whether you left before or came back this time, it's all because of Wanqing. Tang Wanqing looked at Yiming, her beautiful eyes flashed with crystal tears, she just wanted to open her mouth but was preempted by Gu Qingyun. Since I'm not at liberty to say, then I won't ask. Tang Wanqing looked over with some surprise, not expecting Gu Qingyun to not pursue the matter. Gu Qingyun, however, had a calm face as she continued to look at Yiming and asked, Let me just ask, would you still leave without saying goodbye? Yiming looked at Tang Wanqing and solemnly said to Gu Qingyun, Absolutely not, I will definitely take good care of Wanqing. The room was quiet again, and Gu Qingyun bowed her head in silence. After a while, Gu Qingyun looked up at Yiming. Good, I agree for you to be together, I hope you will love my family Wanqing in the future. Chapter 123, Nothing's Wrong. Yiming was very excited and handed that bank card to Gu Qingyun just now. You take it back. Gu Qingyun, however, shook her head and refused, and Yiming looked at her with a puzzled face. Tang Wanqing was just about to open her mouth, but Gu Qingyun waved her hand and continued to explain to Yiming. Before, I was trying to make things difficult for you, but now that I know you have the ability to take care of Wanqing, that's enough. Mom. Tang Wanqing's voice choked up a bit as she listened to her nose. Although Tang Mutian didn't understand how Gu Qin had changed so much, he was also infected by the atmosphere and his eyes reddened a bit. But, wife. Moved as he was, Tang Mutian still couldn't help but ask. Stop talking and come with me. Gu Qin was at least an elder, she didn't want to explain to Tang Mutian in front of her juniors. Tang Mutian was pulled forward by Gu Qin and asked suspiciously. Walking to where? Gu Qin glared at Tang Mutian without any good humor and said as she glanced towards Tang Wanqing and Yiming. Cook for your daughter and son-in-law. Hearing Gu Qin address Yiming as his son-in-law, all three were surprised. Tang Wanqing, in particular, was very pleased to hear that. Yiming was the same. He understood that Tang Wanqing actually cared about Gu Qin and Tang Mutian's attitude. It's better to eat Aunt Gu's cooking next time. Yiming suddenly opened his mouth, and Gu Qin turned her head to look in confusion. Don't let Aunt Gu work anymore if she's injured, let's go out to eat. Yiming said to Tang Wanqing in a consultative tone. Gu Qin's heart burst with warmth, revealing an expression of relief. Good. Listen to you. Tang Wanqing also smiled and looked at Yiming nodding her head, agreeing with Yiming's proposal. A few people rode in Tang Wanqing's car to Baiyunshan restaurant, and walked into the private room to eat under Yiming's arrangement. Just as they were happily eating, a very hiply dressed man in a Ferrari also arrived at the restaurant. The man was looking for a parking space when he happened to see Tang Wanqing's white Maserati. Isn't this Tang Wanqing's broken down car? The man gave a mocking look and parked directly in front of the Maserati, blocking it to death. Alright, see, let's get out of the car. The man parked his car and prepared to leave without a care in the world. The woman called C looked away and asked hesitantly. Young Ran, is it okay if we stop like this? Ran Xinghai pulled CC and pointed at the Maserati in disgust. See, this you don't know, this is that cousin of mine's car. Their family has no status in the Tang family, and her dad is a loser, there's nothing that won't work. The woman revealed an adoring gaze at Rin Xinghai, deliberately kissing his ass. I see, then she definitely wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of Rin Xiao. Listening to his girlfriend's bragging, Ren Xinghai became even more complacent. Followed off the car is some gangster-like men, heard also followed by bows with Rin Xinghai. Young Ren's father is the head of the Kaiha Bank branch, and his mother is a member of the Tang family, who in Jinling would dare not give face. That's right, blocking it is blocking it, does she still dare to ask our Ren Xiao to move away? Ren Xinghai was very arrogant and said with a disdainful glance at the Maserati. She has the absolute nerve to tell me to move, or I'll show you a good time. With that, Ren Xinghai left with his girlfriend and a group of punks. Just after walking into the lobby, Ren Xinghai received a call from Tang Yimei. He gestured for a few people to go in first before picking up the phone and answering it. Where have you been going crazy again, brat, taking so long to answer the phone? As soon as he connected, Ren Xinghai heard Tang Yimei's angry curses. Ren Xinghai was a bit impatient, but he didn't dare to get angry. Mom, I just got to Biyun Tian, I'll be back after I eat with my friends. After saying that, Ren Xinghai was ready to hang up the phone, but he heard Tang Yimei continue to chant again. You know how to fool around all day, hurry back. I have something important to tell you. Tang Yimei had just finished apologizing to Yiming and decided not to mess with Tang Wanqing's family in the future. She remembered her son, who loved to cause trouble, and that's why she hurriedly told him to go back. Ren Xinghai didn't think Tang Yimei would say how important it was and pretended to be embarrassed. Mom, how humiliating for me to leave right after I got here, I promise I'll be right back after you eat. After that, he hung up and put it on mute. Brat, I'm telling you don't. Da. Tang Yimei was just about to remind Ren Xinghai not to go against Tang Wanqing's family when she heard a busy tone on the phone. That brat. Tang Yimei angrily put down the phone, but felt vaguely uneasy in her heart. Thinking of the serious consequences of offending Yiming, Ran Yangchang sighed, she could no longer sit still. Old Ren, this can't be delayed, we have to talk to him quickly. Tang Yimei directly pulled Ren Yongchang off and rushed to Baiyunshan restaurant. At this time, beyond Tian restaurant. Yiming's few people finished eating and prepared to drive home. Who is this? How can you park like that? Gu Qin walked in front and couldn't help but get angry when she realized that the car was blocked. Tang Wanqing frowned slightly when she saw it and immediately called for a waiter. We're leaving now, so please contact the owner to come and move the car. Tang Wanqing pointed at the Ferrari blocking her way and said along with the waiter. Yes, Miss Tang, please wait. The waiter immediately nodded in response and walked off to his post to check his records. Gu Qingyun's original good mood instantly disappeared, looking at Ferrari and complaining angrily. How unqualified, so arrogant for driving a nice car. With that, she stepped forward, ready to kick the tires out of the air. Yiming glanced at it and said casually. It's not a great car, just $7 million. After hearing this, Gu Qingyun immediately retracted her feet, not daring to touch the car. She was worried that if she broke it, it would become unreasonable and she would have to pay for it. The waiter quickly returned and walked over to Tang Wanqing and returned. Miss Tang, the owner of the car is Rin Xinghai, young Master Rin, you see? All the people who came to eat at Bian Tian restaurant were people of honor in Jinling, so the waiter didn't dare to offend them rashly. Tang Wanqing had already guessed a few points in her heart when she heard this, and she waved her hand to signal the waiter to. Rin Xinghai yelled in anger when he heard a man's voice suddenly coming out of the phone and threatening him. Kid, if you dare to hit my car, wait to pay for it, only you don't have the money to pay for it. In the face of Rin Xinghai's threat, Yiming only snorted coldly. I can give money, I'm just afraid you don't have the guts to spend it. After saying that, he didn't give Rin Xinghai a chance to open his mouth and directly hung up the phone. Inside the box. Hearing that Yiming even hung up on him, Rin Xinghai was so angry that he directly threw down his chopsticks. Damn, outrageous. Tang Wanqing's people dare to call out to this young master. Ren Xinghai have not had time to ask the identity of the other party, but the thought of being with Tang Wanqing is not at all on the mind. The punks next to him saw him angry and immediately incited the fire. Don't be angry, young Ren, why do you need to be general with these people? That's right, Ren Xiao's car is worth more than $7 million, he wouldn't dare to mess around. When Ren Xinghai heard this, his anger subsided for the most part. Right, let's keep eating. I don't believe Tang Wanqing would dare to touch my car. Cici was the closest to Ren Xinghai and had just heard Yiming's warning and asked with some concern. Young Ren, are you really not going to take a look? Just now that person said to give you a minute. Ren Xinghai said as he waved his hand and touched Cici's hand. Don't worry, this car is my gift to you. If Tang Wanqing dares to touch the car, I'll make her pay you a better one. Ci smiled with joy at the news and stopped worrying. Ren Xiao is so bad, it's not like I meant that. Saying that, Cici didn't care about the others and directly snuggled into Ren Xinghai's arms. Ren Xinghai felt Cici keep rubbing up against him and couldn't help but be tickled. Anyway, I've given my gift, so you'll have to be good tonight. Ren is so annoying. Cici continued to pamper herself into Ren Xinghai's arms, but her heart flew to that Ferrari. Ren Xinghai expected Tang Wanqing's family to be such a nuisance that they would definitely not dare to mess around. Parking lot. Ta. Yiming looked at the time, and when the 1-minute countdown ended, he immediately said towards Tang Wanqing and the others. Let's go. Tang Wanqing didn't react and looked at Yiming in surprise. Go? How? Just now, although that she heard Yiming's words of warning to Ren Xinghai, she didn't take them seriously at all. It is a Ferrari after all. Seeing that Yiming was really ready to start the car, Tang Wanqing glanced at the Ferrari and hurriedly leaned over the window to dissuade him. Don't be impulsive, you'll really have to pay for it if you break it. Tang Wanqing saw that Ren Xinghai's Ferrari didn't have a license plate yet, and it was obviously just bought. Yiming patted Tang Wanqing's arm and said with a smile. It's okay, I'll pay him for the crash. But Tang Wanqing still wanted to persuade, she didn't want to fight violence with violence, besides it was in a public place. At this moment, Gu Qingyun opened her mouth. Yiming is right, it's not just about losing money. Gu Qingyun couldn't help herself when she thought of being bullied by the Tang family at every turn, even Ren Xinghai dared to bully Tang Wanqing. It's all because Tang Yimei's two families are usually too arrogant and indulgent towards this kid, it's just the right time for Yiming to teach him a lesson. She patted the bag she was carrying and said to Tang Wanqing. I'll pay for the damage. The $10 million Tang Yimei just gave me is just right to take with me. Seeing this, Tang Wanqing felt helpless. She didn't expect Gu Qingyun to become as impulsive as Yiming after being bullied today. Bang! Just when Tang Wanqing wasn't paying attention, Yiming slammed the Ferrari in front of him with a kick of the gas. Several people all turned their heads to look at the Ferrari, which had already left its earlier position. Parts of the brand new rear end had been dented and a lot of the paint had been scraped off. Okay, we're good to go. Yiming, however, did not care and said as he looked at Tang Wanqing several people. Although just now Gu Qingyun support Yiming, but when she saw the Ferrari really was knocked away or some mood complex. You're really talking about bumping. Gu Qingyun looked at the deflated rear end of the Ferrari and couldn't help but go up and touch it. Stop it. What are you doing? Ren Xinghai heard the car alarm and immediately rushed down with his men. He saw from afar that Gu Qingyun was about to reach out and touch his car and hurriedly shouted. Gu Qingyun was startled and hurriedly stepped back. Oh, questioned Ren Xinghai. You dare say you didn't mean to block my car? I told you to come and move the car, but you didn't come yourself, so it's not my fault. Ren Xinghai saw that Tang Wanqing really dared to crash his car, and even dared to talk back feeling faceless. Don't you say such nonsense, my car is the latest limited model, none of you can leave without paying for it. After saying that, he immediately signaled his gangster brothers to surround a few people. Gu Qingyun looked at the few people who had surrounded her and felt a little frightened in her heart. Ren Xinghai, what are you trying to do? The other customers in the store were attracted by the commotion in the parking lot and all gathered around to see what was going on. So it's Tang Wanqing's family that's messed with Ren Xinghai, this is going to be a good show. Isn't that the Tang family head, why is he still being bullied by a junior? Some out-of-town guests didn't know about the Tang family and were puzzled when they saw it. You don't know that even though Tang Mutian is the head of the Tang clan, he is not treated well by the Tang clan. Anyone from the Tang family can climb over their family and bully them. Ren Xinghai was even more complacent when he heard these murmurs. Tang Wanqing, I advise you to hurry up and pay for the money, or it will only be your family that will lose face. Tang Wanqing watched as more and more people gathered around, thinking that Gu Qingyun had just experienced humiliation today and didn't want to make a big deal out of it. How much are you going to pay? Tang Wanqing eased her tone a bit and lowered her voice to ask. Ren Xinghai, however, thought that Tang Wanqing was afraid of him and arrogantly snorted. If only you had spoken to me with such an attitude. Tang Wanqing didn't pay any attention to him, only wanting to hurry up and settle to leave. Ren Xinghai looked at his car and then at Tang Wanqing and said aloud. It's not much, just pay me $20 million. How much? $20 million? Gu Qingyun was angry, just now Yiming clearly said more than 7 million. Ren Xinghai, you take a good look at yourself, just hit a little, you want $20 million? She walked to the rear position of the car and pointed it out to Ren Xinghai. You're really hitting the nail on the head, making us pay $20 million for a $7 million car? Being dismantled by Gu Qingyun, Ren Xinghai simply stopped pretending. That's right, even if I bought it for $7 million, you'll have to pay $20 million if you break it. Ren Xinghai looked at Tang Wanqing angrily and pointed at Yiming. Tang Wanqing, you don't have the money to pay for it and you still dare to be so arrogant. Hurry up and make this kid kowtow to me and apologize, or none of you will have any good consequences. Chapter 125, Beat me any way you want. Tang Wanqing, mindful of the occasion, clenched her fists in anger. Gu Qingyun, however, couldn't help herself and went up to Ren Xinghai and gave him a scolding. Brat, how dare you be so wild in front of your elders, you're the one who should kneel down and apologize. Ren Xinghai looked at Gu Qingyun in surprise with an incredulous expression. Great auntie, haven't you always disliked this boy? I kind of helped you teach him a lesson, why are you still cursing me? Ren Xinghai said. Gu Qingyun thought of all the previous very ashamed. The words that came to her mouth were also hardened and held back, and she could only stare in anger. Seeing that Gu Qingyun was humiliated again, Tang Wanqing angrily rebuked. Ren Xinghai, she's your great aunt, how can you be so rude? Quickly apologize. Ren Xinghai looked at Tang Wanqing with a disdainful expression and recklessly humiliated her. Who are you to talk about me? You're better at making your great aunt and uncle angry than I am. Saying that, Ren Xinghai pointed at Yiming. You were dumped by him 6 years ago and now you're acting like a treasure, you're the one who's going to piss off your great aunt and uncle. You! Tang Wanqing gasped. Cannot, Ren Xinghai said every word in the heart of Gu Qingyun's stab knife. At that moment, the punks behind him followed with laughter. They see how Xi Xinghai treats Tang Wanqing and molests Tang Wanqing in public. Look at us too, Miss Tang, we can hurt more than this asshole. The humiliation of these punks made Tang Wanqing angry, her face red with anger. Shut up if you can't speak human. Yiming suddenly stepped forward and kicked the punk who had just opened his mouth. Bang! The gangster's entire body flew backwards, hitting several people behind him, all of whom fell to the ground. Ah! Kid, how dare you take a shot at us, we are Ren Xiao's friends. A group of punks fell on their backs and wanted to use Ren Xinghai to threaten Yi Ming. Yi Ming didn't even bother and rushed a few people to warn them. If you don't shut up, I'll sew up all your mouths. The gangsters were injured and looked at Yi Ming's intimidating aura and felt scared. Ren Xinghai was taken aback by Yi Ming's stance, but he quickly revealed a mocking expression again. Kid, you don't think that just because you have a bit of brute strength you dare to be arrogant in front of me, but you're just a waste of soft food. Even Tang Wanqing has to look at the face of the Tang family, let alone you. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, pointing at Tang Wanqing and roaring. Tang Wanqing's family is not treated. Ren Xinghai looked at Tang Mutian initiative to seek peace very pleased, arrogantly said. Great uncle, I don't need your money. He angrily pointed at Yi Ming and said to Tang Mutian. I must have this brat kneel down and apologize to me today. Just as he finished speaking, Tang Yimei and Ren Yongchang arrived, and the two of them happened to hear his words so frightened that their legs went weak. Bang! Ren Xinghai's entire body slumped to the ground and brushed it off. Who treads? Feeling that someone had kicked him from behind, Ren Xinghai was furious and cursed. He turned around, but saw Ren Yongchang standing behind him with a face full of anger, and hurriedly swallowed the words he hadn't finished cursing. Dad, what are you kicking me for? Ren Xinghai spat a few mouthfuls of saliva and looked at Ren Yongchang in shock. Ren Yongchang was so angry at him that his whole body trembled, and he didn't slow down for a long time. Seeing this, Ren Xinghai thought his dad was too excited before he kicked the wrong person and continued to walk over to complain. Mom and Dad, you're just in time, this kid crashed my new car, you've got to help me out. Ren Xinghai turned to look at Yi Ming with a very smug expression. At this time, Tang Yimei and Ren Yongchang heart has long been panicked, the two most worried about things even dare to happen in front of them. Ren Yongchang really hated to kick this asshole to death, but he had a hard time begging Yi Ming for forgiveness. I'll kick your ass. Ren Yongchang kicks out again, sending Ren Xinghai to the ground once more. Bang! Ren Yongchang kicked a little harder this time, and Ren Xinghai's forehead hit the ground directly, bleeding instantly. Ren Xinghai reached out and brought it to his eyes, and was shocked and shouted. Ah, I'm bleeding. He slowly climbed to his feet and looked at Ren Yongchang full of questions. However, Ren Yongchang and Tang Yimei didn't care about him at all and directly pushed him away to walk to Yi Ming to apologize. I'm sorry, Yi Xiao, we'll definitely teach this brat a hard lesson. If Xiao Yi doesn't feel relieved, you can beat him up any way you want. Ren Xinghai was stunned as he looked at his parents with disbelief. The surrounding people also looked dumbfounded, not expecting Tang Yimei to take the initiative to let Yi Ming teach her son a lesson. Yi Ming said with a cold expression as he glanced at the two men. This son of yours is really better than Blue when it comes to arrogance. Tang Yimei and Ren Yongchang immediately kneeled down upon hearing this, too scared to raise their heads. Yi Xiao atones, it's our fault. In a panic, Ren Yongchang turned his head towards Ren Xinghai and loudly scolded. Asshole, what the hell did you do? Ren Xinghai was completely stunned, his brain was blank, and he answered mechanically. Yes, he's the one who hit my car. Saying that, Ren Xinghai saw Tang Mutian, and he suddenly asked a rhetorical question. Mom and Dad, didn't you guys say that you don't need to put Tang Wanqing's family in your eyes? What's wrong with you guys? Ren Yongchang and Tang Yimei were so scared that their whole body trembled, and they couldn't wait to block Ren Xinghai's mouth. Don't shut up yet. Ren Yongchang bellowed and rushed over to grab Ren Xinghai's ears to make him kneel in front of Yi Ming. Quickly make amends to young Yi. Ren Xinghai couldn't accept it at all and glared at Yi Ming in defiance. On what grounds? Seeing that he still didn't apologize, Tang Yimei slapped him down. Get out of the house if you don't apologize and I'll pretend I don't have you as a son. Ren Xinghai was shocked and jaw dropped, not expecting Tang Yimei to want to drive him away for Yi Ming. The crowd was just as shocked as Ren Xinghai at this time, looking at Tang Yimei in bewilderment. Yi Ming looked at Ren Xinghai and said coldly. You disrespect your elders and belittle your cousin, you must apologize. Seeing Yi Ming's face showing anger, Ren Yongchang was horrified. He directly forced Ren Xinghai to kowtow on the ground, and he himself knelt down and kowtowed. I beg Xiao Yi to spare us for Wanqing's sake. Tang Wanqing looked at the three kneeling in public, and her anger slowly dissipated in her heart. Yi Ming, let's just forget about it after they apologize. Only then did Yi Ming nod his head, not wanting to continue to tangle with Tang Yimei's family. If you guys don't keep an eye on him, I won't spare him next time. Tang Yimei and Ren Yongchang nodded their heads in fear and turned around to immediately drive Ren Xinghai away for fear of angering Yi Ming again. To make amends, Tang Yimei walked over to Tang Wanqing and reminded her gently. Wanqing, you need to pay more attention lately, there might be movements on the Shin family side. Chapter 126 Discount. Tang Wanqing looked at Tang Yimei in surprise, frowning slightly. Old Lady Tang intends to use Tang's funds to help. Gu Qin-yun and the others all looked at Tang Yimei in surprise, not believing that these words would come out of her mouth. Tang Wanqing didn't say anything further, feeling embarrassed. She knew it in her heart, it's just that the goodness of her didn't want to actively provoke anyone. Seeing the surprised expressions of Gu Qin-yun's several people, Tang Yimei looked repentant. Big brother, sister-in-law, I was really blinded by lard before. She was afraid that a few people wouldn't believe her and hurriedly made her attitude clear. Don't worry guys, in the future, I will fully support Wanqing and help her get back the Tang family. Tang Mutian and Gu Qin-yun felt surprised and didn't know what to say for a while. Yiming, however, revealed a cold smile and continued to say carelessly. The Tang family is just a district, it's not worth Wanqing's trouble. He looked toward Tang Yimei and said in a tone that seemed to have deep meaning. Who says there can only be one Tang family? Tang Yimei was inwardly shocked and quickly guessed what Yiming meant, too shocked to speak. Yiming did not give her time to slow down and gave a cold explanation. There is no need for you to worry about this matter. After saying that, he drove off with the three Tang Wanqing, leaving Tang Yimei and Ran Yongchang stunned in place, looking at the disappearing taillights out of breath. In the car, Gu Qin-yun was still thinking about Tang Yimei's words, and her mood was a bit heavy. Hey! Hearing Gu Qin-yun sigh, Yiming glanced at the back seat from the rearview mirror. Don't worry, Aunt Gu, I won't let the Tang family bully Wanqing. Gu Qin-yun raised her head to look at Yiming and nodded with a helpless smile. I know you are very capable, just the Tang family. Forget about it. Before she could finish, Gu Qin-yun waved her hand and didn't want to go any further. Although she knew that Yiming's ability far exceeded her imagination, she always felt uneasy after being bullied by the Tang family for a long time. Yiming, you treated us to dinner today, so why don't you come over for dinner tomorrow? Gu Qin-yun quickly changed the topic and said to Yiming with a smile. Yiming didn't say any more and agreed readily. Yes. Day 2. After Tang Wanqing finished her regular meeting, she took Suing to Beishio Lake to see the construction situation. The two men were almost at the intersection of the construction site when they suddenly saw several huge stones placed on the road and the car could not move forward. Who put this there? Suing looked at the stone with a puzzled face. She said as she loosened her seatbelt and got out of the car to check. As soon as Suing got out of the car, a group of people suddenly sprang out of the woods on both sides. Looking sleazy, with a stick and shovel in his hand. Who are you? Suing was a bit startled and immediately stopped, vigilantly keeping a distance from these people. Don't be afraid, pretty girl, we're just collecting a toll. A man in an eye patch stepped forward, revealing thick arms covered in tattoos. He watched Suing rubbing his chin with playful eyes. Seeing the Cyclops' appearance, Suing was even more terrified in her heart. Tang Wanqing, who was in the car, had gotten out by now and came to Su Ying's side. Wanqing, why did you come down too? Hurry back. Seeing Tang Wanqing, Suing hurriedly urged her to go back to the car. One-eyed dragon saw Tang Wanqing at this moment, and his eyes were glowing. What a great day it is for me to meet two great beauties. As soon as he finished speaking, the punks behind him followed with laughter. A group of people stared straight at Tang Wanqing and Suing, looking at the two of them with panic in their hearts. Tang Wanqing forced herself to stay calm, pointing at the boulders on the road and questioning Cyclops. Did you put this there? Seeing that Tang Wanqing didn't change her face and still dared to question herself, Cyclops signaled his men to stop laughing. He looked at Tang Wanqing and replied in an undisguised manner. That's right. The toll is 1,000 a car. After saying that, the one-eyed dragon's gaze greedily wandered over Tang Wanqing's body, comparing one hand to the other. For the sake of the pretty girls, I'll give you a discount, you only need 500. Suing was very angry when she heard that. On what basis do you charge? Cyclops heard this and looked at his men behind him and smiled arrogantly again. Brothers, the beauty wants to know what makes us tick, so let the beauty see. Yes, boss. A group of gangsters had flashed the weaponry in their hands, and their expressions had become ferocious. Suing was very regretful, afraid that this group of people would strike, and hurriedly pulled Tang Wanqing back towards the car. Well, don't scare the two beauties. The one-eyed dragon could see that Suing and the two were afraid and shouted. He pointed at the two Tang Wanqing and said playfully. Two big beauties, let's not stand here, how about we go to the woods together and have a chat? With that, the one-eyed dragon walked towards Tang Wanqing, reaching out to grab the two. In her desperation, Tang Wanqing shouted loudly at the one-eyed dragon. I'm Tang Wanqing, the Bayshire Lake in front is my construction site, it's full of people from my company. Tang Wanqing tried to scare the one-eyed dragon, but the one-eyed dragon just froze for a moment and continued walking over. Ah! Tang Wanqing and Suing looked at the one-eyed dragon's lewd appearance, and the two of them screamed in fear. Just then, suddenly a couple of cars came speeding this way. Mr. Tang! Tang Wanqing heard the sound and looked over, realizing that it was Guo Ziyan rushing over with a few workers, and instantly felt much more relieved. Guo Ziyan and the workers ran around the rocks on the road, wielding steel bars towards Tang Wanqing's side. Mr. Tang, what brings you here? Without waiting for Tang Wanqing to reply, Cyclops had already given orders to his men. Dare to disturb my good deed, give me a hard beating. One-eyed dragon was very angry and took it all out on Guo Ziyan and these workers. Guo Ziyan was no match for the workers and saw that he was being beaten without a fight. Tang Wanqing was very worried and hurriedly called Yi Ming. Yi Ming, come over to this side of the construction site. Yi Ming actually wanted to come and see that Guo Ziyan was already on his way, and immediately accelerated to come when he heard Tang Wanqing's anxious voice. A few minutes later. As soon as Yi Ming got out of the car, he saw the scene in chaos, he rushed straight to Cyclops and kicked out. Bang! Cyclops was kicked senseless to the ground and looked around in panic. Who the hell kicked me? Chapter 127. All the punks immediately stopped and looked at Cyclops. Yi Ming walked to Tang Wanqing's side and looked at the one-eyed dragon and coldly returned. It's me. The one-eyed dragon rose from the ground, rubbing his chest while glaring angrily at Yi Ming. Kid, you're looking for death. After saying that, he waved his hand and pointed at Yi Ming and ordered all his men. Break this kid's legs for me. One-eyed dragon's men immediately changed their targets and all rushed towards Yi Ming. Yi Ming, be careful. Seeing this, Tang Wanqing hurriedly reminded and clenched her fists in worry. Boom! Thud! However, in the next second, the punks who rushed forward were all kicked away by Yi Ming and fell heavily into the woods on both sides. Seeing that Yi Ming was a strong fighter, the one-eyed dragon looked at his men and saw that they could not fight at all. He glared at Tang Wanqing and threatened viciously. Tang Wanqing, watch out for your construction site. After saying that, he immediately slipped away with a group of injured punks. Yi Ming intended to go after him, but Tang Wanqing pulled him back and pointed at the injured Guo Ziyan and the workers. We'd better get to the construction site first. Yi Ming nodded his head and kicked away the huge boulder in the middle of the road, returning to the Bayshire Lake site. Guo Ziyan first settled the injured workers, and then brought a few people to the project department office. Guo Ziyan, how are you? Tang Wanqing looked at Guo Ziyan and asked with concern. Guo Ziyan waved his hand and said to Tang Wanqing with an apology. I'm fine, I'm sorry Mr. Tang, it's my work error that caused you to receive a shock. Before Tang Wanqing could speak, Yi Ming suddenly asked. How long? A few people looked at Yi Ming in surprise, and Guo Ziyan was a bit fretful. Tang Wanqing heard Yi Ming's meaning and looked at Guo Ziyan and asked. Is it possible that the whole toll collection thing didn't just come up today? Guo Ziyan nodded and shook his head. I found it 2 days ago, too, and notified the sheriff's department then, but it didn't work. These people are so goddamned unpredictable, they catch and come back with another batch. Saying that, Guo Ziyan looked at Yi Ming as if he was explaining. Today I was going to the company to tell you guys about this, but I didn't expect to meet Mr. Tang on the way. Several people were silent when they heard it. Yi Ming understood that Guo Ziyan didn't want to bother him before he dealt with it himself first. Suing was the first to break the silence, looking at Guo Ziyan and asking. And do you know exactly where this group came from? Guo Ziyan shook his head and looked skeptical. In the meantime, on the outskirts of Jinling City, at the top of a barren mountain, two figures stood side by side, one with a young back, the other slightly hunched over. Blood Eagle, I heard that your men stopped Tang Wanqing today only to be beaten and fled? Don't worry, Xiao Tang, I've already taken care of Cyclops, it definitely won't be traced back to us. Tang Zizhou was shocked in his heart, realizing that the Blood Eagle was indeed ruthless, not even sparing his own men. He calmed down a little and turned to the Bloodhawk in front of him. The Blood Eagle's work is really reassuring. After saying that, he turned his words around and continued with an urging tone. Still, you need to get it done soon, my dad is waiting for good news. The Blood Eagle's face was disgruntled, frowning slightly as he said impatiently. I have my own plans and will strike when the time is right. Tang Zizhou was dissatisfied with Blood Eagle's attitude and gritted his back teeth in a desperate attempt to restrain his emotions. When the Bayshore Lake can't be started, the Shangtang group will collapse, and your purpose will naturally be accomplished. Tang Zizhou was disgruntled but didn't dare to get angry, he just snorted coldly. Okay, I'll tell my dad. When he finished, he immediately drove off. Tang family villa. As soon as Tang Zizhou returned, he walked up to Tang Mai and whined angrily. Dad, that Blood Eagle is so arrogant, he can't even figure out who himself is. Thinking of the way Blood Eagle spoke to himself, Tang Zizhou was furious. Tang Mai glanced at Tang Zizhou and handed him a cup of tea. A little impatience goes a long way. Tang Zizhou took the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Blood Eagle is bent on Bayshore Lake, the office is naturally on the ball, as long as the result reaches the other does not matter. Tang Mai looked at Tang Zizhou and his face sank. Don't you forget, what we want is for Tang Wanqing to lose Shangtang Group. Tang Zizhou looked at Tang Mai's gloomy face and didn't dare to say more, immediately nodding his head. As for Blood Eagle, just find someone to clean him up when he has no more use for him. Only after Tang Zizhou heard this did he completely subside. Tang Mai looked at Tang Zizhou and shook his head helplessly. You must know that the mantis is catching the cicada and the yellow bird is behind it, you must be calm. Dad, I remember. Tang Zizhou didn't dare to disobey and immediately said. Evening. Gu Qingyun made a large table of dishes early and waited for Yiming and Tang Wanqing to come over. Just as Tang Wanqing and Yiming entered the door, Gu Qingyun smiled and pulled Yiming to sit down. Xiaoyi, quickly see if these dishes are to your liking, no auntie will go and make 2 more. Tang Mutian also poured a glass of wine and placed it in front of Yiming and asked with a smile. And I don't know if you're used to drinking it, no I'll go out and buy another bottle. Tang Wanqing looked at the 180-degree change in attitude of the 2 men and instantly felt very uncomfortable. Mom and Dad, you guys are so weird like that. Gu Qingyun waved her hand and glanced at Tang Wanqing in disgust. Don't be ridiculous, go wash your hands and serve yourself. Tang Wanqing shrugged helplessly and looked at Yiming and spat out her tongue. This scene happened to be seen by Gu Qingyun, who drove Tang Wanqing away and said to Yiming with a smile. Don't mind her, come on, sit down and eat. Auntie has served you a good meal. Yiming smiled helplessly, he was also a little less accustomed to Gu Qingyun's big transformation. Auntie and uncle don't be busy, I'm not picky, sit down and eat together. Gu Qingyun and Tang Mutian immediately laughed happily and kept praising Yiming. Xiaoye is really good, understanding and polite. Tang Wanqing had just finished serving her meal and walked over, and couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard it. Looking at the happy scene in front of her, Tang Wanqing felt like she was dreaming. After finishing his meal, Yiming suddenly said to Tang Wanqing. Wanqing, it just so happens that you're free, now go buy a car. What? Buy a car? Tang Wanqing looked at Yiming in surprise, and Gu Qingyun and Tang Mutian also came over. Didn't I say I was going to buy you a new car yesterday, forget it? Tang Wanqing froze for a moment and waved her hand. I can just fix that car, I don't need to buy it. Yiming shook his head in a very insistent manner. I have to do what I say, otherwise Aunt Gu should not believe me. Looking at Yiming's serious appearance, Gu Qingyun laughed. Wanqing, you really should get a new car, at least you're a president. Tang Wanqing couldn't argue, so she had to follow Yiming out to buy a car. Yiming brought Tang Wanqing to the Maybach 4S store and picked up a $5 million Maybach 680. Day 2. Tang Wanqing drove her new car to work, and just as she got out of the car, she bumped into Suing. Our Mr. Tang finally gave up his car. Tang Wanqing smiled somewhat sheepishly and said to Suing. It was bought by Yiming. When Suing heard this, she was envious, and the two of them talked and laughed as they were about to enter the company. Tang Wanqing suddenly received a phone call and heard Guo Ziyan's tone of voice was very anxious. Mr. Tang, something happened at the construction site. Chapter 128, Smash It All. Tang Wanqing's face instantly changed, immediately pulling Suing to rush to the construction site. On the way, she was worried that what happened yesterday would happen again and hurriedly sent a message to Yiming. Outside the Bayshore Lake site. Tang Wanqing, 2 people on the road did not meet the roadblock toll people again, but the car still cannot drive in. Suing looked at the truck in front of her and then at Tang Wanqing. Wanqing, these aren't our people. Come on, get out of the car first. Tang Wanqing's pretty eyebrows frowned slightly as she watched the entrance to the construction site being blocked by several large trucks, and became even more worried about Guozian and the others. The two men couldn't think twice about walking through the gap in the trucks into the construction site. Just walking in, Tang Wanqing was stunned. She saw a group of punks with iron bars in their hands at the entrance, and on the other side was Guozian with workers holding steel bars. The two sides are facing each other. And Tang Wanqing also noticed that the construction site was in a mess. Obviously there had been a fight just now. Guozian, what's going on? Tang Wanqing rushed to Guozian's side and asked hurriedly. Guozian hurriedly held Tang Wanqing and Suing back and immediately explained the situation. Mr. Tang, these punks suddenly broke into the construction site and obstructed our construction. Tang Wanqing was very angry. Only yesterday Yiming had cleaned up a group of people, and today there were a bunch of troublemakers. She looked over angrily and questioned loudly. What the hell do you want? Standing at the front was a bearded man who arrogantly looked at Tang Wanqing. Your Bay Shore Lagoon startup is affecting us who live in the surrounding area and must be stopped. Tang Wanqing shot a glance at the bearded man, and it wasn't hard to tell from the other party's dress that they were just punks. Nonsense. You're not. Suing pointed at the bearded man and angrily broke down his lies. We started the construction with all the proper paperwork, it's a normal construction. The bearded man was dismantled by Suing and simply played a trick. With a wave of his hand, he shouted at with Tang Wanqing. I don't care that much, we just can't start. Looking at the bearded man's arrogant appearance, Tang Wanqing's few people were furious. Who the hell sent you guys? Tang Wanqing realized something was wrong and glared at the bearded man and asked. The things that happened one after another made Tang Wanqing feel that it couldn't just be a coincidence. The bearded man didn't seem surprised by Tang Wanqing's questioning, and just waved his hand and said, It's out of your hands. Then, he looked at Tang Wanqing with a lewd expression. If you really want to know, then sleep with me for a night and tell you when you've served me well. The group of gangsters behind him all laughed when they heard this, looking at Tang Wanqing with a strange expression. Tang Wanqing was molested by these people in public, and at this moment, her heart was filled with anger. Suing also couldn't listen to all their filthy words and pointed at the bearded man and cursed. You're out of control, I'm sending you all to the sheriff's department. Suing excitedly took out her cell phone, intending to make a call. However, the bearded man was not afraid in the least, with an expression of indifference. You want to call the sheriff's department? We're too familiar with each other then. He looked at Suing and revealed a sneer. How many of us are you going to send in? Will 50 be enough? I'll call for more if it's not enough. The group of punks behind them once again laughed, not taking Suying's threat in their eyes at all. Suing was very angry and had a frustrated feeling of powerlessness. You're a bunch of scoundrels. Suing was furious as she pointed at the bearded man and the others and cursed, clenching her fists helplessly. Guozian also sighed at this time and said to Tang Wanqing. Mr. Tang, this is useless. I've just notified the sheriff's department, but one group was arrested and another group came. Tang Wanqing was shocked, not expecting these people to be so difficult. Is there no other way? Tang Wanqing glared at the bearded man in exasperation and indignation. Guozian pointed at the injured worker on the corner behind him and shook his head. The workers blocked it just now and ended up being injured by these people. It wasn't until the construction site was shut down that these assholes didn't keep beating people up. When he said this, Guozian was clearly clenching his back teeth, enough to see that he was also furious. When Tang Wanqing heard this, she was anxious and helpless, her heart in turmoil. The bearded man suddenly shouted towards Tang Wanqing at this time, saying with a threatening tone. Hurry up and dismantle all the equipment on the site or we'll do it. Don't you dare. Tang Wanqing glared angrily at the bearded man and looked over without showing any weakness. However, in the face of Tang Wanqing's obstruction, the bearded man didn't give a damn. Mr. Tang, I advise you to stay out of this, or it won't be good if my people accidentally hurt you. After that, the bearded man gave a direct order. Listen to me, all of you, smash all the equipment on the site. Boss. Dozens of gangsters immediately waved the tools in their hands, arrogantly ready to strike. Seeing this, Guozian also immediately shouted to the workers. Everyone join me in stopping them. We can't let them destroy the equipment. Guozian couldn't let Yiming down, and even though he knew he couldn't beat the punks, he still had to go and block them. Both sides grabbed and fought together again. Suing hurriedly pulled Tang Wanqing back. Wanqing, this won't work, our workers can't beat these assholes. Suing watched as a constant stream of workers were knocked to the ground by the punks, her eyes burning with anxiety. Tang Wanqing was also anxious, and at this point, their people were constantly being injured. Guozian, all of you stop fighting. Although she was worried about the equipment at the construction site, Tang Wanqing was even more worried about the lives of the workers. But it was useless for her to shout now. Seeing that one of the workers was about to be hit by a sledgehammer in the hands of a gangster, Tang Wanqing rushed straight up in a hurry. Ah! As soon as she turned around, Tang Wanqing saw the sledgehammer that was about to hit her and screamed in terror. Suing and Guozian both saw it at this time, and were so frightened that they hurriedly shouted. Wanqing! Mr. Tang! The two men were scared out of their wits, but there was no time to stop them. Just then, a figure rushed over and kicked away the sledgehammer that was about to smash into Tang Wanqing. Bang! The sledgehammer flew back heavily, dragging one of the punks holding it backwards. Knock! A muffled sound came as the punk fell to the ground, the sledgehammer in his hand hitting him directly. Tang Wanqing covered her head and waited for a while, but realized that the sledgehammer didn't come down. When she looked up, she saw that Yiming was already squatting in front of her. Yiming, oh! Tang Wanqing was terrified and immediately cried out as soon as she saw Yiming. Yiming heartily hugged her and softly comforted her. It's okay, Wanqing, don't be afraid, I'm here. Yiming picked up Tang Wanqing and shot a cold aura in his eyes at the bearded man. Seeing Yiming appear in time to save Tang Wanqing, Guozian immediately ran over. Guozi, take Wanqing and Suing and retreat to the back. Yiming put down Tang Wanqing and looked at Guozian and explained. Yes. Guozian immediately responded, seeing Yiming come in his heart was also a lot more at ease. The bearded man glared angrily at Yiming when he saw his men being injured by him. Another meddler, I'll clean up all of you today. Chapter 129 A Fairy Strikes. However, seeing Yiming kill a gangster with a single strike, the others were too intimidated to come forward. Even quite a few punks turned around directly, intending to run away. Get back here, all of you! The bearded man yelled, stopping the punks who wanted to run. Anyone who dares to run away, Brother Eagle will not spare a single one. Hearing the bearded man's threat, all the punks immediately stopped. Obviously, the terror of this eagle brother was completely no less than Yiming in front of him. Ah! One gangster took the lead and all the gangsters gritted their teeth and rushed towards Yiming. Looking at a group of crowd punks, Tang Wanqing several people pinched a cold sweat for Yiming. Kid, even if you're more powerful, can you handle so many people at once? The bearded man looked at Yiming and let out a scoff. Yiming was not the least bit flustered, glanced at him and said coldly. A bunch of rabble. Seeing Yiming's hesitation, the bearded man thought that he was intimidated by the scene in front of him and revealed a smug expression. Just as he was pleased with himself, he saw his men all flying backwards and falling heavily to the ground. Exactly the same as earlier. What's going on? The bearded man looked ahead in shock. A group of people were mixed up in the battle, it was impossible to see. Ah! Various screams kept coming from where Yiming stood, setting off the surrounding dust to fly in the sky. Finally, when the punks were all knocked down, the bearded man was able to see that Yiming was still standing in place. All around him were fallen punks, all beaten up and miserable. Who the hell are you? The bearded man did not expect Yiming to be able to defeat dozens of his own men by himself, and his heart began to tremble a bit. Tang Wanqing's several people had been worried about Yiming just now, seeing that he was fine this reassured them. Looking at the mongrels scattered all over the ground, Tang Wanqing immediately took out her cell phone, intending to call in the Public Security Bureau. Just as she was about to dial out, she saw a truck unexpectedly start up at the door. And, driving towards the inside of the site. Not good. Tang Wanqing realized that the bearded man had gotten into the truck at some point, and his target was none other than Yiming. Yiming, run! Tang Wanqing reminded anxiously, her face pale with fear. Although Yiming was very strong, the opposite side was a big truck with a front 4 and a rear 8. In front of it, Yiming appeared unusually small. Everyone on the construction site looked nervously as the truck was now approaching Yiming. Lao Yi. Guozian was 10,000% nervous and stomped his feet anxiously. The bearded man looked like he was mad at this point, rampaging through the construction site. Some of the punks couldn't dodge and were directly run over by the truck. The sight became instantly miserable. Tang Wanqing was so worried that she couldn't help but want to rush forward. Wanqing, you can't go. Seeing this, Suing hurriedly pulled her back and tugged her aside. Zian also noticed that many of the workers were so dumbfounded that they forgot to duck, and immediately rushed to pull the workers away. The scene was a mess. Only Yiming was still standing calmly, his eyes gazing at the rushing truck. "Kid, I'll see where else you can hide." The bearded man thought that Yiming was so scared that he did not even dare to run, and directly boosted his speed and crashed into him. "I'm going to run you over. Run you into the ground." Yiming's actions just now completely enraged the bearded man, who was already bewitched. Just want to solve Yiming. The truck was going so fast that dust was flying everywhere it went. With a roaring sound, it was like a beast trying to crush Yiming. Yiming looked at the bearded man in the truck and sneered. "You want to hurt me with that?" The bearded man was sitting in the truck and supposedly couldn't hear what Yiming said at all. However, Yiming's words were clearly transmitted into his ears. "I'll run you over right now, let's see how you can still talk tough." The bearded man was so filled with thoughts getting Yiming killed that he didn't even bother to think about how he could have hurt Yi. He stuck his hair out to look outside, and when he saw that there was no obstruction on the ground, he gasped and kept stepping on the gas. "Move your ass!" The bearded man roared furiously in anger, looking at Yiming who was near his eyes full of rage. At this moment, Yiming suddenly slowly raised his hand and suddenly flipped his palm against the air. Next, the truck looked like it had been suddenly lifted from the ground, then tumbled through the air a few times before falling heavily. Bang! After a loud crash, the truck had fallen apart, completely falling apart. Clunk! The bearded man crawled out of a pile of scrap metal with great difficulty, his face covered with blood and dying. He looked at Yiming with eyes full of horror, lifting his shaking hand towards Yiming but unable to speak. "You!" The people on the construction site were all stunned, they didn't even see Yiming make a move, but the truck strangely fell apart. Am I seeing things? Why is this truck rolling over on its own? This isn't an act of God, is it? Who else could have moved such a big truck? How on earth did Manager Yi do that? Oh my god, this is horrible. Looking at this bizarre scene, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The punks who were spared didn't dare to make a sound at all at this time, they had seen everything with their own eyes just now. Master, spare our lives. Please let us go. All of the gangsters completely dared not resist anymore and knelt down in front of Yiming to beg for mercy. Although they weren't sure how exactly Yiming did it, they didn't dare to offend him anymore. The bearded man managed to take a breath and watched the punk beg for mercy from Yiming, gritting his teeth and cursing. You're all cowards, you're Blood Eagle's men, how can you kneel on this kid? Yiming shot a cold aura towards the bearded man and asked coldly. Who is Bloodhawk? At the mention of Blood Eagle, the bearded man immediately became arrogant again. He breathed heavily while threatening toward Yiming. Brother Eagle is a loud underground big shot in Jinling, he'll definitely come to clean you up when he finds out. After saying that, the bearded man had a haughty look on his face, thinking that Yiming would be intimidated. However, Yiming was not afraid in the slightest. What kind of cat or dog dares to call himself an underground big shot? You. The bearded man's breath became rapid again, feeling that a breath could not be raised to black eyes. He suddenly saw Tang Wanqing who was hiding behind him and took another look at Yiming, immediately rushed towards Tang Wanqing with great vigor. Seek death.